Indifferently, seal his cultivation, and take him down. Disciple obeys. Ming Xiyin grabbed Fan Xuan's shoulder. Fan Xuan, bound and controlled by the cage card, was like a chick trapped in a cage. Ming Xiyin lifted him with one hand and carried him out of the main hall. Lu Zhou wasn't sure how long the cage card could last. To be absolutely safe, he'd seal his cultivation for good measure. There's plenty of time. Lu Zhou still has methods to pry his mouth open and find out the name of the mastermind behind it. While he was thinking, a female cultivator slowly approached and said, Pavilion Master. The Black Knights below the mountain refuse to leave and are causing a ruckus. Fan Xuan has been captured, so they naturally won't leave. Thinking about it, this is related to someone within the palace. Lu Zhou said coldly, Fan Xuan will stay at the Demon Sky Pavilion. Tell those who are not involved to leave. He deliberately emphasized stay, indicating that Fan Xuan was still alive. What if they still refuse to leave? The female cultivator looked at Lu Zhou hesitantly. Leave it to Ming Xiyin. Yes, I'll go inform 4th senior brother immediately. At the foot of Golden Court Mountain, a few hundred meters from the barrier, dozens of Black Knights stood gazing up at the Demon Sky Pavilion. Because of the barrier, they could only stand outside and worry. Some distance away from the Black Knights, in the forest, a graceful man in green robes was silently watching the scene. Behind the green-robed man, a man in green was respectfully bowing. Senior wants to take action against these people. The green-robed swordsman didn't look at the green-clad man behind him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Against your sect leader. I don't want to kill anyone today. I'm truly sorry. For some reason, as soon as the green-clad man heard the words, I'm truly sorry, he subconsciously took a step back and said awkwardly, Sword maniac Chen Wenji has already been killed by Senior. I wonder who Senior's next target is. The green-robed swordsman glanced at him, and the green-clad man took a few more steps back. He was extremely uneasy, fearing that this Senior would say, Your next target is you. The green-robed swordsman said indifferently, Don't be afraid, I always treat people gently. Your sect leader understands this best. It's just that Senior's aura is too powerful, so this junior feels a little pressure. Please don't blame me. The green-clad man's legs were trembling. That's good. The green-robed swordsman replied calmly, I'm very grateful for your help in delivering the information to me during this time. The green-clad man wiped the sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the green-robed swordsman added, However, if I want to kill you, I will definitely tell you in advance, friend. He paused slightly before saying the word friend. The green-clad man wanted to cry on the spot. Even before killing someone, he had to notify his opponent. The green-clad man didn't dare to reply and could only stand obediently behind him. The green-robed swordsman turned to look at the Black Knights, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Black Knight leader Fan Xuan has been on the mountain for half a day. He probably won't be coming out. Senior, are you not waiting anymore? The remaining ones are uninteresting. The green-robed swordsman turned around, and in a flash he took dozens of steps, disappearing into the mountains and forests in the blink of an eye. The green-clad man almost slumped to the ground, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. This damn task is really trying to kill me. After calming his emotions, the green-clad man observed the team in front of him. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the barrier, circled over the heads of the Black Knights, and then returned to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Ming Xiyin. No matter how well trained the Black Knights were, they had to retreat again and again under the threat of Ming Xiyin, slowly leaving Golden Court Mountain. The green-clad man nodded and muttered, No wonder Sword Devil Senior didn't want to stay. Even 8-leaf Fan Xuan can't do anything to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Aha! The old devil's methods are truly admirable. The green-clad man's figure also flickered and disappeared into the mountains and forests. On the Demon Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at the merit points on the system interface. Only 22 M points. The merit points awarded for capturing Fan Xuan were far less than the rewards for killing a nascent Soul Realm expert, which was 5 points. Fortunately, he drew twice last time, so he'll only draw once this time. Third time's the charm. Lucky draw consumes 50 merit points. Thank you, host, for participating in the game. Luck points +1. Lu Zhou hung his head, trying to restrain the urge to continue drawing. This game is similar to chi refining. The longer you wait, the more chances you have of winning. You can't get reckless. 5 chi convergence dharmic body costs 8,000 merit points. Lu Zhou frowned. Even if he killed all of Fan Xuan's men, it wouldn't be enough. This is only 5 chi convergence. Later, he'll have to buy 6 harmonies separation dharmic body, 7 stars soul shift, 8 laws unification. These things definitely ain't gonna be cheaper than the 5-chi convergence. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the interface vanished. It's not that difficult, but damn, it took the heavenly Tao thousands of years to reach its peak. How long have I been cultivating? Haste makes waste. Master, disciple has locked them up. I guarantee no mishaps will occur. Master, your wisdom illuminates the world. Your benevolence is boundless. Zoom! Ming Yin ran into the main hall from a distance. Seeing Lu Zhou deep in thought, he immediately bowed and scraped, the very picture of extreme sycophancy. Perhaps because he'd gotten used to seeing it, Lu Zhou no longer found it particularly offensive. If he likes to fawn, then let him be, Lu Zhou thought. This fella made Lu Zhou feel as if he'd been possessed by the spirit of He Shen. Note: He Shen was an influential minister during the Qianlong Emperor's reign. Not only the #1 corrupt official of the Qing dynasty, but also someone with extraordinary flattery skills. What is it? Lu Zhou asked casually. Master, Fan Xuan still refuses to reveal the mastermind behind the Yulong village massacre. This disciple thinks we should. Ming Yin made a chopping motion, a smile still plastered on his face. Lu Zhou glared at him. Fan Xuan is the leader of the Black Knights. Do you think he'd let you frame him so easily? If he insists on not confessing, what do we do? Ming Yin asked doubtfully. No rush. Lu Zhou slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and stepped down the stairs. To be able to command someone like Fan Xuan, the person behind the scenes, is no simple character. Master is planning to take action against someone in the palace? Ming Yin carefully probed. Lu Zhao's expression was calm, and he didn't answer. Right now, his only source of information about the people in the palace is Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian was able to obtain the case files from the palace, which is obviously a high-level trick. But the problem is that Jiang Aijian has already left the palace. How could he casually get secret stuff like case files? Perhaps this case file was deliberately leaked by someone in the palace, so that the Demon Heaven Pavilion and the Black Knights would both become pawns in his hands, for him to use as he pleases. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou said calmly, Ming Yin, your disciple is here. I'm leaving the interrogation of Fan Xuan to you. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Ming Yin respectfully replied, your disciple will obey your orders. Your disciple will definitely interrogate him quickly and find out the mastermind behind this. After saying this, Ming Yin raised his head again. Master, Fan Xuan alone is already so powerful, plus there are 2 masters in the Black Knights. This disciple has only just entered the nascent soul realm, and doesn't even have a handy weapon yet. Do you think you should? Scram! Your disciple obeys. Ming Yin immediately shut his mouth and scurried out of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, his face as bitter as a gourd. What weapon? What heavenly grade? Remembering the destroyed Qingtuan saber, his heart ached with grief. Fourth. Hey, is someone calling me? Annoyed, Ming Yin snapped. Fourth. Come train with me for a bit, check out my Overlord Spear, Duan Musheng said as he twirled the Overlord Spear in his hand. Third senior brother. I have things to do, I can't. In the entire Demon Heaven Pavilion, only you can exchange a few moves with me. Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng are no match for me anymore. I can't train properly. Duan Musheng stepped forward and slapped his shoulder twice. Ming Yin's eyes darted around. Then he said, Master told me to interrogate Fan Xuan. This matter is related to the truth of Yulong village. Why don't senior brother go find little junior sister to spar? No sooner said than done. Xiao Yanhair glided across the mid-air and landed on a nearby branch. I'm gonna tell Master you guys are bullying me. After saying that, she immediately left. Duan Musheng raised his eyebrows, sighed, and shook his head. Let's interrogate Fan Xuan later. Let's spar a bit now. He slapped Ming Yin's shoulder again. Senior brother, easy on the hands. Not long after, a one-sided beatdown could be heard from the back of the mountain. When Duan Musheng didn't have the Overlord Spear, he could already suppress Ming Yin. Now that he has a weapon, what more needs to be said? At the same time, Lu Zhou was preparing to comprehend the heavenly book, when Xiao Yan'er ran into the main hall. Master, Jiang Aijian sent a flying letter. Read. Xiao Yan'er took the letter from her leather pouch and read it aloud. Weakening the power of the Black Knights is what the people in the palace want, so old senior doesn't need to worry about the people in the palace being hostile to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Lu Zhou became suspicious. Why would the Dark Division, which is directly managed by the Emperor, want to weaken it? Xiao Yan'er continued reading. Senior wants to investigate the truth of the Yulong village massacre, but unfortunately, even I, who knows everything, am unclear about this matter. However, the mastermind is definitely not the Emperor. Reading to this, Xiao Yan'er grit her teeth and made rattling sounds. It is said that Yulong village in Dutian River has many secrets. Even now, There are occasional soldiers patrolling there. This is a top-secret file, and it cannot be investigated. In addition, please accept these 2 pieces of news. First, the sword maniac Chen Wenji has been killed by Yu Shangrong. See, didn't I guess it right? Those with uncertain positions die quickly. Second, the sect leader of the demon-killing sect, Ren Buping, has left seclusion and set off for Qingyu Pool to meet Zheng Yidao. Lastly, don't forget my sword, ha ha ha. Lu Zhou was temporarily only concerned about the affairs of Yulong village. He didn't take other matters to heart at all. Doubts arose in his heart. There are still soldiers patrolling Yulong village even now, and even Jiang Aijian calls it a top-secret file. It can be seen that the situation is much more complicated than he imagined. Heavy troops are stationed there. Seeing Master deep in thought, Xiao Yanhe hesitated as if she had something to say, but she still didn't dare to open her mouth. Lu Zhou raised his head, saw her hesitant expression, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Master, please don't punish me." Xiao Yanhe hugged Lu Zhou's arm, acting coquettishly. If it were before, she would never have dared to do such a thing. But this also shows that Lu Zhou has influenced Xiao Yanhe. At least now her courage is bigger than before. She is being taught, little by little. I just hope she doesn't go down the wrong path in the future. Lu Zhou shook his head. "I'm thinking too far ahead," Xiao Yanhe said excitedly. "I knew Master wouldn't punish me. I want a heavenly grade weapon, just like the Overlord's spear, one that is big and imposing." Lu Zhou reached out and flicked her forehead, rebuking. "How many times has this master told you? Your cultivation is not enough to control a heavenly grade weapon. When you enter the nascent soul realm, we'll talk about it, really. This master has always valued his promises." Xiao Yanhe smiled and said, Yes, I will definitely break through to the nascent soul realm soon." Compared to the other disciples, Xiao Yanhe's loyalty is the highest, so he often takes her with him. Lu Zhou naturally hopes that Xiao Yanhe's cultivation will be improved before he recovers his cultivation. Xiao Yanhe is his right-hand woman, and she is pure-hearted and doesn't have much life experience, so teaching her is also simpler than teaching those other disciples. Thinking of the matter of teaching disciples, Lu Zhou opened the task interface with a thought. His main storyline mission is still to teach these evil disciples. Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yue all have a certain degree of loyalty, so teaching them is not too difficult. But as for those who have left the Demon Heaven Pavilion, teaching them is extremely difficult. Old Eight's cultivation is the weakest. There is no need to worry. This guy's reputation as an evil king is only thanks to the fame of a Demon Heaven Pavilion disciple. As for oldest Yu Zhenghai, second oldest Yu Shangrong, and seventh oldest Si Wuyai, these 3 give Lu Zhou quite the headache. Not only do they have heavenly grade weapons, but their cultivation is also heaven-defying. Not only that, but they can't be fought one-on-one, and each of them has a powerful gang like the Black Knights. Just thinking of this, Lu Zhou again yearned for Ji Tiandao's peak state card. If I had an endless supply of peak condition stat cards, wouldn't I be able to dominate the world and fear no one? Sect leader, Zhu Jifeng, stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Mr. Lu, oh no. Ye Tiangxin has awakened and wishes to see you." Lu Zhou had confined Ye Tiangxin to the South Pavilion, and without his orders, no one dared to release her. Not even the female cultivators of the moon-reflecting sect. With Jinting Mountain short-handed, they were put to menial tasks, which the moon-reflecting sect cultivators were happy to do. After all, working was much better than being locked up in solitary confinement. "Refuse to see her," Lu Zhou said indifferently. "Yes." Zhu Jifeng cupped his fist and left. Having received her master's promise, Xiao Yanhe suddenly became incredibly diligent and went out to cultivate. Seeing that no one was bothering him, Lu Zhou entered a state of comprehending the heavenly writing. As dusk approached, Zhu Jifeng re-entered the main hall. Sect leader, Ye Tiangxin, says that if she can't see you, she will kneel forever. She is currently kneeling at the East Pavilion gate. Then let her kneel. Understood? After Zhu Jifeng left, Lu Zhou did not continue sitting in the main hall, but went into the secret chamber, entered a state of comprehension, and discarded all distracting thoughts, his mind clear. The next morning, Lu Zhou awoke from his state of comprehending the heavenly writing. He felt refreshed and invigorated. Even more so than after a deep sleep, Lu Zhou stood up and stretched his limbs. He felt as good as new. Perhaps this was the effect of extraordinary power, but he simply didn't know how to use it. Either way, comprehending the heavenly writing was bringing increasingly obvious benefits. Sect leader. A voice came from outside the secret chamber. "What is it?" Lu Zhou asked. Activating the mechanism to open the chamber door, Ye Tiangxin has been kneeling all night. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, "Ignore her, and don't report it to me again." "Yes," Zhu Jifeng left again. Punishing the evil disciple Ye Tiangxin gained 100 merit points. Lu Zhou noticed that the system notification said, punishing, not teaching. Although the hatred value has disappeared, the loyalty value has not yet appeared. If I don't punish her thoroughly, how can I live up to my identity as the founder of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, just as Ming Shiyin was also there, his face bruised and battered. Lu Zhou was too lazy to ask, and only said, "How is the interrogation going?" Ming Shiyin bowed and replied, "Fan Xuan is keeping his mouth shut too tightly. If not for remembering master's instructions, this disciple would have used torture long ago. The Black Knights use no less torture than we do. I already expected nothing to come from the interrogation." Lu Zhou didn't think much about it, Ming Shiyin said. "Then why not just kill him? There's no use in keeping him alive anyway." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "He's useful. An 8-leaf golden lotus nascent soul expert. Killing him would grant a lot of merit points, but compared to uncovering the mastermind and the secrets of Yulong Village, Lu Zhou thought the latter was more valuable." Ming Shiyin, this master assigns you the task of going to Yulong Village on the Du Tian River to investigate the matter. You must not act rashly. Lu Zhao's voice was very stern. Ming Shiyin didn't secretly rejoice as before, but respectfully replied, "This disciple will obey master's command." Lu Zhao originally intended to lend him his mount, but the mount was too flamboyant and would easily attract attention, so he decided against it. Ming Shiyin was, after all, a nascent divinity realm cultivator. Flying from Jinting Mountain to Yulong Village would only take about 4 hours. Yulong Village has heavily guarded troops, so how did Ye Tiangxin investigate the matter? After leaving Jinting Mountain, I still have to ask this rebellious disciple. Lu Zhao shook his head, stepped down the stairs, and headed towards the South Pavilion. From a distance he could see Ye Tiangxin kneeling on the ground, right in front of the South Pavilion gate, looking extremely weak. Ye Tiangxin just lifted her eyelids and immediately perked up, kneeling on the ground to salute. "Master, master." Lu Zhao looked at her coldly and shook his head again. "This old man doesn't have a rebellious disciple like you." Lu Zhao saw the regret and remorse in Ye Tiangxin's eyes. But it was too late. Ye Tiangxin thought that her master had come to see her, and she secretly rejoiced in her heart. But Lu Zhao's voice was very indifferent. "This old man has something to ask you. You only need to answer. Disciple obeys." Ye Tiangxin originally intended to refer to herself as disciple, but she forcefully swallowed the word down. "When did you investigate the Yulong Village matter?" Ye Tiangxin was slightly stunned. She originally thought that her master would lecture her, but she never expected that what her master cared about was the Yulong Village matter. Her heart was filled with all kinds of feelings. After thinking for a while, she honestly replied, 5 years after leaving Jinting Mountain. How did you find out? Case files in the palace. Some of the sisters in the moon-reflecting sect were female guards in the palace. They were familiar with the rules and terrain inside, and prepared for the intrusion. It took 5 years to obtain the case files. She spoke simply. But in reality, it took 5 years to obtain the case files, truly exhausting all her resources. Ye Tiangxin continued to say, "Perhaps the case of the massacre of the entire Yulong village was only a small matter in the eyes of the important figures in the palace, but all of the several hundred people in Yulong village were." Mentioning this matter again, she felt agitated. Lu Zhao said indifferently, "So, this is the reason you hold a grudge against this old man." Upon hearing this, Ye Tiangxin's mind went blank. The 3 parts of energy and spirit she had left instantly became listless, without any vitality. Lu Zhao continued to ask, "Has the moon-reflecting sect ever been to the Du Tian River?" Ye Tiangxin replied, "The moon-reflecting sect has been to the Du Tian River several times. People in the sect said that there were many foreign races in the Du Tian River. But the moon-reflecting sect spent several years investigating and couldn't find any foreign races." From this statement, it could be heard that she didn't seem to know that she was a Bai Min. However, according to Lu Zhao's memories, the Bai Min were not necessarily considered a foreign race, but rather a special group among the human race of Great Yan. If not, how could commoners of Bai dare to live by the Crossing Heaven River their whole lives? Clearly the palace is just using the excuse of foreign races to cover something up. Seeing his master stroke his beard thoughtfully, Ye Tiangxin suddenly knelt down, her forehead touching the floor. "Disciple is willing to accept punishment, begging master to severely punish me. You've seen things a bit clearer." Lu Zhao shook his head and said gravely, "Of course, betraying the master and destroying the ancestors must be severely punished. But right now, the truth of the Yulong village case is still unclear. Perhaps Fan Xuan is just a pawn. If, in the end, it turns out I'm the culprit, what do you plan to do?" Ye Tiangxin was stunned. A sense of powerlessness washed over her. She didn't know who to trust anymore. Lock her in the South Pavilion. She's not allowed to leave a single step. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The two female cultivators from the Moonwatching Palace had no choice but to nod and lead Ye Tiangxin away. Lu Zhou returned to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. The next day, Lu Zhou continued to comprehend the Heavenly Book as usual. As the time spent comprehending the Heavenly Book increased, the amount of readable text in the Heavenly Book of Man also increased, but the content was still extremely profound and difficult to understand. After comprehending for a while, Lu Zhou felt his spirit, energy, and essence were in tip-top shape. Lottery draw, consuming 50 merit points, thank you for participating, luck +1. Lottery draw, consuming 50 merit points, thank you for participating, luck +1. Lu Zhou shook his head. Maybe comprehending the Heavenly Book used up all his luck. He'd try the lottery another time. He couldn't afford to waste the remaining merit points. He only had one-hit kill card left anyway. In an emergency, he'd still need merit points to replenish his strength. Ming Xiyin has completed the mission of investigating the Crossing Heaven River, rewarding 100 merit points. Hearing this notification, Lu Zhou wasn't surprised at all. Ming Xiyin was way better than everyone else when it came to executing missions. Any minute now, he should get a letter from Ming Xiyin reporting his mission success. But strangely, Lu Zhou waited 3 hours, and not a single letter showed up. The Demon Heaven Pavilion always used carrier pigeons, and their flying speed wasn't any slower than legendary mounts. There's no way it'd still haven't arrived after 3 hours. Yan Hair. Send a letter to Jiang Aijian. Tell him to assist in investigating the truth behind the Yulong village incident from within the palace. If he uncovers anything, he'll get a good sword, Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou had a feeling that Ming Xiyin might be in trouble, and it wasn't small trouble either. A moment later, Xiao Yanyer returned, smiling. Master, I've sent the letter to him. Just then, Zhu Jifeng hurried into the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Fourth senior is injured, Zhao Yanher asked in surprise. What happened to fourth senior brother? Lu Zhou was suspicious. Last time he told him to notify Fan Xuan, he killed a few black knights and was fine, but investigating the Yulong village incident got him into trouble. The secrets behind this are definitely complex. Lu Zhou maintained his calm expression, stroking his beard nonchalantly. Where is he now? He's back at the foot of the mountain. Pan Zhang is helping fourth senior up. Soon after, Pan Zhang brought Ming Xiyin into the main hall. Ming Xiyin looked a bit like he did after fighting the Dark Knight Chen Zhonghe. Ming Xiyin knelt down and said, Disciple was fortunate enough not to disgrace his mission, and found some clues at the Crossing Heaven River. Speak. There are many soldiers patrolling Yulong village by the Crossing Heaven River. This has been going on for the past 10 years. Taking advantage of the night, Disciple investigated the Crossing Heaven River and made a major discovery. Ming Xiyin swallowed. They seemed to be fishing corpses out of the river. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Whether the rumors of foreign races appearing at the Crossing Heaven River are true or not is another matter. But that's not enough reason for them to fish out corpses that have been submerged for so long, let alone do it for 10 years. Do you know the purpose of fishing out the corpses? Lu Zhou asked. Disciple was about to continue investigating when I accidentally triggered a strange trap and had to return immediately in the night. Ming Xiyin replied weakly. Lu Zhou slowly stood up, walked down the steps, and went to Ming Xiyin's side. Ming Xiyin knelt even lower. Disciple is useless. Raise your head, Lu Zhou said with extreme authority. Ming Xiyin slowly raised his head. Sure enough, between Ming Xiyin's eyebrows, Lu Zhou saw a black lotus of witchcraft. Pan Zhang was closest to him, but he didn't notice this when he helped him back. He tilted his head to look and realized it was indeed witchcraft. No wonder fourth senior was ambushed. It was witchcraft. It's extremely rare for cultivators to use witchcraft in Great Yan. Who dares to harm fourth senior? Lu Zhou didn't answer his question but looked at Ming Xiyin. There are likely traps all along the shore of the Crossing Heaven River. Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired. This witchcraft only seals 60% of my cultivation. It's nothing to worry about. Being sealed with 60% of his cultivation and still making it all the way back from the Crossing Heaven River to Golden Court Mountain showed how strong Ming Xiyin's perseverance and survival abilities were. Sometimes Lu Zhou wondered, did the Heavenly Tao really choose disciples based on just those 2 lines of poetry? Everyone has such extraordinary talent and fits the poem so well, it's too much of a coincidence. Pan Zhang bowed and said, It is witchcraft, we must dispel it quickly. Otherwise, as the witchcraft grows stronger, the cultivation will completely disappear. Then it will be even harder to dispel it. Ming Xiyin was startled when he heard Pan Zhang's words and glared at him. Pan Zhang, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop Ming Xiyin and signaled for Pan Zhang to continue. Understanding, Pan Zhang continued. I'm really not talking nonsense. When I was learning my skills at the Pure Bright Sect, I saw some materials related to witchcraft in the library. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. If someone with malicious intentions uses witchcraft, they will completely lose their way. Back then, when I was young and arrogant, I was momentarily possessed and wanted to find information about witchcraft to quickly improve my cultivation. Unfortunately, everyone in the Pure Bright Sect kept this a secret. No senior was willing to teach me witchcraft. So you chose to learn the 3 yin formula? Zhu Jifeng asked suspiciously. The Pure Bright Sect elder only told me that the 3 yin formula was very suitable for my cultivation. But he didn't say that it needed to be combined with the 6 yang art. I only learned about the harmony of yin and yang after meeting Senior Ji, Pan Zhang replied. Then what? Zhu Jifeng asked. Pan Zhang continued. Witchcraft is like a cultivation mark. It will slowly seep into the cultivator's meridians, constantly eroding and covering the 8 extraordinary meridians. The sealing technique of the Pure Bright Sect is also based on witchcraft. Everyone nodded. No wonder Pan Zhang was confident enough to suggest sealing the Black Knight's cultivation. It turned out his confidence came from this. Therefore, the sooner you dispel the witchcraft, the better for 4th senior. 5th senior was completely sealed by witchcraft, probably because the caster was standing at close range, so the witchcraft took effect immediately. At that point, dispelling it sooner or later makes no difference, Pan Zhang said. Zhu Jifeng asked again. You understand witchcraft so well. Do you know how to dispel it? Pan Zhang nodded. I remember that one book mentioned how to dispel it. First, and the most reliable way, is for the caster to dispel it themselves. The second way is for the cultivator to enter a meditative or Taoist trance until their cultivation surpasses the caster and they can break free. But that's impossible, right? How can you cultivate when your cultivation is sealed? So, are you saying the witchcraft on 4th child can't be undone? Pan Zhang shook his head, cupping his fist towards Lu Zhou. I'm afraid only the Pavilion Master can break this seal. Pavilion Master, Zhao Yanshare, and Zhu Jifeng both looked at Lu Zhou. The third way is for another cultivator with far greater power than the caster to forcibly separate the witchcraft. But the clash between witchcraft and primal chi would sever the meridians and cause the body to explode. So only the Pavilion Master can do it. Sounds legit. Lu Zhou felt a bit of pressure building up inside. Outwardly he remained as steady as a rock, but inwardly he was thinking, what the heck am I gonna do? Everyone's staring at him. Ming Xinyin immediately kowtowed, saying, Please, master, undo this restriction for your disciple. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, wondering how to handle this. If Yulong Village and the Dutian River had witchcraft traps, then the others in the Evil Sky Pavilion couldn't go there carelessly. Even Ming Xinyin got hit, so the others wouldn't stand a chance. He would have to investigate the Yulong Village matter himself. But as for breaking the witchcraft restriction, Lu Zhou had no freaking clue how. He couldn't exactly tell them he was only a nascent spirit realm cultivator. Duan Musheng, hearing the commotion, rushed over. After understanding the situation, he quickly pleaded, Master, this junior brother of mine may make mistakes, but he's been behaving lately. Please, master, make a move. Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhang also chimed in, begging for help. If this were the old days, Ji Tiandao would have blown his top, kicking everyone out into the yard. But Ming Xinyin's recent performance had been pretty good. His loyalty wasn't as solid as Duan Musheng's or Zhao Yanshare's, but he was reliable when working, and could be slowly taught later. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, then waved his sleeve, saying, Follow me inside. Ming Xinyin was overjoyed, quickly getting up and obediently following behind Lu Zhou like a little kid. The others also breathed a sigh of relief, watching as Ming Xinyin followed Lu Zhou into the secret chamber. With master taking action, any witchcraft is just a trivial matter, Xiao Yanhe said with a laugh. Zhu Jifeng nodded. That's right, the Pavilion Master's cultivation is incredibly profound. Of course, he wouldn't even bat an eye at such petty witchcraft. Pan Zhang also nodded in agreement, though he didn't say anything. Duan Musheng glanced at the two, then suddenly said, If 4th child is hit with witchcraft, then you two will have to do for now. What do you mean? 3rd senior brother Pan Zhang and Zhu Jifeng asked, bewildered. The overlord's spear in Duan Musheng's hand swung up. He excitedly said, Let's have a spar, Pan Zhang, Zhu Jifeng. Inside the secret chamber? This was Ming Xinyin's first time inside. Not just Ming Xiyin, but none of the other disciples had even been allowed near. They all thought that their old master must keep all his good stuff in here. The secret chamber was always sealed tight, with not a crack to be seen. Master usually cultivated in there, so they never had a chance to see what was inside. So today, being allowed inside, Ming Xinyin was naturally excited, his eyes darting around. He saw various secret manuals arranged on the table. weapon racks against the wall with all sorts of blades, spears, staves, and clubs, even weapons piled up in the corners. He couldn't help but admire. Master has been around for a millennium. He's really collected some good stuff. Sit down, Lu Zhou pointed to the ground. Ming Xinyin snapped back to reality, quickly sitting cross-legged, not daring to look around anymore. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and walked behind him. 8 Meridian Nascent Spirit Realm Cultivation. Not yet with the true power of the 8 Meridian Law Body, only the 4 symbols roaming. But checking the body's condition wasn't difficult. But wanting to break the witchcraft was a pipe dream. Lu Zhou noticed Ming Xinyin sweating a lot, clearly due to the witchcraft's restrictive power acting up. It seemed the witchcraft had sealed 80% of his cultivation. Lu Zhou raised his aged hand and gently pushed it against Ming Xinyin's back. Primal chi from his hand entered Ming Xinyin's meridians. Ming Xinyin was startled. The old master's cultivation was truly profound, able to suppress nascent spirit realm primal chi to be so gentle, so as not to damage the meridians. Lu Zhou controlled the primal chi to examine the meridians, then lightly patted a few times. Poof, poof, poof. The primal chi gradually increased. Ming Xiyin was a cultivator who had long opened his 8 meridians. A little bit of primal chi moving around his meridians wouldn't cause any damage, but as soon as Lu Zhao's primal chi touched the witchcraft restriction, a force of resistance slammed back at him. Ming Xiyin raised an eyebrow, his forehead instantly drenched in sweat. Lu Zhao's primal chi sensed the witchcraft restriction. He knew this was the power of witchcraft. Lu Zhao wanted to avoid the witchcraft restriction to check another meridian, but as his primal chi tried to go around it, the witchcraft restriction suddenly attacked him, as if it had a mind of its own. Could it be? Lu Zhao withdrew his hand, but the power of the witchcraft shot out of Ming Xiyin's body like strong chi, attacking Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao instinctively waved his sleeve. The state of understanding from comprehending the heavenly book appeared. A blue light covered his dantian, chi si, to the 8 extraordinary meridians and brain. Ju. The faint blue light pushed back the witchcraft's power without stopping. It continued to slam into Ming Xiyin. Boom! Ming Xinyin's entire body was sent flying forward by the force of the collision. At the same time, Ming Xinyin felt the bizarre witchcraft force in his body disintegrate in an instant. 1 second ago, Ming Xinyin was lamenting how fierce Master was. The next, the witchcraft restriction in his body had been shattered. He was overjoyed. Even being sent flying was worth it. Clatter! Ming Xinyin knocked over 2 weapon racks, the weapons on the racks falling to the ground with a clatter. At the same time, in a dark room in the Great Yan Imperial Palace, the light from a dim candle in the middle of the room was blocked by a screen. Piffed. Behind the screen, a woman in brocade clothing was sitting cross-legged, circulating her energy. Suddenly, her face changed slightly, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She angrily gasped for breath, flicked her sleeve, sending everything on the table to the ground. Her face panicked as she murmured, "Someone broke my witchcraft. Who is it?" After Ming Xinyin was sent flying by Lu Zhao's sleeve wave, Lu Zhao was also surprised. That refreshing, pleasant feeling from comprehending the heavenly book had appeared again, indeed bringing forth extraordinary power. But unfortunately, Lu Zhao hadn't found a way to control and use this power yet. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Lu Zhao's gaze turned to Ming Xiyin. After Ming Xiyin crashed into the weapon racks, the witchcraft restrictions in his body had all been shattered. His cultivation, originally suppressed by the witchcraft, had recovered. In an instant, primal chi surged again in his dantian and chi si, the pain in his body disappearing without a trace. Ming Xinyin stood up and knelt down, saying, "Thank you, Master, for breaking the restriction for your disciple. Master is divinely powerful and unparalleled." Lu Zhao gave him a cold look. The extraordinary power of the heavenly book was indeed not simple. Unexpectedly able to counteract witchcraft. Just as Lu Zhao was thinking about how to take a step further in the process of comprehending the heavenly book, Ming Xinyin was already being drawn in by the pile of weapons beside him. He picked up the 2 items, examining them thoroughly. "Master, what are these?" "The first one is a sword, but not quite. Also a hook, but not quite. The blade is sharp, only on one side, and covered in bizarre jagged teeth. The other one looked like its scabbard." Lu Zhao glanced at the 2 items. Weapon retrieval. Lie by hook. Suggested owner, Ming Xiyin. Lu Zhao stroked his beard. This secret chamber truly holds the secrets of the universe. Whether by fate or not, Ming Xiyin actually picked up this weapon. Before Lu Zhao could say anything, Ming Xiyin clapped his thigh and said, "Master, this weapon is perfect for me. From its shape to the blade, And even this scabbard. Hee hee. I just love these weird, bizarre toys. This weapon is at least Earth grade. Lai Bi hook. Ming Xiyin pointed to the tiny inscription on the hook's sheath, excitedly muttering. If he hadn't tested it yet, just judging by appearance, this weapon would indeed only be Earth grade. The Li Bai hook seemed to have been in the secret chamber for a very long time, its appearance quite ancient. However, the system suggested a target owner, so after activation it would be a heaven-grade weapon. Seeing Ming Xiyin express particular affection for the Li Bai hook, his face full of flattery, Lu Zhou shook his head slightly and set it down. Ming Xiyin first touched it, then carefully and cautiously placed the Li Bai hook on the ground. He wouldn't dare disobey his master. You've only just entered the nascent soul realm. Your cultivation is not yet stable enough to control a heaven-grade weapon. Lu Zhou casually made up an excuse. Ming Xiyin, hearing this, was not angry at all but rather extremely happy. This means master will eventually bestow the Li Bai hook upon him. Disciple obeys. Disciple will definitely stabilize his strength quickly, Ming Xiyin said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, nodded, and waved his hand. Ming Xiyin understood, and left the secret chamber. As he walked to the door of the secret chamber, he turned his head to look at the Li Bai hook again, his eyes full of reluctance. The items in the secret chamber were too messy. Fortunately, the room was large enough, so even with many items scattered around, it didn't affect Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the Li Bai hook was immediately retrieved into his hand. Not long after, Lu Zhou stepped out of the secret chamber and entered the main hall. Duan Musheng and the others were no longer there. Ming Xiyin was rambling on about something to Xiao Yanhe, whose face was full of admiration, nodding repeatedly. Lu Zhou walked over, and the two of them, upon seeing him, hurriedly bowed and paid their respects. Master, Ming Xiyin, your Tuyu art has been resolved. But you must not be careless, disciple understands, master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. During this time, he hadn't planned to leave Golden Court Mountain. After all, with his current cultivation, staying at the Evil Sky Pavilion, and finding ways to harvest merit points from his disciples to increase his strength, was the most stable approach. However, the truth of the matter at Yuling Village had reached a critical point, and it was closely related to the Gu's witchcraft experts. If he could find out the truth, he would catch the person who sealed Zhao Yu's cultivation. More importantly for Lu Zhou, the system's task interface clearly displayed: investigate the truth of Yuling Village. Reward: 3,000 merit points. A whole 3,000 merit points. This was the highest task reward the system had ever offered, which showed the importance of the matter. Early tomorrow morning, I will personally make a trip to Yuling Village, Lu Zhou said. Xiao Yanhe, hearing that she could go out, immediately clapped her hands excitedly. Master, I want to go too, I want to go too. Ming Xiyin was stunned at first, then he realized, with master taking action, everything will definitely be resolved smoothly. The witchcraft restriction on his body had just been lifted, so his confidence in his master was even higher than in himself. Lu Zhou, keep an eye on Black Knight. Disciple obeys. Ming Xiyin bowed and said. With disciple and third senior brother here, it will be difficult for them to escape even with wings. Lu Zhou turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped and asked, have there been any news of those traitors recently? Traitors, meaning first disciple Yu Zhenghai and second disciple Yu Shengrong. Ming Xiyin shook his head repeatedly. Recently, disciple hasn't left Golden Court Mountain at all, and knows nothing about external news. Lu Zhou stroked his chin slightly. Ever since he defeated the righteous sects twice in a row, these traitors had become much more well-behaved. After resolving the matters of Yuling Village, he had to think of a way to deal with these traitors. After entrusting these matters, Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, and once again entered a state of comprehension of the heavenly writing. After using the power of the heavenly writing to restrain witchcraft, Lu Zhou had a better understanding of comprehending the heavenly writing. He opened the heavenly writing interface, and the content of the human scroll of the heavenly writing shone brightly, appearing before his eyes. This time, the incomprehensible words suddenly became full of life, making him feel much more comfortable than before. Movement originates from stillness. 10,000 paths converge. Life originates from 10, originating from thought. Wondrous actions originate from this. Lu Zhou read aloud, suddenly stopping. Damn, law sounds are ineffective against me, but they can restrain witchcraft. Could it be that the human scroll has the effect of restraining cultivation methods that bewilder people's minds? He continued reading below, and sure enough, new content appeared. To obtain wisdom and reason, one can travel in all directions. To feel every inch of land without changing one's original intention. It is very useful to destroy wisdom and reason. One can flaunt one's body while entering samadhi, such as emitting a halo of light. Then samadhi will no longer be pure. Note: samadhi is a term used in Taoism, referring to an important cultivation method, where the mind must be pure, abandoning all worldly thoughts. Lu Zhou was immersed in it, unable to restrain himself. The next morning, full of energy, Lu Zhou closed the heavenly writing interface and left the secret chamber. Xiao Yanhair had been sitting in the main hall waiting for a long time, her face full of excitement because she was about to go out to play. Seeing her master come out, she ran over and said, "Master, master, I want to ride the baizie, I don't want to sit on Bian." Lu Zhou shook his head. "You little brat." He originally wanted to teach her a lesson, but thinking about her small request, which he could fulfill, he gave up. "After all, I'm an old man who can't stand the long, bumpy road." The two of them stepped out of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Xiao Yanhair smiled at Ming Xiyin, who was waiting outside the hall. From the forest on Golden Court Mountain, Bai Zi came treading on the clouds. Seeing the appearance of the legendary mount, Ming Xiyin was so envious that he wanted to lose his eyeballs. When will he have such a mount? Even if he were beaten and scolded by master every day, it would be worth it. "Master, I want to sit in front." Xiao Yanhair mischievously pointed towards Bai Zi. Lu Zhou said nothing. Bai Zhen's back was very wide. Sitting in front would give a more comprehensive view. It flew extremely stably, making it very suitable for enjoying the scenery of green mountains and clear waters. After the two of them were seated firmly on Bai Zhen's back, he let out a soft cry, stepped into the air, and disappeared into the horizon. Ming Xiyin chased after it for a while, looking at it, no longer able to see Bai Zhe's figure when Bai Zhe was flying. Lu Zhou checked the system panel. He had 22,000 merit points left. He didn't choose to buy any more item cards because he could choose the appropriate type of card at any time when needed. For example, if he encountered an unsolvable danger, he could choose to buy a damage immunity card and then ride Bai Zhen away from there. An hour later, Bai Zhe began to slow down, gradually descending. "Master, have we arrived?" Xiao Yanhair hadn't had enough fun yet and didn't want to get down. Lu Zhou ignored her and controlled Bai Zhen to land on the ground. Xiao Yanhair had no choice but to jump off Bai Zi's back. After retrieving Bai Zi, Lu Zhou looked at the surrounding scenery and said, "This place is not far from the Crossing Heaven River. Bai Zi is too dazzling and will attract attention. Master is so powerful you can just kill them all." Xiao Yanhair scratched her head and said doubtfully, "Too much talk," Lu Zhou calmly taught her. "What master says is what it is." As they were taking a break, Xiao Yanhair suddenly piped up, "Master, someone's approaching. It's finally my time to shine." Several cultivators controlled their flying swords, zipping through the mountain forest. "Ji Tiandao's chasing us. Run! The fiends from the Evil Sky Pavilion are here. Get out of the way, oog!" One righteous cultivator after another flew right over Lu Zhou and Xiao Yanhair. One powerful 8 Meridians Ocean Divinity cultivator even flew low, giving them a heads up as he passed by. "Old man, you better hurry up and scram. That old devil Ji Tiandao is coming. Do you have a death wish?" Whoosh! The cultivators were flying so fast they disappeared into the mountains in a flash. Xiao Yanhair pouted, looking doubtful. "Master, are you chasing them?" Lu Zhao's expression remained indifferent. Why would this old man do something so boring? They're just small fries. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, quickly dismissing the whole thing. Once they were far away and things got quiet again, Xiao Yanhair said, "Master, should we chase after them and kill them all?" "Why?" Lu Zhou asked. "They were cursing people and framing you. We should chase them down and wipe them out. We can't let them get away with this slander," Xiao Yanhair insisted. "The logic of this little devil is something else, huh?" Lu Zhou shook his head dismissively and said, "The one they're cursing is someone else entirely. Who is it?" Right at that moment, heavy footsteps thudded, shaking the ground slightly. Vague silhouettes appeared at the edge of the forest. The two of them looked towards the noise and saw a group approaching at a steady pace. An epic mount. Mounts are way more precious than flying carriages. Coming out of the forest was a huge mount, its body like a city wall, and legs as thick as pillars. This was an epic mount known as the Elephant King, boasting incredible survivability, extremely high defense, and the ability to traverse all kinds of terrain, from rugged mountain paths to rushing rivers. Its only weakness was that it couldn't fly. On the Elephant King's back was a massive carriage, like a giant palanquin, simple yet luxurious. "Elephant King," Xiao Yanhair murmured. Flanking the Elephant King were 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, flying alongside. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Each step of the Elephant King covered several meters, and every footfall was a heavy thud. Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling Xiao Yanhair to leave with him. "Let's not cross their path." "Okay." Xiao Yanhair obediently followed her master towards Yulong village. However, after just a few steps, The young girl hovering beside the Elephant King suddenly flew over on her sword, stopping in front of Lu Zhou and Xiao Yanhe. "Hey!" The girl stood on her flying sword and shouted aggressively. Xiao Yanhe, seeing someone her own age daring to block their path, snapped, "Hey, what? Get out of the way!" Lu Zhou calmly stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on the girl. A divine court cultivator. Not bad talent, but she's still far behind Xiao Yanhe. Completely not worth wasting an item card on these boring cultivators. The girl, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Xiao Yanhe, introduced herself. "I am the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Yanhe. I'm asking you, did you see 10 cultivators running in which direction?" She dares to impersonate me. Xiao Yanhe immediately blew a fuse. Not even caring about the girl's question. She couldn't hold back any longer. Xiao Yanhe stomped on the ground and shot forward like an arrow towards the girl. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them clashed. In terms of movement techniques, Xiao Yanhe's Jade Pool Qinggong is unparalleled. The imposter never expected Xiao Yanhe to attack so suddenly. Caught off guard, she stumbled backwards. Bam, bam, bam! Xiao Yanhe attacked with both fists and feet, her movements as fast as lightning, making the girl see stars. This little girl's temperament is still so fiery. Lu Zhou glanced at the Elephant King. But the people didn't seem to be doing anything. On the surface, Lu Zhou didn't show any emotions, but he was constantly watching the person on the Elephant King's back. The cultivator fighting Xiao Yanhe was a divine court cultivator. Even if everyone charged at once, Xiao Yanhe could still handle them. But the one on the Elephant King's back had at least a nascent soul cultivation base. If he made a move, Xiao Yanhe wouldn't stand a chance. But it seemed like he had no intention of interfering, and even seemed to be watching the fight with great interest. That person's attention seemed to be on Xiao Yanhe. Just as Lu Zhou was calculating, Xiao Yanhe unleashed a powerful rising kick, smack, 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 sending the young girl crashing to the ground. The fake girl landed hard, tumbling several times, looking a mess. Just as the fake girl was unwilling to get up and fight again. "Fall back." A slow and deep voice came from the Elephant King's carriage. Lu Zhou looked towards the source of the voice. From the carriage on the Elephant King's back, an old man with white hair stepped out, his eyes deep and wrinkles covering his face. He looked a lot like Ji Tiandao when Lu Zhou first transmigrated over. 80%, at least. The only difference was that after using the reversal card, Lu Zhou had changed, looking completely different from this old man. Name: Ding Fanqi. Race: human. Realm: nascent soul realm. Ding Fanqi put his hands behind his back, his eyes showing admiration as he looked at Xiao Yanhe. Then shifted his gaze to Lu Zhou and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this, Siat?" Lu Zhou coldly replied, "Why should I be?" Ding Fanqi pointed at Xiao Yanhe. "This seat is in a good mood today. Under normal circumstances, I would have punished you for your rudeness." Xiao Yanhe couldn't help but laugh. She landed on the ground next to Lu Zhou, then pointed at Ding Fanqi standing on the Elephant King's back, and shouted loudly, "Old man, do you know who's standing in front of you?" Her eyes were fierce, implying that, "You dare to impersonate my master. See if my master doesn't beat you to death." Before Lu Zhou could speak, Ding Fanqi once again scrutinized Xiao Yanhe, his eyes showing the excitement of seeing prey, but on the surface he calmly said, "Little girl, your talent is not bad. Reaching the divine court realm, the Daoyou comprehension stage, at this age is truly rare." Xiao Yanhe stood next to Lu Zhou and stuck her tongue out, mocking the girl she had just defeated. Lu Zhao's expression was indifferent, and he didn't reply. Ding Fanqi wasn't angry, he just coldly stared at Lu Zhou. "Surely, old cultivator, you've heard of this Siat's reputation." Lu Zhou casually stroked his beard. "This old man has been in the deep mountains for a long time and doesn't know much." The people next to him looked angry. Ding Fanqi waved his hand. "No need to rush. This seat will slowly tell you." He slowly leaned over and waved his sleeve. "Please, both of you, come up to the carriage." His tone was calm, but one could hear the threat in his words. The disciples next to Ding Fanqi were a little surprised. They didn't understand why he was doing this. But they still flew towards Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou secretly wondered, "This place is very close to the Crossing Heaven River. What are they doing here? This Ding Fanqi is in the nascent soul realm and dares to impersonate this old man. Isn't he afraid of being punished by the righteous sects?" "This matter is not simple," Lu Zhou asked. "You want to go to the Crossing Heaven River?" As Lu Zhou spoke these words, a card with a faint glow appeared in his palm. The people around him didn't see it or sense any aura. Ding Fanqi remained still in his inviting pose. Little did he know, this time, he was standing at the very gates of hell. This old one indeed intends to go to the vicinity of the Dutian River. "The Elephant King understands how to travel. Please get on." The two subordinates also made inviting gestures. In that case this old man won't stand on ceremony, Ding Fangqiu asked. Is old Mr. also going to the vicinity of the Dutian River? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. It seems you're quite concerned about matters regarding the Dutian River. Ding Fangqiu revealed a melancholy smile, then quickly returned to a calm, even somewhat cold expression. He flicked his sleeve, and the Elephant King obeyed, lowering its front legs, making the carriage on its back lower for easier climbing. Ding Fangqiu's two subordinates noticed Lu Zhou still addressed him as you, showing zero respect. They were pissed but couldn't do anything. Ding Fangqiu stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back, ignoring Lu Zhou's attitude, only focused on observing Zhao Yanhe. Lu Zhou calmly stroked his beard, looked around, then lightly jumped onto the carriage on the Elephant King's back. Zhao Yanhe was a bit reluctant at first, but seeing her master jump on, she wasn't worried anymore, and also climbed onto the Elephant King's back. With her master here, would this people dare to revolt? The carriage inside was spacious. Lu Zhou and Zhao Yanhe sat on one side, observing the mountains and forests. Ding Fangqiu's eyes gleamed. He sat upright on the other side, gave a command, and the Elephant King mount started walking. Each footstep shook the ground, rocking the mountains and forests. The speed was decent. Lu Zhou was satisfied. He nodded and said, "Taming an Elephant King isn't an easy feat," Ding Fangqiu said indifferently. "It's just an Elephant King, nothing worth mentioning. At the back of Jinting Mountain, this old one has 10 other kinds of mounts." Zhao Yanhe rolled her eyes. "Liar, keep lying." Seeing the little girl didn't believe him, Ding Fangqiu still smiled and opened his mouth to speak. "Little brat, you don't believe me," Zhao Yanhe replied. "I only admire my master grandpa." Ding Fangqiu looked at Zhao Yanhe seriously, then looked at the female subordinate flying outside the carriage, and shook his head slightly. Lu Zhou maintained a calm expression from beginning to end, constantly stroking his beard. The Elephant King walked for a while. "Master, there are 2 cultivators ahead who escaped earlier." "Kill," Ding Fangqiu said indifferently. "Yes." The 2 flew out, and not long after, the sound of fighting came from the forest. Then after a while the 2 disciples returned, as if nothing had happened. Ding Fangqiu said, "Old mister, don't be alarmed. This old one does many evil deeds. But I'm also a person who distinguishes right from wrong." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "This old man is also a person who distinguishes right from wrong." Ding Fangqiu laughed. Unexpectedly, old mister's temperament suits this old one. At this time, the Elephant King suddenly stopped. Ahead was the Dutian River. Ding Fangqiu pointed ahead and leaped down from the Elephant King. Since Lu Zhou comprehended the heavenly scroll, he had become much more sensitive to various auras. When Ding Fangqiu jumped down, he revealed an extraordinary aura, clearly intentionally showing off. Zhao Yanhe also sensed this aura, and she huddled closer, grabbing Lu Zhao's arm. Lu Zhou remained unmoved, slowly stood up. "Please, both of you." Lu Zhou and Zhao Yanhe lightly jumped to the ground. Ding Fangqiu clasped his hands and said, "Little girl, how many years have you cultivated?" "More than 5 years." Mentioning this, Zhao Yanhe revealed a proud expression. 5 years into the divine court realm. Surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure, pointing to the girl beside him. "Her talent isn't bad either, but it's far behind you." Lu Zhou indifferently stroked his beard and looked at the sky. Zhao Yanhe kept rolling her eyes. How could this cheap imitation be compared to her? She turned to look at the 2 cultivators standing beside her, blinked and asked, "Are you both divine court realm?" The 2 of them looked arrogant. "So weak," Zhao Yanhe muttered. "Little brat, if it weren't for my master, someone who disrespects the great mystery sect like you would have been torn to shreds long ago." "Liar, liar, pants on fire. Who's tearing who, we'll see." Zhao Yanhe continued to bicker with the fakes. "Ivy." Lu Zhou shook his head, looking at Ding Fangqiu. "This old man's granddaughter has always been undisciplined. It's fine." The group continued to move forward, then stopped at a relatively high mound. "Crossing the ditch in front of us is the Dutian River." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked into the distance. "Unfortunately, the scene remains. But the people are gone. Yulong village has long ceased to exist. In his memory, this place had many residents and fishermen. Unexpectedly, it had turned into a desolate small ditch today. The truth of Yulong village was probably in the hands of the officials stationed to retrieve the corpses." While he was still thinking, Ding Fangqiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying with great magnanimity, "Back then, this old one rampaged at the Dutian River, fighting with many experts for 3 days and 3 nights. The appearance of the Dharma body turned this place into a small ditch," Lu Zhou said suspiciously. "This was all caused by you. It was this old one." The massacre of Yulong village on the banks of the Dutian River was recorded in the case file as led by Ji Tiandao, a branch master of the Azure Dragon Society, in front of the disciple. Go chase them down. Ding Fanqi waved his hand. Go, go. The subordinate flew away, disappearing in an instant. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Azure Dragon Society. He remembered that when he went to Anyang City last time, he had encountered a branch of the Azure Dragon Society. Unexpectedly, the Dutian River also had Azure Dragon Society forces distributed so widely. How strong was their backer, the underworld sect? Ding Fanqi said proudly. The backer behind the Azure Dragon Society is the underworld sect. The sect leader of the underworld sect, Yu Zhanghai, is this old one's former great disciple. Lu Zhou nodded in his heart. Although the Azure Dragon Society were all small fries, it was still better to let these people clean up obstacles. His item cards were very valuable. The more he could save, the better. This old one has arrived. The Azure Dragon Society will naturally collapse, Ding Fanqi said confidently. Not long after, the disciple flew back, bowed, and said, Master, as you expected, the people of the Azure Dragon Society were all scared away as soon as they heard the news of your arrival. Very good. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue moving forward. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Crouching Dragon Dark Web, reporting to sect leader, news from the Dutian River has detected traces of old senior Ji. Si Wuyai opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and said indifferently, The underworld sect has accurate information about this matter. No need to pay attention to it. Those who impersonate the Great Mystery Sect will be severely punished. They are fake. Yes. The subordinate was slightly surprised. Remember to keep a close eye on every move the Demon Heaven Pavilion makes. Also, where is the current sect leader of the demon-killing sect? Si Wuyai asked. Reporting, Master. Ren Buping has arrived at the Azure Jade platform and is being secretly supported by Zhang Yuanshan, the sect leader of the Righteous Unity sect. Hearing this news, Si Wuyai chuckled. He he he. His laughter was both gentle and deep. The righteous sect colluding with the demonic path to do evil deeds. What a joke for the world to laugh at. Reporting, Maester. This subordinate has more to report. Speak. Black Knight leader Fan Xuan went to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. His fate is currently unknown. Sword Devil Senior didn't want to wait any longer for Fan Xuan, and is now also missing. This subordinate doesn't dare to follow Sword Devil Senior. Second senior brother is always humble and courteous to everyone. You don't need to be so afraid, Si Wuyai said slowly. This subordinate understands. He said he understood, but his heart was still trembling. What the master said sounded very untrustworthy. Master, there's been a lot of activity near the Crossing Heaven River lately. Do we really not need to care? Si Wuyai was about to wave his hand dismissively, but to prevent any accidents, he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, Since that's the case, keep an eye on it. As for the people in Hua Zhengai's group, let them clean up their own mess. Master is wise. This subordinate will go and do it right away. At Crossing Heaven River, Lu Zhao's group slowly arrived at a dilapidated walled courtyard. Two of Ding Fanqi's disciples created a gust of wind, pushing open the courtyard door, and the group stepped inside. Master, this is the agreed-upon place. Since I came here myself today, they wouldn't dare to be impolite. Ding Fanqi nodded, and two disciples hurriedly found a chair and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. Xiao Yaner saw this and said, Grandpa, let me go find one right away. As soon as Xiao Yaner left, Ding Fanqi said indifferently, Do you know why I'm not making things difficult for you? Oh. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Saying nothing, Ding Fanqi said calmly, If I did that, that little girl would hold a grudge against me. He's clearly trying to get his hands on Xiao Yaner. From their conversation, Lu Zhou knew there was something fishy going on, so he remained silent. Ding Fanqi glanced indifferently at Lu Zhou, then looked away. The disciples thought Lu Zhou was scared, and shook their heads. Xiao Yaner found a chair, wiped it clean, and placed it behind Lu Zhou. Before they could sit for long, footsteps came from outside, seemingly more than one person. They're here! The courtyard door opened, and several soldiers entered, 2 soldiers carrying each coffin, about 5 or 6 in total. A strange smell came from the coffins, a foul odor. After carefully placing the coffins down, the leading soldier clasped his hands and said, These are the ones we just fished out. This is all we have. There's an order from the palace. The retrieved corpses can't be taken away casually, so starting tomorrow our transactions are over. It's too late to say you want to end it now. Ding Fanqi waved his hand. You dare. There's nothing the Demon Heaven Pavilion doesn't dare to do. The 3 disciples behind him immediately drew their swords and charged at the soldiers. Lu Zhou calmly retreated. 3 godly detachment realm cultivators were like wolves among sheep, swordlight flashing dazzlingly, as soldiers fell to the ground one after another. In the end, no one survived. After killing them all, Ding Fanqi slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at Lu Zhou, who had remained calm. "Old mister is braver than most. I misjudged you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, glancing at the corpses and the 5 or 6 coffins that had just been carried in. Xiao Yan'er asked, "What's in these?" "Human bones." Xiao Yan'er was disgusted, and stepped back. She wasn't afraid of dead people, but something fished out of the water and put in a closed coffin. How could she not be disgusted? Ding Fangqi walked closer to a coffin, gently waving his sleeve. A surge of qi shattered the coffin lid. Lu Zhao's gaze fell into the coffin. These bones were a bit strange, quite transparent like glass, not very refined, but a bit milky white like white jade. By Min, Lu Zhao searched his memories, instantly recognizing the origin of these bones. Most of the colors of bones are like this. It is clear that what is submerged in the water is the body of the crude Min fish dragon swallowing, which is the family member of Ye Tiangxin. Then, why did the people in the palace order them to fish for corpses under the river? Ding Fangqi's group searched carefully through all the coffins here, then shook their heads, seemingly not finding what they were looking for. "These Bai Ming corpses are completely useless," Lu Zhao said indifferently. "What are these bones for?" Ding Fangqi's disciple said, "Old mister, some things are better left unsaid." Lu Zhao indifferently stroked his beard. "You Demon Heaven Pavilion also know how to worry. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has always acted like this." Xiao Yan'er muttered to herself, "It's like I don't know, you're too bad." The disciples immediately became unhappy. Ding Fangqi waved his hand to reprimand the 3 disciples. Enough. The 3 didn't dare argue with Xiao Yan'er. For some reason Ding Fangqi always protected this little girl. Ding Fangqi said, "Take down the command token." "Yes." Seeing the command token, Lu Zhao indifferently stroked his beard and said, "This old man also wants to go along to broaden his knowledge. Grandpa, I want to go too. I want to go too." Xiao Yan'er loved to play, and immediately said excitedly, of course he had to bring Xiao Yan'er along. He still needed Xiao Yan'er to deal with those godly detachment realm cultivators. Ding Fangqi looked at Lu Zhao. "There are many witchcraft traps where the corpses are being fished, aren't you afraid?" Obviously, they weren't here for the first time, and seemed very familiar with everything here. Xiao Yan'er grabbed her small hand and said, "There's nothing under this sky that my grandpa's afraid of." Ding Fangqi's gaze turned to Xiao Yan'er again, his eyes full of praise. "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. It would be great if this old man had an accident, and no one could be blamed." After taking the command token from the soldiers' bodies, the 2 male disciples changed their clothes, and the group left the dilapidated walled courtyard, heading towards the pier. About a quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the pier where the soldiers were fishing for corpses. Besides a few boats used for fishing for corpses docked near the shore, there were no large cargo ships coming or going. There were some soldiers patrolling on the shore. Ding Fangqi was familiar with the place, walking very calmly, reaching the entrance. 2 soldiers with spears blocked the way. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter this place. Ding Fangqi's disciple took out the command token and secretly slipped some money in. Once the money was slipped, everything went smoothly. If they were only fishing for corpses for a short period of time, it would be extremely difficult to bribe them. But these people had been doing it for 10 years straight, and even they didn't know what they were trying to fish for. What were they doing? Rocks, fish, shrimp, seaweed, everything was taken away. Doing it over and over again, everyone had become numb. Xiao Yan'er muttered, "Why not just kill their way in instead of making it so complicated?" The girl who had been defeated by Xiao Yan'er turned her head to look at her and said, "There are very strong witchcraft traps here. Someone is controlling them." Xiao Yan'er first said, "Oh," then said, "Still don't understand." The group walked very quickly, clearly not here for the first time. The warehouse is up ahead. The group avoided the soldiers guarding the area, walking around several buildings, and just as they were about to enter the warehouse, Ding Fangqi suddenly raised his hand to stop. His voice was low and powerful, as if he had discovered something. He bent down to look at the patterns on the ground. "There are cultivators who practice witchcraft." Lu Zhao's eyes swept across the ground, taking in the traces. The ground here definitely shows signs of digging, and recently at that, someone has set up traps. Witchcraft utilizes the opportune moment and the advantages of location and harmony. The practitioner borrows external forces to attack or bless others. Ding Fangqi turned to Lu Zhao and said, "Old man, you must take care of yourself." Then, turning to Xiao Yan'er, he said, "Little girl, if you're scared, stick close to this seat." Xiao Yan'er clung to Lu Zhao's arm, saying, "I'm not scared at all. Let's go." The group bypassed the trap and headed towards the large warehouse in front of them. How could a warehouse door withstand an attack from a cultivator? With a mere wave of the hand, the locked door burst open. The moment the warehouse door opened, Lu Zhao's brow furrowed.
This warehouse stretches on for yards. It's a huge storage space, stacked high with coffins.
On the other side of the coffins is a pile of bones, stacked like a small mountain. Some of these bones look like the ones he saw in that dilapidated courtyard, but the rest are just ordinary bones. Yulong village was massacred. Even if all 354 people from the village were here, they couldn't form a mountain of bones like this, and they'd been fishing bodies out for 10 years, not to mention the bodies that were swept away by the water. This bone pile is definitely more than just a few hundred people, and it's not just commoners. Ding Fanqi's expression was indifferent, as if he was used to seeing dead people. As soon as he entered the warehouse, he raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, then ordered his disciples to search. Yes. 3 disciples leaped into the piles of coffins, beginning their search. Seeing this, Lu Zhao became even more suspicious. What are they looking for? Before he could ask, Ding Fanqi leaned over and said, "These are the bones of foreign races." Foreign races, Ding Fanqiu casually said. How could the Great Yan Empire allow foreign races to reside within its borders? The Great Yan created an era of peace and prosperity, and for thousands of years, these foreign races have been restless. The crossing of the heaven-dividing river must have been stained with blood, Lu Zhao retorted. Are they all foreign races? Ding Fanqi glanced at Lu Zhao, letting out a low chuckle laced with sarcasm. Just an excuse used by the people in the palace. Zhao Yanhe poked her head out and asked, "What are you looking for?" Ding Fanqi replied, "A bone. A very special bone." Zhao Yanxer's curiosity was piqued. What's so special about it? Ding Fanqi didn't immediately answer Zhao Yanxer's question, but instead said, "Little girl, if you become this seat's disciple, this seat is willing to impart all my knowledge to you." Zhao Yanxer frowned, glaring at Ding Fanqi. There are countless people who want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion but don't get the chance. You need to understand that. Which one of this seat's 9 disciples isn't a famous powerhouse? Not her. Zhao Yanhe pointed to the girl opening the coffins in the distance. She looked young but was actually a grown-up cultivator with the face of a child. Ding Fanqi was speechless for a moment. Seeing that Ding Fanqi had revealed his true colors, Lu Zhao wasn't surprised. "I'm afraid you can't teach her." Ding Fanqi looked down on her, placing his hands behind his back. "There's no one in this world this seat can't teach." Lu Zhao was too lazy to argue with him. The purpose of this old man's coming here is to investigate the truth behind the massacre of Yulong village. Ding Fanqi faked being this old man to show off. I won't hold it against him for the whole journey. Ding Fanqi also had some value to show. But what makes Lu Bizhu suspicious is that Ding Fanqi only brought 3 disciples and was able to build relationships with people here and do business for a long time. So what is his purpose? Who is supporting him behind the scenes? After searching for a while, the 3 disciples returned, the entire warehouse in a chaotic mess. Most of the coffins in the warehouse had been overturned, and a foul smell filled the air. The female disciple said, "Master, we didn't find anything." The other 2 disciples also shook their heads. Ding Fanqi frowned, and said indifferently, "Are there any other warehouses?" The 3 disciples shook their heads again. This warehouse is already very large, and it contains so many bones that there is still a lot of empty space. Lu Zhao raised his head to look at the sun. It was already late afternoon. He looked at the system's mission interface. Just as the group was about to leave the warehouse, hurried footsteps came from outside, definitely not from just one person. Ambush. Ding Fanqi didn't even bother to look, just coldly said, "Kill, yes." The 3 disciples rushed out of the warehouse, starting a massacre. The newcomers were a group of soldiers. How could they be a match for cultivators? Lu Zhao remembered that when Ming Shiyin came here to investigate, he encountered witchcraft traps. A place this important shouldn't have such weak defenses. This old man is very curious, Lu Zhao suddenly spoke. "Humph, that special bone. What exactly is it?" Lu Zhao asked. Ding Fanqi placed his hands behind his back and said, "Old man, this seat has repeatedly warned you. The more you know, the more danger you're in." This old man is old and has long seen through life and death. Lu Zhao calmly stroked his beard. His words were true. He had died once when he transmigrated, and the troubles before him were nothing compared to when the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain. Ding Fanqi shook his head. The sounds of fighting outside grew more intense, and the numbers were increasing. Soon after, cultivators appeared in the sky from all directions, with more and more appearing. A sound wave spread throughout the dock. "You've fallen into our trap. Anyone who dares to break into the forbidden area must die." The sound wave wasn't too strong, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, seemingly making the situation even more complicated. Lu Zhao wasn't worried about these things. If he wanted to leave, the forces before him couldn't stop him. Ding Fanqi glanced at Lu Zhao and then stepped outside. Outside the warehouse,
Rows of soldiers holding spears stood before them, blocking their departure. Above the soldiers were many cultivators hovering in the air. The 3 disciples, after killing the soldiers in front of the warehouse, returned to stand beside Ding Fanqi. We're surrounded. This is a trap.
Ding Fanqi placed his hands behind his back, seemingly not worried about the current situation. He was a nascent soul powerhouse. How could he fear this kind of situation? No matter how many soldiers there were, they couldn't stop a nascent soul cultivator from flying away. Ding Fanqi looked towards the cultivators floating in the air. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, and a few nascent soul. You dare to call this a trap, little girl? Open your eyes and watch carefully. Ding Fanqi didn't turn his head. These words were clearly directed at Xiao Yang'er. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard, seemingly not caring.
At the same time, Ding Fanqi's aura gradually surged. He took a step away from the warehouse. Whoosh! A 5 zang tall avatar stood tall in the sky, radiating a faint blue light that threatened the people below. Surging true energy surrounded him, and the golden lotus beneath his feet was opening petal by petal, opening a total of 4 petals.
The soldiers blocking the dock and the cultivators, upon seeing this avatar, all had drastic changes in expression, simultaneously taking several steps back. But they weren't scared into running away. Instead, they looked tense, as if facing a great enemy, and retreated cautiously. Xiao Yan'er muttered, "Only 4 petals." The girl standing beside her glanced at her.
"What do you even know? My master's power is unmatched. This is called concealing strength. Got it. 4 leaves are enough to deal with these guys. They only have divine court realm dharmic bodies, the highest being the 10 directions Qian Kun, with 100 tribulation. Knowing divinity cultivator here, they'll all be flat on the ground." While they were talking, Ding Fanqi's 4-leaf dharmic body scattered powerful gang qi. Clatter, clatter. The surrounding buildings near the dock trembled non-stop, making clattering sounds. The group of soldiers retreated again, and the cultivators didn't dare to be careless. A cultivator floating in the air suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't panic, everyone. Retreat slowly. News came from the palace that this guy is an impostor of Ji Tiandao. A great witchcraft formation was set up here yesterday.
We retreat behind the formation and wait for the experts from the palace to come and destroy this bandit.
No matter who he is, he must die for trespassing on the forbidden area. Trespassers must die. Trespassers must die," the soldiers shouted loudly, full of vigor.
Encouraged by the cultivator, the soldiers became a bit bolder and stood their ground. At this time, Lu Zhou and Xiao Yan'er were standing in front of the warehouse door. Seeing thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators appearing outside, they were also a bit surprised. Clearly, everything was a conspiracy. "This is a trap," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Their actions seem to have been predicted. If it's a trap, then the thing they're looking for isn't in this warehouse. Or maybe that special bone fragment hiding some secret hasn't been found yet. "So, what do we do now? Kill our way out?" Xiao Yan'er asked in a low voice. "No need." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "If he likes to show off, let him do it." Xiao Yan'er muttered with a pout. "It's just 4 leaves. Nothing interesting." Xiao Yan'er was used to seeing grand scenes. Seeing this low-level dharmic body, she always felt unsatisfied. It's like she rides a legendary mount every day, and now you want her to ride a low-level mount. She really looks down on it a bit. But for other cultivators, a 4-leaf golden lotus dharmic body is already a master among masters. The cultivators floating in the air kept swallowing saliva, vigilantly staring at the dharmic body. No one dared to attack a nascent divinity realm cultivator at this time. Ding Fanqi's 3 disciples looked admiringly. The female disciple looked at Xiao Yan'er contemptuously. "Little girl, don't think you were lucky enough to win against me just now, and look down on others. With your skills, you can't even withstand 1 move from my master." Xiao Yan'er replied softly. Defeated opponent, she wanted to attack. But the current situation was tense, so she had to grit her teeth and let it go. If they really fought, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Ding Fanqi didn't have time to protect his disciple at this time. The gang qi surrounding the 4-leaf dharmic body gradually emitted a faint glow, forming gang seals that flew forward. "Taoist Dharma seals," Lu Zhou said calmly. Unexpectedly, Ding Fanqi cultivated Taoist Dharma seals. Taoist Dharma seals and Zen Buddhist Dharma seals are different. Zen Buddhist Dharma seals rely on the golden body to bless power, mobilizing the yuan qi in the body, condensing qi into gang, forming the powerful force of Buddhism, while Taoist Dharma seals mobilize the yuan qi in the heavens and earth to increase the attack range. Both types of Dharma seals complement each other, learning from each other to become stronger, so there's no longer a clear distinction. Countless Dharma seals shot towards the group of soldiers and cultivators. Puff, 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 all the soldiers touched by the Dharma seals were sent flying away. Some cultivators, sensing something was wrong, turned around and ran. "Retreat, don't fight him.
Buy time, prepare to activate the witchcraft formation. Many cultivators stood far away, their cultivation only enough to barely resist the suppressing force from the four-leaf dharmic body, completely unable to fight back. Ding Fanqi's heavenly maiden scattering flowers dharma seal sent hundreds of soldiers flying in an instant, like a great flood that had just swept through. Cries of agony rang out continuously, and the remaining soldiers retreated far, far away.
Ding Fanqi raised his voice and said, "If I want to leave, who dares to stop me?" This isn't Ding Fanqi's first time here. He also knows there are many witchcraft traps around. If he continues to delay until the experts from the palace arrive, he won't be able to leave. His voice carried a powerful sound wave, spreading out from Ding Fanqi as the center. Everyone standing at the corpse fishing dock could hear it very clearly. Houses, buildings, and ships trembled from the sound wave. The soldiers continued to retreat. Everyone retreat quickly. Rumble. The soldiers immediately retreated without hesitation. Instead of dying in vain, it was better to retreat to save their lives. Their mission was to protect those witchcraft traps and wait for the experts from the palace to arrive. Ding Fanqi's face darkened. He tapped his toes and leaped into the air. The huge dharmic body, 5 zang tall, floated behind him. The reason why the nascent divinity realm is so terrifying is because of the 100 tribulation, knowing divinity, dharmic body. Once the dharmic body appears, it will suppress the entire scene. When Ding Fanqi jumped into the air, the gang qi around the dharmic body shot out in all directions, as if wanting to overturn mountains and seas. Swish, swish, the dharma seals flew out like flower petals.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded slightly. His dharma seals have achieved some success. Is this considered some success?
Xiao Yanhair only cultivates the grand purity jade scroll. She doesn't understand much about the cultivation methods of other sects.
Lu Zhou slowly said. Taoist dharma seals lead the yuan qi of the outside world, creating gang qi. The dharmic body of a great cultivator can also condense qi into gang, while Zen seals mainly use one's own qi to strike out as long imprints. So, which is more powerful, dharma seals or Zen seals? Xiao Yanhair asked curiously. Lu Zhou nodded slightly.
It's good that Xiao Yanhair is curious.
They'll teach her slowly, and she'll definitely succeed in the future.
Each has its advantages and disadvantages. You can't say which is more powerful than the other. Xiao Yanhair nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Di Yanhair rewarded with 100 merit points. Ding Fanqi's 3 disciples standing beside him were secretly shocked.
The old gentleman is knowledgeable. Master really uses Taoist dharma seals. The female disciple looked at the dharma seals flying all over the sky with awe. But Taoist dharma seals also have hand seals. There are 12 seals in total. The higher the cultivation, the more powerful the hand seals, not inferior to Zen seals at all.
Lu Zhou didn't bother to look at her.
The younger generation is still young, their knowledge is not deep enough, and they don't know how to humbly ask for guidance. Then just ignore her and let her be a frog at the bottom of a well for the rest of her life. At the same time, Ding Fanqi's dharma seals danced in the sky like butterflies. Those soldiers who couldn't avoid them, and the Langqi cultivators in the low sky, were all sent flying. Cultivators with cultivation below the congealing consciousness realm vomited blood and died on the spot.
The ocean crossing realm cultivators fell to the ground in unbearable pain, and the divine court realm cultivators were also forced to the ground. Personally mobilizing Yuan Qi to resist the Dharma seals, Ding Fanqi opened his mouth and called, "Elephant King! Rumble, rumble!" From the forest, the Elephant King stepped heavily on the ground, running wildly. Although the speed wasn't fast, the impact force was extremely powerful, like a chariot rushing straight into the crowd. Some soldiers who couldn't avoid it died tragically on the spot, and some were pierced through the chest by the tusks and shot out forcefully. "Go!" Ding Fanqi turned his head and said a word. The 3 disciples nodded, and quickly flew towards the Elephant King. The soldiers and cultivators didn't dare to approach his dharmic body. They could only stand there and watch the little girl come to his side. Ding Fanqi, slowly descended to the ground, and his dharmic body also lowered. Thud. The moment Ding Fanqi landed, the ground collapsed, which had a very good deterrent effect. The besieging soldiers and cultivators didn't dare to approach at all. Ding Fanqi raised his head and looked into the distance. The number of cultivators rushing over was increasing. People from the palace are coming. Ding Fanqi turned his head and looked behind him. Why isn't the little girl by his side? He thought the little girl would be scared and immediately run over, but, unexpectedly, Xiao Yanhair wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was happily watching the show. Watching the show is fine, but the expression on her face even has a bit of disdain in it, Lu Zhou said indifferently. The Elephant King can't escape.
The Elephant King can withstand blows. Its fighting power is strong, but it can't fly. Ding Fengqi looked at Zhao Yan'er with regret and persuaded her again. Girl, if you don't leave, it'll be too late. Ding Fengqi had never seen a young cultivator with as much talent as Zhao Yan'er. Her talent was many times higher than his female disciple. If this little girl was willing to be his disciple, she would be an extremely powerful assistant. What a pity. Ding Fengqi looked at Zhao Yan'er with regret. His hand slightly lifted. The 5 zang tall 4-leaf golden lotus dharmic body immediately disappeared, and the pressure on the soldiers and cultivators was eliminated. Ding Fengqi tapped his toes, his whole body, as light as a swallow, flying like lightning towards the Elephant King. Those 3 disciples were levitating near the carriage on the Elephant King's back, constantly on guard against the surrounding cultivators. Nascent soul stage cultivation. Ding Fengqi sat upright on the carriage, and even without making a move, his aura alone was enough to keep the surrounding soldiers at bay. Lu Zhou shook his head, not bothering to pay attention to the situation before him. If he wanted to leave, Bai Zhang could appear at any moment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Elephant King's feet shook the earth with every step. Ding Fengqi waved his hand once, and another person died. But just as Ding Fengqi thought they could escape, faint purple circles suddenly appeared under the feet of the soldiers. Eerie and mysterious. Those faint purple circles gradually expanded, emitting a haze of green smoke like mist. A witchcraft grand formation? A cultivator shouted. Capture these intruders and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Among the cultivators, a commander revealed himself. The witchcraft grand formation was working. The commander, wielding a great sword, slowly flew into the air. The Elephant King was just an animal. Even if it absorbed the spiritual energy of the cultivation world, becoming frighteningly strong and ferocious, its intelligence was far inferior to that of humans. When it saw the faint purple circles, it instinctively retreated. Ding Fengqi's expression darkened. He waved his hand, forcibly controlling the Elephant King. Ole Tiamo. The Elephant King emitted a sonic wave that reverberated across the riverbank. It still refused to move forward, continuing to retreat. Beast! Ding Fengqi cursed loudly, leaping into the air, his Q erupting. 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. 100 Tribulation Illumination was a major move that consumed a huge amount of Qi. Lu Zhou didn't get it. Ding Fengqi wasting Q like this was unwise. After all, he was only facing small fries right now. What if the palace experts arrived? Where would he get the strength to deal with them? Ding Fengqi wasn't in peak condition and couldn't afford to squander his Q. When the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body appeared, the cultivators preparing to approach them retreated, as if they had been trained to do so. To be precise, the smoke rising wasn't mist, but part of the witchcraft. Witchcraft converted spiritual energy into a seamless trap, with no gaps. The soldiers and cultivators who came to besiege them weren't affected by the witchcraft at all. Heavenly Constellation Seal. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body unleashed countless Dharma seals. Just like before, under the effect of the Dharma seals, the purple witchcraft circles only slowed down slightly, showing no signs of dissipating. The circles had enveloped the entire dock. As they grew larger, they intertwined, forming a chain. The light emitted grew stronger and stronger. The witchcraft grand formation was finally complete. The Elephant King retreated again. Who would believe that the epic-level overlord of the mountains, the Elephant King, would be so terrified? No matter how its master forced it forward, the Elephant King refused to budge, only shuffling backward. The witchcraft circles continued to expand. Under the weak influence of the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body, the expansion speed of the witchcraft didn't slow down much. Ding Fengqi's 3 disciples looked worried. This witchcraft grand formation was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator like Ding Fengqi couldn't do anything about it. A powerful figure from the palace had set up this witchcraft grand formation. Who exactly was it? Ding Fengqi's eyebrows furrowed. He watched the circles of witchcraft expanding under the ground, while the soldiers and cultivators stepped on them, slowly surrounding them without being affected. Into the water! Ding Fengqi waved his hand. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body was withdrawn. Maintaining such a powerful Dharma Body consumed an enormous amount of Qi. He had to conserve his strength. Now only the Crossing Heaven River was relatively safe. Maybe he'd have a chance to escape. The 4 of them turned to leave, abandoning the Elephant King. As they turned, they saw Lu Zhou and Zhao Yan'er watching them as if they were watching a play. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Witchcraft circles have long since formed on the river." Ding Fengqi frowned, flying up to observe the nearby river surface. Sure enough, the river surface was completely covered by faint purple witchcraft circles.
expanding more and more. These witchcraft circles were untouchable, or you'd be bound instantly. Then, your cultivation would gradually weaken and disappear completely, turning you into a fish on a chopping board. The Elephant King's body was too huge to cross. The buildings were instantly devoured by the witchcraft circles. The witchcraft seemed to have eyes, binding the Elephant King tightly. The purple smoke, like tangled vines, wrapped around it, looking extremely terrifying. The Elephant King struggled for a moment, then lost its resistance. Clearly, this witchcraft circle was similar to the witchcraft that attacked Ming Xiyin, a type of binding witchcraft. Lu Zhou remained calm as ever. He was waiting for a chance, waiting for the person who activated the witchcraft grand formation to appear. There were no findings in the warehouse, so he could only target the people from the palace. Now that Ding Fanqi couldn't continue to act recklessly using the Demon Heaven Pavilion's name, he frowned, lost in thought. The old geezer is so calm, does he have a brilliant plan? Ding Fanqi suddenly felt that this old guy had a backup plan. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't have any brilliant plans." "Oh well." Ding Fanqi put his hands behind his back, turning away, his gaze fixed on the spreading witchcraft circles. The cultivators didn't leave the witchcraft circles, but slowly gathered around them. Before long, the witchcraft circle had expanded to dozens of meters. Isn't this the world-renowned demon path ancestor? Where did all that bluster from before go? The commanding cultivator flew into the air. He surveyed his surroundings, then slowly approached. Just now, when Ding Fanqi unleashed the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body, he hid very well, not showing his face at all. Now that the witchcraft grand formation has formed, he's showing off and flaunting himself. "We received a tip-off that you'd appear. The palace set up the witchcraft grand formation, just waiting for you to take the bait," the commander said. "The witchcraft grand formation has been set up here for many years. This is the first time we've used such a magnificent formation. What do you think? How does it compare to your Golden Court Mountains barrier?" Hearing the middle-aged man's taunts, Ding Fanqi said in a deep voice, "Ridiculous. 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body 4 leaves." The 5 zang tall 100 Tribulation Illumination suddenly expanded, opening another leaf, becoming 5 leaves. Rumble. The key surrounding the Dharma body was incredibly fierce, shaking the surroundings. The soldiers and cultivators, who thought they had victory in their grasp, were instantly blasted away. The 3 disciples looked at him with awe. "This is my master's true strength." Lu Zhou's eyebrows twitched slightly, then returned to their normal calm. It was within expectations that Ding Fanqi was hiding his cultivation. As far as Lu Zhou was concerned, it didn't matter if the nascent soul stage had 1 more leaf. When Ding Fanqi revealed his 5-leaf cultivation, the witchcraft circles clearly stagnated. The fierce key, with the 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body as its center, began to spread out forcefully, turning into waves. "Rumble! I've finally waited for this moment!" Hundreds of soldiers were blown away by the key. The others were shaken by the aftermath of the 100 Tribulation Illumination, to the point that they retreated one after another, not daring to approach. Ding Fanqi's figure was as fast as lightning. The key of the 5-leaf Dharma body had a much larger range of effect than before. The cultivators who were blasted away only had time to cry out before dying in mid-air. The soldiers who didn't dodge in time were knocked to the ground by the key. The soldiers' corpses were scattered messily beneath the 5-leaf Dharma body. This time, Ding Fanqi had killed hundreds of people. The soldiers and cultivators retreated to the opposite side at the same time. Someone shouted loudly, "Don't worry, they're trapped inside the witchcraft grand formation. They won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Calmly wait until they lose their resistance." The soldiers and cultivators had retreated hundreds of meters, staring at the 5-leaf Dharma body. They weren't stupid. There was no need to fight Ding Fanqi head-on at this moment. They all chose to retreat. "The witchcraft grand formation is getting stronger and stronger. Disgusting." One of Ding Fanqi's disciples cursed angrily. One move killed so many people, but Ding Fanqi didn't dare to relax. He landed on the ground, retracting the Dharma body. The 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body consumed an enormous amount of kika. He needed to conserve his strength. The witchcraft grand formation continued to spread. Although the speed had slowed down a lot, it would bind them completely sooner or later. Xiao Yan'er looked at the witchcraft grand formation, gradually enveloping everything. She also felt a little anxious and uneasy, and said in a low voice, "Master, what should we do now, Master?" Ding Fanqi turned around. He was sure he didn't mishear. His original plan was to take advantage of the chaos to capture this little girl. At that time, it wouldn't matter to him whether the old guy lived or died. "The old geezer is your master?" Ding Fanqi asked. Xiao Yan'er glared at him. "You're so annoying.
What's it to you whether he is or not? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell my master to beat you to death."
For some reason, Ding Fangqi didn't find this little girl's angry face irritating at all. Enduring her fierce scolding, Ding Fangqi swallowed the words he wanted to say. It would be a real shame if he couldn't recruit this little girl as a disciple under his wing. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, his face indifferent. As long as Ding Fangqi makes a move, the item card will instantly take his life. Killing a nascent soul expert will reward a lot of merit points, can't go wrong with that. Ding Fangqi's eyes turned towards Lu Zhou. Seeing him remain so calm, suspicion filled Ding Fangqi's heart. He immediately probed Lu Zhao's aura and cultivation base. Weak. Very weak. At most he's just a phantasm sea realm, opening 3 meridians cultivator. He doesn't seem to be concealing his cultivation base. Once the witchcraft formation is complete, everyone has to mobilize their primal chi to resist it. Under these circumstances, who can hide their cultivation? Who the heck is this old geezer that he can be this little brat's master? At that moment, the witchcraft circle suddenly surged, and faint purple witchcraft enveloped the entire dock, as if a giant bowl was covering everyone. The great witchcraft formation had officially formed. Light, vision, and witchcraft primal chi continuously affected the judgment and consciousness of the targets, even lowering their cultivation bases. The world seemed to darken, and Ding Fangqi's expression changed. Before the witchcraft enters his 8 extraordinary meridians and covers his Dantian Chi Si, he must quickly leave this place. Turning his head, Ding Fangqi saw that his 3 disciples were sweating profusely. Only he was at the nascent soul realm, but he couldn't bring too many people to break through the witchcraft formation. His eyes turned to Lu Zhou again. Old sir, I don't care who you are, but in the current situation, we must cooperate to leave this place, or the witchcraft formation will bind us both soon. Lu Zhou shook his head. His current cultivation base was only the Phantasm Sea Realm 8 Meridians, and he hadn't even truly become a genuine 8 Meridians powerhouse yet. His pitiful 4 quadrants traversing Dharma body was only slightly stronger than a monkey's strength. It had absolutely no effect on this battle. Whether his cultivation base was restricted or not was the same. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently. You're not qualified. Hearing this, Ding Fangqi immediately said arrogantly. If I hadn't just unleashed the 100 Tribulations Illumination Dharma body, you'd probably be a wandering soul by now. The formation set up by the people in the palace has been completely activated. If you don't leave now, you definitely won't escape. Only I have the ability to escape. Little girl, I'll give you one last chance, come with me. He looked at Zhao Yan'er, who was slightly dizzy because of the formation. Get lost, Zhao Yan'er said angrily. Ding Fangqi's face was full of regret, and he shook his head and said, Since that's the case, then I must leave. You can live or die on your own. He moved suddenly, his entire body erupting with stellar energy. The witchcraft had already begun to invade his meridians. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. He was just hesitating whether to bring his 3 disciples with him, but now there was no time. Ding Fangqi's nascent soul realm cultivation was completely revealed, and his whole body flew into the air, wanting to forcefully break out of the purple-lighted witchcraft formation that filled the sky, surrounding his body like poisonous smoke, obstructing his vision. Master, don't leave me behind! Master! Ding Fangqi's 3 disciples saw that their master was about to break through the witchcraft trap and immediately shouted loudly. They only had divine court realm cultivation. After being hit by witchcraft, their cultivation decreased even more, making it impossible for them to escape from this formation. The state of the 3 of them combined wasn't as good as Zhao Yan'er alone. Zhao Yan'er was only slightly affected because the Great Purity Jade Edict cultivation method was much better than other ordinary cultivation methods. Lu Zhou looked around. No one approached him. Looking up, he saw Ding Fangqi constantly flying upwards. In his blurred vision, stellar energy erupted from Ding Fangqi's body once more. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. What a pity. He doesn't know his own limitations. If he used the 100 Tribulations Illumination Dharma body, he would still have a chance. But without it, there's absolutely no chance. Is this witchcraft formation a common formation? When he captured Ye Tiangxin near Qingyang Mountain, the formation then was completely incomparable to this formation. Wanting to leave without opening the Dharma body in nascent soul realm, what a pipe dream. How could he underestimate this formation? Suddenly, whoosh, a completely different kind of energy than witchcraft appeared in the distant sky, flying straight over. It was an arrow carrying mighty power, piercing through the air. Because its speed was too fast, it created intense friction with the air, forming streaks of electric sparks. The arrow flew at the speed of a meteor, passed through the blurred area of the witchcraft formation, and struck Ding Fangqi. Ding Fangqi was caught off guard and quickly fell. The arrow pierced through his protective stellar energy,
creating an explosion. All the primal chi shattered, sweeping the entire area like overturning mountains and seas, magnificent and dazzling. Piff-peft, Ding Fangqi looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bang! His whole body crashed into a building underground, and the stellar energy on his body dissipated instantly. The attacker was an archer, and still a nascent Soul Realm archer. For experts to appear, it would only be a nascent Soul Realm archer who could hit Ding Fangqi from a distance in this situation, and that person must have mastered superb archery skills. Who is this person? In the world, the Great Yan Dynasty, someone who could shoot such an earth-shattering arrow, lightly breaking the protective nascent chi of a five-leaf expert, could only be the strongest among the three great divine archers of the divine capital. He's here. Everyone's attention was attracted by this arrow. Master! Ding Fangqi's three disciples exclaimed in disbelief at the scene before them. Their master was an expert with a five-leaf golden lotus dharma body, a person they greatly respected and feared, yet he was shot down by an arrow. The archery was too strong. Lu Zhou frowned. Have the experts from the palace appeared? The crowd looked around, wanting to see the appearance of the person who had just arrived. Lu Zhou looked towards where the arrow had flown from. Although the line of sight was blurred, Lu Zhou could still see through the dim gray smoke a flying chariot floating on the horizon. The square red-winged flying chariot didn't look big. It was more like a sedan, floating above the soldiers and the group of cultivators. At the four corners of the chariot were four red-clad women in gorgeous and glamorous attire, carrying the flying chariot, floating steadily in the air. They finally arrived. It seems there's more than one person. He only has one fatal strike card at the moment, not enough. What should he do? At the same time, standing in front of the flying chariot was a man holding a bow. He was a man wearing a cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, and was descending. He gently fell to the ground. The shocking arrow from just now was shot by him. At least he's a six-leaf nascent Soul Realm expert. This is the strongest of the three great divine archers of the divine capital. Chen Zhu. The soldiers all knelt down. Greetings, Lord Chen. The nascent Soul Realm archer stared straight ahead. He stepped forward step by step. Not quickly. Not slowly. Getting closer and closer, his figure also became clearer, until he was only more than 10 meters away from them before he stopped. The man took off his wide-brimmed hat and placed it aside. His whole body exuded a cold aura. Named Chen Zhu, Race Sun Zhuang, Realm 3 Zhuang, Nascent Soul Realm. Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained calm. Then, Lu Zhou looked towards the fiery red flying chariot floating in the sky. The four women standing at the four corners of the chariot, although the distance was too far, and he could only see their vague figures. But based on the aura of these four women, he guessed that at least two of them were nascent Soul Realm. However, their nascent soul was not leafed, so were not considered true nascent Soul Realm experts. Looks like I'm playing with fire. Should I use the damage immunity card and leave? Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, Chen Zhu's cold voice suddenly rang out. The master has ordered that the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion be captured and handed over to the people in the palace for disposal. Yes, sir. The soldiers all bowed. The faces of Ding Fangqi's three disciples immediately turned pale. We are not disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. You have the wrong people. We're fake. However, Chen Zhu held the bow in his hand and said coldly, if you are fake, execute them immediately. If you are people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the palace might carefully consider it, but fake goods? Who cares? The three men fell to the ground. That bow seemed to be an earth-grade weapon, not inferior to the bow in Lian Qing's hand. The bow spun and fell into Chen Zhu's hand. But he didn't draw an arrow, just smiled. He held the bowstring with his right hand, using his bare hand to draw the bow, condensing qi into stellar energy. A shocking sound resounded. Chen Zhu used his fingers as arrows, carrying sound waves like he wanted to snatch life, aiming precisely at one person. The target was a female disciple of Ding Fanhua. Whoosh! An arrow tore through the air, barely giving her time to beg for mercy, or even a chance to fight back. It pierced right through her chest. Poofed! The female disciple's eyes went wide as she fell to the ground, lifeless. Shimai! Shimai! The remaining two disciples howled in despair. A divine court realm cultivator, bound by the witchcraft formation, how could she withstand Chen Zhu's arrow? One of the three great divine archers of divine capital. Ding Fanhua's expression changed drastically. You, Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu smiled calmly, raising his right hand again. Whoosh! Another surge of energy transformed into an arrow, appearing on the bowstring. The crowd finally understood. He was going to shoot one by one, until everyone was dead. Chen Zhu coldly glanced at Ding Fanhua, who who had been shot by him and fell down, and said indifferently, Ji Tiandao? He aimed directly at Ding Fanhua. Cough, 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 cough. Ding Fanhua stood up immediately. He raised his hand slightly, causing the arrow stuck in his body to break. You? You are Chen Zhu? One of the 3 great divine archers of divine capital? Ding Fanhua asked in disbelief.
Chen Zhu laughed.
Am I that famous? Yes, it is me, Chen Zhu, slowly replied. You have stepped into a place you shouldn't have come.
Ding Fanhua brushed his white hair back.
Does Demon Heaven Pavilion always act like this? Chen Zhu shook his head.
Come on, you can pretend in front of others, but in front of my lord, take back some of your tricks. Your strength and cultivation are far behind. Ding Fanhua was slightly startled,
looked up at the fiery red flying chariot in the sky. The expression on his face was very unnatural. Chen Zhu said confidently, Don't mention you. Even if the real Demon Heaven Pavilion comes here, they will have to submit. The witchcraft formation here is for arrogant cultivators like you. He didn't continue to pull the bowstring, but looked back and forth at the people in front of him, looking relaxed and comfortable, as if considering which lamb to slaughter. A nascent soul realm divine archer could fire 3 strands of Qian energy arrows at the same time. No one could be sure who his next target would be. When a nascent soul realm divine archer shoots arrows, the speed is so fast that the naked eye cannot see it. The 3 great divine archers of divine capital.
Lu Zhou finally opened his mouth. His voice was old, low, and powerful.
Huh? Chen Zhu's eyes shifted from Ding Fanhua to Lu Zhou. He frowned. He didn't even notice the existence of this person. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. His right hand behind his back, his left hand stroking his beard, as if he was not affected by the witchcraft formation at all. Chen Zhu was shocked and asked suspiciously, You are not affected by the great formation? Lu Zhou said indifferently, Are you asking this old man? Do you know who you are facing? Chen Zhu's left hand waved, and the bow and arrow floated in front of him. Lu Zhou shook his head.
How dare you, old man? Who are you anyway?
Chen Zhu's voice was full of arrogance. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to answer, Xiao Yankai finally couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her voice and said, Standing in front of you is the true master of Demon Heaven Pavilion. The primordial energy carrying sound waves spread in all directions. Ding Fanhua, the 2 disciples, Chen Zhu. Ding Fanhua's heart trembled.
Suddenly woke up. He figured it out in an instant. No wonder this girl is exactly like the 9th disciple of Demon Heaven Pavilion. His face stiffened. His mood was so hilarious, extremely uncomfortable. He repeatedly wanted to take her as his disciple. The old man who had been traveling with him all this way was the old demon he had always been impersonating. This time is over. Completely over. But Chen Zhu laughed, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. My master received news that Ji Tiandao appeared here as a fake and ordered him to be killed on the spot. Chen Zhu's right hand lifted slightly, and the arrow condensed from energy suddenly disappeared. The more it was like this, the less he could relax his vigilance. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Answer 3 questions from this old man, and this old man will let today's matter pass. Chen Zhu was about to get angry. A bell suddenly rang in the sky. As if giving an order, Chen Zhu frowned and said a little displeased, Speak! First, who is your master? Second, what is the purpose of fishing for corpses under the river? Third, who is the mastermind behind the massacre of Yulong village? Answer these 3 questions clearly, and you will not have to die. From Lu Zhao's tone, attitude, and expression on his face, although he has not yet taken action, Ding Fanhua was able to conclude that this was indeed the true master of Demon Heaven Pavilion, the old demon, Ji Tiandao, the patriarch of the demonic path. Under his command there are 9 great demons who dominate the world, currently in the cultivation world. You can stand comfortably in such a huge witchcraft formation? Who else could it be besides Ji Tiandao? Ding Fanhua's 2 disciples were speechless, looking at each other blankly. They were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled, not knowing what to do. When Chen Zhu heard these 3 questions, he frowned, as if he was waiting for the order of the person sitting in the flying chariot. The whole place was silent. You could hear a pin drop. The witchcraft formation had been formed. The soldiers standing outside the witchcraft formation held long spears in their hands, ready to charge, and the cultivators were like flies waiting to rush over. With such a guaranteed victory, what is his master still considering? Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The bell rang. Chen Zhu's eyebrows relaxed. He smiled calmly, as if it was full of meaning. I'm very sorry. It is meaningless for a dying person to know these things. The expression on Chen Zhu's face became cold. He had never met anyone who used this attitude to talk to him. Death was the best end for that person. Arrows that have been fired cannot be turned back. Whoosh! The bow and arrow was pulled open, condensing Kuai into strength, and condensing strength into arrows. Before you die,
Do you have any last words? Several arrows made of energy appeared in Chen Zhu's right hand. His eyes were sharp. The nascent Soul Realm Divine Archer is very proficient in the method of condensing Qi into strength. This kind of Divine Archer can be completely called a strong person, worthy of the name of the 3 great Divine Archers of Divine Capital. This move alone shows that he is even stronger than Li Xing, one of the 4 great Black Knights. Seeing that Lu Zhou's expression was still indifferent and did not respond, the bow and arrow in his hand made a resonant sound again. The primordial energy became more and more powerful. At that moment, Lu Zhou shook his head slightly and snorted lightly. The foolish will pay a heavy price. 5 item cards suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Yes, 5 cards, not just 1. In the moment just now he used his mind to buy 4 more cards. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeves gently, and 5 vortices appeared in the palm of his hand, emitting a faint blue light, rotating counterclockwise. He flicked his sleeves slightly. The 5 vortices flashed and flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Zhu's energy arrow left the bowstring and shot over. Piffed, PFFT, PFFT. It was completely swallowed by the vortex. The counterclockwise vortex, aided by the light purple mist of the witchcraft formation, became extraordinarily dazzling, like 5 rings chasing after each other. This is, Chen Zhu frowned. Golden light lingered, spinning rapidly. This is the Dao seal. As soon as the Dao seal appeared, all other colors became dim, and the danger was extreme, Chen Zhu exclaimed, and couldn't help but retreat. He had never seen such a method. Just in the moment when he was stunned, the 5 vortexes suddenly expanded and became larger, and the golden light shone brightly, this planted on that. From small to large, looking like countless Tai Chi circles, the golden light formed a Taoist magic seal. How could this be? Chen Zhu couldn't retreat in time. His eyes filled with shock. He drew his bow in response, firing 3 arrows of Gang Qi, whoosh, 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 3 times in a row, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Taiji Golden Light Seal wasn't affected in the slightest, directly absorbing all the primordial energy arrows. Chen Zhu's pupils widened. He was panicked and fearful, the bow and arrows in his hand shaking. Countless arrows fired out like a storm. But the Taiji Golden Light Seal had enveloped his entire body. The unique symbols of golden light danced across the sky, covering the entire arena. Those arrows didn't have the slightest effect. Chen Zhu was standing too close, unable to escape. How could there be such a huge Dharma seal? Are Taoist Dharma seals this big? Each layer of golden light piled up, forming a sphere with a diameter of 3 meters. Boom! The sphere shattered, and the golden light dissipated with the wind. Everything returned to silence. As if nothing had happened, it was completely empty, not a single trace remained. The remaining 4 Taiji Golden Light Seals flew towards the horizon. The 4 women carrying the flaming red flying chariot were stunned for a moment. Before realizing what was happening, they raised their eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "What nerve?" The 4 of them simultaneously formed hand seals to meet the 4 golden lights. Chen Zhu, who was closest to the golden rings, had now turned to ashes. With the spot where Chen Zhu once stood as the center, within a 10-meter radius, were all symbols of the Taiji Golden Light. The witchcraft trap array underfoot was also covered by the golden light, becoming dim and dull. Ding Fanqini's eyes were dull. In the cultivation world, to be able to use such profound Taoist Dharma seals, one must at least have a Yuan Shen realm, 7-leaf golden lotus cultivation. And here, there is also a witchcraft grand formation. They have to concentrate their strength to resist the erosion and restraint of the witchcraft. This shows how strong the legendary #1 expert who roams the world is, after all. Compared to this huge gang seal, the Taoist Dharma seal that Ding Fanqi just cast was as small as an ant, meaningless and completely incomparable. Ding Fanqi cultivated for a lifetime, and had never seen such an astonishing Taoist Dharma seal. To be able to utilize the Taoist Dharma seal to this extent can only be a Taoist grandmaster. Such exquisite Dharma seals, yet he dared to impersonate. How laughable. In the sky, the 4 female cultivators had firm eyes, and their faces still revealed calmness. They were full of confidence to break the Taiji Golden Light Seal. Unfortunately, their Gang Qi, when hitting those vast and boundless Dharma seals, created a small ripple, and then disappeared, without the slightest effect. Taoist Grandmaster! One person only had time to exclaim, before streams of bright Taiji Golden Light struck their faces. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The 4 Taiji Golden Light Seals struck the 4 women, then bloomed like fireworks, shining brightly in the sky before disappearing. The dazzling rays of light faded into smoke and scattered with the wind. Everyone present witnessed this scene with expressions of disbelief. Successfully killed 3 Yuan Shen realm cultivators and 2 Shenting realm cultivators, gaining 3,700 merit points, thankfully not a loss. He secretly calculated. Chen Zhu alone gave him 1,500 points.
But just now he used his mind to buy item cards for 2,000 merit points, so he didn't earn much, after all. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly, stroked his beard, and looked into the distance. This old man didn't want to take action.
But a Yuan Shen Realm Divine Archer like Chen Zhu can usually fire 3 arrows at once. His critical block card can't block many times. Then he'll have to use the damage immunity card. What a waste. It's better to take action decisively.
Moreover, how can the great Yan world allow foreign races to run rampant? The Bai people are different from the Three Zhuang. The Bai people are gradually differentiated from the human race, and have survived with the human race for thousands of years, and are rooted in this land. They are typical indigenous races. But the Three Zhuang have always been foreign races.
Emperor, oh Emperor, what kind of job are you doing guarding the palace, that you let foreign races infiltrate like this? How great it would be if a few more foreign races could sprout up for him to kill. It's a pity. How can experts like that be found just when you want them? Don't know why. After Chen Zhu was killed, the surrounding witchcraft grand formation gradually weakened. In the sky, the flaming red flying chariot, without anyone carrying it, immediately fell down. The soldiers standing below were in chaos, hurriedly dodging. The soldiers were extremely confused. The experts from the palace were just killed like that. This was like a dream, unbelievable. Lu Zhou stared unblinking at the flying chariot.
To be able to make the strongest of the 3 great divine archers willing to be a subordinate, how could his master be weak? Boom!
The red flying chariot hit the ground, shattering into pieces, dust flying everywhere. After the witchcraft grand formation weakened, everyone's vision had been restored, their eyes all focused on the shattered flying chariot on the ground. The flaming red flying chariot was shattered. If there really was an expert inside, how could they let themselves fall to the ground so miserably? This shows that there was no one inside the flying chariot, not a single person. There was no so-called expert appearing.
After waiting for a while, no one came out of the ruins. It was empty. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded.
Using 5 item cards was unexpected.
But fortunately, the situation from beginning to end was under his control.
If a bunch of Shenting Realm cultivators rushed at him, he wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Yanhair revealed a happy expression. She took the lead in breaking the silence, laughing happily. Master is so amazing. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently,
"How do you feel, child?"
"I'm fine. I was just a little dizzy just now, but I'm much better now."
Xiao Yanhair came to Lu Zhao's side. The Supreme Purity Jade Slip also has the effect of resisting the effects of witchcraft. The purple mist has dissipated by 70 to 80%. Outside, there are still many soldiers and cultivators waiting to attack. Lu Zhou glanced at Ding Fangqi. These people no longer have the ability to stop him from leaving, no need to worry. He then began to pay attention to Ding Fangqi.
Cough, 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 cough. Ding Fangqi coughed violently. Lu Zhao's eyes looked at Ding Fangqi. Originally, he planned to buy another critical strike card, but seeing that Ding Fangqi was injured and was also affected by witchcraft, his cultivation had decreased greatly. He immediately changed his mind. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and walked to Ding Fangqi's side. Without Chen Zhu, he can only learn everything from this Ding Fangqi, even if he has to use torture, using force to suppress him. He must find out. But Ding Fangqi hurriedly endured the pain of the arrow in the middle of his chest and knelt down, saying, "This junior has eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. Please forgive me, senior." After saying that, he coughed again. The majestic posture of impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion was completely gone.
"Senior."
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded.
"You call this old man senior? It's a bit laughable."
Lu Zhou still appeared very indifferent. Ding Fangqi appeared pitiful, saying, "I have impersonated the Evil Sky Pavilion. This crime is hard to forgive, but senior killed Chen Zhu, which is revenge for my disciple. According to reason, I should still thank you." He gave a look to his 2 disciples. The 2 disciples heard this and hurriedly crawled over, constantly kowtowing. "Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior." Ding received bows from 2 people, gaining 2 merit points.
These petty people are deceitful, not sincere at all. Lu Zhou still shamelessly pretended to be normal, not revealing joy or anger. He stroked his beard and slowly said, "This old man asks you. You must answer honestly." "This junior will say whatever I know." "Very good." Lu Zhou thought for a moment, then said, "Speak out your true identity." Ding Fangqiu didn't dare to continue pretending, and had to say, "This junior is Ding Fangqiu, from the Yun Sect. These 3 people are really my disciples." Xiao Yan'er snorted softly. "With only a little bit of skill, you dare to impersonate the Evil Sky Pavilion. Shameless." Ding Fangqiu was suffering in his heart but couldn't say it. The 5-leaf golden lotus dharma body isn't that bad. Why impersonate the Devil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked. Ding Fangqi hesitated slightly but still replied. Reporting to Senior, the Yun Tian Luo 3 sects have many disciples who have died at the hands of the Devil Sky Pavilion. Hundreds of years ago, the Devil Sky Pavilion destroyed 1,000 weapons of the 3 sects, causing the 3 sects to be damaged at the foundation, and have not recovered to this day. This junior received the order. Speaking to here, he suddenly stopped. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, this junior received the order to impersonate the Devil Sky Pavilion's reputation and spread evil everywhere. Ding Fangqi gritted his teeth and said. Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed softly. The Yun sect is the leading sect in the 3 sects, a dignified, famous sect, yet they use such despicable means. The Devil Sky Pavilion does countless evil deeds. This junior is just receiving orders to fight fire with fire. Whoosh! A stream of gang wind struck. Slap! The slap landed squarely on Ding Fangqi's face, leaving his cheek burning with the imprint of 5 fingers. Senior! Ding Fangqi staggered backward, unsure of what to do. Lu Zhao's slap was incredibly forceful, leaving him no room to even think about retaliating. I'll ask you again, Lu Zhou said. What's the secret of that bone? After that slap, Ding Fangqi was suddenly a lot more honest. Covering his cheek, he replied, Bai Min's bone can break the Millennium Tribulation. Ding Fangqi trailed off, muttering, It is said. Senior is knowledgeable and well-read, you must have heard of it. Bai Min has a piece of bone that can overcome the limit of human lifespan. Lu Zhou dug through the memories in his mind. Ji Tiandao had roamed the world for 1,000 years. Surely he would have remembered something so important? After a moment, Lu Zhou found nothing. He stopped searching and asked, Has this bone been found? Ding Fangqi shook his head. The palace has been searching for 10 years and still hasn't found it. We definitely don't have a chance. Xiao Yan'er scoffed. What a bunch of idiots. No one can overcome the lifespan tribulation, and the owner of that bone is already dead. You're relying on a bone to help overcome a great tribulation? You're gonna laugh me to death. Her words left Ding Fangqi speechless. This reminded Lu Zhou of Qin Shi Huang on Earth, who searched everywhere for the elixir of life in his quest for immortality, sparing no expense. Everyone in the cultivation world had to endure this tribulation, but there were always those who were unwilling to accept it and tried everything. Could the Emperor of Great Yan be just as unwilling to accept it? As Lu Zhou pondered, the soldiers near the docks and those low-level cultivators began to slowly approach. Thousands of soldiers and a group of cultivators at the Qi condensation, Wan Hai, and Divine Tribunal realm levels swarmed like ants. They're under the Wu sorcery formation. They don't have the strength to resist. Don't be afraid. Those who invade the forbidden area must die. Lu Zhou calmly watched the approaching soldiers and cultivators. Xiao Yan'er cracked her knuckles and said, Master, let me deal with them. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, No need. Sigh. One can't fight with 2 fists against 4 hands. No matter how strong Xiao Yan'er was, she couldn't possibly handle thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators. It would be too much work. Lu Zhou called out. From the forest behind the soldiers, Beyond Hands suddenly appeared. It let out a low roar, causing the soldiers and cultivators to turn around. What's that sound? A tiger? How can there be a tiger here? Just as everyone was wondering, Beyond's figure became clearer and clearer. Its large body and 2 exposed fangs suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Beyond, it's not affected by the Wu sorcery, it's a ferocious beast. Roar! Beyond roared, shaking the mountains and forests. The soldiers were so frightened that their legs trembled. This was no ordinary ferocious beast, but an incredibly powerful one. Only powerful cultivators could tame this kind of beast and turn it into their mount. Beyond pounced at the crowd. The contrast between the strong and the weak was starkly apparent. In an instant, severed limbs flew everywhere, and blood splattered across the sky. Run! Retreat! The Divine Tribunal realm cultivators gathered together. The Wan Hai realm cultivators and below had no choice but to retreat. The soldiers couldn't withstand a single blow, and they were all sent flying. Beyond's combat strength was extremely powerful, especially in front of these tiny humans. It looked even more ferocious. The Divine Tribunal realm cultivators cast all sorts of hand seals and launched flying swords. Boom, boom, boom. Beyond was not injured in the slightest. On the contrary, it was provoked. Roar! Beyond became even more violent. It jumped up and dove headfirst into the crowd of cultivators. Don't forget, Beyond can fly. It wasn't like the Elephant King. Oh my god, a flying ferocious beast! Slash, slash! The cultivators didn't even have a chance to escape. They were instantly crushed into dust by its claws. Beyond flew around, killing everything. The scene became incredibly chaotic. The unorganized and undisciplined team was instantly torn into shreds. Thousands of terrified soldiers could only retreat. It's not affected by the Wu sorcery. How's that possible? Boom, boom, boom. One swat of Bion's paw immediately took a life. It was extremely fierce. If it were a human, they wouldn't be afraid. If they couldn't win, they could slowly exhaust its energy. But now they were facing a mindless beast that didn't seem to know what fatigue was. Why involve ordinary people? Lu Zhou waved his hand, signaling Bian to attack the cultivators. I've always been merciful to ordinary people. Let them go and focus on the cultivators. Ding Fan, Qi Guan, 2 disciples. Something didn't sound right with those words, huh? Since old senior had said so, they couldn't say anything. They could only nod in agreement. Xiao Yanhair cheered and applauded. Bion's combat ability exceeded everyone's imagination. Quite a few ordinary soldiers stood below, shooting arrows. But unfortunately, the power of those arrows was only enough to give Bian a tickle. Following Lu Zhou's orders, Bian ignored the soldiers and just flew back and forth in the sky. This scene suddenly reminded him of the Snake Game. Killing a Wan High Realm cultivator earns 20 merit points. Killing a Qi Condensation Realm cultivator earns 5 merit points. Killing an early-stage Divine Tribunal Realm cultivator earns 100 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect Bion's combat ability to be so powerful. With it helping him earn merit points, accumulating points would be much easier in the future. Ding Fanqi stared wide-eyed at this scene. This is a legendary level mount. Compared to it, his Elephant King was just garbage among garbage. At this moment, the Elephant King was still lying on the ground, unharmed. It was still struggling to break free from the Wu sorcery formation and didn't have the combat strength of Bian Gen. Ding Fengqi shook his head helplessly. After Bian crushed the remaining low-level cultivators, a group of cultivators fled in all directions. Seeing that things were under control, Lu Zhou waved his hand and ordered Bian to return. His merit points increased by 800. Not a lot, because these cultivators were too weak, so the reward points were pitifully small. Bian obeyed the order and walked towards Lu Ganzhao. As it passed the Elephant King, its eyes flashed with arrogance. The Elephant King shrank back. Its whole body trembled slightly. It was in awe. It was afraid. This was the difference between a legendary level mount and an epic level mount. It was fine if they weren't together, but once they were placed side by side, the difference was like heaven and earth. Bian sat majestically next to Lu Zhou and Xiao Yanhair. Occasionally, it bared its fangs to scare the cultivators, preventing them from approaching. The effect of the Wu sorcery formation continued to weaken. Lu Zhou frowned slightly, unsure why these soldiers and cultivators hadn't left yet. Were they not afraid of death? Just as he was about to continue questioning Ding Fengqi, from the horizon, 2 people were flying through the air. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura they released was extremely strong, causing people to widen their eyes. Did the palace send so many experts? Just as he was secretly feeling strange, the 2 figures flashed and appeared above the Wu sorcery formation. Xiao Yanhair clearly saw the faces of the 2 newcomers, and immediately jumped up and down with joy. 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother, Lu Zhou, looked up and saw that it was indeed Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin. Duan Musheng held the Overlord spear in his hand, his prestige awe-inspiring. He was strong and sturdy, his eyes were sharp, and his aura was like a celestial being descending to earth. Ming Shiyin wore a gray robe. His appearance was calm and composed, and he was elegant and unpredictable. There was even a smile on his lips. "Master!" The 2 continued to descend. In an instant, as they landed, powerful Gangqiu spread in all directions. The remaining Wu sorcery in the formation was dispelled by Lu Zhao's 2 nascent Soul Realm disciples. The air returned to normal, and the visibility became clear. "Master?" The 2 strode forward and knelt on one knee to pay their respects to Lu Zhou. Seeing the aura of the 2, Ding Fengqi was dumbfounded. He turned his head slightly to evaluate his 2 fake disciples. The difference was too great. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "Why are you 2 here?" Ming Shiyin bowed and said, "Master, this disciple obtained some information from Fan Xuan. He said that there was a Wu sorcery formation here, personally guarded by experts from the palace. Therefore, this disciple immediately sought 3rd senior brother to provide assistance." Duan Musheng also said, "There are many experts in the palace. This disciple knows that Master is invincible and doesn't care about them, but those rotten fish and shrimp cannot sully Master's hands." This disciple acted on his own authority. "Please forgive me, Master." Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shiyin. "This scoundrel has been head over heels ever since he saw Leaf Severance Hook. He's become so motivated and meticulous in everything.
If he had known this earlier, he could have saved 5 property cards, but since things had come to this, there was no point in regretting it. Lu Zhou calmly stroked his beard and said, "It's fine." Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng stood up and looked at the surrounding scene. The effects of the Wu sorcery formation had almost completely disappeared. After the battle, the docks were a mess, with corpses lying scattered everywhere. Ming Shiyin was a little embarrassed. "It seems we're late." Xiao Yanhair ran over and joked, "Third senior brother, fourth senior brother, look over there are 2 fakes of you guys, fakes." Ming Shiyin was suspicious when he heard this. Ming Shiyin was a little unhappy. He strode to the front of the young man sitting on the ground, whose appearance resembled him by several points. Ming Shiyin said, "With your abilities, you dare to impersonate me." Whoosh! The 100 Tribulation Illumination body appeared. The guy stared blankly. Duan Musheng also came forward. He was just about to unleash his 100 Tribulation Illumination body, when Ming Shiyin hurriedly stopped him. "Oog, senior brother, you have the Overlord Spear, that's enough. Why would you use your already manifested illumination body? Where would that leave room for us unmanifested ones to show off?" That disciple of Ding Fanqi trembled all over, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Duan Musheng, faking exhaustion, also begged for forgiveness, flopping to the ground and shaking uncontrollably. "All right," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Ming Shiyin obediently retracted his illumination body. Ding Fanqi was also shocked. This fake was far inferior to the real deal. With the talent of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples, how could it take so long to break through to the nascent soul realm? "Please rest assured, Master, when this disciple left Golden Court Mountain, I already gave Fan Xuan a good beating, ensuring he'll be obedient and won't cause any trouble. Golden Court Mountain also has a barrier protecting it, so outsiders can't intrude." This action was a bit excessive. Lu Zhou didn't seem to be blaming him. Without the Great Witchcraft Formation and no soldiers or cultivators to bother him, Lu Zhou once again walked towards Ding Fanqi. Ding Fanqi suddenly looked up and asked, "Is Fan Xuan at the Evil Sky Pavilion?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't," Ming Shiyin threatened in a deep voice. Ding Fanqi was choked, his old face turning red. Lu Zhou, with his hands clasped behind his back, asked, "You're from the Yun Sect. Who ordered you to do this?" Ding Fanqi stammered, not daring to speak. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. "After an incident like this, if you still don't speak, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself, and be silenced." Ding Fanqi pondered for a moment. He felt that Lu Zhao's words made sense. Having reached this point, he had no way back. Moreover, Lu Zhou had helped him avenge the murder of his female disciple, so he said, "Elder Hua Wudao, of the Yun Sect's Law Enforcement Hall." "Hua Wudao." Ming Shiyin widened his eyes and said, "That old geezer isn't dead yet?" Ding Fanqi replied, "Ever since Elder Hua suffered a great defeat at the hands of the old senior, he's been brooding over it. His state of mind is obstructed, so his mind cannot flow freely, leading to his cultivation not improving. Therefore, really doesn't care about saving face? Is it your own weakness that you blame on others?" Ming Shiyin cursed. Only the Evil Sky Pavilion was qualified to say that. Back in those days, Hua Wudao was also a top expert, with a 7-leaf golden lotus illumination body, proficient in both saber and sword. Even the 10 great experts of the righteous faction didn't dare to underestimate him. Hua Wudao was extremely arrogant because of that. 20 years ago, he even proclaimed himself the #1 under heaven. The Evil Sky Pavilion is declining, and Hua Wudao wants to step on the Evil Sky Pavilion to break through to the 8-leaf illumination body. But on Jing Province's plain, Ji Tiandao defeated Hua Wudao with a single move, turning him into a laughingstock. Since then, it has become a knot in Hua Wudao's heart. For 20 years, his cultivation has not advanced an inch. Lu Zhou asked again, "Where is Hua Wudao now?" 3 days ago, Elder Hua went to Qingyu Alcatar. Ding Fanqi hesitated, stammering for a while before daring to say, It is said that they want to discuss how to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the people in the palace know more about his bones than I do." Lu Zhou recalled the flying letter from Jiang Ai, the sect leader of the Masha sect. It seems that he is also heading to Qingyu Altar. Are these people gathering to deal with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Zuo Xinchan of the Masha sect died at Lu Zhao's hands, and Ren Buping was naturally furious. It was just that Ren Buping wanted revenge, so he planned to join forces with people from the Zheng Yi Dao, which was unexpected. Righteous and demonic paths have been irreconcilable enemies since the beginning, and the evil deeds committed by the Masha sect in recent years are not less than that of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zuo Xinchan himself had also been ranked 3rd on the blacklist in recent years. They seized many weak forces and are becoming increasingly formidable. The expert they nurtured for so many years suddenly died at the Evil Sky Pavilion. So naturally he could not accept it. They want to deal with this old man. So this old man can only make a trip to Qingyu altar. Ming Xinyan was a little worried when he heard this. Master, Qingyu altar is the territory of the Zhengyi Dao, and this disciple is afraid. Lu Zhou looked at him and suddenly called out, Ming Xinyan! Yes, disciple! Ming Xinyan's heart pounded. He felt uneasy being called by his full name. Are you afraid? Before Ming Xinyan broke through to the nascent soul realm, he caused trouble everywhere. Once, he accidentally encountered Zhang Kuachi, an expert from the Zhengyi Dao, and was defeated by him.
So Ming Xinyan was a little apprehensive. It was just that he wasn't as exaggerated as Hua Wudao of the Yun sect, whose cultivation couldn't improve because of a knot in his heart. How could this disciple be afraid of him? Ming Xinyan said. That's good. Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. Based on comprehension, Ming Xinyan's talent was even higher than Duanwu Sheng's, but Duanwu Sheng had joined the sect for not much longer than Ming Xinyan, yet his strength was already a lot stronger than Ming Xinyan's. Obviously, Ming Xinyan's mind had too many distracting thoughts and wasn't pure, so after entering the nascent soul realm, he still hasn't manifested his leaves. Even though he was also in the nascent soul realm, an unmanifested illumination body was only considered an uninitiated nascent soul realm cultivator. Each leaf opened would be a great leap in cultivation. Junior brother, this is a great opportunity for you. Your 2 zang tall illumination body is really embarrassing. Duanwu Sheng patted his shoulder. Ming Xinyan sulked, muttering, It depends on who you're comparing it to. Xiao Yanhe waved her fist and said, Master, beat that Zhang Yuanshan to death. He's always causing trouble. Insulting master, it's too much. Lu Zhou looked at Xiao Yanhe. He originally wanted to scold her, but when he thought about Zhang Yuanshan's face, he thought it was indeed annoying, so he stopped. Back then, when Ji Tiandao fought evenly with the 10 great experts and returned injured to the Evil Sky Pavilion, the one who led the army to besiege Golden Court Mountain the second time was Zhang Yuanshan. This person was extremely cunning. If it weren't for Luo Changfeng, the sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect, being too impulsive, then while in his peak state, the one Lu Zhou would have killed wouldn't have been Luo Changfeng, but Zhang Yuanshan. As soon as Luo Changfeng died, Zhang Yuanshan was the first to run away. After things calmed down, he jumped out again and publicly insulted Jing Tiandao. This time, the secret meeting at Qingyu altar must be related to Zhang Yuanshan. Lu Zhou turned to look at Ding Fanqi. This old man asks you, do you know who the real mastermind behind the Yulong village massacre is? Ding Fanqi was puzzled and didn't understand. Wasn't the one who killed everyone in Yulong village that senior? The information that Ding Fanqi had was also internal information from the Yin sect. He even sent people to investigate in the palace to confirm that the murderer who massacred Yulong village on the shore of the Crossing Heaven River was none other than the old man in front of him. So Lu Zhao's question immediately made him stunned, not knowing how to answer. Lu Zhou said, Even you think this was this old man's doing? This junior doesn't dare to ask about. At this point, Lu Zhou understood that he couldn't get any more information from this person. Obviously, Ding Fanqi didn't know who the real mastermind was. To be able to cover this up for so many years, the methods were indeed clever. Definitely not something ordinary people could do. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Take him away! Disciple obeys. Ming Xinyan responded. What about them? Xiao Yanyer pointed at the 2 imposters sitting on the ground, who were the 2 who impersonated Ming Xinyan and Duanwu Sheng. Her pointing scared them so much that they shrank back and retreated. Ming Xinyan grinned. Impersonating me is not important, but you ruined my master's reputation. Death is not enough to atone for your crimes. So we're killing them? Xiao Yanhe asked. Yeah, I agree to kill them. It's best to chop them in half. Duanwu Sheng nodded in agreement. 2 halves aren't enough, they have to be cut into 8 pieces. Some cultivators and experts are very cunning. You have to chop them up to make sure they're dead. Ding Fanqi was completely stunned listening to their conversation. Holy crap, this is the real Evil Sky Pavilion. After impersonating them for so long, they only managed to imitate their appearance, completely failing to capture the essence of the Evil Sky Pavilion. As soon as the Evil Sky Pavilion opens their mouths, every word makes people tremble. Ding Fanqi, with a pleading expression, mustered his courage and said, Impersonating the Evil Sky Pavilion is all my fault. Please spare them, senior. Ming Xinyan smiled and said, You're a responsible man. It's a pity that even if my master doesn't kill them, do you think they can continue to live? They are trapped by witchcraft, and their cultivation is bound. This witchcraft is extremely difficult to undo.
Do you still intend to ask my master to save them?
Ding Fengqi felt a heaviness in his heart about this matter.
How dare he ask for help from the demonic path patriarch?
Lu Zhou didn't care about these two small fries. His fourth disciple, Ming Shiyin, was right.
The two of them were probably doomed. Lu Zhou looked at the sky. There wasn't much time left. He was about to order Bian to come closer when he saw a messenger bird flying in from the horizon. Xiao Yanhe recognized it and immediately held out her hand to receive the letter. The messenger bird obediently dropped the letter into her palm. Master, it's another letter from that shameless guy, Xiao Yanhe said.
Lu Zhou immediately understood who this shameless guy was.
Read it. Xiao Yanhe opened the letter and read softly. Old senior, you told me to investigate the truth about Yulong village, which will take some time, but I can provide you with the latest news, so it's best not to go to Qingyu altar. Evil King, who is also your 8th disciple, is lying in ambush outside Qingyu altar. In the end, that sword will definitely appear. Just how good is that sword anyway?
After she finished reading, Ming Xinyin's and Duan Musheng's expressions darkened. That old 8th? I didn't teach him enough last time. And how dare he, with his cultivation, ambush master? What an ungrateful wretch. I'm going to skin him alive. Lu Zhou raised his hand to interrupt them. He said calmly, Old 8th has always been a bully who is afraid of the strong. With his little skills, how could he dare to ambush me? Then why would he set up an ambush at Qingyu al-Tatar?
Ming Xiyin said suspiciously. The righteous sects have always claimed to be upright and honorable. Although Old 8th has left the Sky Demon sect, the righteous sects still don't think so. The Underworld sect, the Crouching Dragon Dark Web, and even Old 8th's Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold are all targets of their attacks. I guess Old 8th is just trying to get revenge. Duan Musheng agreed with his master's point of view and offered a logical analysis. But I still feel that Old 8th doesn't have the guts to do that. The one pulling the strings behind the scenes must be 7th senior brother. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. What is the strength of Old 8th's forces? Ming Xinyin nodded and said, Reporting to master, Old 8th's own strength is nothing much, but the thing is he has a bunch of confidants who listen to him, always lurking in the streets and alleys. The scariest thing is not the cultivator with high cultivation, but the one who has the hearts of the people.
In war, that is the truly terrifying thing.
It has always been like this. The power of cultivators can be contained, although there are many casualties, but it is far less than the war of ordinary people, Zhao Yanyer suddenly interjected.
Does 8th senior brother want to start a war?
Lu Zhou shook his head and waved his sleeve. You guys come with me to Qingyu altar. Disciple obeys.
Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin,
and Zhao Yanhe replied in unison.
Lu Zhou waved his hand towards Bian. Bian, who was originally ferocious and terrifying, instantly became docile.
It retracted its fangs and lay down on the ground. Lu Zhou lightly jumped on its back. Yanjie, come here. Xiao Yanjie thought she wouldn't be able to ride the mount. Hearing her master's call, she immediately jumped onto Bian's back.
Ming Shiyin remembered that last time master also had another legendary mount, Bai Zhe, so he said, Master, what about us? Take him along and fly yourself.
Lu Zhao's tone was indifferent, and he pointed to Ding Fengqi. While he was still stunned, Lu Zhou rode Bian into the air, as free as a cloud, and disappeared into the horizon.
Ming Shiyin reacted half a beat later, bowed and said, Disciple obeys. Disciple will try my best to fly. Duan Musheng shook his head and said, Don't look at me. I have to fly myself too. 3rd senior brother, I don't mean that. Your strength and cultivation are higher than mine, so you fly faster. So how about you carry this guy, lest I fly too slowly and delay master's work? Ming Xinyin smiled sinisterly and said. Duan Musheng stroked his chin. That makes sense. Then you hold my overlord spear for me. He threw the overlord's spear into Ming Xinyin's hand and swaggered to Ding Fengqi, lifting him up with one hand like he was carrying a chicken, and then flew into the air.
Qinwo, junior brother Qinwo, what are you still standing there in a daze for? No, nothing. I'm coming. Ming Xiyin mobilized his primal qi to step into the air and chase after him, muttering, This trip is a loss. The original weight of the overlord's spear was about 100 caddies. After recognizing its owner and activating its grade, its quality was improved, and its weight became several times heavier than before. Sigh. I knew I should have carried Ding Fengqi instead.
The dock became quiet again after Bian left. The Elephant King reluctantly stood up and walked towards Ding Fengqi's 2 disciples, but after taking a few steps, the sorcery traps on the surface of the ferry crossing river erupted. The Elephant King immediately stopped, turned around, and ran towards the forest with a bang, running as fast as he could, gradually disappearing into the forest. The sorcery traps on the surface of the river quickly swept across the entire dock,
including the two disciples who had lost their ability to resist.
At the same time, Lu Zhou and Zhao Yanhe, riding on Bian's back, flew quickly towards Qingyu al-Shatar.
"Master, do we need to wait for the senior brothers?" Zhao Yanhe asked. "No need. With Bian's speed, it will only take 2 hours at most to fly to Qingyu altar." Lu Zhou also needed some quiet time to think about how to deal with unexpected situations. He opened the system interface. There were a total of 4,812 merit points. "Items," he said silently in his heart as the item interface opened. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. The price of a lethal strike talisman has become 600 points? How is that possible? Lu Zhou couldn't help but shout, "Master, what's wrong? Who dares to make you angry? I'll catch him and chop him into 8 pieces."
Zhao Yanhe quickly turned her head and looked at Lu Zhou's face, which was bulging and glaring. Lu Zhou regained his composure and waved his hand at her. Then he began to think. The price of the lethal strike talisman had increased, but the damage immunity talisman was still 500 points. So it could be seen that the price of the item talisman increased with the frequency of use. Or, the system felt that this talisman was too abnormal, so it increased the price to limit its use. He hadn't used it much before, so the price hadn't increased. Sure enough, such a powerful item talisman was not as simple as he had imagined. This had a huge loophole.
If the price was always 500 merit points per talisman, then he could just rely on the lethal strike talisman to kill all the nascent divinity realm experts in the world, leaving only himself. Wouldn't that be the best? And he would earn twice the merit points spent.
Sure enough, there would be no chance for him to exploit loopholes and do evil. Fortunately, the price didn't increase much, and he could still accept it. This was also urging him not to rely too much on the item talisman, and to quickly improve his own cultivation. Lu Zhou bought an additional lethal strike talisman for backup. In the future, he would have to be careful when using the lethal strike talisman. According to this calculation, there might be times when he would need to use those defensive talismans.
Lu Zhou continued to scroll down to see that the item list had a few new talismans. Desperate treatment. Using this talisman will heal 30% of the injury, worth 300 merit points. Thunder reinforcement. Using this talisman can activate the Thunder Reinforcement Primal Chi, with a 50% chance of hitting the target, a 30% chance of injuring the target, a 10% chance of seriously injuring the target, and a 1% chance of killing the target, worth 100 merit points. These are really useless talismans. With my current ability, who can injure me? What a useless talisman. And the second one is even more useless. Only a 1% chance of killing the target to receive merit points. No matter how you calculate it, it's not as good as the lethal strike talisman. Useless. According to the system's law of providing item talismans, it seems that the later the item talismans, the more useless they seem to be. After studying for a while, Lu Zhou was shocked to realize that, apart from buying dharmakayas to improve his cultivation, only drawing a lottery could help him earn money. But now is not the time to draw a lottery. Master is about to arrive at Qingyu altar.
Zhao Yanhe pointed to the huge architectural structure in front. The Qingyu altar is circular, looking like a huge incense burner lying in the middle of the terrain. Every time the righteous sects worship the heavens and the earth, or want to open the Zhangmu's disciples, or impart martial arts exercises are done on this Qingyu altar. The Qingyu altar is surrounded by dense forests. East, Lu Zhou ordered Bian. "Master, why are we going east?" Zhao Yanhe asked curiously.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "The evil disciple Zhu Honggong is ambushing here, so I'll just grab him back." Zhao Yanhe nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Disciple will teach the traitor a lesson for master." Bian's speed was extremely fast.
It soon flew to the forest east of Qingyu altar. Old Eight's forces are mostly low-level cultivators and ordinary people.
If he wants to besiege Qingyu altar, he can only use tricks. With his brain, tricks is too much of an overestimation. So Si Wuyai must be pointing behind the scenes. The terrain of Qingyu altar is relatively high and isolated, so only arson is the best method.
The forest in the east is the place to set the fire.
Lu Zhou figured out the key point and controlled Bian to fly over. Rumble, 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 rumble. Fierce fighting sounds came from the forest. HMPH. Lu Zhou stopped suspiciously. "Master, there are people fighting below." Zhao Yanhe pointed to the cultivators in the forest. "They are all low-level battles, with limited killing power." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "The evil disciple's plan. I'm afraid it has been seen through by others." Zhao Yanhe hurriedly said, "Master, hurry down. I want to fight too." Presumptuous. Lu Zhou scolded loudly. Recently, I've been spoiling this little brat too much, making her more and more unruly. He scolded, his voice rising. Xiao Yanhe immediately shrank back, obediently saying, "Disciple knows she was wrong. Rumble, rumble, rumble."
Below, chaos reigned as more and more cultivators joined the fray.
Groups of Qingyu altar disciples occasionally appeared, clad in identical blue-black robes, but they were constantly being pushed back, their casualties mounting. Just as Lu Zhou decided to descend,
suddenly 2 figures zipped across the low sky with incredible speed, one chasing the other. Lu Zhou recognized them instantly. The one running in front was the 8th disciple of the Dark Heaven Pavilion, Zhu Honggong. Talk about looking high and low. Finding him took no effort at all. That unfilial disciple, in Lu Zhuo's hand was a binding cage card. From the center of his palm, a cube-shaped cage radiating golden light suddenly appeared and descended. Old 8th, Zhu Honggong, abruptly sensed an extremely dangerous and bizarre energy approaching him. He instinctively looked up, his mind instantly going blank. Oh my god, master, crap! There was also a bird flying in the sky, while below, this Zhu Honggong guy was running for his dear life. As he was flying, he was hit on the head by the bird above. Ouch! Talk about being cursed. This guy has 0 luck. Zhang Honggong felt this was a perfect description of his day. Running into master, even at the Qingyu altar, how could he not be terrified? Above, a cage flickered, shrinking as it grew and flying toward Zhu Honggong. Looks like I'm not going to get caged. Lucky. Not bad. He knew he couldn't keep flying. Zhu Honggong had no choice but to descend to the ground, muttering to himself, gotta run fast. At the same time, the cultivators below looked up, curious about the giant golden net. What's that? Am I dreaming? Let's touch it to see if it hurts. This net covering the sky and earth is truly astonishing. The battling cultivators erupted in chaos. Lu Zhou muttered, please, looks like the probability's activated. Hopefully, I'll get lucky. Should have done the draw first. Xiao Yanhe vaguely heard this and asked, Master, what are you drawing? Lu Zhou ignored Xiao Yanhe, focusing on the binding cage. But when that cage grew to a size that made people marvel as it plunged downwards, it vanished. That's right, it suddenly disappeared. The cultivator who saw this was dumbfounded. Lu Zhou frowned. A 200 merit point card down the drain. Should I use another one? What if I fail again? Item cards only have a 30% success rate. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if they all fail? As Lu Zhou hesitated, Zhu Honggong happily muttered, the old master deliberately let me go. Time to scram. He dashed into the forest, his speed comparable to someone in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Drawing had given Lu Zhou psychological trauma. He'd catch him later. This unfilial disciple's luck wasn't bad. Next time, he'd draw first before trying to capture him. Luckily, catching Old 8th was easy. There would be plenty of opportunities later. There were more important things to deal with now. Just let him go. Master, hurry, he's running away. Xiao Yanhe shouted. It's fine. Lu Zhou waved his hand. This master has more important things to do. Okay. Xiao Yanhe looked slightly disappointed. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Honggong had disappeared into the forest. Just as Lu Zhou was about to fly toward Qingyu altar, a voice suddenly called out, Grandmaster. Lu Zhou looked toward the source of the voice. You! The speaker was the cultivator who had been chasing Zhu Honggong, standing not far away, his imposing figure unaffected by the battle. It was none other than Duan Heng, the 3rd seat of the Devil's Subjugation Sect, whom he had met at the Righteous Altar. A member of the demonic path appearing at Qingyu altar? That was a little strange. A little out of place. Junior Duan Heng greets Grandmaster? When Duan Heng was chasing Old 8th, he recognized the old man with Bian and the golden cage. A Buddhist Grandmaster had appeared, so he had no choice but to give up the chase. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently. The Devil's Subjugation Sect and the Orthodox sects are like fire and water. Why are you here? Duan Heng respectfully replied. The sect leader ordered me to discuss with sect leader Zhang the matter of dealing with devils. After saying this, he looked around. Duan Heng continued, I didn't expect to meet Grandmaster in this place. Lu Zhou waved his hand, surveying the surroundings. The fighting seems to be waning. Quite a few people are retreating. What's going on? Lu Zhou asked. Duan Heng laughed heartily. The Devil's Subjugation Sect wanted to act secretly, without anyone knowing, and was extremely cautious on the way. I never thought our movements would be exposed. The things that Zhu Honggong did let everyone know everything. He bowed and said, the Devil's Subjugation Sect's movements were exposed because this evil king sowed discord from within, leading many righteous path cultivators to fight. causing such a sorry state with heavy casualties. Lu Zhou nodded. With old Eighth's brain, he certainly couldn't have done this. No need to say, this must be Si Wuyai's work. Lu Zhao's gaze swept over the retreating cultivators. From their aura and cultivation techniques, it was clear that they were indeed righteous path cultivators, hunting down those from the demonic path. Duan Heng said again, "Grandmaster, why didn't you capture that evil king earlier? If you had captured him, it would have cleared my name." Lu Zhao asked. "Cleared your name?" Duan Heng continued. "My devil subjugation sect is, after all, a demonic path sect. Now we're in cahoots with the righteous path. Wouldn't people laugh at us if they knew? Capturing the evil king would be a great achievement, and the righteous path's attention would be focused on the evil king." Lu Zhao calmly showed no emotion, stroking his beard and saying, "Not a bad calculation. The demonic path, capturing the demonic path, both robbing and shouting, 'Stop thief!' Not bad." Duan Heng was embarrassed and said, "Grandmaster, the Dark Heaven Pavilion once killed our devil subjugation sect's second seat. Capturing the evil king would be a draw. Not to the point of both robbing and shouting, 'Stop thief!'" Xiao Yanhair put her hands on her hips, pointing directly at Duan Heng and scolding, "You're the thief." Normally, if any cultivator dared to insult Duan Heng, he would have been furious, but with the Grandmaster present, he didn't dare to explode, only forcing a smile and saying, "You're right, you're right." Lu Zhao pondered, and Duan Heng was also a person who knew the times, unlike those hypocritical gentlemen whose actions made people hate them. "So, what brings the Grandmaster to Qingyu platform?" Duan Xing asked. Lu Zhao didn't answer, but asked Duan Xing's name instead. "Where's Hua Wudao?" Hua Wudao, the Cloud Sect's top elder from the Yuntian Luo Ba sect? He came too? Didn't the Demon Slayer sect know? Duan Xing replied. This junior came here under the sect leader's orders and doesn't know about this. Lu Zhao then looked towards Qingyu platform and asked, "Are they all on Qingyu platform?" Duan Xing shook his head and said, "The evil king caused a ruckus, so the sect leader left." Lu Zhao shook his head. "This wicked disciple is ruining my good plans." Lu Zhao waved his sleeve, and Bi An also flew towards Qingyu platform. At the same time, in a secluded forest far from Qingyu platform, Old Eighth was sitting on the ground, constantly wiping the sweat from his face, still panting with fear, barely managing to calm down. Zhu Honggong started crying like a dog whose house burned down. "Old man master, why is he here? I'm not playing this game anymore. Seventh senior brother, come out." From within the dense forest, old seventh Si Wuyai slowly walked out. Si Wuyai shook his head and said, "This happened too suddenly. I didn't expect master to appear at Qingyu platform and just ignore all your plans, just for some compensation." Zhu Honggong waved his hand, ready to run. Si Wuyai smiled and patted his hand, saying, all right, it's senior brother's fault. Here's an extra spirit stone this year." That seemed to appease Zhu Honggong, who scratched his head and said, "Seventh senior brother, we put so much effort into this. What was it all for?" Si Wuyai slowly said, "How could the Demon Slayer sect and the Righteous Unity sect possibly conspire successfully? Ren Buping's strength in the Demon Slayer sect is unknown. There aren't many in the world who can conquer him. Eldest senior brother is staying low-key and can't come down the mountain. Second senior brother's whereabouts are unpredictable, and other experts aren't coming. Second senior brother likes challenging experts. How about letting him try?" Zhu Honggong cautiously said, "I sent someone, but second senior brother scared them back in less than 3 days. Besides, second senior brother is still angry about the Fa Xuan incident." Si Wuyai shook his head and said, "Second senior brother is usually gentle and humble. If even he's angry, then forget it." Zhu Honggong trembled and shook his head. Si Wuyai clasped his hands and walked to a place with a wide view on the hillside, looking up towards Qingyu platform. "The old geezer master showed up here. What a surprise. Still, the basic plan is complete. Tell our people to withdraw, ASAP." 8 or 9 minutes felt fast, but little sis worked hard all day. But working day and night is really exhausting. But try hard to work night and day. The whole family watches the clip and see that it's good. One like, donate this channel so that it is collapsed. It is so joyful to watch clips after working tired all day. If you are happy, comment haha, so that little sis can add more. Si Wuyai had a pensive look. On the other hand, after a moment of hesitation, he leaned against a tree, looked up, and smiled again. Judging from the situation, it seems old master is willing to let junior brother off the hook. Zhu Honggong bowed his head, afraid to even think about it. He sighed. "I think so too. That was too scary just now. It made my balls shrivel up," Si Wuyai added. "Given master's personality, how could he let you go so easily? I suspect there's a powerful expert helping master." Si Wuyai recalled that the Evil Sky Pavilion had taken in a few people recently. Maybe there was someone clever among them, Zhu Honggong said helplessly.
There are no experts. There's just little sister being fierce, almost jumping down to bite me. That fierce little sister wanted to eat me alive. At this moment, a cultivator was hiding behind a tree,
eavesdropping on Si Wuyai and Zhu Honggong's conversation. Si Wuyai glared at Zhu Honggong and didn't bother talking to him anymore. Si Wuyai thought to himself, there's no point talking to this pig brain. He's hopelessly stupid, impossible to train, eating all the rice and still being dumb. Thinking this, Si Wuyai said, let's go. Suddenly, Si Wuyai raised his hand, and golden and red energy radiated from his body. Something shaped like a dragon bird appeared in his hand. Si Wuyai walked with Zhu Honggong, waving his hand behind him. A golden, sparkling aura of dark energy flew out behind him. In a flash, the cultivator looked back and saw that Si Wuyai and Zhu Honggong had disappeared. The golden dark energy flew towards the big tree where the cultivator was hiding. That golden dark energy was extremely dazzling. The sneaking cultivator widened his eyes as if he had discovered something, and before he could react, the dark energy pierced his chest. His whole body smoked, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, all that was seen was blood splattering, and the sneaking cultivator looked up to the sky and fell down. Thus, he joined the ranks of the dead, down in the underworld. At the same time, Lu Zhou had controlled Bian to fly above Qingyu platform, looking down below. The large square of Qingyu platform was full of people. Although Qingyu platform belonged to the righteous faction, it could be seen that only the righteous unity sect came there to discuss swordsmanship and cultivate. Xiao Yanhair saw the crowd and the huge Qingyu platform. She pointed and said, Master, over there. Bian followed Lu Zhao's command and flew down, diving toward the bottom. The group of cultivators below Qingyu platform were all shocked when they saw Bian flying over. They shouted out of curiosity. Some asked who it was, some advised caution, and some blustered. Who's so bold as to dare to barge onto Qingyu platform? A dozen or so cultivators below looked up and prepared to draw their swords, while some other cultivators looked towards the sky with suspicion. From above, Lu Zhou raised his voice and said, Where is Hua Wu Dao? The group of cultivators below Qingyu platform looked at each other. One stroked his beard and muttered, Hua Wu Dao? Qingyu platform is the holy land of cultivation for the righteous unity sect.
This old friend is here uninvited. This doesn't seem right.
Xiao Yanhair couldn't help but laugh.
Lu Zhou glanced at her, and she stopped laughing, becoming serious.
Xiao Yanhair pointed at the group of cultivators, her eyes wide as she shouted, I'll come if I want to. Do I need your invitation? How boring.
Lu Zhou didn't fly down immediately, thinking to himself, this is still the territory of the Zhengyi Dao. If those guys knew I was a big devil, they'd all swarm me. Gotta save the item cards where I can. Cultivation is a long road, and if I drive up the price of item cards too high but my cultivation doesn't keep up, I'm screwed. Then I'll lose everything.
While Lu Zhou was still thinking, a foot appeared. Duan Jing had already flown over and landed on the Azure Jade platform. He raised his hand and said to everyone, Everyone, allow me to introduce a Grandmaster of Buddhism from the Holy Altar of Ernan. The Grandmaster killed Grandmaster Zhuo Kongshuan with one move. The monk was halfway through his introduction when he trailed off, his usually foul mouth strangely silent.
A Grandmaster? Is this a Grandmaster? Everyone was astonished. The Zhengyi Dao disciples also frowned in surprise, while the Ma Sha Sect disciples respectfully greeted the Grandmaster, saying it was an honor.
The long-bearded guy added, This humble one is Zhang Chu, the fifth elder of the Zhengyi Dao. It's an honor to meet the Grandmaster. He led the other disciples in bowing respectfully.
Lu Zhou controlled Binan to land below the Azure Jade platform. Lu Zhou stepped down, while Xiao Yanxie remained on Binan, standing to one side and occasionally baring its fangs. The Zhengyi Dao disciples swallowed hard, unsure whether they were intimidated or envious.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded calmly, asking, Where is Zhang Yuanshan? Fifth elder Zhang Chu of the Zhengyi Dao replied. The Azure Jade platform had distinguished guests visiting, but they left with the sect leader when the evil king of the Evil Sky Pavilion suddenly caused trouble. The Grandmaster is welcome to stay on the Azure Jade platform and wait for the sect leader to return. Duan Xing chimed in, It's all because of that guy causing trouble. What a pity. If the Grandmaster had caught him earlier, the matter could have been resolved. Such a pity, so sad. Lu Zhou also felt it was a pity. If it weren't for the scandalous business of the 7th and 8th disciples, he might have met Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wu Dao. It's even more of a pity that the binding cage didn't work well.
But the Azure Jade platform is, after all, Zhengyi Dao's territory. There are grand formations everywhere. Dealing with Zhang Yuanshan might require spending all his capital to buy item cards.
It's not worth using a bunch of item cards to deal with just one person. That's just inefficient. What luck. Not worth it, not worth it. Gotta use them carefully, or this old life won't be spared if I go too far. Not to mention investigating the truth of Yulong village. Lu Zhou didn't have much time to waste with these people.
He glanced at the disciples on the Azure Jade platform. A small number were in the body tempering realm, but most were cultivators who had entered the profound connection realm. A few were in the Qi condensation realm. There were only one or two leading figures in the myriad sea realm who were in the divine court realm.
Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard and asked, "Has Hua Wudao returned to Yun's sect?" Someone replied immediately, "Elder Hua is always in seclusion at Yun's sect. It's rare for him to come out, so he probably won't return to the sect so quickly."
As soon as that person finished speaking, Duanxing interjected. 20 years ago, Hua Wudao was defeated by Ji Tiandao of the Evil Sky Pavilion. This has become his inner demon. If he doesn't eliminate his inner demon, he probably won't be able to improve his cultivation for the rest of his life. So Hua Wudao might have gone to the Evil Sky Pavilion to face his inner demon.
Everyone was surprised.
Some disciples who knew about this discussed it. He hasn't improved his cultivation in 20 years. Elder Hua is just courting disaster. Everyone has their own ambitions. Maybe Hua Wudao has new tricks after 20 years. I heard that the Dark Four Knights from Chengdu went to the Evil Sky Pavilion some time ago and haven't been seen since. With that old devil's methods, they're probably in more trouble than they're worth. The Dark Four Knights are the ones that the elder mentioned who were at the top of the Black Roll 300 years ago. Fan Xuan. The more they discussed, the more wrong it felt. Even someone who used to be number one on the Black Roll, Fan Xuan, went to the Evil Sky Pavilion, and his fate is unknown. How could Hua Wudao, who has been standing still for 20 years, be a match? The fifth elder's ears itched listening to them. He shouted, "Quiet! Look at your useless appearances. You're already like this after just a few words. If that old devil were really in front of you, he'd scare your little souls away."
Zhao Yanir was standing very close, so she heard every word clearly. She tried hard to hold back her laughter. Lu Zhou also frowned, trying to tolerate this foolish elder for a while. After a while, Zhao Yanir couldn't hold it in anymore. She giggled. And then her laughter grew louder and louder. She went to her master's side and whispered in his ear, "Master, they're so afraid of you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard while looking towards the Dutian River. Based on the estimated time, Ming Yin and Duanmu Shang should be arriving soon. As for Hua Wudao, based on what they said, he'll probably come looking for him sooner or later. If that's the case, then he'll just wait for the rabbit by the tree. There's no need to go looking for him everywhere. If Hua Wudao really knows the mastermind behind the Yulong village incident, it would be better for him to come to the door himself. For now, he can only start with Hua Wudao. The shamanic expert inside the palace is extremely cunning. Not only could he set up a large formation on the Dutian River, but he could also use the red flying boats to observe the situation and give orders. It can be seen that his shamanic skills are extremely high. Moreover, this person can control Chen Zhu, one of the three great archers, proving that his status and power are definitely not small. After the battle at the Dutian River, this person will definitely be even more careful. Even Jiang Aijian in the palace couldn't find out, so it's even more difficult for Lu Zhou on the outside. Lu Zhou muttered. Hua Wudao, fifth elder Zhang Chu, bowed and clasped his hands. Reporting to the Grandmaster, the sect leader really has urgent matters. We made the Grandmaster wait. We're really to blame. Lu Zhou just glanced at him indifferently, not bothering to pay attention to this person. Just a divine court realm cultivator can become an elder of a famous righteous sect. Zheng Yidao isn't as great as it used to be. Duanjing came forward and added, "Everyone, the battle situation on the Azure Jade platform has calmed down. Since the plan has been disrupted, let's gather again another day. What do you all think?" Zhang Chu clapped his hands in agreement.
That's fine. Duanxing didn't pay attention to the other disciples of the Azure Jade platform, but only looked towards Zhang Chu. Everyone took their leave. Duanxing turned around and went in front of Lu Zhou. He said respectfully, "Grandmaster, this junior has some matters to attend to. Please allow me to leave first." Lu Zhou glanced at him again. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Wait." Duanxing didn't dare to be discourteous, and stopped honestly. "Does the Grandmaster have any instructions?" "What, does this old man have a word of advice to pass on to Diren Buping?" Duanxing lowered his head, acting as if he was washing his ears to listen to the golden words of the Grandmaster. "This junior will definitely pass it on to the sect leader without missing a single word." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "Keep a good eye on the Masha sect. Manage yourself well, or you'll be in mortal danger." Duan Heng was slightly stunned, a huge question mark appearing above his head. He didn't bother trying to figure out what the master meant, or perhaps he just didn't dare to question him. He bowed and replied, "Thank you, master. This junior will take his leave." He waved his hand, and a long streak of light soared into the sky. With that, he led a group of disciples from the demonic fiend sect away from Clear Jade Altar.
Lu Zhou checked the time, and also felt it was getting late. Even with the addition of one more person, Ming Xiyin and Duan Wusheng would be too slow at their current speed. Those two had already entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Their speed should naturally have increased significantly. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, footsteps approached, accompanied by a voice from behind. "Which esteemed guest has graced Clear Jade Altar with their presence? Let me come," Xiao Yanhe gasped. Who could it be? The disciples of Clear Jade Altar stepped back, clearing a path for the newcomer, Zhang Chu-Chi. Zhang Chu greeted the person, who was none other than Zhang Chu-Chi of the Righteous One Path. Lu Zhou had a slight impression of this name. He had met him a few years ago, and he had even defeated Ming Xiyin, beating Ming Xiyin black and blue. This incident caused Ming Xiyin to brood for a long time, retreating to the mountains for bitter cultivation. It had been several years since then, and Zhang Qiqi's strength had improved considerably. Zhang Qiqi was also a perceptive person.
When he saw Lu Zhou and beyond, he froze for a moment. Then, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, master." Zhang Qiqi mused. No wonder I felt like I had seen this master before. It's no wonder. It turns out that I am a person of respect and virtue in the eyes of the master. Lu Zhou paid him no attention.
He simply waved at Xiao Yanhe and told her to leave.
The name Zhang Chu-Chi called out, "Master." Zhang Chu-Chi felt strange, not understanding why the master ignored him. A disciple of Clear Jade Altar in the back shouted, "Someone's coming!" Everyone looked up at the sky. Zhang Chu-Chi also followed everyone's gaze.
Someone yelled, "Ming Xiyin, how dare you come to Clear Jade Altar?" The disciples of Clear Jade Altar were extremely surprised. It's Ming Xiyin, the fourth devil of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Ming Xiyin. But their cultivation was too low, they didn't dare to step forward and stop him. It was understandable that Zhang Chu-Chi didn't recognize Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's appearance had changed quite a bit. But Ming Xiyin, the fourth disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, he would recognize even if he turned to ash. Zhang Chu-Chi's reputation had spread far and wide in recent years, and the greatest contribution was due to defeating Ming Xiyin. Now, seeing Ming Xiyin flying through the sky, how could he not be happy? The elders of other sects couldn't beat him, but only Zhang Chu-Chi could stand against him. Moreover, Zhang Chu-Chi had once defeated Ming Xiyin. This was a great opportunity. With the right timing, location, and people, Lu Zhou could see that Ming Xiyin was calm on the surface, but suspicious in his heart. Duan Wusheng was with him, so where was that other guy? At this moment, Zhang Qiqi jumped into the air, laughing loudly. "Heaven is truly helping me. Today, I will capture this demonic cultivator alive, to see who dares to look down on the Righteous One Path from now on." The disciples below cheered. With Elder Zhang making a move, he will definitely capture this demonic cultivator. We are ready to cheer for the elder. Zhang Qiqi nodded, then turned to Lu Zhou and said, "Master, please offer some guidance." Lu Zhou waved his hand without saying anything. Many disciples of Clear Jade Altar also jumped into the air. Those with low cultivation could only stay at Clear Jade Altar and watch others leave, all expressing admiration. Zhang Qiqi's eyes lit up as he flew after Ming Xiyin. Lu Zhou jumped onto Bian, stroking his beard calmly. "Everything has its destiny." Xiao Yanhe also ran over and asked, "What destiny, master?" "The destiny of Zhang Yuanshan and Hua Wudao, which is also your fourth senior brother's destiny." Bin An roared and leaped into the sky. At the same time, Ming Xiyin was also riding the air. Seeing that he was about to reach Clear Jade Altar, he flew in another direction. "This place is, after all, the territory of the Righteous One Path." Ming Xiyin scratched his head, looking around. "Where's Shifu?" He slowed down, preparing to land and wait, turning his head to look. "Third senior brother should be coming soon too." "Third senior brother isn't carrying the Overlord's spear, haha, and third senior brother isn't as fast as me." While he was still feeling pleased with himself, a stern voice came from Clear Jade Altar. "Ming Xiyin." Ming Xiyin turned his head, raising his eyebrows. Well, he recognized me. "So you're Zhang Chu-Chi?" Zhang Qiqi held the reins of his flying beast, his eyes burning as he stared at Ming Xiyin like he was looking at prey. "Ming Xiyin, it's true what they say. You didn't take the road to heaven, and you barged your way into hell instead." Ming Xiyin gaped and retorted, "I'm not in the mood to fight you right now. Have you seen my Shifu anywhere?" Zhang Chu-Chi twitched slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Stop trying to scare me with your master's name. Today, I, this elder, will act on behalf of heaven." "Wait," Ming Xiyin asked again. "Tell the truth, you really haven't seen my Shifu?" Seeing him keep asking without letting up, Zhang Chu-Chi became annoyed, and had no way to vent his anger. "Even if I saw the old guy,
I would kill him too. The surrounding primordial qi gathered, ready for battle. Streams of Dharma seals swirled around Zhang Qiu qi, the primordial qi agitated. Nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation. Zhang Qiu qi's nascent divinity tribulation realm was as clear as day. The disciples of Clear Jade altar below were also excited. Ming Xinyin frowned again, looking at the increasingly numerous Taoist hand seals, shaking his head and saying, "I already said I didn't want to fight, but you just have to fight." Zhang Qunqi snorted coldly, then attacked Ming Xinyin. "You can't blame me." Ming Xinyin's Gang Qi erupted, his body-protecting Gang Qi blasting the hand seals away. "It's been a few years, and your hand seals have regressed." Zhang Qiu directly attacked Ming Xiyin. "You washed-up loser only knows how to run your mouth." Elder Zhang attacked Ming Xiyin with lightning-fast strikes, the silhouettes of the two merging together, leaving only the afterimages of Gang Qi and Dharma seals intersecting and colliding. Ming Xiyin retreated while fighting, constantly throwing out Gang Qi to block the elder's hand seals. So exquisite. This demonic cultivator is afraid he won't be able to hold on for long, and will fail soon. However, I find it strange. I heard that the disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion are suppressed by the old master's heavenly Dapio, yet he can actually fight hand-to-hand with an elder of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Nothing strange about it. Elder Zhang hasn't gone all out yet. Let's just keep watching to see what happens. Seeing Lu Zhou still leisurely grilling meat, one person comforted, "Don't be afraid, even if Elder Zhang can't do it, the master is still watching." The group reassured each other and calmly observed. Most of the disciples had cultivation below the Fanhai realm, and it was usually difficult for them to see nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators fighting. All of them expressed admiration. The hand seals of the Taoists are not much inferior to the hand seals of the Zen sect. Ming Xiyin knew how to deal with this kind of hand seal too, constantly using his Q to resist it. So Zhang Shutong was on the offensive, and Ming Xiyin was on the defensive. "Old man, don't push me." Ming Xiyin mobilized his Q to block, while constantly retreating. Zhang Shutong said in a deep voice, "Too weak." He didn't even put Ming Xiyin in his eyes, and his Q surged again. Seeing things weren't right, Ming Xiyin's eyes flickered. This old guy is even stronger than before. He looked around, still a bit wary. After all, this place isn't too far from Qingyu altar. What if Zhang Yuanshan and those elders show up? That would be bad. Ming Xiyin saw Zhang Shutong open both hands, dozens of long seals crashing over like waves, and he retreated to dissipate some of the energy. Ming Xiyin was sent flying backward. Zhang Shutong, taking advantage, boasted, "You really are as weak as ever." Ming Xiyin turned around and ran again, deliberately. Zhang Shutong was slightly taken aback, and a moment later, Ming Xiyin had run several hundred meters. He really did that on purpose. Ming Xiyin wanted to use Zhang Shutong's power. "If you have the guts, chase me. If my Shifu and senior brothers arrive later, you're done for," Zhang Shutong coldly said, ignoring him. "Want to run? Too late. 100 tribulations. Moving darkness." A guy below gasped, "Elder is finally unleashing the stacked double ultimate moves of the 100 tribulations, moving darkness avatar." The figure flickered, and a second later he was beside Ming Xiyin, smashing down. Next, Zhang Shutong would use the Great Divine Power technique. "I already guessed you'd use this move, old man." Ming Xiyin also opened his 100 tribulations, moving darkness Dharma body, to block Zhang Shutong's move. But Zhang Shutong's Dharma body was 2 leaves, while Ming Xiyin hadn't even sprouted a leaf. Compared to 2 leaves, he was much weaker, like a child versus an adult. When the key of the 2 Dharma bodies collided, a deafening noise shook the sky, and Ming Xiyin fell to the ground. The Qingyu altar disciples who caught up saw this magnificent scene. Once Elder Zhang's 2 leaves Dharma body comes out, Ming Xiyin is sure to lose. But this Ming Xiyin isn't simple either. To be able to condense a Dharma body, he's a nascent spirit tribulation cultivator. Consider him unlucky. To run into Elder Zhang when it's just him. Elder Zhang is Ming Xiyin's natural nemesis. The Qingyu altar disciples watched arrogantly. At the same time, on the cliff, Lu Zhou and Zhao Yanhe were still sitting nearby, eating grilled meat. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, observing the battle. Zhao Yanhe asked, "Shifu, aren't we going to help 4th senior brother?" Lu Zhou replied, "Ming Xinyin is usually suppressed in the divine court. His talent isn't any worse than Duan Musheng's. If I help him, how will he improve?" Zhao Yanhe pointed at the Qingyu altar disciples. "Shifu is so thoughtful, I want to fight too. I want to beat them up." Lu Zhou scolded. "Watch the fight, don't cause trouble." "Yes, I understand, Shifu," Lu Zhou said to Zhao Yanhe. "Those Qingyu altar disciples are all weaklings. Fighting them is meaningless." At the same time, Ming Xiyin was slammed headfirst into the ground by Zhang Shutong, with a loud bang that shook the entire forest.
Zhang Shutong was very satisfied with the result of his move, looking down. Even if Ming Xiyin isn't dead, he'll be injured. He was still floating high in the air, his whole body ablaze. Around Ming Xiyin, who had fallen to the ground, dust filled the air, blocking his vision. When the dust cleared, a creaking sound came from below, and vines shot up like endless tentacles towards Zhang Shutong. Azure Wood Heart Sutra. Zhang Shutong, being an old opponent of Ming Xiyin, recognized the move at a glance. The great thing about the Azure Wood Heart Sutra is that it can mobilize energy to promote the growth of living things in the forest, amplifying Ming Xiyin's cultivation and strength. Could it be that he deliberately planned this? After all these years, am I still not familiar with how to deal with the Azure Wood Heart Sutra? Zhang Shutong retracted his 100 tribulations, moving darkness dharma body, and instead of retreating, advanced, flying toward the rising vines. Elder, the Qingyu altar disciples were shocked. At this moment, Qin intertwined with the vines, and flames began to burn fiercely, the vines immediately retreating. Ming Xiyin coughed a few times, and turned to run. "Old man, it really is you, I'm not fighting you." As Ming Xiyin flew away, Zhang Shutong shouted loudly, "The devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion are only this strong." The sound waves traveled far, and the Qingyu altar disciples laughed. So the devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion aren't as scary as we thought. Even devils have days when they're scared into running. Lu Zhou's expression was calm, but inside he was speechless. Terrifying. Ming Xiyin's survival skills are even stronger than I thought. It's a pity he only thinks about running, and doesn't directly face and defeat the enemy. Zhang Shutong said in a deep voice. If I let this devil run with my 2 leaves dharma body, how will I, Zhang Shutong, have the face to live on? 100 tribulations. Moving darkness. Great divine power technique. Zhang Shutong once again used the divine power, his figure flickering, as if redoing the same move, attacking Ming Xiyin. The powerful Qia rippled, centered on Zhang Shutong's dharma body. This time, before Ming Xiyin could even open his dharma body to resist, his whole body was like a kite adrift in a sea of qi, blown away. Ming Xiyin spun around and fell to the ground, swallowing the blood in his throat, and smiled contemptuously. "Come on, with just a little bit of strength like that, how can you kill me?" Zhang Shutong flew in the sky, arrogantly saying, "You think I'll use the great divine power technique again? Dream on." Because next is your death day, Zhang Shutong raised his right hand, and a huge gray-red weapon appeared. It was a saber, half gray, half dark red. He gripped the weapon tightly in his palm, and the cultivators exclaimed, "The life-severing blade." It's Elder Zhang's life-severing blade. 3 years ago, Elder Zhang brought this heaven-grade weapon back from Rongbei. No wonder Elder Zhang was so confident, continuously unleashing 4 ultimate moves. Turns out he had a heaven-grade weapon. The life-severing blade vibrated. An extremely pure QI energy appeared around it, surrounding the blade like an afterimage. Ming Xiyin is definitely going to bite the dust. When this blade appears, someone's going to die. Lu Zhou was pondering something at this moment, his eyes deep in thought. Ming Xiyin didn't expect Zhang Zhuqi to have a heaven-grade weapon. Zhang Zhuqi isn't one of the Dark Knights, and he clearly understands the weaknesses of the Greenwood Heart method. Now that he has the life-severing blade, how could Ming Xiyin possibly be a match for him? That old geezer Zhang Zhuqi? His eyes burning with murderous intent, he shouted, "Ming Xiyin, go die!" Zhang Zhuqi raised the life-severing blade, but before it could strike, a voice came from afar. "Catch!" It was Lu Zhou, who flung a blue weapon hurtling over. It was the farewell hook. The farewell hook streaked across the sky, flying quickly toward Ming Xiyin. When it reached Ming Xiyin, it fell from above. Everyone was captivated by the blue object, with its strange shape that Lu Zhou had thrown. At the same time, everyone looked toward the voice. Old geezer Zhang Zhuqi immediately asked, "Grandmaster, what's the meaning of this? Why are you helping a devil?" The disciples of the Green Jade Altar were stunned, then exclaimed, "Grandmaster, what's going on?" The Grandmaster wanted to kill the devil, but accidentally had his weapon snatched by the opponent, attacking his weak spot, then planning an attack. Zhang Zhuqi raised the life-severing blade, not thinking too much, striking first and asking questions later. The key energy formed a blade shadow, combined with the power of the life-severing blade, slashing down. Sure enough, the farewell hook in the air flew in front of Zhang Zhuqi. This strike landed on the farewell hook, and with a loud bang, golden light flashed across the area. Upon colliding with the heaven-grade weapon, the farewell hook spun while continuing to fall. Zhang Zhuqi was shocked. This thing actually blocked a strike from the life-severing blade. He raised his eyebrows, staring unblinkingly at the bizarre object. Then,
He quickly approached Ming Xiyin's position near the cliff. Unfortunately, even though the weapon was knocked away by the key energy, it still flew toward Ming Xiyin, as if seeking its master. The system announced, "The farewell hook has successfully recognized its owner, activating heaven grade status, rewarding 1,000 merit points." The guy Ming Xiyin embraced the farewell hook with delight. He had struck gold. He held the farewell hook tightly in both hands and pointed a finger at the sky with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Having just successfully recognized its owner, Ming Xiyin's eyes lit up significantly, his expression extremely excited. Without even thanking his master, Ming Xiyin leaped into the air, his figure like lightning. A second later, Ming Xiyin drew out the farewell hook, pouncing toward Zhang Zhuqi like a tiger with wings. Zhang Zhuqi widened his eyes, seeing the blue farewell hook rushing toward him. The old man immediately raised his blade to parry wildly. The farewell hook spun continuously, slamming into the life-severing blade in Zhang Zhuqi's hand. The key energy released was several times stronger than before. Both speed and agility were pushed to their limits. At the same time, the farewell hook bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Flashing light reflected as if the entire sky was under Ming Xiyin's control. Ming Xiyin's eyes burned with murderous intent. Ming Xiyin continuously retrieved and flung the farewell hook toward Zhang Zhuqi, while the old geezer Zhang Zhuqi had to parry wildly. Observing the situation from below, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. If it weren't for the farewell hook, Ming Xiyin wouldn't be able to defeat Zhang Zhuqi, since he has the life-severing blade. At first, I was planning to temper Ming Xiyin's character, since this kid is developing so quickly, but maybe this is a good opportunity. Zhang Zhuqi, you unleashed 4 divine powers in a row? If it weren't for the life-severing blade, you wouldn't be a match for me, Ming Xiyin's voice echoed continuously. At this moment, Zhang Zhuqi realized that the Grandmaster was the master of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. This made him feel tremendous pressure. The tables had turned, and Ming Xiyin had the upper hand. Zhang Zhuqi wanted to live, so he could only return to the green jade altar's formation. So, he lifted the life-severing blade, wanting to imitate Ming Xiyin, but Ming Xiyin said coldly, 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma Body. A Tuzang figure appeared, and Ming Xiyin's speed increased several times. The farewell hook struck toward Zhang Zhuqi like a howling storm. Damn it! Zhang Zhuqi retreated continuously. The 2 heaven-grade weapons clashed, sparks flying everywhere. It was possible that Ming Xiyin was very confident that farewell hook could beat Zhang Zhuqi. Before Zhang Zhuqi could react, vines from below swarmed up, blocking his retreat. Ming Xiyin shouted, 100 Tribulation Illumination. This time it's not 2 Zhang, but 3 Zhang. 1 leaf of the golden lotus beneath the Dharma body is blooming. Ming Xiyin suddenly said, Go die. Zhang Zhuqi widened his eyes, unable to believe it. This is a leaf opening. Ming Xiyin pierced Zhang Zhuqi's neck with the farewell hook. Ever since Ming Xiyin got his hands on that heavenly grade weapon, he's been beating Zhang Zhuqi like a drum, non-stop. My bad, I bloomed early. The fight's over, the image freezes, and Zhang Zhuqi's remaining primordial spirit catches his body so he doesn't faceplant. Ming Xiyin stands tall in the air, wipes down Li Biegao with his sleeve, and sheathes it. Zhang Zhuqi's blade clatters to the ground. Ding. Killed a nascent soul tribulation realm dude. Got 1,000 merit points. Ding. Retracting heavenly grade weapon. Transcendence severing blade. Needs reforging before use. Ming Xiyin rushes down and heads towards the platform of the other shore. He kneels down a few dozen meters away, cupping his hands towards it. Thank you, Master. This disciple will definitely not fail your expectations. Loyalty +2. The cultivators are sweating bullets. He's a big devil? Are you kidding me? The great master Duanxing mentioned is the owner of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Never thought Ming Xiyin was hiding his strength. He already bloomed when he fought the Dark Four Knights last time. Ming Xiyin, after getting up, immediately says to Xiao Yanhe, Junior sister, did my move that killed Zhang Zhuqi just now have second senior brother's vibe? Xiao Yanhe rolls her eyes at him. Don't know. All doubts before were just that. But the dialogue earlier made that old geezer's identity clear. The nearby cultivators are scared. Sht run. How could those low-level disciples dare to stay and watch? Compared to watching a fight, their lives are more important. In the blink of an eye, only 1 disciple from the entire Qingyu altar is left. Zhao Yanhe turns her head to look and says, Oh, there's still someone who isn't afraid of Maester. Lu Zhou glances at the one person still standing straight, who is none other than Zhang Chu, the 5th elder of the Righteous Unite sect. Lu Zhou nods in appreciation and says, This old man thought the Righteous Unite sect was all scaredy cats. Seeing this, Lu Zhou asks,
Aren't you afraid of this old man? Zhang Chu remains silent. Ming Xinyin grins and says, Master, this disciple hasn't had enough. How about I just kill him off? Guarantee it'll be silent and quicker than Zhang Zhuqi's death. Lu Zhou shakes his head, glances at Zhang Chu and says, No need to kill. Zhang Chu can't do anything anyway. He's just a shrimp to the Righteous Unite sect. Doesn't affect the overall situation. This old man likes people with guts. I won't kill you. Lu Zhou flicks his sleeves and heads back to the Demon Sky Pavilion. The platform of the other shore flies back into the sky. Ming Xiyin says, Farewell, master. I'm gonna find third senior brother. Lu Zhou ignores him, riding the platform of the other shore and flying into the mountain hollow. Ming Xiyin darts forward 30 zang with one step, rushing into the forest. Senior brother, what's taking you so long in the John? After saying this, he bolts. As soon as he leaves, Zhang Chu waits a little longer before collapsing to the ground, a warm stream gushing out. Right after Lu Zhou and the others left, a man in dusty, ordinary clothes comes out. He looks in the direction the platform of the other shore flew off to, and mutters, Master, you've changed a lot. He slowly walks over to Zhang Chu. Hello. Still terrified, Zhang Chu nods. I saw it. They probably didn't mean to scare you. Zhang Chu wants to cry. And that wasn't on purpose. How could it not be? The demon worship sect clearly wants to screw over my Righteous Unite sect. The blue-clothed guest smiles again and says, I feel like he didn't do it on purpose. You feel? Zhang Chu realizes his image is too embarrassing right now and hurriedly stands up, tidying his clothes. The blue-clothed guest nods. If you feel offended, then I'll apologize on his behalf. Zhang Chu raises an eyebrow, impatiently saying, Who are you? You apologize on his behalf, what are you? As soon as he finishes speaking, the sword behind the blue-clothed swordsman stirs, draws, and sheaths. Whoosh! Not even a shadow is seen, and Zhang Chu's thumb is sliced off. It was extremely fast, so fast he doesn't even feel the pain. The swordsman turns to leave. This one is Yu Shangrong. Zhang Chu freezes, staring wide-eyed at Yu Shangrong. Unable to utter a word, after saying his name, the blue-clothed swordsman reveals a faint smile. Don't worry, I don't kill anyone without a reason. I've offended you. I take my leave. Yu Shangrong turns to leave, his figure flashing, and in an instant he disappears from the forest. Zhang Chu can only hug his hand and wail miserably. 2 hours later, in the main hall of the Demon Sky Pavilion, Ding Fanqiu tremblingly kneels on the ground, occasionally glancing around. This main hall is very ordinary. Perhaps this is the real Demon Sky Pavilion. Ding Fanqiu is so nervous he doesn't dare to breathe loudly. Everyone respectfully stands on the side. Lu Zhao's gaze falls on Ding Fanqiu. Although this guy impersonated him, he's still a member of the Yun sect, and a 5-leaf nascent soul tribulation realm cultivator. Hua Wu Dao. If it's really like Duanxing said, wanting to overcome the inner demon will appear at the Demon Sky Pavilion, then Ding Fanqiu also has the identity of someone from the Yun sect. He's still useful. Lu Zhao waves his sleeves indifferently. Take him down, yes. Duan Musheng drags Ding Fanqiu out of the main hall. Lu Zhu continued to instruct. Furthermore, if you see Hua Wu Dao, bring him to me. Understood. His disciples obeyed. Lu Zhao looked towards the female cultivator from the moon-gazing sect, stroking his beard as he asked, How has Ye Tiangxin been these past 2 days? The female cultivator panicked upon hearing this, quickly kneeling down, her words jumbled. Seeing this, Pan Zhong clasped his fist and replied, Reporting, Sect Master, other than her body being weak, she's fine. Lu Zhu nodded. With the body of a commoner, a little illness was nothing. Before he understood the truth of the Fish Dragon Village, Lu Zhu didn't want to extract anything from her. At this moment, Lu Zhu could only say, This old master is tired? I'll go rest. Farewell, master. Lu Zhao got up and entered the secret chamber. After entering the secret chamber, Lu Zhao pondered. Not comprehending the celestial book for 2 days, my mental state has declined. Lu Zhao continued to check the system. Name, Lu Zhao race, human cultivation, 8 extraordinary meridians of the Vansi Dharma body. None merit points. 6,212 remaining lifespan. 5,800 days items. 1 hit kill x1, damage immunity x2, critical block x7, passive binding cage x4, by Z B on, weapon. Nameless. The amorous ring's owner is Yi Tiangxin. Needs to be refined again before it can be used. Techniques. Just made a bowl of noodles, and still have 4 strands hanging from my mouth. Lu Zhao frowned and continued to think. Only a little over 6,000 merit points. Still over 1,000 short. Dharma bodies are so expensive. Can't afford one for now. Gotta think of a way to accumulate merit points.
Besides, the task of finding out the truth in Fish Dragon Village hasn't been completed yet, and I haven't gotten the big reward, so Lu Zhou had to try his luck by drawing a prize, the system reported.
Prize draw. Consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the prize draw. Luck points +1. After one round landed on the luck tile, Lu Zhou hesitated slightly. If he drew again, he was afraid he wouldn't win.
But Lu Zhou still decided to draw again to see if his luck would be better this time. Prize draw. Consumes 50 merit points, luck points are 8. Obtained 5 Chi Convergence Dharma Body. Lu Zhou was extremely surprised, followed by immense joy. I actually got it, Lu Zhou thought. I needed 8,000 merit points to buy it originally, but now I only needed 50 points to draw it. A realistic system like this is better than the logic of knowing beforehand that I've already eaten the 7th piece of cake. No pain, no gain.
Lu Zhou threw aside the bowl of noodles and immediately used the new Dharma Body.
The 4 symbols skyscraping Dharma Body has been replaced by the 5 Chi Convergence Dharma Body. Relying on cultivation to open up the Ren and Du meridians, the body's 5 energies converged at the Dantian Sea of Qi, perhaps because Lu Zhao's 8 extraordinary meridians had been opened up early on. When condensing the 5 Chi Convergence Dharma Body, the primal energies surged like a tidal wave, bathing his entire body, immensely comfortable. After a long while, Lu Zhou adapted to the new Dharma Body, feeling a great leap in his cultivation.
Lu Zhou let out a sigh, stretching his muscles and bones. Still need the reversal card. Compared to drawing prizes and a series of probabilities, thank you for participating, it's still worth it overall. Lu Zhou decided to draw a prize again. Prize draw. Consumes 50 merit points. Thank you for participating in the prize draw. Luck points +1.
And immediately afterwards, Lu Zhou drew 5 times in a row, only to see the system respond. Thank you for participating. Just having obtained the 5 Chi Convergence Dharma Body and then failing 5 draws in a row, Lu Zhou didn't feel distressed. After all, he could add luck points. As long as he didn't draw junk, he could accept anything. Lu Zhou didn't draw anymore and went to look at the item column. He wanted to see if any new items had appeared. As soon as he looked at the item column, Lu Zhou was extremely surprised. This was Lu Zhou discovered that at the bottom, it wasn't an item card, but a purple box, along with the notation, a mysterious yang chest.
Lu Zhou wondered, mysterious yang?
What's inside this chest? Price, 2,000 merit points. Duration, 1 day. Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows. There's even a purchase deadline?
Recalling the operations of some games when Lu Zhou was on Earth, this was the style of a profiteer, but was the system so meaningless? So Lu Zhou decided to click buy. Instinct told Lu Zhou that there must be something good in this box. A light flashed in the secret chamber, and a square box appeared. The purple chest exactly the same as on the interface. After looking for a while, Lu Zhou couldn't find where to open it. It was a sealed box. Then Lu Zhou put the box down.
Lu Zhou waved his hand and slammed down. Boom! Gang Chi struck the box. But it didn't react at all. Continuously waving his sleeves, Lu Zhou frantically smashed the box. The rumbling echoed throughout the Evil Sky Pavilion. Inside the secret chamber, Lu Zhou used Gang Chi and even knives to smash the mysterious box. After a long while, the chest was still the same, undamaged, not even a scratch. At the same time, outside the secret chamber, Xiao Yanhe and Ming Xiyin could also hear the rumbling sound coming from inside the secret chamber.
Ming Xiyin then said to Xiao Yanhe, "Don't go in. Master didn't gain anything from going to Fish Dragon Village this time, so he's throwing a tantrum." Xiao Yanhe only lightly replied, "Okay." Then Ming Xiyin continued to ask,
"Little junior sister, are you free? I'll go practice with you. Look at this separation hook that master gave me." "Little junior sister, why are you crying?" Ming Xiyin raised his hand, and the separation hook had fallen into his palm. Just as Ming Xiyin was feeling strange, Duanmu Sheng's voice came from outside.
"Fourth, I heard that master has rewarded you with a heavenly grade weapon. Hurry over here."
"I'm in a hurry. You just got a good weapon. You'll definitely be able to take a beating better than before. Hurry, hurry, hurry."
Duanmu Sheng carried the Overlord spear upside down and forcibly dragged Ming Xiyin out. Xiao Yanhe softly said, "Ming Xiyin deserves it. Who told him to bully me?" Continuing to the scene inside the secret chamber, Lu Zhou lowered his head to think. With the pile of knives, axes, and chisels underneath, the box was still intact, not even a mark. Can't open such a big yang? What's the meaning of this? Wasted 2,000 merit points for nothing? Lu Zhou crouched down and carefully observed. Apart from a small hole on the shell of the yang, there was nothing special about it.
Lu Zhou thought about his weapon, the unnamed. This thing is so tough, what would happen if I hit it with the unnamed? He slightly raised his right hand, and the exquisite unnamed sword appeared. With a flick of his wrist, boom! A loud clang echoed as the unnamed sword struck the box, sparks flying everywhere. Lu Zhou looked at the unnamed sword. No marks, undamaged. Then Lu Zhou looked at the box. It was just like the unnamed sword. It didn't have any damage at all, just a scratch appeared, but in the blink of an eye, the scratch on it disappeared, as if it was melted away. It can be seen that the unnamed is better, but the material of this box is very strange, and it can still restore its original shape. The unnamed sword can even cut off the top-grade Earth-level weapons of the Black Knights, proving that the material of this box is even better than the Heaven level. Lu Zhou got up and decided to give up researching the box. The system sold this box, so it must have a use. Being too hasty won't do any good. The boat will straighten when it reaches the pier. There will definitely be a method. Celestial Book of Balance. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged and entered the state of comprehending the Celestial Book. After comprehending it, Lu Zhou discovered that he could easily enter that state of immersion, and now he no longer needed to look at the content of the human scroll on the interface. He just needed to sit quietly in his mind. The text of the Celestial Book would automatically appear line by line, along with symbols like a movie playing continuously on TV. At the same time, in the main hall of the Pure Jade Altar, in the Righteous Path, Elder Yu Zhangchu recounted everything to the sect leader Zhang Yuanshan. Sect leader, Ren Bunting of the Devil Slaughter sect, deliberately led you away. This is clearly a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Ji Tiandao took the opportunity to enter and kill. Elder Zhang, I told you, don't trust the demonic path. Zhang Yuanshan asked Zhang Chu in return, are you sure you met Ji Tiandao of the Sky Devil Pavilion, and even met the Sword Devil Yu Shangrong? It's exactly like that. If I'm lying, then there were many disciples of the Pure Jade Altar there at the time. Anyone can testify. Zhang Chu raised his hand. Several of my fingers were cut off by the Sword Devil. Everyone was surprised. The Sword Devil made a move? You're still alive and standing here? Zhang Chu didn't know how to explain, and stammered. I was, Zhang Yuanshan shouted loudly. The entire hall completely quieted down, no one dared to speak, and all looked towards the sect leader. Zhang Yuanshan frowned, raised his voice and said, there are still many suspicious points in this matter. Don't speculate wildly before clarifying. Zhang Xuan's matter should be put on hold for now. Is Elder Zhang going to die in vain like that? Zhang Yuanshan glared and asked back, then are you planning to take revenge for him? As soon as this question came out, the conference room became silent again. Who would dare to mess with the Sky Devil Pavilion? The Dark Four Knights of the Divine Capital went in, and there's still no news. Zuo Jinchen of the Devil Slaughter sect, the only one who became a nascent divinity expert relying on demonic meditation, even died in the Sky Devil Pavilion. Who else would dare to go? The only thing they could do was wait. Wait until the Sky Devil Pavilion no longer existed. At the same time, on the climbing ladder, dozens of miles away from Golden Court Mountain, an old man and a middle-aged man were resting and drinking tea. The middle-aged man said hesitantly, Master, do you really want to go to the Sky Devil Pavilion? It's said that they are a bunch of devils with heinous crimes. If something happens to you... The old man shook his head and sighed softly. In the past 2 years, I have hesitated a lot. Sometimes I am afraid. Sometimes I feel that it will tarnish the reputation of Yun Sect. And sometimes I think if I can't beat old Ji Tiandao, this inner demon will follow me to the grave. At that time I won't be able to close my eyes even when I die, the old man explained to the man. Maybe it's because the righteous and the evil are two opposing factions. Then the old man raised his teacup and said in a deep voice, if it weren't for my identity as an elder of Yun Sect, I wouldn't have waited until now. Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak anymore, the old man sighed and said, you are young. Don't think too much about some things you can't figure out. Do whatever. When you reach my age, you will naturally understand. After hearing what the old man said, the man was still not reconciled. This disciple doesn't understand, and doesn't want to understand. The old man angrily crushed the cup and shouted loudly, you rebellious disciple, I have already decided, don't talk about this anymore. The middle-aged man didn't dare to offer any opinions, and the nearby cultivators were also very surprised, crushing a cup with bare hands. Then the waiter saw a lot of blood spurting from the old man's hand and said, Master, your hand is bleeding. The old man calmly replied, it's okay. Do you have any medicine? Master, the blood keeps flowing as if it can't be stopped. Don't worry too much, I just need to lie down and rest for 2 days and I'll be fine. 2 days passed quickly. Lu Zhou read the Celestial Book several times in the Sky Devil Pavilion. And that familiar state of mind returned. He slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the remaining merit points on the system interface. There were still 3,862 points. Relying on doing missions to accumulate merit points seems a bit slow. Lu Zhou remembered that if someone sincerely worshipped him, he would also gain merit points. His eyes lit up. It's time for his disciples to go to work. Just as he was about to go find some merit points, Xiao Yanhair's voice came from below. Master, someone wants to see you. Who wants to see me? Reporting to Master, it's Hua Wudao.
Lu Zhou felt a little surprised. He didn't expect Hua Wudao to come so quickly. Lu Zhou flew down from above.
If his inner demon is fear of the strong, yet he still dares to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, that's real guts right there. After landing, Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back and walked along with Xiao Yanhair. Xiao Yanhair smiled and said, Master, you're getting younger again. Lu Zhou also retorted, instead of sucking up to your master, you should focus on cultivating and stop learning from your fourth senior brother. Xiao Yanhair nodded and said, yes. The two then entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall.
Inside the main hall, Zhu Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the female cultivator from the Moon Reflection Hall were present, while Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin stood to the side. A female cultivator bowed and said, Pavilion Master Hua Wudao said he will arrive shortly. Lu Jijiao stroked his beard nonchalantly, remembering that Zhao Yue was still in the reflecting wall cave, and asked, has Zhao Yu woken up yet? Ming Shiyin bowed and replied, during this time, fifth junior sister has reflected on herself a lot. Any changes in her witchcraft? Lu Zhou seemed extremely concerned about this. Not for the time being, Lu Zhou nodded. The power of witchcraft is very bizarre. For now, it only binds Zhao Yu's cultivation. Who knows if that expert from the Moon Reflection Hall left any hidden tricks behind? Keep a close eye on her. Yes. At this moment, outside the main hall, a female cultivator led two elderly cultivators into the hall, and everyone looked towards them.
On the left was a decrepit old geezer who looked like he was about to kick the bucket, but he was still full of energy. The person on the right was younger, a middle-aged man carrying a saber on his back. The middle-aged man looked a bit tense, looking left and right as he entered the hall, while the old geezer was more composed,
his expression serious and unhurried. This is Hua Wudao, the one who fought against Ji Tiandao. Arriving in the middle of the hall, the old geezer didn't kneel but just cupped his hands and said, we meet again. Hearing this, Lu Zhao's disciples frowned, while Lu Zhao's gaze rested on the old man. Lu Zhao ordered, chairs. Hua Wudao didn't stand on ceremony and sat down, saying, I should have come to see you sooner, but something more important came up so I was delayed. Until today, Lu Zhao stroked his beard,
holding the water that Xiao Yanhair offered. Lu Zhao wasn't in a hurry, and leisurely replied, Hua Wudao, you're from the Cloud Sect, and from ancient times, righteousness and evil have been irreconcilable. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for brazenly coming to my Evil Sky Pavilion? Hua Wudao calmly took off his hat and replied,
if it were a few years ago, perhaps I would be afraid. But today I am no longer the same person I was. I have seen through the mortal world.
If I was afraid, I wouldn't be standing here today. Xiao Yanhair giggled. Then your guts are indeed not small. After saying this, she looked at the man next to Hua Wudao and snorted lightly, scaring him back 2 steps. Hua Wudao didn't even glance at him and reprimanded the man. Good for nothing. You've made me lose all face. The middle-aged man blushed with shame. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said,
very bold. Hua Wudao clasped his hands in response.
This old man's heart is set on the Tao, obsessed with cultivation. The conflicts between the righteous and demonic paths have nothing to do with me. Ming Shiyin smiled and said,
sounds good. After all, you are an elder of the Cloud Sect.
Hua Wudao waved his hand and continued, when I went north, I had already resigned from the position of elder. Everyone was shocked. People value reputation and power, and many people coveted the position of elder in the Cloud Heavenly Luo Cloud Sect, which led the 3 great sects. But he gave up the position. Hua Wudao said very calmly, I'm already old, and I will eventually turn into dust. Today, I come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, only hoping to resolve the inner demon of that year. Xiao Yanhair twisted a strand of hair and suspiciously asked, the inner demon of that year? Hua Wudao slowly said, 20 years ago I was defeated by Brother Ji, and since then, my cultivation has not improved. This has become a laughingstock for the 3 great sects of Cloud Heavenly Luo, and even the entire cultivation world, and is the key knot in my heart. Ming Shiyin glanced at him and said, what does the knot in your heart have to do with my master? Hua Wudao explained. The cause is because of Brother Ji, so naturally, it must be resolved by Brother Ji. For the past 20 years, I have always been thinking about the moves Brother Ji used to defeat me. Ming Shiyin immediately cursed. Bullshit. You think you're worthy to call him Brother Ji? You couldn't win 20 years ago, so you came to the Evil Sky Pavilion to take a beating after 20 years. Hua Wudao froze. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion, a place that people fear upon hearing its name. He was facing the strongest demon ancestor in the world. Calling him Brother Ji was indeed inappropriate. Indeed, Hua Wudao frankly said. I have been rude, Lu Zhou stroked his beard. This disciple has always been unruly, but perhaps his words are also what this old one thinks. Ming Xiyin was secretly delighted upon hearing this. Even more revealing, a dog relying on his master's power look. Hua Wudao didn't even bother to pay attention to Ming Xiyin's attitude. I came to the Evil Sky Pavilion with only one purpose, to resolve my inner demon. 20 years ago, I was not your opponent. And 20 years later, I am still not your opponent. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice. Losing is losing. Your cultivation has stagnated. What does your problem have to do with this old one? Do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion is a bodhisattva temple that relieves suffering? This question left Hua Wudao speechless. He just clasped his hands, bowed his head, and remained silent. Ming Xiyin continued. If you're not as good as others, you can't blame them. Even if you hate the Evil Sky Pavilion, you can't do anything about it. At this moment the middle-aged man retorted unwillingly. My master came here with sincerity, yet you insult my master like this. You are going too far. Ming Xiyin glanced at him. Going too far? What going too far? Ha. The man was furious. You, Hua Wudao shouted loudly. Middle-aged man, shut your mouth. You have made me lose all face. Step back. The middle-aged man was still unwilling, but scolded by Hua Wudao, he honestly stepped back and didn't dare to say anything. Hua Wudao clasped his hands. This wayward disciple is being impolite. I hope you all can forgive him, Ming Xiyin urged. Cut the crap and get to the point. Hua Wudao opened his mouth, still repeating that same line. I've come to the Evil Sky Pavilion with only one goal. To resolve the 3-move heart demon. Just 3 moves will be enough. Honestly, even if Lu Zhou wasn't missing bits of his memory, he wouldn't remember every single opponent he'd beaten over the years, let alone what moves he used to defeat Hua Wudao. Lu Zhou totally got it, then nodded while stroking his beard. 3 moves from 20 years ago, Hua Wudao generously declared. Back then, I created the strongest Q barrier in the Taoist world. But it still couldn't protect me. For the past 20 years, I've been studying diligently, constantly refining and improving it. You can use any kind of move, and I will only defend, not attack. If I can protect myself, then I can resolve my heart demon. If not, I will cripple my cultivation and disappear into obscurity from now on. Hua Wudao saying this to Ming Xiyin had zero effect. Instead it made him burst out laughing. Haha, you're such a shameless bastard. You hid like a turtle for 2 years, and now you're running here wanting my master to beat you up, and you keep talking about resolving some heart demon. Honestly, you're the most shameless person I've ever met. That middle-aged guy got super angry, but Hua Wudao stopped him from speaking. Hua Wudao also realized that what he was saying sounded completely unreasonable. Who in the world would spend 20 years researching defensive techniques and then run to their opponent asking to be beaten? Duanmu Sheng swung his overlord spear. Hua Wudao, if you're really that shameless, then give me 5 years to study your defensive techniques. 5 years later, if I don't stab you to death, then you can spell my name backwards. With the mobilization of primal ki, the overlord spear trembled, revealing the power of a heaven-grade weapon. Hua Wudao raised an eyebrow. Speechless at that remark, Duanmu Sheng continued. You researched for 20 years. I'll only research for 10 years. No, 5 years. The middle-aged man turned to Hua Wudao and said, Master, let's go. There's no need for this. As your disciple has said, how could the Evil Sky Pavilion possibly value us? Hua Wudao glared at his disciple. Shut your mouth. He took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. I ask for nothing else. I know that I'm no match for Pavilion Master Ji. But if I can't resolve my heart demon, I will regret it. I beg Senior Ji to give me a chance to end this heart demon. The voice was loud and strong, stunning everyone. There were plenty of righteous sects coming to provoke, ganging up and ambushing, but this was the first guy who came begging to be beaten. What a joke, a true oddity. The Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall was completely silent. To make an elder of the Yun sect kneel down voluntarily was incredibly rare. Who would have thought this would happen? Hua Wudao raised his voice. I beseech the pavilion master for guidance. Xiao Yanhair jumped down the steps and angrily kicked a random unlucky turtle. Get lost. Then she hurriedly went to pick the turtle up. Luckily it's not dead. But right at that moment, Lu Zhao's voice echoed. Hua Wudao, do you really want to resolve your heart demon? Hua Wudao sincerely said. Of course. This is my lifelong wish, and I hope you can go all out. Lu Zhao coldly questioned. I am the one you oppose, yet you beg me. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Hua Wudao calmly replied. In this great Yan world, there is no righteousness or evil, it's only the chaos in people's hearts that divides them. Lu Zhao nodded slightly and stroked his beard. In that case, I will give you this opportunity. The 2 old men's voices echoed throughout the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Wudao was overjoyed, and respectfully clasped his hands. "Thank you for your consent," Lu Zhou said gravely. "But I'm telling you this beforehand," Hua Wudao respectfully said. "Please, Pavilion Master." The middle-aged man felt uncomfortable. His master was groveling like this just to get a chance to fight. Back then, Hua Wudao was famous in the Yun sect, and many people respected him. Yet he had to endure such humiliation at the Evil Sky Pavilion. What could he do? There were too many experts here, and the situation was oppressive. What could he do except bow his head? Lu Zhou stood up, with one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. "First, you are not yet qualified to fight me. Ming Xinyin and Duan Musheng will fight in my stead. Only if you defeat them will you be qualified. Second, my time is precious. If you lose, you must fulfill one condition for me." Lu Zhao's voice echoed again. "Of course you can refuse." The middle-aged man's face turned red upon hearing these words, and he was about to explode. The middle-aged man grinded his teeth, his expression unresigned. He clearly looked middle-aged, but he had the aura of a true brat, a calf unafraid of a tiger. Bang! Hua Wudao suddenly kicked the middle-aged man to the ground and roared, "I brought you here to learn new things, and this is how you behave. You even dare to interfere in your master's affairs? This disciple wouldn't dare. If you ever dare to interfere in my affairs again, I will sever our relationship." As soon as Hua Wudao said these words, the middle-aged man quickly knelt down and had to nod. "Disciple? Your disciple obeys?" Hua Wudao stepped forward, clasped his hands and walked away, radiating confidence, a golden aura enveloping him. His eyes swept over Duan Musheng and Ming Xiyin, and he uttered each word deliberately. "I can agree to your requests. As long as it doesn't involve the Yun sect, I'll agree to everything else." Lu Zhou nonchalantly stroked his beard. "Very good." Ming Xiyin stepped out from the side, sizing up Hua Wudao with great enthusiasm. "I'll see for master just how strong a turtle hiding in its shell like you can be. You spent 20 whole years researching just one move. Calling it a turtle technique is spot on." Hua Wudao wasn't angered, but slowly raised his right hand, gesturing, "Please." As soon as the word left his mouth, identical Dao seals flew out from Hua Wudao's body: decay, void, life, death, water, fire. These 6 seal script-like symbols circled Hua Wudao in sequence, forming a rotating circle of patterns. Ming Xiyin glanced at it and immediately recognized it. The 6 Harmonies Seal. The 6 Harmonies Seal is an extremely complex move for Taoist cultivators. Very few can cultivate this Dao seal to its peak. The so-called 6 Harmonies is also a term of cultivation methods, using essence, ki, and spirit to form the inner 3 harmonies, and hands, eyes, and body to form the outer 3 harmonies. Lu Zhou also watched carefully from a distance. Hua Wudao's 6 Harmonies Seal was particularly special. A circle with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared beneath his feet, extremely similar to a Tai Chi diagram. To condense his Gang Chi to such an extent, he must have put in a lot of effort over these 20 years. You can see his obsession with cultivation, Hua Wudao reminded him. "If your level is only this much, then I suggest you both attack together." Ming Xinyin raised an eyebrow. Seeing the 6 Harmonies Seal, Ming Xinyin retracted his contemptuous expression, his stance changing, condensing Qi into Gang, and numerous Gang seals formed in the sky. He leaped up. Delivering a large Gang seal, Ming Xinyin shouted loudly, arrogantly, 10,000 Gang seals. They fell in an instant. The word death suddenly grew larger, and the light ring under Hua Wudao's feet doubled in size. Yuan Qi resonated with the Dao seal, emitting a rippling sound. Boom! Countless Gang seals released by Ming Xiyin fell upon the 6 Harmonies Seal. But unbelievably, Ming Xiyin couldn't break the 6 Harmonies Seal, and was instead blown away by it. Everyone was shocked. Ming Xiyin somersaulted in the air, taking 3 steps back to steady himself, his hands slightly numb. No wonder Hua Wudao is so confident. He agreed to Lu Zhao's conditions without even putting Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng in his eyes. With that successful defense, Hua Wudao won. Ming Xiyin has always liked using tricks to defeat his opponents. The more casual the attack, the higher the effect. But the battle before his eyes isn't a test of his shamelessness. Separation hook. Ming Xiyin took out his heaven-grade weapon. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, the separation hook flickered in the air. Hua Wudao frowned, coldly saying, "How can he have a heaven-grade weapon?" Heaven-grade weapons are precious because they have a crucial ability, breaking Gang. Breaking Gang is of course the ability to break through Gang Qi, including body-protecting Gang Qi and dharmic bodies. The afterimages of the separation hook were dense and countless. Lu Zhou still had that indifferent look,
but he was watching with extreme focus, while Xiao Yanhair widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "Attack 1 point with focus! 4th senior brother, kill him!" Boom boom boom. The 6 Harmony Seal seemed to have prepared a way to deal with the heaven-grade weapon. The 6 large symbols emitted light again, combining into one, blocking the point of attack. Boom! Gang Qi rebounded once again. The stronger Ming Xinyan's attack, the more force rebounded. This time, he spun and flew backwards, almost crashing into the main pillar in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Before he could recover, Ming Xinyan's voice deepened once more. Slightly unconvinced, Ming Xinyan turned and stepped into the air, separation hook in hand, intending to rush in for another attack. But at this moment the Overlord's spear spun horizontally, stopping Ming Xinyan. Duan Musheng's voice rang out. "Let senior brother go up, junior brother will go down." Duan Musheng swung the Overlord's spear forcefully. 100 Tribulations Illumination. A 3 tall dharmic body stood tall in the main hall. Under Duan Musheng's control, the dharmic body was in energy form, without affecting the main hall. Lu Zhou mused. Ming Xinyan isn't the type with bulging muscles but is somewhat slender and agile. The opponent is turtling up in the 6 Harmony Seal. Ming Xinyan can only suffer. Duan Musheng's strength is much stronger than before. Duan Musheng unleashed his move, overlapping waves of 1,000 weights. The Overlord's spear released hundreds of thousands of spear shadows. Seeing this scene, Hua Wudao sighed. As expected of the devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion, each of them has a heaven-grade weapon. As he spoke, the 6 large symbols of the 6 Harmony Seal combined into one once again, forming a large Gang Qi shield. Boom boom boom. Thousands of spear shadows struck the shield. The 6 Harmony Seal churned like waves, dimming for a moment before quickly restoring to a dazzling 6 Harmony Seal. Zhu Jifeng praised. The Taoist 6 Harmony Seal is truly a creation of heaven and earth. It's the first time I've seen such a 6 Harmony Seal. Pan Zhang commended him. Me too, I come from the Jingming Dao and also know the 6 Harmony Seal, but everyone only focuses on learning attack, neglecting defense. Today's battle has opened my eyes. Duan Musheng snorted lightly. Just defending like this won't accomplish anything. Once again, the Overlord's spear swung forcefully. Then the speed became even faster. Single spear moves with powerful might also appeared. Lu Zhou nodded approvingly, holding his hands behind his back. If you know to use 1 point to break through, keep using it to the end. If the attack range is close, no matter how strong the defense is, it won't be worth it. Duan Musheng nodded secretly. Thank you for your teachings, master. On one side was the attacking power of the Overlord's spear. On the other was the defensive ability of Hua Wudao's 6 Harmony Seal. They were evenly matched. Under the support of the 100 Tribulations Illumination dharmic body, the spear shadows had become blurry and unclear. Heavenly Circle with a Flaw, the ultimate move, Heavenly Circle with a Flaw, erupted. Duan Musheng unleashed his ultimate move, the Heavenly Mandate Strike. Hua Wudao was shocked. I didn't expect a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion to be this strong. Too bad. It's still not enough. Hua Wudao stomped his foot hard on the ground. He didn't budge an inch. And the circle changed shape. The Taiji diagram expanded, surrounded by the 8 trigrams in 6 Harmony cycle. Feng's jaw dropped. Hua Wudao's utilization of the 8 trigrams and 6 Harmony Seal, regardless of the power of his move, his courageous spirit to give it a try is admirable, Pan Zhang exclaimed. But since he dared to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, how could he not have experienced the power of the 6 Harmony Seal before? The Heavenly Mandate Strike is the strongest move of the Heavenly Unity technique, plus the 100 Tribulations Dark Nether, and a heaven-grade weapon, so everyone had great confidence in Duan Musheng's move. Countless spear shadows converged into 1 point, aimed to break through, and slammed into the 6 Harmony Seal. The 6 Harmony Seal, in the shape of the 8 trigrams, exuded a bizarre energy to protect itself. When the energies collided, a series of Tao ripples spread outwards from the Evil Sky Pavilion. The 6 Harmony Seal is truly powerful. Even San Tiansheng's ultimate move couldn't move this Hua Wudao. He really has some skills. Hua Wudao also followed the rule set for attacking the Evil Sky Pavilion. If it were a true life-or-death battle, Hua Wudao might not be as reckless as Duan Musheng. At this moment, Duan Musheng was still full of momentum, continuously attacking. Duan Musheng suddenly shouted, "It's not over yet!" The tip of the Overlord's spear, after being bounced back by the 6 Harmony Seal, rose again, spinning in the air. A spear is like a sword. Its greatest power lies in piercing, not slashing. A terrifying scene appeared. The tip of the Overlord's spear was enveloped in a majestic surge of energy, rotating as it advanced. Hua Wudao said in a deep voice. Still not enough. The 6 seal characters grew larger, merging together, and the 8 trigrams also rose higher, fusing with the 6 large seal characters. Obviously, when the Overlord's spear touched the 6 Harmony Seal, a buzzing sound rang out.
Everyone frowned at the impact. Chaotic primordial chi mixed with the sound, creating a bizarre shockwave, a type of extremely mixed sonic attack. Everyone hurriedly mobilized their primordial chi to resist this bizarre sound wave. Only Lu Zhou remained calm,
silent. He even leisurely observed the battle, seemingly unaffected by the sound wave. Boom!
The shockwave emitting the bizarre sound wave only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing.
Lu Zhou pondered. He had long anticipated that this move of his would be countered by repeated attacks on a single point. Duan Musheng also realized that a force was rebounding, so he somersaulted backward, taking 3 steps back before barely regaining his balance.
He looked at Hua Wudao in disbelief, not expecting Hua Wudao to withstand this move, only retreating 1 or 2 steps.
But Hua Wudao was even more shocked than Duan Musheng. This move of the Overlord's spear was actually dispersed by the 6 Harmonies seal. He thought that no one could break this move of his. Before coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he had sought out many nascent divinity tribulation realm experts to test it, but none had succeeded. He didn't expect to be pushed back by Duan Musheng. If it were a little stronger, that one move might have shattered the 6 Harmonies seal.
Lu Zhou carefully observed the situation. Taking 3 steps back meant that Duan Musheng had fallen into a disadvantageous position according to the rules. Hua Wudao praised from the bottom of his heart, "You are very strong." Duan Musheng wasn't in the mood to listen to his opponent's praise, and swept the Overlord's spear horizontally.
3 more moves. Duan Musheng was the type who became more bloodthirsty as he fought.
Hua Wudao calmly replied, "I admit you are very strong, but the 3 moves are over." According to the agreement, the pavilion master should make a move next.
Everyone looked towards Lu Zhou. This agreement was originally his intention. At this time, Duan Musheng was still resentful as he shook his head.
"I didn't use my full strength just now. Just 1 more move, and I can break your 6 Harmonies seal."
Hua Wudao indifferently looked at Duan Musheng. "If I hadn't been careless, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to retreat. I only used 5/10 of my power for this 6 Harmonies seal." Everyone was shocked by Hua Wudao's words. Unclear whether Hua Wudao was boasting or deliberately mocking Duan Musheng. Regardless of the intention, these words were arrogant. Pan Zhong was surprised. The Southern City's 6 Harmonies seal can withstand my senior's ultimate move. With only 5/10 of its power, I've truly never seen such a strong defensive Dao seal.
Hua Wudao's gaze was fixed on Lu Zhou from beginning to end. He was waiting for Lu Zhou to respond.
Finally, Lu Zhou slowly walked down the steps. "This 6 Harmonies seal is a Dao seal technique. Have you been cultivating it diligently for the past 20 years?
As soon as Lu Zhou asked, Hua Wudao immediately replied, "That's right," Lu Zhou said indifferently. "If this seat makes a move, it is very likely that you will die."
Hua Wudao was slightly startled. After he had proven the strength of the 6 Harmonies seal, Lu Zhou could still say such words. Just how strong was Lu Zhou's true power? Life is precious. Not many people can truly disregard life and death. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Wudao clasped his hands and said, "Please guide me, Pavilion Master. If I unfortunately perish, Hua Wudao will bear the responsibility himself." "Very good." Lu Zhou continued to walk, arriving at a wide space outside the main hall. "Come out here. Things that break should go there."
Hua Wudao and the others hurriedly followed. At this moment, Lu Zhou was already waiting, and a prop card appeared in the palm of his hand.
Hua Wudao didn't sense any aura from Lu Zhou. After observing carefully again, he didn't see any mobilization of Yuan Qi.
But Hua Wudao wasn't careless. He stepped out in a semicircle, lightly lifting one hand.
The bagua-shaped pattern beneath his feet and the 6 characters, Qian, Kun, Sheng, Si, Shui, Huo, flickered with golden light, spinning in a circle much more powerfully and imposingly than before. But that still wasn't enough. Hua Wudao struck out with both palms into the air, and suddenly, 2 more characters appeared, Yu and Wu.
All 8 talisman characters radiated golden light as they spun. The Yuanqi Baodong imprint also rotated with these 8 characters. Unexpectedly, he'd really been hiding his strength. This 6 Harmony seal had become an 8 Harmony seal, plus the Bagua diagram.
Hua Wudao wasn't bragging.
He'd only used 5/10 of his power just now. He wondered if that old fogey of a master could break this move.
Hua Wudao's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Zhou,
making a gesture of invitation. The 8 huge talisman characters circled in the air, sparkling brilliantly. Everyone's gaze turned to the pavilion master. Hua Wudao wasn't Zuo Shinchan. He was way stronger than Zuo Shinchan. Just this move alone, Hua Wudao's 6 Harmony seal was 1,000 times stronger than Zuo Shinchan's binding seal.
Today, could Lu Zhou break Hua Wudao's technique?
Everyone was watching with bated breath.
Lu Zhou raised his right hand, and the golden prop card shattered in his palm. This time, a huge vortex appeared above, followed immediately by a bolt of lightning. The lightning suddenly magnified, carrying Gang Qi and striking down from the sky. Thunderous Gang! How is this possible? Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong were speechless, staring blankly. Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yaner were all astonished by this unfamiliar technique. They'd followed their master for many years but had never seen him use this move, and it was actually Thunderous Gang. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the lightning, carrying Gang Qi, slammed heavily into the six-harmony seal. Sparks flew everywhere, and dust and smoke filled the main hall. Hua Wudao was forced back by the violent impact. What six-harmony seal? What Bagua diagram? The 8 talisman characters, none of them had a chance to take shape. They only heard a loud bang, and all of them were instantly shattered. All of it vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Even more terrifying, Hua Wudao's great turtle shell defense seemed to have no effect when struck by the Thunderous Gang. Hua Wudao retreated madly, his eyes wide, red, and bloodshot, desperately stomping his feet to stay upright. At this point, everything was shrouded in dust. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. The Thunderous Gang prop card only had a 10% chance of critically injuring the target, and Hua Wudao actually triggered it. He didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. Still, Hua Wudao avoiding the brunt of a fatal blow could be considered lucky. Being struck or critically injured was much better than being killed instantly. Hua Wudao lay flat on the ground. Lu Zhou put on a stern face and said, "Let's talk inside." Xiao Yanhe raged at the man. "Break my temple stuff, you either pay or I'll beat you to death." Hua Wudao barely managed to steady himself. The battle was over, and the result was obvious. The main hall was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Duan Musheng gripped the Overlord's spear tightly. He didn't feel avenged or relieved. Instead, his heart was filled with shock and frustration. Such a powerful six-harmony seal was completely helpless before his master. With the same technique, Duan Musheng hadn't been able to budge Hua Wudao even a little bit. Ming Xinyin's thoughts were much simpler. So Master's been hiding his skills all along. Ever since he drove back the 10 great experts, he knew Master had a lot of trump cards. But no one knows how many trump cards he has in total. Xiao Yanhe's face showed intense admiration. Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong were like clueless bumpkins. They swallowed hard, their eyes full of disbelief, as they looked at the heavily injured Hua Wudao. They weren't surprised that Hua Wudao was defeated, but they couldn't believe Lu Zhou had used Thunderous Gang. Thunderous Gang, as the name implies, is when Qi is condensed into Gang. When the Gang Qi is strong to a certain degree, it will have a powerful force like thunder and lightning. It's an extremely rare and terrifying technique. Thunderous Gang disappeared from the cultivation world long ago. Nowadays, it only exists in history books. No one has truly learned this technique, let alone seen what it looks like when used. It was actually Thunderous Gang. Hua Wudao couldn't hold on any longer, and knelt on one knee, his hands supporting himself on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Master, Hua Wudao's disciple, rushed over, wanting to help him up, but Hua Wudao waved his hand, signaling him not to come over. Defeat at the hands of Thunderous Gang was something he'd never expected. If he'd known Ji Tiandao had such heaven-defying techniques, he wouldn't have sought out the Evil Sky Pavilion to humiliate himself. How ironic. The weak losing isn't scary. What's scary is losing all dignity. After the defeat, you play, you pay. Lu Zhou helplessly shook his head. If you guys think it's Thunderous Descent, then so be it. Maybe because no one has ever seen the real Thunderous Descent, they believe even more that the move I just used was it. Cough. Cough. Hua Wudao coughed repeatedly, struggling to stand up straight. He shook his head and said, "I thought that after spending 20 years painstakingly researching this move, I could definitely withstand 3 strikes from you. Sadly, I was wrong, completely wrong." Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha ha. It was a self-deprecating laugh. He was utterly defeated with just 1 move, yet he was talking about 3. Cough. Cough. Hua Wudao spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. "Master, I'm fine." How could he be fine? From his expression, it was clear that the injuries on his body and the wounds in his heart were getting worse. Hua Wudao cupped his hands and said, "I will bear the consequences of my actions. As long as it doesn't involve you and Sect, I will agree to anything." Lu Zhou nodded, turned, and walked up the steps, then slowly sat down. "You're a straightforward person," Lu Zhou continued. "I have a question. You just need to answer it honestly." Without any beating around the bush, Lu Zhou asked directly, "Who was the mastermind behind the Yulong village case?" Hearing this question, Hua Wudao was extremely shocked. His eyes widened, and he stammered, unable to speak. "This," Lu Zhou continued to press. "What? Don't want to say." A look of embarrassment appeared on Hua Wudao's face. "It's not that I don't want to say, but once I do, it will have huge consequences." Xiao Yanhe pointed at his face and scolded, You old geezer, what do you want? If you've lost, then obediently pay up. Ming Xinyan also cursed incessantly. Hua Wudao, you're an elder of Yun Sect, at least your words should be as good as gold. How can a double-crosser like you be considered a righteous sect? I spit on you. Zhu Jifeng was more gentle, cupping his hands. Senior Hua, I have a suggestion. According to you, the answer to this question is very important, so why don't you just tell the pavilion master alone, right? Don't tell us that if the pavilion master knows, the world will be in chaos. Didn't you already know that? We don't see any chaos happen. Hua Wudao was in a dilemma. This, Duanmu Sheng's overlord spear swept across his body, unleashing a chilling aura. Damn it, stop dragging your feet. If you don't want to talk, then leave your lives here. Duanmu Sheng was still extremely angry from his earlier defeat. Everyone in the hall was criticizing Hua Wudao. But he, Hua Wudao, took a step back. Sincerely, I once promised that person that I wouldn't talk about this with anyone. If possible, please, Pavilion Master, change your request. Everyone exchanged glances. Ming Xinyan sneered. I spit on you. You didn't even keep your promise to my master, and now you have the gall to use keeping a promise to someone else as an excuse. Ming Xinyan's cursing was heroic. Hua Wudao didn't keep his promise to the #1 devil in the world. He really had no right to use keeping his promise to others as a reason. Hua Wudao's face was extremely ugly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. It's fine. Everyone was startled, looking at Lu Zhou in surprise. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Reveal the mastermind behind the Yulong village case. 2. Join Golden Court Mountain as an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from you, no one else can defend against Duanmu Sheng and Ming Xiyin's attacks. This guy's mastery of the 6 Harmony Seal is extremely high. Although this move is a great way to turtle up, if used properly, it can be both offensive and defensive. From beginning to end, Hua Wudao hadn't even used his 100 Tribulation Illumination Dharma body. He wanted to preserve his strength to deal with Lu Zhao's second and third moves, but he was defeated in the first move and even heavily injured. And most importantly, this person's heart doesn't distinguish between good and evil. He only acts according to his own nature. Hearing these 2 choices, Hua Wudao's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. He came from Yun Sect. If he joined the demonic path now, his own reputation would be ruined, which was a minor matter. More importantly, Yun Sect would be ridiculed by cultivators all over the world, but he couldn't reveal that secret either. This difficult situation caused him unbearable pain, Lu Zhou said coldly. This is the biggest concession I'm willing to make. Hua Wudao frowned, and his face became even more unsightly. Ming Xinyan said, You've already left Yun Sect. What are you still hesitating about? Hua Wudao stammered, unable to speak. This was even more painful than taking his life. Lu Zhou wasn't in a hurry either, silently waiting for his choice. No matter what his choice was, it would be beneficial to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although Duanmu Sheng and Ming Xiyin didn't like Hua Wudao's great turtling technique, if their master had spoken, they wouldn't dare to say anything more. Besides, the Evil Sky Pavilion was declining, and adding a new member might restore its former glory. Ming Xiyin turned his head, secretly looking at his master. He didn't look like he was facing a major disaster at all. On the contrary, he looked even more energetic and healthy than before. Hua Wudao still couldn't make a decision. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice, There are only 2 choices. You have to pick one. You're the only one in the world who can receive such treatment from the Evil Sky Pavilion. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3, and I must hear your answer. And if there's still no answer? Hua Wudao's heart thumped. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to speak, Ming Xiyin spoke first. Then you'll be like Fan Xuwen, imprisoned in the Evil Sky Pavilion, until you figure it out. Of course, you've seen through life and death, so you probably don't care about these things. Moreover, our Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't have much, but we have plenty of places to live. East Pavilion, South Pavilion, West Pavilion, North Pavilion, even the mountainside has many abandoned caves, including the freezing cold Abyss Cave in the back mountain. Don't even think about escaping. Even if the top 10 experts appeared at the same time, they couldn't break through the barrier of Golden Court Mountain, Ming Xinyan said with a smile. Even Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong felt nervous hearing his words. According to the 4 gentlemen, this was psychological warfare, even scarier than threatening to beat someone up. Hua Wudao is a big shot, not some coward afraid of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. But guys like him care a lot about face. I'll tell everyone under the heavens that Hua Wudao from Yun Sect is a promise breaker, running to the Evil Sky Pavilion, losing badly, and welching on his debt. Hua Wudao was utterly speechless. Plenty of people know he came to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Otherwise, why would he give up his elder position at Yun Sect? Let's start where we began and finish here. Nothing to regret, Little Yanner giggled, saying, I'm gonna start counting. Afraid Hua Wudao didn't hear, she repeated.
I'm starting to count. 1, 98, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Quick. Make your decision.
Who counts like that? Hua Wudao didn't even have time to think, she was already done counting. Lu Zhou and everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion's hall all stared at Hua Wudao.
After a moment of silence, Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed wearily. Fine. Master. His disciple quickly knelt down. Seeing this disciple, Hua Wudao didn't scold him like he used to, but said gently, Go back to Yun Sect. Huh? From now on, you are no longer my disciple. There are many elders at Yun Sect who will be willing to teach you.
After you return, tell them Hua Wudao is dead.
The man knelt down, howling. Master. Hua Wudao immediately cursed. Get lost? The middle-aged man wanted to say more, but Hua Wudao shouted at him, I told you to get lost. The loud shout carried a sonic wave, pushing the middle-aged man back. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man stood up and respectfully bowed to Hua Wudao.
Ming Xinyin chuckled. Let me escort you down the mountain. Actually, if you're willing to stay, I think my master would agree. Golden Court Mountain is big. One more person won't hurt. The middle-aged man trembled all over. I have to go down the mountain. I'll go down right now. Triskies. Trisk. Ming Xinyin clicked his tongue, looking at the middle-aged man, gesturing with his hand in an inviting manner.
Hua Wudao cupped his fist and said, This disciple of mine is still ignorant. I hope Pavilion Master doesn't blame him and spares his life. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and sat down. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Please sit. For him to say please sit was almost unheard of at the Evil Sky Pavilion. This also showed that Lu Zhou valued Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao sat down. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Wudao with some curiosity, then sighed.
You'd rather join the Evil Sky Pavilion than reveal the true mastermind behind the Yulong village case? Please forgive me, Pavilion Master.
Lu Zhou said coldly. Aren't you afraid that this old man will use harsh methods to interrogate you later? After all, this is the Evil Sky Pavilion, full of devils. It wouldn't be strange if they did something weird. Hua Wudao shook his head and sighed. If that really happens, then I can only beg for death.
You're not like Fan Xuan. Fan Xuan was controlled by someone else, so he wasn't afraid of death.
You're much luckier than him, Lu Zhou said. Hua Wudao remained silent, but he had already made a firm decision in his heart. Ding! Acquired a nascent soul realm subordinate, Hua Wudao. Loyalty, 5-minute cycle.
Feng and Pan Zhong were also very discerning, and immediately clasped their hands and said to Hua Wudao,
Greetings, Elder Hua. Hua Wudao's face turned red, unsure of how to respond. He still felt awkward inside. Just then, Ming Xiyin returned to the hall. Seeing Hua Wudao's furrowed face, Ming Xiyin said, Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by me, Xiyin? This is easy to fix. From now on, you'll change your name and consider the old Hua Wudao dead in the Evil Sky Pavilion. With our bad reputation, killing one more person doesn't matter much. Everyone nodded. Ming Xiyin said, Makes sense. How about you change your name to Hua Wu Hei Wu Hua?
Ming Xiyin teased. From the very beginning, the name Hua Wudao was already taboo to Ji Tiandao's name.
It's just a name. What you're called doesn't matter. Hua Wudao's mind was in chaos. Right now, he just wanted to find a corner to be alone. He didn't have the mood to talk about these things.
Just then, Xiao Yanhe walked to Lu Zhao's side and said, Master, there's a flying letter from Jiang Aijian. Instantly, Lu Zhou had a hunch that this flying letter was very important and shouldn't be read aloud. Xiao Yanhe respectfully presented the letter with both hands.
Lu Zhou casually opened it. Inside, it read,
The mastermind behind the Yulong village case is the current second prince. The one who carried out the massacre at the Duqian River was General Cheng Ning, Wei Zhuoyan. The person assisting was Fan Xuan, the leader of the Black Knights.
Old senior, I suffered a great loss in collecting these clues. If I don't get a good sword as compensation, I'll feel extremely pained.
Upon receiving this news, everything became clear. Lu Zhou remained calm. In fact, since both Fan Xuan and Hua Wudao were unwilling to tell the truth, Lu Zhou had already guessed more or less. Jiang Aijian's flying letter only served to confirm his guess. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the letter immediately turned into fine powder, scattering to the ground.
Xiao Yanhe asked curiously, Master, what did it say? The mastermind behind the massacre at the Duqian River, Lu Zhou, said calmly. Hearing this, Hua Wudao staggered from his chair, his face pale, his eyes dull. Lu Zhou said coldly, Help Elder Hua back to rest. Yes. Xiao Yan'er was very puzzled. Isn't it just a mastermind? Do you need to be so tense? So exaggerated?
Lu Zhou nodded.
If that person was a normal person, or a great cultivator, then this matter would be much simpler, just follow the usual rules of the cultivation world. But unexpectedly, this matter even involves a prince. The struggle between princes should involve ordinary people, Lu Zhou said. I can't underestimate the imperial family's power. After all, the stability of Great Yan depends on the imperial family. Whether it's the generals guarding the four directions, or the great cultivators working for the imperial family openly or secretly, all are the basic standards for Great Yan to be stable. No wonder Hua Wudao didn't want to say the name. The flying letter said that Jian Ai said, "This seat is ready, K is good, tell him to come and get it himself." Speaking of good swords, Zhao Yanker felt aggrieved again, pouting and saying, "Just delivering some worthless news and he gets such a good weapon from master, but I don't have one yet." Lu Zhou deliberately raised his tone. He had told her about this matter more than once. Zhao Yanxie lowered her head and said, "Disciple knows her mistake," Lu Zhou said. "That entering weapon originally belonged to the royal family. It's useless for me to keep it." Zhao Yanxie nodded. Lu Zhou slowly stood up and walked into the secret chamber, respectfully seeing off master. After Lu Zhao's figure completely disappeared, Ming Xinyin said, "Little junior sister, why are you in such a hurry? Master has always loved you the most. Even I have a weapon, so how could you not get one? Your departure hook is so good, the weapon for you will definitely be better than my overlord's spear." Lao Sina said, "That makes sense. Besides, with your talent, you'll soon advance to the nascent soul realm. At that time, Maester will definitely give you a weapon even better than my overlord's spear." HMPH. I don't want to bother with you guys anymore. Zhao Yanjie huffed angrily, turned around and left. Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng stared blankly at each other. Pan Zhang clasped his hands and said, "Ninth Mister, this is because they saw the departure hook and the overlord's spear. That's why they are even more angry." "Ah, no. Third Mister, Fourth Mister, I suddenly remember that my 6 Yang skill hasn't even entered the gate yet. I'll go back and practice now, goodbye." Sensing the strange gazes of Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng, Pan Zhang casually found an excuse and hurriedly ran out of the main hall. Zhu Jifeng escorted Hua Wudao back to his resting place, thus escaping a calamity. Duan Musheng said to Ming Xiyin, "Lao Si, let's go practice." Lu Zhou had just stepped into the secret chamber when he looked towards the mysterious chest. Then he shook his head. Even the unnamed sword couldn't do anything to this thing, proving that heavenly-grade weapons are ineffective against it. It must be opened with a special key. Lao Xiao is smart. Perhaps he should handle this chest. Lu Zhou nodded calmly. This was a chest bought from the system's store, so he wasn't afraid of others coveting it. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou stopped paying attention to the chest and opened the system interface to check his remaining merit points. 4,762 points. The 5 chi. Towards the origin Dharmakaya that I luckily got from the draw. The selling price of the 6 harmony separation is 12,000 points. Can't afford it. With the usual method of accumulating merit points, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Several other methods appeared in Lu Zhao's mind. He nodded with satisfaction, then opened the Heavenly Book interface to view it, entering a state of comprehension of the Heavenly Book. 3 hours later, Xiao Yanhere's voice came from outside the secret chamber. "Master," Jiang Aijian replied. Lu Zhou woke up from his state of comprehension. Those incomprehensible words had been completely engraved in his mind. As long as he used his thoughts, they would appear in his mind. He didn't need to understand them, he just felt that it was right. Lu Zhou asked, "Xiao Yanyer, what is it?" Xiao Yanyer replied, "He said he can't come to the Evil Sky Pavilion, it's too dangerous. It's best to find someone to deliver the sword to him." Xiao Yanher continued, "What an ungrateful guy. Should I go to Runin City and catch him here?" Lu Zhou nodded indifferently. He had already thought of this. "No need." Lu Zhou stepped out of the secret chamber, hands behind his back. He is very afraid of death. Of course he will not come in person, Master. He is overestimating himself. Jiang Aijian is no ordinary person. Hearing this, Xiao Yanher immediately showed curiosity. Not an ordinary person. Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Able to obtain case files from the palace. How can he be an ordinary person? Zhao Yanxie continued to ask. Then who is he? Your caution is not ordinary. Lu Zhou smiled lightly, and then flicked his sleeves. Leaving the main hall, Evil Sky Pavilion, the place he was going to was the North Pavilion, the area where prisoners were held. Seeing Master leave, Zhao Yanyer hurriedly followed. Not long after, Lu Zhou appeared at the place where Fan Xuan was held, with 2 female cultivators guarding outside. Although their cultivation base wasn't much, at least they looked very serious. Pavilion Master. The 2 female cultivators bowed and opened the door. Yes, Zhao Yanher also tiptoed in, behind Master. As soon as the door opened, Lu Zhou stepped into the dim room. The room was full of miscellaneous items, very messy. This was where the Devil Sky Pavilion stored miscellaneous items, which was requisitioned as a prison cell for prisoners. Fan Xuan was tied up in the middle of the room, his hair disheveled, completely without the demeanor of the former head of the Black Knights. When the door opened, the bright light shone on his face. Lu Zhou stood in the backlight. Fan Xuan could only see Lu Zhou's silhouette. He said with difficulty, "Ha, if the Devil Sky Pavilion only has this much ability, I'm afraid it's not enough for me to reveal the truth." Lu Zhou replied with his hands behind his back. "This seat already knows the truth." Fan Xuan was shocked. The expression of dejection completely disappeared. He widened his eyes and said, "Impossible, General Zhen Ning." Lu Zhou spoke these 5 words, without mentioning the second prince. Hearing his words, Fan Xuan's whole body shook. These 5 words were enough to prove that the powerful old man in front of him knew the whole truth. Fan Xuan was silent for a moment, then gradually calmed down. He said, "I submit." Lu Zhou shook his head slightly. "Wei Zhuoyan isn't enough for you to be loyal. The second prince couldn't make you so steadfast either, so the person who can control the Black Knight's leader must be someone else entirely. You." Fan Xuan, who had calmed down, became agitated and trembled upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, his face turning red to his ears. How did you know?" His tone was extremely weak. Even as the leader of the Black Knights, he couldn't help but bow his head. "Does this old man need to report how I know things to a prisoner?" Lu Zhou, with his hands behind his back, walked up to Fan Xuan. "This old man wants to know who you take orders from, don't know." Lu Zhou said, "Do you think this old man won't know if you don't tell me?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly and continued, "Whoever can make you listen so obediently must be extremely close to the second prince." Lu Zhou slowly said, "It's a woman, isn't it?" Fan Xuan's eyes widened. Lu Zhou added, "A woman skilled in witchcraft." Enough. Fan Xuan's psychological defenses completely crumbled. His face became extremely ferocious. What was initially a hint of backbone instantly turned into complete weakness. He pleaded, "I beg you, spare her." Lu Zhou looked at Fan Xuan with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that the former top dog on the blacklist would now be the royal family's lapdog, unafraid of death or torture, all just to protect a woman? Lu Zhou shook his head. Fan Xuan started to speak. "She is." Fan Xuan shook his head violently, his face still ferocious. "I can't say, I don't want to say, I won't say, even if I die." Lu Zhou felt extremely strange. In fact, Lu Zhou had almost spelled out her identity. Whether Fan Xuan revealed it or not wouldn't make much of a difference, so why was Fan Xuan so desperately trying to hide it now? Just as Lu Zhou was feeling puzzled, he suddenly saw a red light flash in Fan Xuan's eyes. It disappeared, as quickly as it appeared, and then he returned to his previous state. At this moment, a voice from a female cultivator of the moon-plucking sect suddenly came from outside, reporting, "Sect Master, 5th senior sister, is in trouble." Lu Zhou's eyes were fixed on Fan Xuan the entire time. Hearing the voice outside, Lu Zhou calmly uttered 2 words, "Too bad." Then, he turned and left. As soon as Lu Zhou exited the North Pavilion, he saw Xiaoyanhe standing outside anxiously. "Master, hurry, hurry! 5th senior sister has gone crazy." The door closed again, and the room went pitch black. In the darkness, one couldn't see their fingers. The red light flashed in Fan Xuan's eyes again. Outside, Lu Zhou shook his head, his face calm. "Don't panic." The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, headed towards the Emerald Abyss cave on the back mountain. When they arrived at the cave entrance, Lu Zhou saw that many female cultivators from the moon-plucking sect had gathered outside, and even Elder Hua Wudao was standing nearby observing. Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng stood guard like fierce gods. Hua Wudao sighed. "I never thought there would still be such evil techniques in this world. It's witchcraft indeed. Leave it to the skillful hands of the moon-plucking sect's female cultivators." Ming Shiyin asked, "Elder Hua, do you have a way to save her?" Hua Wudao shook his head and said, "Could you save her? I'm afraid only the sect master can." As soon as he finished speaking, the female cultivators of the moon-plucking sect simultaneously bowed and paid their respects. "Sect master." Hua Wudao quickly turned around and cupped his fists. "Sect master, there's no need for formalities." Lu Zhou waved his sleeves and entered the Emerald Abyss cave. With his hands behind his back, Zhao Yue was running around inside the cave like a madwoman. Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng released soft astral energy to press against the cave walls to prevent her from harming herself. But before they arrived, Zhao Yu had already smashed her head against the cave walls until her face was bruised and her hair was disheveled. The red lotus flower between Zhao Yu's eyebrows became even more enchanting. Ming Shiyin then said, "Master,
Fifth junior sister is being controlled by witchcraft. Please, master, take action quickly. Duanmu Sheng added. Junior sister Zhao Yue's crime does not deserve death. Please, master, show mercy. Lu Zhou glanced around and said, this situation today is a result of her own actions. If Zhao Yu had obediently stayed on Golden Court Mountain, how could she have encountered such a thing today? Zhao Yue's mind was no longer clear. Her expression was ferocious, and she roared madly at anyone she saw. I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Ming Xinyin bowed and said, Fifth junior sister's mind is no longer clear. She's spouting nonsense. Who knows what kind of bizarre witchcraft has made her like this? This disciple asked Pan Zong. Pan Zong said that only the caster of the witchcraft can dispel it. Otherwise. But I refuse to believe it. Please, master, take action. At this moment, Zhao Yu lunged at Lu Zhou. Kill! Kill! Although Zhao Yu's cultivation was sealed, how could Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng allow Zhao Yu to do this? The two immediately activated their vital essence to stop Zhao Yue. Two vines appeared, and tightly bound her. Lu Zhou then asked, where is Pan Zhong? A female cultivator standing outside the cave replied, he went to the West Pavilion to find books related to witchcraft. Hua Wudao said, what Pan Zhong said is basically correct. This witchcraft is extremely evil. It can bewitch people's hearts and even control her as a puppet. Fortunately, Zhao Yue's will is strong, and her cultivation foundation is not bad, so she has managed to hold on until now. The red lotus flower between Zhao Yu's eyebrows was even more radiant, very obvious, and her eyes were bright, but lifeless. Lu Zhou frowned. He looked into Zhao Yu's lifeless eyes and saw that she had completely lost control, so he raised his hand and said boldly, and then unleashed a palm strike towards Zhao Yue's head. Lu Zhou's current cultivation was only the 8 meridian sea of vastness realm, but when the vital energy vibrated, no one doubted him, because everyone was worried about Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou guided his vital energy into Zhao Yu's meridians. Her 8 extraordinary meridians were completely controlled by the power of witchcraft. Unlike Ming Xiyin, Zhao Yu's entire body was filled with the power of witchcraft. Lu Zhou noticed that the power immediately attacked his vital energy. The 8 meridian sea of vastness realm cultivation seemed incredibly weak at this moment. The vital energy that had just been mobilized was completely devoured by the power of witchcraft. Zhao Yue suddenly opened her eyes, a strange smile spreading across her face. Finally found you, old man. Hua Wudao was drenched in sweat. Those witchcraft techniques even followed the meridians, and entered the pavilion master's palm, desperately eroding. Lu Zhou, his voice deep, unleashed a palm strike. The extraordinary power of the heavenly script rumbling, Zhao Yu was sent flying backward by the palm strike. Ming Xiyin was startled to see that Zhao Yu might be in danger. Immediately afterward, Ming Xiyin rushed to support Zhao Yu. Ming Xiyin's gang energy blocked behind her so that she would not hit the rock wall. Lu Zhou continued to unleash a palm strike, not knowing whether it was because of his idea or because he himself felt danger. The state when comprehending the heavenly script suddenly appeared. His mind was clear, his heart was calm, and the extraordinary power of the heavenly script quickly concentrated on his palm, as if following his command. His palm suddenly became as cold as holding a block of ice. Zhao Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, the bright red lotus on her forehead gradually dissipated. She laboriously raised her head, a strange smile appearing at the corner of her lips, and said to Lu Zhou, old man, you're really ruthless. The inside of the cave became extremely quiet. Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng didn't know whether to help Zhao Yue up or not. After all, her saying those 2 sentences just now was no different from insulting their master. Thump. Zhao Yue completely fainted, falling face first to the ground. Ming Xiyin had no choice but to support her. Even so, both Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng were very worried about their master, that the old man would be angry because of this. But, Lu Zhou said indifferently, take her to the South Pavilion to recuperate. Yes. Ming Xiyin hurriedly stepped forward to help Zhao Yue up. The lotus on Zhao Yue's forehead had completely disappeared, and at the same time, the vital energy on her body was automatically circulating. Ming Xiyin was overjoyed and immediately said, Master, the witchcraft on junior sister Zhao Yue has been dispelled. Outside, the cave became noisy and chaotic. The group of female cultivators revealed unbelievable expressions. Hua Wudao said in surprise, the pavilion master can even dispel such evil witchcraft. It truly broadens my horizons. From afar, Pan Zong ran over carrying a pile of books. He was panting as he searched. Found it, found it. All the classics related to witchcraft are here. Pan Zhong looked blank. Oh, it's already over. Everyone rolled their eyes. If we waited for you to arrive, the sun would have already set. Zhao Yu was taken back to the South Pavilion by 2 female cultivators. Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng stepped to Lu Zhou's side. Master, was junior sister Zhao Yue controlled by someone just now? Ming Xiyin was still afraid.
Lu Zhou replied. Controlling people's minds through witchcraft, Hua Wudao slowly walked over, clasping his hands to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked indifferently, Elder Hua, do you have any suggestions? The witchcraft on Zhao Yu has been dispelled, so this person probably won't make any moves in the short term. When the pavilion master dispelled the witchcraft, the caster wanted to regain control, but was backlashed.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Elder Hua, you understand this person well, Hua Wudao sighed. I've only heard of them. Lu Zhou stared directly at Hua Wudao. This old man wants to know, you'd rather stay here than reveal the second prince. Is it truly only for the stability of the great Yan Empire, or for some other reason?
Hua Wudao's expression changed slightly. Then he shook his head and said, These things. I'm afraid only the sect leader and the second prince know.
Lu Zhou looked at him. So, the Yun sect is indeed secretly colluding with the royal family.
Hua Wudao's face turned red. Xiao Yange, Duan Musheng, and Ming Xiyin all kept an eye on the strange expression of the bald old Hua Wudao.
Lu Zhou said to Xiao Yan'er, send a letter to Jiang Aijian. This old man will give him a good sword so that he must come to receive it, Xiao Yan'er said. Disciple will send a letter to Jiang Aijian. Speaking of Jiang Aijian, Hua Wudao pondered. He had some impression of this person, Jiang Aijian, a swordsman but just a low-level cultivator. Why is he being valued so much by the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Shortly after Zhao Yue was brought back to the South Pavilion, she woke up.
A female cultivator exclaimed in surprise. Fifth seat, you're awake.
Familiar surroundings and memories flooded her mind.
What happened to me? Wasn't I in the Jade Repentance Cave?
Zhao Yu struggled to sit up. She muttered.
Could it be? What exactly happened?
The female cultivators of the moon-watching sect recounted the whole story to her. Hearing this, Zhao Yu couldn't believe it and asked again, You're saying that my master herself lifted the witchcraft seal for me?
The female cultivator quickly replied. Yes, the pavilion master shattered the witchcraft with just one palm strike. Another female cultivator from the moon-watching sect, while preparing hot water for her, added, That witchcraft was extremely terrifying. It's fortunate that third senior brother and fourth senior brother arrived in time.
Zhao Yue sighed softly.
She tried to mobilize her vital energy in her dantian, but even a slight movement caused her immense pain. Fifth seat. The witchcraft seal has just been lifted. It's best if you rest for a while. There's no need to rush your cultivation and vital energy recovery. You'll recover eventually. I'll help you bathe and change clothes. Zhao Yue nodded in agreement.
Half a day later,
within the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Lu Zhou heard 2 system notifications.
Triggered. Lifting the witchcraft seal for Zhao Yu. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Triggered. Completed quest to investigate the truth of Fish Dragon Village. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Lu Zhou propped his chin with one hand, pondering, I need to find other ways to accumulate merit points in the future. Just as Lu Zhou was thinking, a female cultivator from the moon-watching sect slowly entered the main hall. Pavilion Master, Jiang Aijian, is seeking an audience at the foot of the mountain. Let him come up, yes. Xiao Yan'er, Ming Xiyin, and Duan Musheng rushed over upon hearing the news. A moment later, Jiang Aijian was led by a female cultivator of the moon-watching sect to the outside of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Along the way, Jiang Aijian curiously looked around, glancing left and then right. Jiang Aijian kept asking, Hey, when did you guys join the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Is this place scary?
He even had a blade of grass in his mouth. I heard this is a den of devils. Aren't you guys scared at all? Who knew the Demon Heaven Pavilion would have so many women? Trisk, Tusk. This tree root isn't bad. This bluestone table is pretty too.
It wasn't until he reached the entrance of the hall that Jiang Aijian regained his composure and slowly walked inside.
Ming Xiyin asked, This guy is Jiang Aijian. Without a word, Xiao Yan'er kicked Jiang Aijian hard. That's him. His skin is so thick, thicker than his butt. Jiang Aijian was equally quick-witted. I dodged. Whoosh! Almost got hit.
Duan Musheng remained silent, pondering. Master values him so much, he must have something special about him. Jiang Aijian walked up to everyone, feeling a little uneasy, and waved his hand, saying, Old senior, you've gathered such a large group, it makes me a little uncomfortable. Hurry, give me that good sword, so I can hurry down the mountain.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly. Jiang Aijian.
At this moment, Jiang Aijian's face brightened like a flower. Old senior, what are your instructions? Lu Zhou slowly replied. Sit down, let's talk slowly. Jiang Aijian grew increasingly uneasy. No need, we've known each other for a long time. Just give me the sword, I'll leave right away.
Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, and a female cultivator from the moon-watching sect presented a longsword. to Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian took the longsword in his hand, then held it up high to examine it carefully. Just as he raised it, before he could examine it for long, tang, the longsword snapped in two. Jiang Aijian looked in shock at the broken sword in his hand, then he howled. "No way, old senior. This is the awesome sword you dragged me all the way here for."
Ming Shiyin chimed in. "This sword is the best we have in the Evil Sky Pavilion, made from top-quality, 1,000-year-old wood. The carvings, master craftsman stuff."
Jiang Aijian just froze for 3 seconds. Then Duanwu Sheng, all macho, added,
"Every disciple in the Evil Sky Pavilion used this to learn and practice swordsmanship. Sword Devil Yu Shangrong used it to kill 1,000 enemies." Jiang Aijian was speechless. This was clearly a wooden mallet sword, and they were talking like it was the real deal. Who could he even complain to? Jiang Aijian's eyes pleaded with, "Lu Zhou, old senior, my heart is freezing right now, so cold." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "This sword is indeed a good sword. You don't want it."
Jiang Aijian said, feeling wronged. "Old senior, you said you hated people who go back on their word the most. This wooden sword, even if you praise it to the heavens, it's still not a treasure. I love swords, but I'm not stupid. I just can't accept this one." Lu Zhou, with his eyes closed, asked back, "Jiang Aijian, really? You don't want it?"
He quickly replied, "Don't want it." "Then," Lu Zhou said coldly, "then you'll have to pay for it." Jiang Aijian's face froze. He didn't know how to respond.
Lu Zhou stood up abruptly, casually saying, "This sword is an extremely precious treasure to our Evil Sky Pavilion, yet you destroyed it. If you don't compensate us—" Lu Zhou didn't finish his sentence.
Ming Xinyin's separation hook and Duanwu Sheng's overlord spear emitted a flickering light, while Xiao Yanhe held a huge, spiked mace, all three putting on their most menacing faces, ready to end Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian swallowed hard, took a step back, and waved his hands. Don't, I'll compensate, I'll pay, how much?" Ming Xinyin chuckled. "How can you compare it to money? So tell me, what should we do? Or should I find a woodcarver to replicate another one for you to compensate?" Ming Xinyin added. "That wouldn't do. It must be the original wooden sword." Jiang Aijian casually tossed away the remaining half of the wooden sword and brushed his hands off. "I get it, old senior's playing games with me. Just get to the point." Lu Zhou slowly rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked down the steps. He stopped in front of Jiang Aijian. "I prefer talking to smart people," Jiang Aijian thought to himself. "If I were smart, I wouldn't have been played by you so many times. Using me to get rid of obstacles in the palace? Jiang Aijian, you're the first person who dares to flaunt your power in front of me?" Hearing Lu Zhou say this, Jiang Aijian's expression changed. He immediately retreated 3 or 4 steps, his eyes widening, sweat beading on his face. Jiang Aijian's expression changed. He immediately retreated 3 or 4 steps, and then turned to run away. Outside the main hall, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly appeared. Walking in, Jiang Aijian, desperately trying to escape, bumped into Hua Wudao. He fell backward, crying out, "Ah, it hurts!" At this moment, the moon-gazing sect's female cultivators stood in a line, blocking the entrance to the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall. Beneath the old man Hua Wudao's feet was a rotating bagua diagram, and 6 glowing, golden seal characters flickered around him. Jiang Aijian looked up, startled and panicked. "Yun Sect's Hua Wudao?" Jiang Aijian then changed the subject by pretending to cry, waving his hands repeatedly. "Old senior, you misunderstand. It's all a misunderstanding." Seeing this, Xiao Yanhe immediately pointed her spiked mace forward, her big eyes wide with excitement. Quick, close the door. Let's see where he runs now. Senior brothers, catch him and beat him up." Jiang Aijian panicked. "Oh heavens, my grandma, I have no grudges with you people. Don't do this. No need for swords and blades," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Everyone, step back, yes." The moon-gazing sect's female cultivators returned to their original positions, and Ming Shiyin and Duanwu Sheng also withdrew their weapons. The celestial halo around Hua Wudao disappeared in an instant, and he cupped his hands at Lu Zhou, saying, "This is Jiang Aijian, known as a sword fanatic to the bone, famous in the cultivation world, one of the 3 great sword maniacs." Jiang Aijian felt embarrassed and wanted to hide, then raised an eyebrow. Lu Zhou said, "All empty names. Empty names."
Lu Zhou shook his head. "The name Jiang Aijian is just to hide from other people's attention."
Who would have thought that such a carefree and unconstrained person in the cultivation world is actually the 3rd prince of the Great Yan Empire?
The main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion fell completely silent. Lu Zhao's words shocked everyone.
Ming Xinyin thought to himself, that kind of cowardly, smooth-talking, and eccentric person, how could he be the 3rd prince of Great Yan? Next, Duanwu Sheng thought, looking at him from top to bottom, where does he look like someone from the royal family? Xiao Yan'er's eyes were wide.
her expression very cute, but she was still as reckless as ever, thinking, "Is Master's eyesight failing?" The disciples didn't believe it, but no one dared to say it out loud. The female cultivators then asked, "Jiang Aijian, why are you blushing?" Jiang Aijian was stunned at first, then said, "Old senior is joking. How could I, looking like this, be the third prince?" Lu Zhou didn't expect him to admit it directly, only saying casually, "My rebellious disciple Ye Tiangxin spent 5 years investigating the case files in the palace. The mastermind behind that case is me, but you're just a loose cultivator. How could you have found out?" Jiang Aijian replied, "I did say that I have friends in the palace. What kind of friends can mobilize forces to investigate such confidential matters?" This time, it wasn't Lu Zhou who spoke, but Hua Wudao, who had entered the main hall. Jiang Aijian was speechless, and simply lowered his head in silence. Hua Wudao cupped his hands in salute. "Hua Wudao pays respects to your highness." Facing Hua Wudao's salute, Jiang Aijian didn't know what wire he touched, but unconsciously put his hands in his pockets, and replied, as a habit, "You are excused." Lu Zhou thought Hua Wudao was originally from Yun Sect, not used to the annoying etiquette of the orthodox path. Suddenly realizing he had said the wrong thing, he immediately slapped his thigh, then put his hands on his head, his mouth open, stammering, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." "Very well." Hua Wudao stood up straight respectfully. Lu Zhou nodded, saying, "I have plenty of time. I'm not afraid you won't admit it." Jiang Aijian sighed. "It's a waste that I worked so hard to send messages to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Old senior, you're doing this to me. I'm very wrong." Ming Shiyin spoke up. "Stop talking nonsense. You're already a prince, so the Evil Sky Pavilion eliminating obstacles is also eliminating your obstacles." This meant that he was taking advantage of the Evil Sky Pavilion. No one has ever had such audacity before. Even the underworld sect's leader, Yu Zhenghai, didn't dare to take advantage of the Evil Sky Pavilion when he wanted to expand his influence. Yet Jiang Aijian dared to do it. Jiang Aijian kept waving his hands like a madman. "Wronged, I tell you, utterly wronged. I told the old senior before. I loathe all that backstabbing and scheming in the palace. The whole, you trick me, I deceive you jazz. That's why I bounced from the royal court, ditched all that messy drama. Even if the old senior clears out all the obstacles, there's no way I can go back to being a prince." Hua Wudao asked, "Your Highness, then why do you still keep in touch with people in the palace?" At this, Jiang Aijian sighed again, this time with extra drama. "Sure, I'm a prince and all, but I've got a few close buddies. Don't laugh, but what I really crave is a normal dude's life. But in this great Yan world, trying to be yourself is like trying to catch smoke. I had no choice but to go by the alias Jiang Aijian and become a free and easy loose cultivator," Hua Wudao said respectfully. "The 3 great sword maniacs are all nascent soul realm experts. For a loose cultivator like your highness to have such cultivation, it truly commands respect." Jiang Aijian plopped down and replied with a frown, "All just empty titles." Lu Zhou said coolly. "Well said," Lu Zhou continued. "If you're so selfless, why did you sell out your royal brother?" Jiang Aijian was so startled he broke out in a cold sweat. The mastermind behind the Yulong village incident was the second prince. You, as the third prince, didn't protect your own brother, and even stabbed him in the back. You say you're selfless. Who's gonna buy that? All eyes locked onto him. The scene was no different from a criminal being interrogated in court, and Jiang Aijian was the one in the hot seat. He sighed and said, "The most heartless and ungrateful people in this world are the princes in the royal family. Aside from all the formal etiquette, all that's left is power and status. Where's the so-called brotherhood?" Lu Jiao stroked his beard, getting back to the main point. "Do you know why this Siat wants to investigate the Yulong village matter?" Jiang Aijian asked suspiciously. "Because of your 6th disciple," Lu Jiao shook his head. "It's not just that. Do you know Ding Fangqi?" Hearing the name Ding Fangqi, Hua Wudao frowned. "Ding Fangqi is one of our Cloud Sect people." No sooner had he spoken than Ming Shiyin cut him off. "Elder Hua, mind your current status and tone. Ding Fangqi impersonated a tutor and caused trouble everywhere, tarnishing the reputation of tutors and the Evil Sky Pavilion. According to our rules, he should have been chopped into 8 pieces and fed to the wild beasts long ago." Hua Wudao's face flushed red, and he didn't dare say another word. He had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion before the Cloud Sect elder who had left, Jiang Aijian, leaned back in his chair and said casually, "I heard Ding Fangqiu told this Sid that the real purpose of the Yulong village massacre was to find a special bone." Jiang Aijian scratched his head. "Is that so?" "Jiang Aijian, do you think this Siat is that easily fooled?" Lu Zhao's eyes turned cloudy, staring intently at Jiang Aijian, making him feel utterly embarrassed. "Old senior, you already know, so why bother asking?" This statement was basically his confession. Lu Zhao asked again, Over the past 10 years, people in the palace have been dredging for sunken corpses in the Dutian River. In your opinion, is this feasible? What is that special bone? Jiang Aijian looked around, seemingly very concerned that there were many people listening. Lu Zhou said casually, "You should be clear. Things have reached this point, so hiding anything is pointless." Jiang Aijian lowered his head towards Lu Zhou, dropping his nonchalant attitude, and said seriously, "I have no reason to deceive the old senior. To be honest, I left the palace many years ago. I'm afraid many people have already forgotten about a prince like me. The few friends I have left in the palace aren't many, and give it a few more years, perhaps the third prince will no longer exist in this world." To investigate the Dutian River incident, 2 people were hacked to death by random blades. Of course, that's because their skills weren't up to par, no one else is to blame. The main hall fell silent again. Jiang Aijian continued. "My second royal brother is inherently cruel and not suitable to be the ruler of a country," Lu Zhou said. "This seat believes you. Thank you, old senior. There are still many exciting and new stories in the channel's playlist, and this little sister will keep updating them. Everyone, please click on the playlist and show your support for little sister. If you want to watch individual stories, please click on the link in that story's description." It's already late at night, and little sister has been working her fingers to the bone. If you like any of them, a like and a comment will make everyone happy. Lu Zhou calmly asked, "Jiang Aijian, in your opinion, is that special bone the bone of Bai Min?" Jiang Aijian muttered, "Bai Min?" Immediately after, Jiang Aijian shook his head. "There's a rumor in the palace that Bai Min's bones can break the great tribulation of lifespan. But I don't think so. If that were true, what would be the point of dredging for bones for the past 10 years? Over the past 10 years, they've dredged up so many of Bai Min's bones, and yet no one has succeeded. It's clear that the story about Bai Min's bones breaking the lifespan tribulation is just baseless talk. That's why, over the past 10 years, the focus has shifted from dredging Bai Min's bones to paying attention to other things." "Old senior, I've said what needs to be said. Indeed, I do have some selfish motives," Jiang Aijian said frankly. "That good sword, I don't need it either." Lu Zhou shook his head. "This seat has said it before. This seat detests those who don't keep their promises the most. Having promised you, I must naturally fulfill it." Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand, gently manipulating a golden object wrapped in soft gang qi, which flew towards Jiang Aijian. Everyone's eyes were glued to the golden object, filled with curiosity. What treasure would the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion bestow? The object landed in Jiang Aijian's palm. This wasn't a sword at all. It looked like a small golden token. But then, Jiang Aijian's eyes widened with excitement. "Excellent! A royal token!" Lu Zhou replied calmly. "That's right. The good sword this Siet is giving you is this royal token. A token is a good sword?" Everyone was completely bewildered. Jiang Aijian scratched his head. "This thing would be very useful if given to someone in the palace, like... Old senior is giving it to me? Isn't that a waste? Someone like me is terrified of death. How would I dare use this toy to command others?" Lu Zhou replied. "This item is nominally a royal token, but in reality, it's also the key to the palace's inner treasury. Otherwise, why would the royal family have maintained its value and had people search for it everywhere for so many years?" Jiang Aijian fiddled with the token for a moment, then suddenly, snap, it can actually be broken. The token broke into 2 pieces, revealing a golden box and the key to the palace's inner treasury underneath. Jiang Aijian was instantly shocked upon hearing this, and not only him, everyone standing there was surprised that this token had another use. Jiang Aijian lamented, "Old senior, if that's the case, you're harming me. This innocent man is carrying a treasure that will bring him trouble. If the people in the palace know I have this, wouldn't I become their target? This item is most suitable for you. You are a prince, and you love swords. Only you can get close to the inner treasury. Don't rush to refuse. Let me tell you, I've got a real treasure hidden away. A sword called the Dragon's Roar." The name of the sword made Jiang Aijian's eyes pop wide open. Dragon's Roar sword. Jiang Aijian's voice trembled, like he couldn't believe his ears. Hua Wudao was just as shocked, blurting out, "The Dragon's Roar sword, that legendary heaven-rank weapon that shook the world centuries ago. Its sharpness surpasses even other swords of the same rank. Cultivators have been hunting for it forever, but it vanished from the cultivation world. To think it's been hiding in the palace this whole time? No wonder, no wonder." Little Yanar tilted her head, all curious. "Elder Hua, is it really that good?" Hua Wudao launched into an explanation. "Of course, among heaven-rank weapons, it's considered a divine weapon. Heaven-rank weapons usually need to be claimed by a master to unleash their full power. But the Dragon's Roar sword is different. To this day it hasn't found a true master, Everyone who's ever wielded it has failed to claim it. Everyone gasped.
So you're saying the dragon's roar sword hasn't even reached its full potential yet? Little Yanjur piped up with a hint of jealousy. You mean it could be even stronger than heaven rank weapons? Hua Wudao replied. There's never been a weapon that transcends the heaven rank, but it's safe to say it's just as good as other heaven rank weapons. Hearing that, little Yanker immediately pointed her mace at Jiang Aijian. Master, we can't give him this weapon, it's too good for him. Jiang Aijian hurriedly shoved the royal token into his chest, looking pathetic. No, senior, I really like this thing, you can count on me, I'll work even harder from now on, I promise. Well then. I'm quite satisfied with this item. This trip was worthwhile. I'll take my leave now, girl, stop glaring at me. With a wave, he quickly made his way out of the Demon Sky Pavilion's main hall. Lu Zhou's voice boomed. Jiang Aijian, old senior, no need to see me off, I know the way. Jiang Aijian retreated while tightly clutching the royal token. Afraid little Yangier might chase after him, Lu Zhou continued. Relay a message for me. Jiang Aijian stopped in his tracks. Please, old senior. Lu Zhou's voice was calm and collected. Wei Zhuoyan is a criminal in the massacre at Dutian River. I hope he will come and plead guilty. His words brought silence to the entire hall. You could hear a pin drop. Jiang Aijian responded, a bit shaken. Oh, old senior, are you joking? Wei Zhuoyan controls a massive army. He's a high-ranking official. Asking him to plead guilty will cause chaos. Besides, his cultivation is incredibly high. Rumor has it he's comparable to the Black Knight commander Fan Xuan. He has too many supporters in the palace. Asking him to admit his crimes is harder than reaching the heavens. Lu Zhou leaned back in his chair. Those in high places will never admit their mistakes. I understand that. Unfortunately, I don't like it. Jiang Aijian turned to face Lu Zhou. You aren't afraid of offending the second prince and creating more enemies for Golden Court Mountain? He added. I know the Demon Sky Pavilion is strong, but this land still belongs to the emperor. The cultivation world wouldn't be as stable as it is today without the imperial family. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. Lu Zhou shook his head. You're wrong. Jiang Aijian jumped. Huh? Lu Zhou dropped the bomb. It's inevitable. Wei Zhuoyan will die. I'm simply giving him a choice in how he dies. Jiang Aijian hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Aijian said, I will make sure he gets your message. Lu Zhou nodded. See him out. Yes. Jiang Aijian added. Before I go, I must ask, how did you see through my identity, old senior? My information-gathering skills alone aren't enough. Lu Zihao indifferently waved his hand without a word, signaling the female cultivator from Moon Reflection Palace to escort him away. Jiang Aijian didn't get an answer and didn't dare push it. He sighed and said, You must have been in the palace before, old senior. How else would you have gotten this royal token? Jiang Aijian chuckled. Oh well, it's not important. Farewell. He turned and left. Ming Xinyin bowed and asked, Master, that man is so unrestrained and undisciplined. He doesn't seem like a prince. I think he has some talent. Should we try to keep him here? Lu Zhou casually replied. No need. He's meant for something else. Hua Wudao bowed. Pavilion master, may I say something? Lu Zhao's tone turned serious. Hua Wudao, remember your place. My tolerance has limits. Hua Wudao immediately lowered his head respectfully. I wouldn't dare. Ming Shiyin, Duan Musheng, and Little Yanhe all stared at Hua Wudao. Ming Shiyin chuckled. Elder Hua, you're no longer from the Cloud Sect. You're an elder of the Demon Sky Pavilion now. Many would kill for this position. But if you want to change your mind, you can always leave. Think carefully before you decide whether you want to be a friend or foe of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Duan Musheng lifted his overlord's spear and slammed it into the ground. Bang! Bang! The newly laid bluestone floor shattered from the impact. He roared, You have ulterior motives! Death! Hua Wudao's face fell. After a long silence, he realized his attitude had been problematic. I apologize for my abruptness. Lu Zhou coldly glanced at Hua Wudao. If he hadn't seen that Hua Wudao had 50% loyalty, he wouldn't have forgiven him for speaking up for Ding Fangqi earlier. Seeing his stiff expression, Lu Zhou casually said, The Six Harmony seal is strong, but it's not perfect yet. Hua Wudao was a cultivation fanatic. As soon as he heard that, he immediately straightened up and clasped his hands. Pavilion Master, please enlighten me. Lu Zhou stood up and asked. Hua Wudao, how many leaves have you opened on your avatar? You haven't improved in 20 years. Still a 6-leaf mystic. Xin Yin and Duan Musheng were astonished. No wonder they couldn't break Hua Wudao's defense, even with alternating attacks. A powerhouse of this caliber wouldn't even need the Six Harmony seal. Their protective key alone was impenetrable to them. Lu Zhou stroked his beard calmly and said to Hua Wudao, The Northern Pavilion has records of the Six Harmony seal and the 6-leaf avatar. Elder Hua is free to peruse them. Everyone says that the Dark Sky Sect hides countless treasures.
Be it their manuals or weapons, they are all highly sought after by cultivators. Some time ago, the Righteous One Sect and the Heavenly Sword Sect took advantage of the shattered barrier to ransack the place. All for these treasures. Hua Wudao's eyes lit up as he respectfully thanked, "Sect leader!" Silence returned to the main hall. A female cultivator from the Moon Reflection Palace slowly approached and lowered herself. "Sect leader, palace master." Ming Shiyin roared.
"There is no palace master here. Ever since they entered the Dark Sky Sect, these female cultivators have been as loud as thunder, following Ye Tiangxin's every command. Duan Musheng had wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time." The female cultivator flinched and quickly nodded. Ye Tiangxin requests an audience with the sect leader."
Lu Zhou then asked, "What is it? Ye Tiangxin is unconscious, and I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve.
Ignoring the female cultivator, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight out of the hall. Xiao Yaner, Ming Shiyin, and Duan Musheng followed closely behind. Before long, Lu Zhou arrived at the southern pavilion. A few female cultivators waiting at the entrance of the southern pavilion saw Lu Zhou appear and all knelt down. "Greetings, sect leader." Lu Zhou ignored them and went directly to the place where Ye Tiangxin was being held. Reaching the door, he gently waved his sleeve, and the door was pushed open by his kie. Ye Tiangxin was lying on the bed, her face pale, her skin and hair completely white. The two female cultivators in the room hurriedly retreated and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, sect leader." Ye Tiangxin laboriously raised her head. Seeing that it was her master who had come, she quickly sat up, slid to the ground, knelt down, and said in a low voice, Master." Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent. "You know everything. This disciple knows she is laden with sins, and there is no way to redeem herself. See you, cough, cough." Ye Tiangxin suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The female cultivator beside her quickly helped her up. "This disciple has a request." Seeing that Lu Zhou said nothing, Ye Tiangxin had no choice but to bravely continue. "This disciple wishes to personally stab Wei Zhuoyan to death, to avenge the annihilation of my entire clan in Yulong village. And then, this disciple begs for death to atone to you." Hearing this, Lu Zhou indifferently looked at her, stroking his beard. "Your cultivation has been crippled. How do you plan to personally stab Wei Zhuoyan to death?" Ye Tiangxin's face was extremely ugly this matter, with her current condition, not to mention opposing Wei Zhuoyan, who has extremely high cultivation. She cannot even defeat an ordinary person. If she hadn't always been meticulously cared for by the female cultivators of the Moon Reflection Palace, who knows what she would have become. "Ye Tiangxin," Lu Zhou said indifferently, "patricide and matricide, betraying the Dark Sky Sect, committing many evils, tarnishing my reputation. Do you have anything to say?" Ming Shiyin, standing beside him, reached into his master's head. "Old man, you care about your reputation now. It's not just Ye Tiangxin who's been causing trouble and tarnishing the Dark Sky Sect's reputation. Over the years, the actions of the Underworld Church, Dark Net, and even 8th Senior Brother's Fierce Tiger Gang have all been attributed to the Dark Sky Sect." Ye Tiangxin respectfully said, "This disciple has nothing to say." "Then, I sentence you to die once." "Ah!" Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand, striking towards Ye Tiangxin. This action was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. A gentle wave of qi struck towards Ye Tiangxin. Bang! Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, and Zhao Yanhe were also too surprised, their mouths agape. The three of them shouted in unison, Master, Master, you can't!" Zhao Yanhe, Ming Shiyin, and Duan Musheng didn't expect their master to suddenly strike. They cried out in shock, instinctively, but it was too late. If she still had cultivation in her body, that little bit of qi wouldn't be able to hurt her, but now that her cultivation has been crippled, this palm is enough to take her life. Ye Tiangxin was blown away by that surge of qi, and then fell heavily to the ground. Her mouth was full of fresh blood, her eyes wide open. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Help her up." The two female cultivators, scared stiff, replied, "Yes." After regaining their senses, they hurriedly helped Ye Tiangxin onto the bed. Lu Zhou waved his hand, walked to the bedside, and looked at Ye Tiangxin. There was no trace of primordial qi left in her dantian. Lu Zhou raised his palm, aiming it towards Ye Tiangxin's brow. Master, Ming Shiyin, and Duan Musheng knelt down at the same time, but Lu Zhao's palm still descended, but not to punish Ye Tiangxin. Instead, that hand slowly rested on her forehead. His primal qi faintly enveloped Ye Tiangxin's entire body. A bizarre scene unfolded. Ye Tiangxin's skin underwent a transformation, turning jade green, emitting a faint glow, while her hair, arms, and entire body began to turn transparent, then floated in the air. "This is..." Duan Musheng was utterly astonished. Ming Xinyin nodded and said,
That's right, it's the jade body.
Xiao Yanhe, still confused, asked, "Why is Master doing this?" Ming Xiyin glanced around the room, then pulled Duanmu Sheng and Xiao Yanhe outside. "Let's go out first." Only then did Ming Xiyin let out a sigh, and the three of them sat down outside. Tiangxin Shimei is truly someone with a hard life. Back then she joined the Evil Sky Pavilion without hesitation. Her talent and cultivation improved at a rapid pace. The massacre of Yulong village became her motivation to cultivate diligently. Tiangxin Shimei is cold and detached, yet she doesn't hold any resentment toward Master's temperament. Master bestowed upon her the multi-affection pill. The multi-affection pill doesn't symbolize love, but rather hatred, Xiao Yan'er muttered. I still don't understand. The reason Tiangxin Shimei has such high cultivation is thanks to the talent of the jade body. The jade body has always had a talent for cultivation. Master's palm strike will likely leave her more dead than alive. More dead than alive is debatable. If Master truly wanted to kill her, he would have done so the moment he brought her back. Why wait until now? Duan Musheng and Xiao Yanquier were shocked. Ming Xiyin continued. If Tiangxin Shimei truly dies, it's because she reaped what she sowed. The fate of someone who betrays the Evil Sky Pavilion is like that. If she doesn't die, then her fate hasn't run out. Duanmu Sheng asked suspiciously. Are you saying that the jade body has some special life-saving ability? Ming Xiyin replied. Perhaps that's the case. I don't know much about the jade body either, Xiao Yanhe pouted. Listening to Shixiang, Tiangxin Shiji really is someone with a hard life. Just then, Lu Zhou slowly walked out of the room, his expression utterly calm. The three disciples simultaneously bowed their heads. Master? Lu Zhao's gaze swept over them. Life and death are predetermined. Wealth and status are granted by heaven. Having said those words, Lu Zhou turned and left. Ming Xiyin, uneasy, returned to the room, and saw Ye Tiangxin lying on the bed. He hurriedly rushed over to check. No aura, no pulse. Ming Xiyin's eyes widened, and he staggered backward. Is she dead? The two female cultivators from Dinyu Palace were crying incessantly, kneeling beside the bed. Ming Xiyin didn't believe it, and circulated his primal qi, pouring it into her 8 extraordinary meridians. Huh? What's going on? No matter how much primal qi he poured in, Ye Tiangxin remained like a hard, unyielding rock, blocking all primal qi, preventing it from entering her body. All her 8 extraordinary meridians were sealed. Jade body, Ming Xiyin hurriedly stopped, turned to the two female cultivators, and said in a deep voice, Before leaving, did Master say anything? Leader. The leader said, Life and death are predetermined, wealth and status are granted by heaven. Whether or not she can be revived depends on the princess's fortune, Ming Xiyin murmured. So that's how it is. At the same time, in the Changning Prefecture General's manor, a soldier presented a letter and reported, General, a letter from the palace, with strict instructions that you must open it yourself. Wei Zhuoyan received the letter and, after opening it, read it carefully. After reading the letter, Wei Zhuoyan suddenly slammed the letter onto the table. Bam! Both the letter and the table turned into dust. Wei Zhuoyan's eyes were blazing with anger. How dare they? The subordinate cautiously asked. General, what has angered you so? Wei Zhuoyan replied. A small matter. Wei Zhuoyan waved his hand. Send a reply on behalf of this general, saying that this general is aware of the matter. Yes. After the subordinate left, Wei Zhuoyan snorted. A small sorcerer of a cultivator dares to order this general. How can this be? Men. Yes, sir. This general is feeling unwell. Decline all banquets and receptions for me. Wei Zhuoyan said. And what about His Highness's place? Should I not go there either? Yes, sir. After Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, he immediately entered the secret chamber to comprehend the heavenly book. After half a day of comprehension, his mental state became invigorated once more. When Lu Zhou opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon the mysterious box in the corner of the secret chamber. He slightly lifted his right hand, and a saber appeared in his hand. It was the nameless saber. Clang, clang, clang. He swung the nameless saber repeatedly at the box, but only a few small traces appeared on the body of the box, which then quickly returned to its original state. The durability of the box had exceeded Lu Zhao's understanding. Could it be that there's a special key of some sort? Lu Zhou noticed a strangely shaped groove on the top side of the box. He controlled the nameless saber, transforming it into the shape and the pattern, and then placed it into the groove. Suddenly, things changed. Whoosh! The nameless saber was shot away. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the nameless saber flew back into his hand, then disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Several surges of gang qi struck that damnable box. Outside the secret chamber, Ming Xiyin and the others had just approached when they heard the sound of things being smashed from inside the secret chamber.
Thump, thump, Xiao Yanxie muttered. Master is angry again. With so many things happening these past few days, it's normal for Master to be angry.
Xiao Yanhe whispered. Shixong, is Tiangxin Shiji really okay? Ming Shiyin replied. I can't be sure, but Master said it depends on her fate. The three of them simultaneously shook their heads. With a whir, the stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened. The three of them immediately held their breath, not daring to discuss further. They noticed the skinny old man, their master, casually waving his hand, and a surge of gang chi appeared, carrying a box that flew into the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou hugged the pink box and slowly walked towards them. Master!
The three of them spoke in unison to greet him. Ming Shiyin, Lu Zhou slowly said. You are usually considered the most scheming. This box is extremely mysterious. I will temporarily entrust it to you. Try to figure out how to open it. The corner of Ming Xinyan's mouth slightly twitched, looking towards the mysterious box. Damn it, I like doing simple things like this the most. Disciple obeys. The three disciples immediately stood up straight, not daring to be disrespectful. Lu Zhou stepped onto the steps and slowly sat down on the master's seat. Lu Zhou didn't look at them. Instead, he took a sip of milk tea and gradually fell into contemplation. Currently, he has 8,762 merit points. It seems like a lot, but it's completely insufficient to buy the 6 Combine's rebirth dharmic body. He had originally wanted to rely on buying item cards to save his life, but now the item cards have all increased in price. He had no choice but to expend more effort on increasing his cultivation. These disciples of his, although their cultivation isn't bad, it would be too forced to rely on them to carry out the task of killing Wei Zhuoyan. Lu Zhou faintly opened his mouth. How far has your cultivation progressed recently? Duanmu Sheng quickly bowed, beads of sweat rolling down his face, and replied, This disciple's heavenly unification art has broken through. I hope to reach the 2-leaf dharmic body stage within a month, Ming Xinyin chimed in. This disciple has a 1-leaf dharmic body cultivation.
Lu Zhou stared straight at Ming Xiyin, not hiding anything. After all, this guy clearly hid his cultivation when fighting Zhang Chu. Ming Xiyin quickly said,
Master, every word this disciple says is the truth. I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. Lu Zhou nodded slightly, looking at Xiao Yanjie standing next to him. Yanjie, what about you? Xiao Yanjie's face turned red, and she stammered, Peak Divine Court Realm. After saying that, Xiao Yanjie immediately knelt down. This disciple will definitely break through to the nascent divinity realm soon. Among the 9 disciples, only Xiao Yan'er was stuck at the Divine Court realm, and she felt very embarrassed. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to that. He just felt that the overall strength of the Dark Hall was quite weak. To gain a foothold in the cultivation world, cultivators must at least reach the 5-leaf stage, or even the 6-leaf stage. Right now, the strongest one is Duanmu Sheng, who's about to reach 2-leaf.
The Dark Hall is indeed a bit weak. Ding Fanqiu has a 5-leaf cultivation,
Fan Zhuwen is an 8-leaf, Hua Wudao is a 6-leaf.
A quick comparison shows that his disciples aren't intimidating enough to scare anyone.
Thinking of this, Lu Zhou casually said, You need to work harder at cultivation. This disciple obeys. The 3 replied in unison, inwardly surprised.
If it were the previous master, how could he care about these things? It would be lucky if he didn't deliberately belittle their cultivation. A female cultivator's voice came from outside the hall. Zhao Yu requests an audience, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Let her in. Outside the hall, Zhao Yu and 2 female cultivators slowly walked in. Zhao Yu respectfully knelt on the ground. This sinner greets master, Lu Zhou calmly said. Raise your head. Zhao Yue slowly raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Zhou. The golden lotus on her forehead had completely disappeared. Zhao Yue carefully said, This disciple is grateful for master's grace. Has the witchcraft restriction completely dissipated? What's your cultivation level? Zhao Yue honestly replied. My cultivation has recovered to 2/10. It will take a month to fully recover. Saying this, Zhao Yu bowed again, kowtowing to the ground. This disciple knows she was wrong, and begs master to give me a chance to redeem myself. Ming Shiyin and Duanmu Sheng also knelt down at the same time. Xiao Yanhe reacted a beat late. She also knelt down with everyone, her face full of daze. Lu Zhou glanced at the 3 of them and said, Zhao Yu, this disciple is here. Lu Zhou opened his mouth and said, This master will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Zhao Yu was overjoyed. Thank you, master. This disciple will definitely not fail your expectations. Lu Zhou also noticed that her loyalty increased by 15% in an instant.
Currently, the Dark Hall's strength is still very weak. Not only must he increase their loyalty, but also their cultivation levels, and also harvest more merit points.
The truth about Yu village has been investigated,
and Wei Zhuoyan's matter is not urgent. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou took a sip of milk tea and said, "In the next few days, you will transcribe the cultivation techniques you are currently practicing for this master." Huh. Transcribe the cultivation techniques? The group was dumbfounded. Lu Zhou ordered, "Do as I say, and don't have any objections." This disciple obeys. Lu Zhou did this because he couldn't determine whether the disciple's cultivation techniques were complete. That missing part of the memory is very likely related to the disciples. If the cultivation techniques he taught to his disciples are incomplete, it will cause great obstacles in improving their cultivation. Also, put less sugar in the milk tea. It's not good for the teeth.
Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes!" Lu Zhou nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve and left. After Lu Zhou left, the four looked at each other. Duan Musheng scratched his head and asked, "Fourth, you're smart. What is Master planning this time? I have no idea." Ming Xinyin hugged the box and studied it. Compared to transcribing the cultivation techniques, he preferred to study this box. Zhao Yue sighed and said, "No matter what, Master has really changed a lot." Ming Xiyin continued Zhao Yue's words. Fifth junior sister is much luckier than Tiangxin junior sister. Now Tiangxin junior sister's life and death are unknown. I don't know if she can persevere. Zhao Yue was surprised when she heard this and asked,
"What happened to Tiangxin junior sister?" Ming Xiyin sighed. "She has fallen into a state of sleep. Forget it. Don't ask. It's better that Master is thinking about." "I can't guess," Duan Musheng asked.
"Didn't you say that Master's brain is simple? Even you can't guess." Ming Xinyin widened his eyes and said, "Shh. Third senior brother, I didn't say that. Master is very smart." Zhao Yunhe seemed to have understood, and she said loudly,
I know. You dare to say Master is stupid." Ming Xiyin hugged the box and flickered before disappearing. "I'm not afraid of opponents as strong as gods, but I'm afraid of teammates as stupid as pigs." Ming Xiyin ran to the quiet back mountain. He placed the box on a stone and observed it carefully, stroking his chin. This box was completely different from the boxes he had seen before. There were no gaps, no holes, no lids. Completely square and tight. "No matter what kind of thing you are, I'll deal with you with a heaven-grade weapons." Ming Xinyin raised his hand, and the separation hook immediately appeared in his palm. He waved his hand. Clang! Blue magical rays shot out everywhere. Both the separation hook and the box were intact. Without any damage, Ming Xinyin opened his eyes wide, his hand holding the separation hook trembling. So magical. Am I really an idiot? How could something given by Master be simple? Ming Xinyin saw the inlaid holes on the surface of the box, and when the sunlight shone on it, a special pattern appeared on the inlaid hole before his eyes. This pattern kinda looks like my Lai Bi Gao. Under the sunlight, the pattern became extremely clear, and curiosity arose. Ming Xinyin took the Li Bi Gao and placed it on the pattern on the inlaid hole. As a result, the pattern suddenly rotated a bit, and gaps suddenly appeared at the four corners of the box. Then, with a click, the gaps disappeared again, and the box returned to its original appearance. My Li Bi Gao! Ming Xiyin was startled and hurried to grab the Li Bi Gao. "It's stuck. How is that possible?" The youth's scream echoed through the forest. For Ming Xiyin, the Li Bi Gao was the blood and flesh in his heart, and he couldn't allow any mistakes to happen to it. He tried his best to grab the Li Bi Gao, constantly striking out with his primal qi, shattering the rocks beside him. But the Li Bi Gao refused to come out from beginning to end, still stuck in the inlaid hole, not moving at all. "No way!" Ming Xinyin wanted to cry. Could it be that Master regretted giving me the weapon and deliberately thought of this method to take it back? That doesn't make sense. If Master wanted to take back the weapon, why would he beat around the bush like this? Duan Musheng came over with the Overlord's spear. "Junior brother, what are you doing? I've been looking for you everywhere."
"Senior brother, I'm afraid I can't practice with you. My Li Bi Gao is stuck." Ming Xinyin pointed painfully at the inlaid hole on the surface of the box. Duan Musheng said disdainfully, "It's just a silly box. Step aside a bit. What do you want to do? Step back a little more." Boom! Duan Musheng thrust the spear into the mysterious box, and the tip of the spear vibrated, causing his hands to tremble. The box shattered the stone into pieces and fell to the ground. Duan Musheng looked back at the undamaged Overlord spear, and then looked at the box, which had no marks on it. Duan Musheng exclaimed, "Is it that sturdy?" "Senior brother, look." Ming Xiyin pointed to another inlaid hole on the side of the box. Next to the Lai Bi Gao was a spear-shaped pattern. Duan Musheng asked, "What is this? Why don't you try inserting the Overlord spear into it?" Ming Xinyin had a feeling that this box was particularly fond of heaven-tier weapons. Duan Musheng was an honest person, so he picked up the Overlord's spear and stabbed it into the gap next to the Li Bigao. Scratch, scratch! The pattern suddenly clamped down, and the spearhead of the Overlord's spear seemed to have touched some kind of mechanism, and a gap appeared on the surface of the box. Boom! My weapon. Ming Xinyin's expression changed drastically as the gap shot out 2 heaven-tier weapons. Ming Xinyin mobilized his primal qi, and with a grab of his right hand, the Li Bigao immediately returned to his hand. The Overlord's spear shot into the air and then fell down, and Duan Muxing grabbed the spear shaft. Duan Muxing exclaimed, "Look at this box, it's really weird." The box has 6 sides, and a gap has appeared on one side. Ming Xinyin suddenly realized and said, "I understand. This box of masters needs all of our weapons. We have to put the weapons into the patterns to open it." Under the bright sunlight, the patterns on each side of the box were extremely clear. This is the azure jade saber. This is the evergreen sword. This is the amorous ring. This is the peacock plume. Ming Xiyin carefully examined each pattern on the box. Duan Musheng asked in surprise, "Such a magical box. I wonder which great expert designed it." "How would I know?" Ming Xiyin nodded slightly. "Fortunately, we found a way to open the box. Finding it is useless, though. The peacock plume is in the hands of 7th junior brother, and the azure jade saber and evergreen sword are in the hands of eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother in this world. Who has the ability to make them offer their weapons? I'm afraid no one does." He originally wanted to say, "Even master can't," but he was afraid of causing trouble, so he swallowed it back. The words Ming Xiyin wanted to say. Ming Xiyin nodded. "I really don't dare to go find eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother. I'll report back to master later. Master is still resting. Why don't you practice a bit?" Ming Xinyin's voice immediately became choked. 3rd senior brother, I recommended Elder Hua when he was still hiding his strength. You still couldn't break his turtle shell. Great magic, are you willing to admit defeat? Moreover, he is a 6-leaf expert, extremely suitable to be your training target. Duan Musheng's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then I'll go find Elder Hua. Ming Xiyin sat back in the back mountain, studying the box for a while longer. During this time, Elder Hua, who was lying down sleeping, kept sneezing. In the afternoon, Ming Xiyin carried the box back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Entering the main hall, he saw everyone playing chess. He found that Master, Xiao Yanhe, Zhao Yu, and Ji Feng were all present, and they were engrossed in playing chess. Lu Zhou was sitting with everyone at the chessboard. "The pavilion master invented it? It's really fun." "The pavilion master must be letting us win," Zhao Yanhe said cleverly. "Master, why haven't you ascended yet?" Seeing Ming Xiyin come in, he said indifferently, "You've come at the right time." Ming Xiyin placed the box on the ground, and then bowed. "Master, I have found a method to open this box." Oh, Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. This disciple is a bit difficult to control, but at crucial moments he works very neatly and efficiently. This box needs 6 weapons to be inlaid into the patterns on each side of the box. Please have a look, master. Ming Xinyin waved his hand, and the box immediately floated in the air. This is the azure jade saber pattern. This is the evergreen sword. This is the peacock plume. This is the amorous ring. The light in the main hall shone on the box. And as Ming Xinyin said, there were 6 weapon-shaped patterns on each side of the box. Ming Xinyin said with a bit of pride, "Master, my weapon and 3rd senior brother's weapon have been attached, and the pattern should open this gap. It seems that 2 more such gaps are needed to open the box." Lu Zhou nodded. "Well done." Being praised by Master, Ming Xiyin was overjoyed and said, "Thanks for the encouragement, Master." Lu Zhou had thought of this, even trying to use the unnamed sword to transform into a different shape resembling the pattern. But it didn't work. Clearly, the system wouldn't allow Lu Zhou to exploit this loophole. To open the box, you need the jade green saber, the evergreen sword, and the peacock plume. But those bastards have all left the Evil Sky Pavilion, so relying on them is totally unrealistic. Zhao Yue bowed and said, "Master, if you want to open this mysterious box, this disciple thinks 4th brother is the best choice." Ming Xiyin was like, "Huh? What? Why me?" With 3 question marks floating over his head. Lu Zhou asked, "Why do you think so?" "The peacock plume is in 7th brother's hands, and 7th brother is close to 8th brother. With 4th brother's skills, it wouldn't be hard to find 8th brother. Once you find 8th brother, given 7th brother's personality, it'll be easy to contact eldest brother and 2nd brother. This disciple believes they'll also be curious about what's in the box, and they'll figure out a way to open it." Ming Xinyin was still rocking the triple question marks. Lu Zhou stroked his beard nonchalantly. "Not bad," Ming Xinyin hurriedly said. "Master, we need to discuss this more carefully."
Eldest brother and second brother's cultivation is unfathomable. What if they want to kill me and snatch the box?
Everyone nodded, feeling that what Ming Xinyan said made sense. Lu Zhou shook his head again. Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong may be treacherous disciples, but they're very generous to their junior brothers and sisters. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion started accepting disciples, there's never been any internal strife. I believe they won't hurt you. Ming Xinyan wanted to cry. I don't believe it. Meanwhile, everyone around was cheering him on. Ming Xinyan, go for it. Ming Xinyan still wanted to cry.
I don't believe it. Lu Zhou looked straight into Ming Xinyan's eyes. This matter is not up for discussion. Don't disappoint me. Seeing that, Ming Xinyan's heart trembled. He had no choice but to hug the chest, his face full of grievance, and after a pause said, "This disciple obeys." After that, Lu Zhou ordered everyone to dismiss. The disciples shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!"
At this time, Lu Zhou opened the system interface. The task column showed the progress of the task, open the mysterious chest. Lu Zhou was completely convinced that Ming Xinyan was the most suitable candidate for this action. Only he could maneuver between those treacherous disciples and successfully complete the task. If it were anyone else with a thinner skin, there would be no way to do it. Moreover, in his memory, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong had indeed never done anything wrong to their junior brothers and sisters. Thinking about this, Lu Zhou frowned again. What exactly made them betray the Evil Sky Pavilion? So headache-inducing. Ming Xinyan left the main hall with the chest in his arms. The female cultivator came in from outside and bowed. "Pavilion master, Ye Tiangxin hasn't changed today." Lu Zhou replied indifferently, "I know." Ye Tiangxin had fallen into a deep sleep, her life or death uncertain. Xiao Yanhair widened her eyes and asked in a low voice, "Master, is senior sister Tiangxin really not going to die?" "Right?" Lu Zhou truthfully replied. "I don't know." Xiao Yanhair fed the 3 chickens and asked, "Then if she dies, will master be happy?" As soon as she said this, Lu Zhou reached out and tapped her head, scolding, "I told you to copy the cultivation methods. How far have you gotten?" Xiao Yanhair touched her head and said with a pout, "I haven't done it yet," Lu Zhou urged. "Then hurry up and do it." A flying letter? Xiao Yanhair noticed a bird carrying a flying letter in the sky. Xiao Yanhair darted out like lightning. Then she jumped up and caught the bird very neatly. Not long after, Xiao Yanhair walked in with the flying letter. Lu Zhou didn't blame her anymore, just told her to read it. "It's a flying letter from Jiang Aijian," Xiao Yanxue read to herself. "Senior, I've passed on your words to Wei Zhuoyan. As expected, Wei Zhuoyan doesn't take it seriously." Lu Zhou nodded, which was also within his expectations. Wei Zhuoyan had risen to his current position, becoming an important official of Great Yan, holding heavy troops in his hands. Suddenly, someone jumped out and told him to give up everything. Of course, that was impossible. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently. The flying letter assumed Jiang Aijian said that this seat already knew about this. Xiao Yanhair said a little angrily, "Master, this Wei Zhuoyan is so annoying. Should I go down the mountain and kill him?" Lu Zhou asked. "You're only in the divine court realm and you want to assassinate a 7-leaf expert, or even an 8-leaf one." Xiao Yanhair lowered her head, her 2 index fingers poking each other. Wei Zhuoyan commanded the 3 armies. He didn't just rely on his own cultivation. Moving him would have widespread consequences. He wasn't like Fan Xuan. Fan Xuan came from the Black Roll, was a pawn of the Dark Department. Even if Fan Xuan died, the great Yan imperial family wouldn't care too much. But Wei Zhuoyan was different. Many people wanted him dead, but there were also many people who didn't want him to die. Xiao Yanhair asked, "So what should we do?" Lu Zhou said calmly, "Don't worry, what I want isn't just Wei Zhuoyan's life." Half a day later, Ming Xinyan left the Evil Sky Pavilion with the chest in his arms, heading towards Old Eighth's den. Zhu Honggong, a subordinate, rushed in hastily and reported, "Chief, it's not good. Someone has infiltrated the mountain stronghold." Zhu Honggong, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, sat up suddenly. Zhu Honggong was startled and hurriedly stood up, shouting in panic, "What's the panic? With this king here who dares to break into Tiger's Roar Mountain?" At this moment, Ming Xinyan's voice came from outside. "Dad, long time no see. You've become much more imposing." Ming Xinyan's figure appeared from afar, taking steps of 30 feet, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong very cooperatively knelt on the ground. The kingly aura from just now completely gone, Zhu Honggong asked, "Senior brother, why are you here?" Ming Xinyan quickly replied, "Why can't I come?" Hearing this answer, Zhu Honggong continued, "Could it be that you've thought it through and want to join my Tiger's Roar Mountain?" Zhu Honggong flattered him. That's great. From now on, you'll be the chief of Tiger's Roar Mountain, and I'll even give you the title of Madly Praised Evil King. I'll just be the second in command. Ming Xinyin replied, Cut the crap. Stop it. Then Ming Xinyin put the chest in his hand on the table, sat down unceremoniously, and said, There's no way I'd leave the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'm here on a mission. Zhu Honggong's heart trembled. What mission? It's not to clean up the house, is it? Remembering the encounter with Master near Qingyu Pond, Zhu Honggong was worried sick and broke out in a cold sweat. I really don't get you. How dare you leave the Great Void Sect with such a small liver, Ming Xinyin sneered. You either don't have the cultivation of Senior Brother, or the courage of Second Senior Brother, or the brains of Seventh Junior Brother, just this pile of fatty meat. Zhu Honggong shamelessly replied, Senior Brother, don't hit me so hard, I'm actually quite smart. You, old 8, Zhu Honggong grinned and said, Of course. If it weren't for my smarts, I would have been caught by Master at Qingyu Pond that day. Keep dreaming, Ming Xinyin rolled his eyes and said, Master feels like catching you is as easy as flipping his hand, so he's not in a hurry. If it were 7th Junior Brother, see if he'd show mercy. Zhu Honggong was speechless for a moment. Seeing the chest on the table, he smiled and said, 4th Senior Brother, you're not here to catch me, so what's the matter? This little brother will definitely do my best. Please have some tea to warm your belly. Ming Xinyin pointed to the chest next to him. Master has a mysterious chest that can only be opened with the weapons of 7th Junior Brother, Senior Brother, and 2nd Senior Brother. 7th Junior Brother is a dragon whose head you see but not its tail, so I can only come find you, 4th Senior Brother. It's just a rotten chest. Just split it in half with a blade, Zhu Honggong said, pulling out a blade from a subordinate's waist. Watch me. No need for heaven-grade weapons. Ming Xinyin didn't bother to stop him. He sat on the Grand Tutor's chair, gleefully watching the show. Old 8 swung the broadsword in his hand, hacking down on the chest. Sparks flew everywhere, and the blade snapped in two, clanging loudly as it fell, stabbing into the neck of the subordinate carrying tea. Watermelon-colored liquid splashed everywhere. Zhu Honggong stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, Mysterious chest? What kind of chest is this? How is it so hard? 2 other subordinates quickly dragged the corpse away. Watermelon-colored liquid staining the path. Ming Xinyin picked up a bunch of grapes from the table, eating and spitting out the seeds. If I knew, why would I come looking for you? 4th Senior Brother, this Junior Brother is really upset. The Great Void Sect is declining. The entire cultivation world is waiting for Master's Great Tribulation. The old man is coming. By then, all the treasures in the Great Void Sect will be snatched away. Why don't you take the opportunity? Ming Xinyin's eyes widened, and he shouted, Shut up, Thump! Zhu Honggong knelt down again. Ming Xinyin reprimanded. You treacherous, unfilial wretch, you left the Great Void Sect, fine, but you dare criticize Master behind his back. Has Master ever wronged you? Zhu Honggong scratched his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. I've only been beaten and scolded a lot, but there's really no hatred. Do you know how your 6th senior sister is doing, Ye Tiangxin? 6th senior sister's cultivation has been crippled, her life and death are unknown. Listen to my advice. Don't resist Master anymore. Ming Xinyin's voice turned cold. I can understand you leaving the Great Void Sect, but if you dare to badmouth him behind his back, the channel's playlist has a lot of good stories. And new stories. Little Sister will update continuously. Everyone, please click on the playlist to watch and support Little Sister. If you want to watch the full story, please click on the link in the description of that story, or click on the channel's playlist and search for the title to watch the whole story you want to watch. Zhu Honggong held up 3 fingers, raising his hand high and swearing to the heavens. Senior Brother, I'm wronged. I'm really wronged. Wronged to death. Zhu Honggong nudged his knees forward half a step and continued. Since I left the Great Void Sect, I haven't done anything to wrong Master. The last time you asked me to investigate the kidnapping case of the Xu family, I've also found out that it was really someone impersonating the fierce tiger gang to cause trouble, then framing me. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin said, I never asked about the matter of Junior Sister's clan members. You volunteered to jump into it. Zhu Honggong looked like he was mourning. I'm really wrong. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear my name. Ming Xinyin glared at him. Alright, I know the Shu family's matter wasn't done by you. You don't have the guts to do it. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed, his voice flattering. It's still 4th Senior Brother who understands the reasons. Did Master say anything about me? Master doesn't even bother to look at you. Don't think too highly of yourself, Ming Xinyin said. Here, he suddenly became serious, returning to the main topic. You've seen the chest. Do you know where 7th Junior Brother is? Zhu Honggong chuckled. 4th Senior Brother, you're joking. How would I know where 7th Senior Brother is? However, 4th Senior Brother can go to Wolong to check. I heard the Darknet headquarters is located there. Ming Xinyin suddenly lowered his voice. Old 8, you weren't this clever before, you want to harm me. As soon as he finished speaking, applause suddenly came from behind the screen.
Si Wuyai gracefully and elegantly appeared before the two. Old 7? Ming Xiyin immediately glared at Old 8. You still dare to say you don't know? Si Wuyai slowly walked in front of Ming Xiyin, bowing in greeting. Greetings, fourth senior brother. Although Si Wuyai was Ming Xiyin's junior brother, his nonchalant demeanor made Ming Xiyin a little uncomfortable. In general, smart people are difficult to grasp. Ming Xiyin preferred to be around people like Zhu Honggong, but he was also a senior brother, doing his duty, so there was nothing to worry about. Old 7, you're really scheming, hiding behind and eavesdropping for so long. Has fourth senior brother said enough? Yes. I've always been at Fierce Tiger Gang. It's normal for senior and junior brothers to live together. I just didn't expect fourth senior brother to honor us with his presence. Si Wuyai slowly stepped to the left, flicking his robe to the side. Ming Xiyin then said, Since you've heard, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Lend me your peacock plume for a moment. Si Wuyai's gaze fell on the mysterious chest, secretly scrutinizing it. His face showed no emotion, but inside he was surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a bizarre chest. Master has countless treasures. Another strange chest is nothing strange. Si Wuyai coldly said, I can lend you the peacock plume, but there are a few words I sincerely want to say to fourth senior brother. That's not needed. I'm not like you guys. If you've agreed to lend it, that's fantastic. Couldn't be better. Come here, come here. Place the peacock plume into this design. Ming Xiyin was extremely cautious, not wanting to listen to seventh junior brother's bewitching words. Si Wuyai's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained as calm as water. Long time no see. Fourth senior brother is much more careful than before. Having said that, he raised his right hand, and the peacock plume floated in the palm of his hand, spinning 360 degrees. Old 8 Zhu Honggong was green with envy, muttering to himself, When will I ever get a heaven-grade weapon? Si Wuyai turned his hand and brought the peacock plume to the mysterious wooden chest. If inside the chest is a treasure that could control us, do you still want to open it, senior brother? Ming Xiyin was stunned. Si Wuyai noticed the change on his face, so he deliberately slowed down his movements. Ming Xiyin suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. What's the matter, fourth senior brother? Ming Xiyin asked. I've always been curious. Why did eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and you suddenly leave the Demon Heaven Pavilion back then? Hearing this question, Si Wuyai calmly retracted the peacock plume and cupped his hands, saying, Fourth senior brother, if someone held a knife to your throat and you had no ability to resist, only to flee, would you run or not? Ming Xiyin was startled, not answering him. Si Wuyai slowly returned to his seat, cheerfully chatting. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has made too many enemies. Ever since the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain, everyone has been waiting for Master's calamity to arrive. At that time, even if eldest senior brother and second senior brother didn't leave, they couldn't stop the countless disasters swarming like locusts. Ming Xiyin snorted. I'm afraid those people aren't even as good as locusts, Si Wuyai said calmly. Are you so confident in Master? Shut up. Ming Xiyin's voice suddenly rose. He stared unblinkingly at Si Wuyai, rebuking. Seventh junior brother, don't forget your place. Old 8 is momentarily confused and blinded by you. I don't blame him, but you? Shouldn't you be able to distinguish right from wrong? It's very normal for a senior brother to instruct a junior brother. But, Si Wuyai listened with an indifferent expression, without the slightest fluctuation. Fourth senior brother. If you know I can distinguish black from white, right from wrong, then on what basis do you think the place where I stand is wrong? You, Ming Xiyin waved his hand, saying. You're very argumentative, Si Wuyai immediately replied. Fourth senior brother is too kind. Ming Xiyin continued. No matter what you say, Master has imparted a whole body of cultivation to you. This is a solid fact like iron. Si Wuyai smiled faintly, clapping his hands. It's hard to imagine. It's only been a while since he last saw him, and fourth senior brother is protecting Master so much. Ming Xiyin is too different now compared to before. This is beyond his imagination. Ming Xiyin sat down. I'm not like you. Si Wuyai turned to look at the mysterious wooden chest. Fourth senior brother. If you use the name of senior brother to tell me to open this chest, I will immediately open it without a second word. But, if it's for another reason, forgive me for not obeying. Ming Xiyin, who had just calmed down, suddenly burst into anger again. Bam! He slammed his palm, and the table beside him shattered instantly. A swift palm strike carried Gang Qi and struck toward Si Wuyai. Bam bam bam. Si Wuyai lightly touched his toes. His whole body gracefully retreated, one hand behind his back, and the other skillfully deflecting Ming Xiyin's Gang Qi. In an instant, the entire mountain stronghold was shaken by the collision of Gang Qil. One person advanced, one person retreated, constantly fighting. Zhu Honggong was stunned, then hurriedly stood up, waving his hands and shouting loudly, "Please stop fighting, you two senior brothers. If you continue fighting, my dilapidated camp will be finished." The people of Fierce Tiger Ridge kept retreating, only able to watch from afar. No one dared to intervene. Bam, 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 another 3 consecutive palm strikes. Ming Shiyin struck the Gang Kui protective barrier on Si Wuyai's body. Si Wuyai somersaulted backward, and then stood upright, his face carrying a smile. Fourth senior brother has actually broken through to the nascent soul realm. Congratulations. You are all heinous and rebellious. As your senior brother, I have the responsibility to clean up the sect on behalf of Master. Ming Xinyin stomped his foot hard. Bam! Uff! A footprint appeared. Ming Xinyin, like an arrow, shot straight towards Si Wuyai. Seeing this, Si Wuyai retreated into the air, his whole body as light as a swallow. He still only used one hand to block the palm strikes, preventing Ming Xinyin's Gang Qi from hitting his face. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The collision of Gang Qi completely disregarded the architecture in the room. Seeing this, Zhu Honggong felt a pang of heartache. His heart didn't know how much it hurt, but Zhu Honggong was still devouring a steamed bun, with a tray in his arms below. While eating, Zhu Honggong kept advising, "Senior brothers, don't fight anymore. We're all brothers. Why do you have to do this?" Si Wuyai heard Old Eight's persuasion and transmitted his voice to Ming Shiyin. "Fourth senior brother, you've been on the mountain for a long time. Although you've luckily broken through to the nascent soul realm, your cultivation has been suppressed for too long. You can't do anything to me. You're wrong." The Gang Kui on Ming Xinyin's body suddenly surged. The parting hook in his hand cut through with a bizarre angle. Bam! Almost at the same moment, the peacock plume spread its tail, and thousands of Gang Qi formed hidden weapons glittering with golden light, blocking in front of him. The parting hook, with one blade and one sheath, slammed into it, blasting away those Gang Qi. Although it had spread its tail, the distance was too close. The parting hook gained the advantage. Of course, this was also thanks to Ming Xinyin's sudden attack. The heaven-grade weapons of both sides, after colliding, retreated into the air, their 4 eyes meeting, not continuing to fight. The Gang Kui disappeared, and the surroundings returned to silence. One of Zhu Honggong's subordinates hurriedly reported, "Campmaster, there's only 1 cage left. Who knows what this guy is talking about? Never mind him." A look of surprise appeared on Si Wuyai's calm face, his eyes looking at the parting hook in Ming Xinyin's hand. Si Wuyai praised, "Fourth senior brother has not only broken through to the nascent soul realm but also possesses a heaven-grade weapon." Ming Xinyin said indifferently, "Not as good as 7th junior brother who already has the peacock plume." Si Wuyai cupped his hands in a salute. "It's only right for a senior brother to instruct a junior brother. This junior brother was impolite. Please accept my apology, 4th senior brother," Ming Xinyin continued. "No need to apologize." Ming Xinyin snatched back Zhu Honggong's tray of steamed buns. "To open Master's chest, your weapon is needed. Whether eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother have the keys to open it or not. Quote, opening it, the decision is up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Xinyin also grabbed a steamed bun and devoured it. Then Ming Xinyin also handed the remaining steamed bun to Si Wuyai. Reaching out to take the steamed bun, Si Wuyai asked with great curiosity, "What's inside the chest?" Ming Xinyin replied, "I don't know either. But since Master has valued this chest so much, it shouldn't be an ordinary item." Si Wuyai, while munching on the steamed bun, said, "Aren't you afraid that we'll open this chest and snatch the treasure?" Ming Xinyin replied indifferently. "Master has long thought of this point. The last key is the sentiment-severing ring. Junior sister Tiang Xin has been imprisoned by Master." Zhu Honggong looked back at the tray, and there were no steamed buns left, muttering, "The sentiment-severing ring is in Master's hands. That will be the final step to open the chest." Si Wuyai sighed. "I heard 2nd senior brother say before that Master has changed a lot. Whether it's his style of doing things or his way of treating people, his temperament and nature are completely different from before. Now it seems, it's really like that." After sighing, Si Wuyai picked up the peacock spirit and walked towards the mysterious coffer. He examined it for a moment, then said in surprise, "This is indeed a peculiar object, ingeniously designed." Zhu Honggong, relieved that the two had finally stopped fighting, stepped forward. "Finally stopped fighting thanks to my steamed buns. To be praised by the 7th senior brother, this thing must be worth a lot." Si Wuyai knocked on Lao Ba's pig head. "Money grubber. How can this thing be compared with mere money?" Then, Si Wuyai picked up the peacock spirit. He observed the patterns on the coffer's surface, and then found the peacock spirit pattern. Si Wuyai was very careful, not immediately putting the peacock spirit in. He observed for a while and then nodded. "Master is indeed full of wondrous things. The structure of this pattern and slot are linked. If you're not careful, it will get stuck." Having said that, he placed the peacock spirit onto the pattern on the coffer. Click. The coffer emitted a crisp sound. The peacock spirit was bounced back. Although the slot didn't appear, it could be seen that the peacock spirit pattern had disappeared. This shows that the peacock spirit key has worked. Si Wuyai lifted his hand, and the peacock spirit disappeared. Fourth senior brother, are you satisfied? Ming Shiyin didn't bother to be polite with him, just said, this is what you should do. Besides, I know only you can contact eldest senior brother and second senior brother. I'm entrusting this coffer to you. I'll come back to Laoba's place in 7 days to retrieve it. Si Wuyai replied, I can indeed contact eldest senior brother and second senior brother. There's no place in the world my dark web can't find. But the problem is, eldest senior brother and second senior brother aren't as insightful as I am. I'm afraid this coffer can't be opened. Ming Xinyin retorted. Are you so afraid that what's inside the coffer is something that will counter your treasures? Afraid, Si Wujai laughed. Not to deceive fourth senior brother. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have let the peacock spirit do that just now. That's for the best. I believe eldest senior brother and second senior brother will think clearly. Ming Shiyin casually pushed the coffer to Si Wuyai. At least Maester is still healthy, which means Maester is still alive. Even if you're no longer in the Devil Sky Pavilion, the old man is still your master. If you really anger Master, even if disaster is about to strike, he'll still send you to the Yellow Springs to accompany him. Si Wuyai coldly pushed Zhu Honggong's face away. Fourth senior brother, please rest assured I will relay this to eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Ming Shiyin nodded in satisfaction. Si Wuyai didn't resist strongly, instead he was very cooperative, which surprised Ming Shiyin a little. Just as he was about to leave, Ming Shiyin suddenly asked, Lao Qi, were you involved in the kidnapping of the Shu family's people? Si Wuyai shook his head. I wasn't. Ming Shiyin, hearing this, said, I believe you. Si Wuyai calmly replied, although we always pursue results in our work, we also have our principles and bottom lines. Since the Devil Sky Pavilion started accepting disciples, there has never been any internal strife. There wasn't before, and there won't be in the future either. Both Si Wuyai and Zhu Honggong cupped their fists and bowed to see Ming Shiyin off. Ming Shiyin waved his hand. I can only hope so. Swoosh! Ming Shiyin flew away. Lao Ba Zhu Honggong plopped down onto the floor. He wiped the sweat from his face, looked around at the damaged room and sighed, shaking his head. Si Wuyai remained indifferent, walked back to the Grandmaster chair, and slowly sat down. Lao back. A shot arrow cannot be turned back. Things have come to this point. We only have one path left, and that is to continue forward. Saying these words, he turned his head to look at the mysterious coffer. Master has roamed the world for many years. There are probably still many treasures he hasn't taken out. This coffer isn't simple. Lao Ba got up and went to the coffer's side, examining it for a while. Could it be a weapon? That possibility can't be ruled out. Then why did you agree to open this coffer? Zhu Honggong couldn't understand. Then, Si Wuyai stood up, with his hands clasped behind his back. Si Wuyai said, this coffer is extremely special. If it isn't opened, this treasure will forever collect dust inside the coffer. Master's great tribulation is approaching. How many years can this treasure still be used? It's better that I open the coffer to let the treasure reappear in the world. Just now, when I and fourth senior brother were fighting, did you see the weapon in his hand? I saw it. I'm also annoyed about it. Fourth senior brother has been in the Devil Sky Pavilion all year round. He hasn't comprehended the essence of the Greenwood Heart Sutra. His cultivation base is suppressed so much, yet he was able to exchange so many moves with seventh senior brother. Zhu Honggong asked, was that weapon a heaven-grade weapon? Si Wuyai replied, that's right. Si Wuyai lifted his hand, and the mysterious coffer was weightless. Surrounded by a stream of gang qi and brought into his palm, Si Wuyai lifted his hand, and the mysterious coffer was weightless. Surrounded by a stream of gang qi and brought into his palm, Si Wuyai held up the coffer. This matter cannot be revealed to outsiders, to avoid people with ulterior motives coveting the Devil Sky Pavilion's items. Let's both go into the deep mountains. Lao Ba quickly said, seventh senior brother, you covet the Devil Sky Pavilion's treasures a lot. One more or one less person doesn't make a difference. No, I mean the matter of this coffer. Zhu Honggong, hearing this, worriedly said, if this is really a top-tier treasure, it will cause even greater competition. Si Wuyai brought the coffer to the back mountain. Fierce Tiger Ridge. Zhu Honggong followed closely behind. At a flat area in the back mountain, there was a flying chariot shaped like a boat lying there, surrounded by 4 cultivators wearing light-colored robes. When Si Wuyai appeared, more than 10 people simultaneously bowed. Pavilion Master, Si Wuyai, waved his hand, and the mysterious coffer flew up and landed in the flying chariot. He also leaped and flew inside. To Anyang! Yes! More than 10 cultivators simultaneously poured primordial qi into the flying chariot.
Under the effect of the formation inscriptions and the power of primordial qi, the flying chariot slowly rose. When the flying chariot was hovering in the air, it paused for a moment. Si Wuyai calmly said, "Lao Ba, don't stick your head out during this period. The cooperation between the Devil Slaughter Sect and the Righteous Unity Sect has failed. They don't dare to cause trouble with the Evil Sky Pavilion, so they'll only vent it on you." Zhu Honggong trembled all over upon hearing this, whimpering, "Senior brother, this was your idea. Why are you blaming me?" Si Wuyai calmly glanced at An Yang. Although Zhang Yuanshan has openly provoked the Evil Sky Pavilion multiple times, in reality he's a coward. The kind of person who fears death. Otherwise, when you and Master appeared at Qingyu altar that day, with his nascent soul realm cultivation, why wouldn't he dare to show his face? Zhu Honggong quickly retorted, "Well, you can't blame me alone. No, I don't understand." Si Wuyai raised his hand, signaling him to stop. "It's all about bullying those below and sucking up to those above." Whoosh! The flying chariot slowly ascended. Zhu Honggong frowned and said, "So does that mean Zhang Yuanshan thinks my fierce tiger gang is easy to bully? Farewell, senior brother." Old Eighth bowed slightly, watching the flying chariot depart, then straightened up, scoffed, and his eyes narrowed, pupils gleaming fiercely. "Old Eighth ain't so easy to bully." An hour later, the flying chariot slowly descended near Anyang. Si Wuyai stepped out and looked up at Anyang's city. A subordinate approached and reported, "Pavilion Master, there are lookouts around. No one will know your whereabouts." Si Wuyai nodded. "You guys wait there. I'll take a little trip and return." Pavilion Master, Sword Devil Senior, has recently been hanging out in the city's taverns and shops. Your sudden visit, this subordinate worries that Sword Devil Senior will be angered. Si Wuyai glanced at him and said, "You have misunderstood second senior brother all along. I have my own judgment." The subordinates immediately bowed and saluted. "Yes!" Si Wuyai raised his hand, and the mysterious jade box in the flying chariot flew into his hand. At the same time, on the third floor of a certain tavern in Anyang City, the green-robed swordsman was pouring wine. The entire tavern was empty, without a single customer. The waiter standing beside him was trembling, occasionally glancing furtively at the green-robed swordsman. From the third floor of the tavern, one could see a panoramic view of Anyang City. The green-robed swordsman suddenly spoke. "How long?" The waiter said a few words and then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. From Qingyang to Anyang takes half an hour. By now they should have arrived." The green-robed swordsman said in a calm tone. "You don't need to be afraid. There's good wine and food. Sit down here and have a drink with me." No. This lowly one wouldn't dare. This lowly one will just stand here. Standing is fine." Cold sweat covered the waiter's back. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Footsteps came from outside, and several cultivators entered the tavern. 1 in the Divine Tribunal realm, 2 in the Ocean of Worlds realm, 6 in the Qi Condensation realm, and 3 in the Mystic Unlocking realm. Then they also went up to the third floor. On the third floor, there was only 1 table, 1 chair, a plate of meat and wine, and 2 people, the green-robed swordsman and the waiter. The green-robed swordsman's gaze fell on the group of cultivators. As he appeared, he poured wine, while saying calmly, "The Qingyang mountain bandits stay. The others can leave." The waiter was relieved, and hurriedly bowed to thank him. "Thank you, great master. Thank you, great master." He dashed downstairs like a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The cultivators looked at the green-robed swordsman with suspicion. The leading middle-aged man sensed a strange aura emanating from the green-robed swordsman, and cupped his fist and said, "Who might you be, sir?" The green-robed swordsman did not answer him but asked, "Are you all Qingyang mountain bandits?" The middle-aged man then smirked and replied, "The word bandit is a little harsh. We're just trying to make a living. Running this tavern isn't easy. I hope you won't make things difficult." The green-robed swordsman slapped the table once, his sword next to it. "Oh really? Then it's easy to deal with." The green-robed swordsman picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. His tone was calm, but his words were shocking. "I'm sorry, kill yourselves. My sword doesn't particularly like being stained with the blood of low-level cultivators." The cultivators were shocked and took a step back. "Just who are you, sir?" The green-robed swordsman put down his wine cup and smiled calmly. "This one is Yu Shangrong." The cultivator's eyes widened, so it was him. The man with the eye patch took off his eye patch to get a good look at the sword devil. Almost instinctively, all the cultivators turned to flee. "Run! Doesn't matter if it's real or fake, run! Bang, bang, bang!" At the staircase entrance, a powerful astral energy blocked their escape. Watermelon-colored liquid splattered everywhere.
The green-robed swordsman continued to pour wine for himself, as if he hadn't seen the scene just now. The dozen or so cultivators were in chaos. Suddenly, from mid-air outside the tavern, a series of astral energies, hidden weapons, and glittering golden light shot out, forming a peacock spreading its tail, whoosh whoosh. All the hidden weapons accurately pierced the chests of the low-level cultivators, turning their bodies into porcupines. The green-robed swordsman didn't even bother to look, just shook his head slightly. He put down the wine cup in his hand, said with some disgust, "Junior brother's actions make me lose my appetite for drinking. I really don't like the smell of fresh blood." Clop clop. Si Wuyai approached, his face cold, he said. The jade box floats beside him. Wuyai spoiled senior brother's enjoyment. Another day I will personally host a feast to apologize to you. Si Wuyai sat down in front of Yu Shangdrong. Yu Shangdrong shook his head and said, "Senior brother appreciates your intention, but these bandits are really pitiful. I promised to let them kill themselves, but it couldn't be done." Si Wuyai replied, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have interfered with senior brother's affairs. What kind of a refined figure is senior brother? Why would you lower yourself to deal with these bottom-tier bandits?" Yu Shangrong continued. "Little junior sister is innocent and pure. Her matters are my matters." Si Wuyai was stunned. Second senior brother truly loves little junior sister to the utmost. "Loving her is not the right word," Yu Shangrong said in a gentle tone. "When I and senior brother left the Evil Sky Pavilion, little junior sister had not yet joined." "Then why?" Si Wuyai glanced at the corpses of the bandits. Yu Shangrong smiled, stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the scenery outside the window. "I and little junior sister have met a few times. I want her to be like me, to treat everyone sincerely." At this moment, Si Wuyai toyed with the box without saying anything more. After a while, Si Wuyai coughed a few times. "Second senior brother, let's talk about the main issue." After finishing speaking, Si Wuyai casually waved his hand, and the jade box flew up and rested in his hand. Yu Shangrong's gaze fell on the box. He examined it for a moment and then looked away. Si Wuyai said, "This is Master's jade box. The old man needs our weapons as keys to open it." Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "Master is indeed very interested. Even on the mountain he doesn't forget to find things for us senior brothers to do." Si Wuyai then replied, "Perhaps Master wants to use this opportunity to probe a little. Third junior brother is proficient in human hearts. Can you understand the thoughts of our old master?" Si Wuyai sat opposite Yu Shangrong, shook his head, and sighed. "If it was before, I would be very confident that I could do it, but after this period of time, I am no longer sure." The daughter's red wine from the jar was poured out. Yu Shangrong said softly, "I don't overthink things like you do. I just need Master to not run around like a headless chicken so I can relax." Si Wuyai replied, "Obviously things aren't progressing the way you'd hoped, senior brother. Master, that old man, is using the complete opposite approach. First, he off Zuo Jinchen of the three-headed demonic fiend sect. Then he captured Fan Xuan, the leader of the Black Knights. Outside he's got the Buddhist monks as allies. Inside he's taken in the Jingming Dao disciple Pan Zhong and the Heavenly Sword sect's Zhu Jifeng. Even Hua Wu Dao from the Cloud sect went up the mountain and vanished without a trace." Yu Shangrong repeated his own words. Seventh junior brother seems a bit lacking in confidence. His tone sounds hesitant, lacking resolve. Si Wuyai nodded, not denying it at all. "I got this intel from the Shadow Network, but from start to finish, it's all contradictory. Like the bit about Master having Buddhist monk allies, that's kinda sus. At the Holy Altar, the Buddhist monks making a move was legit, but maybe this Buddhist monk was Master himself." Yu Shangrong said, a bit surprised. "Master, that old geezer, is proficient in many kinds of skills. What you said makes sense," Si Wuyai replied. "If that's really the case, maybe Master has found a new way to cultivate the skills of other schools." Yu Shangrong didn't reply, just quietly looked into the distance. The people walking on the streets of Anyang City gradually thinned out. The shadows of the evening stretched westward. "Second senior brother, are you going to open this casket or not? You decide." Si Wuyai turned around and looked at the casket. "Has junior brother made a decision yet?" Si Wuyai continued, "Master's calamity is coming. If that old man has found a new path, I'm even more eager to see what happens." Yu Shangrong said casually, "I don't like using my brain. Even though I sometimes disagree with your methods, junior brother, you're probably not wrong in this." He didn't reach for his sword. The light green longevity sword on his back flew up on its own, slowly descending. The pattern on the surface of the casket cracked with a crisp sound. A crack appeared on the surface of the casket. The longevity sword shot out and flew back to Yu Shangrong's back. Yu Shangrong asked, "This casket still hasn't opened," Si Wuyai immediately replied. "We still need first senior brother's jade green blade." Seventh junior brother is incredibly intelligent. According to you, what's inside this casket?
It's not heavy, not gold or silver, not heavy weapons. It's being kept carefully in the casket. I hope it contains a treasure map, Si Wuyai said jokingly.
A treasure map? The kind that can find the special bone of the Bai people? Yu Shangrong's tone was full of doubt, but his face showed disdain. Si Wuyai replied, "The bone of the Bai people is just a myth, but the treasure is real. It's just that no one has found it yet." Dredging the dead bodies from the palace took 10 years without result, which almost rules out the possibility that the special bone of the Bai people really exists.
Speaking of this, Yu Shangrong sighed lightly. I only hope 6th junior sister can overcome this mental block. The less said about her, the better. I'm afraid she can't even protect herself right now. With Master's methods, she has little chance of survival. Yu Shangrong nodded slightly, not continuing to mention Ye Tiangxin, but glancing at the mysterious casket, he said indifferently, First senior brother rarely shows his face. I'm afraid junior brother can't find him. Si Wuyai replied, Let's try it once. Maybe first senior brother's view is the same as ours.
Yu Shangrong pointed towards the divine capital. First senior brother isn't at Pingdu Mountain. He must be at the divine capital.
Si Wuyai was immediately shocked. First senior brother has always been in closed-door cultivation, and many tasks are completed by his subordinates. Why would he personally run to the imperial territory of the divine capital this time?
Yu Shangrong said, I don't like first senior brother's way of doing things. Si Wuyai shuddered in shock. Yu Shangrong continued, So I killed Chen Wenji. Hearing this from Yu Shangrong, Si Wuyai was speechless, not knowing how to respond.
Yu Shangrong slowly said, But before that, I informed first senior brother and Chen Wenji that my sword was placed horizontally in this place. If people put their heads in on their own, they can only end up with their heads falling off and bleeding. Si Wushai didn't know what to say, so he sighed. Your position and first senior brother's position are different, so it can't be said who is right and who is wrong. 7th junior brother, you have always had a big picture view. Do you feel that first senior brother is doing the right thing?
This, Si Wuyai paused for a moment and then said with a smile, First senior brother is not doing the right thing. Yu Shangrong smiled with satisfaction. 7th junior brother truly has a unique vision. At this moment, on the streets of Anyang City, teams of soldiers appeared one after another. For every group of 30 to 50 people, there would be 3 to 5 cultivators wearing scarlet robes in the middle of the team.
Yu Shangrong pointed to the long line of soldiers in front of him. You calculated it right. Wei Zhuoyan has sent people. Si Wuyai cupped his hands and said with a smile, Although Yu Shangrong has disagreements with some people, they are all grasshoppers tied to the same rope anyway, let alone Wei Zhuoyan's appearance is ugly. Hearing this from Si Wuyai, Yu Shangrong asked back, Ugly? Si Wuyai said with a smile. It's better not to mention it. In short, Wei Zhuoyan's move is very rotten. Yu Shangrong asked, Is 7th junior brother going to take action? Si Wuyai shook his head. As before, it depends on the situation, and a decision will be made when necessary. 2nd senior brother, isn't that what you like too? Yu Shangrong replied, The only one who understands me is Wuyai junior brother. The troops below slowly marched on the street, and the cultivators wearing scarlet robes and the cavalry left Anyang City. Si Wuyai cupped his hands and said, 2nd senior brother, I have to make a trip to the divine capital. Okay. Yu Shangrong waved his hand and said, Help me pass a message to him, saying that I don't want to interfere in his affairs, but it's best if he doesn't interfere in my affairs either. Si Wuyai cupped his hands in salute. I will definitely convey your words completely. After speaking, Si Wuyai waved his right hand, and the mysterious casket followed Si Wuyai and then disappeared with him. Yu Shangrong looked at the corpses lying messily on the ground, frowned slightly and said, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to kill you. Vengeance has its source. Debt has its debtor. Farewell. He jumped up gently, stepping on the void. Yaya followed. The cavalry and the cultivators wearing scarlet robes. The cultivators wondered, Why did this restaurant suddenly collapse, dude? I just saw a flash of light. You read too many novels. At the same time, Si Wuyai had returned. Sect leader Fei Lian. We just saw Sword Devil Senior seems to be heading towards Golden Peak Mountain. Don't worry, 2nd senior brother has his own sense of propriety. That's right. Is there any movement from Sword Saint Luo Shisan of the Yun Tian Luo 13 sects? Reporting. Sect leader, the Sword Saint Luo Shisan is showing no activity whatsoever. If there's any news, report it immediately. I believe 2nd senior brother would be extremely fond of an opponent like that. Si Wuyai flicked his sleeves and said, Head to the divine capital. According to the laws of Great Yan, any airships of unknown origin approaching the divine capital, regardless of who's on board, the Imperial Guards have the right to execute those within. If a fight really breaks out, the Darknet will suffer quite a bit, since they aren't exactly known for their fighting skills. Understood,
Sect leader?
Sect leader, the divine capital is guarded by the imperial guards, and ordinary airships aren't allowed to enter. I'm worried we'll run into trouble, Siwu Yai confidently replied. It's fine, I have His Highness's token. We'll be allowed into the city. Sect leader is wise.
At the same time, Lu Zhou received a notification.
Instructed 8th disciple Zhu Honggong, rewarded 200 merit points. He slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the system interface, and saw that he had a total of 8,962 merit points, still over 3,000 points short of buying the 6 harmony separation. Lu Zhou always had this kind of illusion, that drawing a lottery right now would be a guaranteed win. Lu Zhou pointed his finger and decisively drew 3 times in a row.
Hearing the notification, "Thank you for participating in the game," this finally woke Lu Zhou up completely from his expensive illusion. Lucky points have accumulated to 8. According to this pattern, he'll accumulate a lot of lucky points.
Alright, no more drawing. Ming Xinyin worked hard to teach old 8 a lesson and only earned so many merit points, and now he's squandered most of them. Xiao Yanhe ran outside and called out. Master Duanmu Sheng and Zhao Yu followed closely behind. Lu Zhou closed the system interface, frowned, and coldly asked, "What's all the commotion about?" Xiao Yanhe panted and hurriedly replied. Jiang Aijian sent a flying letter saying that Wei Zhuoyan sent about 3,000 troops, and they've already passed Anyang City.
Duanmu Sheng snorted coldly. This Wei Zhuoyan is really clueless. He refuses to admit his guilt, and he even dares to send troops to cause trouble. Master, your disciple requests permission to go down the mountain and fight a battle. Your disciple must kill them all. Zhao Yu also chimed in. Disciple agrees. Seeing that senior brother and senior sister were both extremely decisive, Zhao Yan'er had no choice but to continue. Disciple also wants to go down the mountain. Xiao Yan'er looked incredibly adorable at this moment. Her eyes were wide and round, not sure if she could accomplish anything, since her courage always seemed to outweigh her brain.
Lu Zhou picked up his cup and took a sip of water, then said, Wei Zhuoyan has the courage to send so many people to Golden Court Mountain. He must have come well prepared. Xiao Yan'er asked in disbelief. Master, could it be that Wei Zhuoyan is even more powerful than the 10 great masters of the orthodox sects? Lu Zhou took another sip of water, then calmly replied. The problem isn't how high the cultivation of these people is. Don't even mention 3,000 troops. Even if he sent more than 10,000, your teacher wouldn't even bat an eye. Zhao Yue then bowed and asked, Does Master mean that these people might not be here to fight? Duanmu Sheng nodded. That is indeed a possibility. At this moment, a female cultivator slowly stepped forward and reported, Pavilion Master, 4th Mister has returned. With those massive melons, how could she walk fast? Lu Zhou then said, Let him in. Ming Xinyin was rushing into the main hall from outside. Before long, Ming Xinyin strolled in. Cupping his hands in a respectful greeting, Ming Xinyin immediately reported, Master, this disciple took a trip to Fierce Tiger Ridge to teach that unfilial brat, Zhu Honggong, a lesson. Also at Fierce Tiger Ridge, I ran into 7th Bro. He agreed to open the Yang pool in 7 days, and I'll head back there to collect the Yang then. Lu Zhou didn't even turn his head, and replied indifferently. Good, Ming Xinyin then said. Master, should I catch Old 8 and bring him back next time? Lu Zhou shook his head. Old 7th and Old 8 are quite close. If we catch Old 8s, we'll lose our source of information about Old 7th. Old 7th is cunning, so let Old 8 stay at Fierce Tiger Ridge for now. Ming Xinyin bowed and clasped his hands. Master is wise. Master is truly an old fox. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Xinyin and said, You met Old 7th? Ming Xinyin nodded and snapped his fingers. Old 7th's mind is too deep. This disciple doesn't know what he's ultimately planning. Although he's no longer in the Evil Sky Pavilion, I'm still his senior brother, and he still has to give me face and use the peacock feather to open the zither. Now the zither is only missing the weapons of 1st senior brother and 2nd senior brother. With Old 7th's methods, it shouldn't be a problem. Lu Zhou shook his head ever so slightly. Those little devils are probably eyeing the treasures in the chest. Ming Xinyin honestly expressed his thoughts. This zither is extremely mysterious. There's no way to use force to break it open, and the final key is the affectionate weapon ring in Master's hands. Even if they want to take the items inside the zither, they can't. Lu Zhou had also guessed these things. With Old 7th's mindset, I'm not afraid that he'll ignore this treasure zither. The Evil Sky Pavilion's treasures have already been exposed enough. Whether there's one more or one less won't attract the attention of cultivators in the world. Rather than letting the treasures in the zither never see the light of day, it's better to open it up. If there isn't a careful plan or conspiracy, who can surpass the Evil Sky Pavilion's chief disciple to take a share? Lu Zhou waved his hand and said,
Let's put the matter of the treasures zither aside for now. Xiao Yanhe hurriedly placed a hand-copied cultivation method on the table in front of Lu Zhou.
Master, this is the cultivation method that disciple has copied.
Please take a look. Oh dear, oh dear. A white dragon soaring into the clouds? This isn't a dragon, it's a bunch of earthworms crawling around.
Looking at this scene, Lu Zhou looked quite like an old school teacher in ancient times, and Xiao Yanshire was the student waiting for the teacher to check her homework. Lu Zhou opened the hand-copied cultivation method, took a quick look, and had to use a supersized magnifying glass to see the words that Xiao Yanshire wrote.
The jade mirror of supreme purity explains the connection between footwork and fist techniques, constantly pushing oneself to strive to communicate with the heaven and earth origin energy, to cultivate and increase cultivation. This is an unparalleled cultivation method that seizes the creation of heaven and earth, mysterious and unmatched. Fortunately, Lu Zhou still had the incantation and method of regulating qi from this cultivation method memorized.
He only needed to look once to know which parts were missing.
Lu Zhou frowned and reached for a brush. Yes. Xiao Yan'er hurriedly prepared the 4 treasures of the study and placed them on the table. Lu Zhou picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to correct and supplement the jade mirror of supreme purity cultivation method. Oh dear, oh dear. Like teacher, like dog, Lu Zhao's earthworms were even bigger. The disciples were shocked by this sight, but no one dared to speak up. They were all silently observing. Lu Zhou carefully counted and found that about 10 key sentences were missing from this cultivation method. After correcting and supplementing them, he was even more surprised, because even though these 10 sentences were missing, Xiao Yanhe was still able to cultivate it based on her cultivation talent. What was even rarer and more admirable was that she didn't suffer from qi deviation because of this incomplete cultivation method.
After a while, Lu Zhou finished correcting it and called out, "Yan'er." Yan'er quickly replied, "Disciple is here," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Your teacher has improved and completed the cultivation method for you. From now on you should cultivate according to this cultivation method." Xiao Yanhe was overjoyed when she heard this. Xiao Yanhe almost teared up as she held the completed cultivation method in her hand.
Xiao Yanhe was ecstatic. "Thank you, Master. Disciple will definitely not fail your expectations and will enter the nascent soul realm soon."
Xiao Yanhe respectfully accepted the full version of the Grand Clarity Jade Scroll and obediently scurried off to the side to study it. Ming Xinyin, seeing this, hastily said, "Disciple will go and copy the cultivation method right away." He definitely wasn't going to miss this opportunity. The main reason he, Duan Musheng and Zhao Yue had never left the Evil Sky Pavilion was because their cultivation methods were restricted. Now, suddenly, their master wanted to supplement their methods, and he was incredibly excited. Duan Musheng presented his copy with both hands.
"This is the Heaven's Unity art that disciple has transcribed." Zhao Yu also offered her cultivation method, saying, "This is disciple's luminous jade skill."
There weren't many omissions in the Heaven's Unity art, just a few missing lines. Lu Zhou glanced at it and added the missing incantations. Conversely, the luminous jade skill was missing crucial key sections. The luminous jade skill was a top-tier, orthodox, divine art with wondrous power.
When practiced, the skin would become as clear as jade, and power wouldn't dissipate outwards, but would instead be contained within. Therefore, when circulating energy, internal energy wouldn't be depleted, but would instead increase.
Never-ending, inexhaustible.
Lu Zizhao pondered for a moment and filled in the missing parts of the luminous jade skill. No self, no other. The self and object are forgotten. The Supreme forgets the self. Tendon transformation nirvana.
This is the final mantra of the luminous jade skill. Zhao Yu, you have a disciple. Lu Zhao gave the cultivation method to Zhao Yu, glancing at her as he did so. "Your injuries haven't healed yet. Put this cultivation method aside for now." Disciple obeys.
At this moment, the system continuously sent notifications. Compensating for the Grand Clarity Jade Scroll, gaining 200 merit points. Compensating for the Heaven's Unity art, gaining 200 merit points. Compensating for the Luminous Jade skill, gaining 200 merit points. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised to hear the system's reminders. Back then, Ji Tiandao deliberately left some tricks when imparting cultivation methods to his disciples. In addition to suppression of cultivation methods, he also threatened their spirits and restricted their weapons. What a jerk move, right? Now that Lu Zhou no longer intended to restrict them, the disciples were extremely surprised.
After finishing supplementing the cultivation methods, Lu Zhou put down the brush in his hand, pointed, and said, "I have corrected and supplemented your cultivation methods. Remember to cultivate diligently in the future. Don't disappoint me."
The 3 disciples bowed their heads in unison. Disciple will definitely not fail Master's expectations. At the same time, in the divine capital, a royal flying chariot slowly flew out of the Qiwang mansion. The flag of the Qiwang mansion hung on the flying chariot, slowly flying out of the divine capital. The flying chariot was surrounded by a group of cultivators forming a huge formation.
Seeing this scene, Si Wuyai smiled. Eldest senior brother, you are indeed a bold and talented person. You actually came to the Qiwang mansion.
A subordinate then asked, "Does the sect leader need to pursue him?"
Si Wuyai replied, "No need, you guys wait here." Yes, Si Wuyai stepped into the void, holding a mysterious treasure spear in his hand, and flew towards the huge flying chariot.
This flying chariot was extremely large, and was often used to show the power of its owner. The inside was spacious and comfortable, so in terms of speed, it was not as fast as small flying chariots. Si Wuyai caught up in no time. The people of the divine capital were too familiar with the royal flying chariots to be surprised anymore. Inside the flying chariots, a middle-aged man dressed in black robes, with distinct facial features, stood on the flying chariot observing the earth. A female subordinate standing beside him bowed and said,
Sect leader, it will take 3 hours to get from the divine capital to Pingdu Mountain. Please rest early, sect leader.
The middle-aged man pointed to the entire scene of the divine capital and said, "It is rare for me to leave Pingdu Mountain. Naturally, I must enjoy the scenery here. Yes?" The middle-aged man slowly said,
"Only by standing on this flying chariot can one understand how to preserve this beautiful land.
Standing from above, even the divine capital is under my feet. What the sect leader says is right." No matter what he said, they would only bow their heads without any personal opinions. "How boring, you guys are no fun at all." A voice came from not far away. A subordinate kneeling down reported, "Sect leader, someone is approaching." The middle-aged man indifferently shook his head. The subordinate continued, "This person's cultivation is extremely high. He said that you will definitely agree to meet him." The man felt curious. Interesting. The middle-aged man clasped his hands and walked to the side of the flying chariot, his eyes overlooking the entire scene below from the sky. He saw a person floating, holding a mysterious treasure spear, surrounded by the 4 guardian protectors. The 5 people floated outside the flying chariot, looking at each other defensively. Si Wuyai transmitted his voice, saying, "Eldest senior brother, long time no see." The man then said, "Let him up." Yes. The 4 guardian protectors stepped aside to make a path, and Si Wuyai's figure flashed. He safely appeared beside the flying chariot. Si Wuyai waved his hand, and the mysterious treasure spear slowly flew into the flying chariot, while he did not salute the middle-aged man in front of him, saying,
"Greetings, eldest senior brother."
This middle-aged man was the eldest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Zhenghai, the sect leader of the #1 demonic sect in the world, the Nether Sect. Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuyai and said, "Junior brother is busy with 100 tasks every day. Why are you free to come to the divine capital to find me today?" Si Wuyai quickly replied, "Eldest senior brother is joking. How can my darknet have 100 tasks? Perhaps it's because eldest senior brother doesn't mind traveling thousands of miles to personally leave Pingdu Mountain to grace the Qiwang mansion." Yu Zhenghai mentioned Yu Shangrong, and a trace of blame appeared on his face.
"Your second senior brother killed my people. If I didn't personally take action, I'm afraid that with his temperament he would attack again." 2 subordinates hurriedly brought 2 chairs and placed them next to them. Yu Zhenghai gestured for Si Wuyai to sit down as he pleased. Si Wuyai said, "Eldest senior brother, please calm down. It's just a Chen Wenji." The sword fanatic Chen Wenji outwardly joined the Nether Sect, but secretly colluded with the Yun Tianluo 3 sects. Second senior brother has eliminated an internal spy for eldest senior brother. This is also a good thing. Yu Zhenghai's tone was indifferent. How could I not know about Chen Wenji? He was just a pawn. At least with him, I can openly contain the experts of the Jingming Dao. Your second senior brother is humble and courteous to everyone, but his mind is too simple and doesn't understand my thoughts. Si Wuyai said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother is right." 7th,
"Let me ask you," Yu Zhenghai said. Si Wuyai replied, "Eldest senior brother, please ask." Wuyai will say whatever he knows. Yu Zhenghai asked, "You've always been the most considerate of the big picture. Do you think what your second senior brother is doing is right?"
Si Wuyai immediately replied, "Second senior brother is wrong. 7th junior brother has a very discerning eye."
A rare look of delight appeared on Yu Zhenghai's face. "If I could level the entire divine capital, what would you do?" Si Wuyai, "Junior brother would naturally support you wholeheartedly." Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. "Only Wuyai junior brother understands me." Si Wuyai relayed Yu Shangrong's exact words. "Second senior brother asked me to tell you, he doesn't want to interfere with your affairs, but you better not interfere with his either.
Still the same temperament, Yu Zhenghai shook his head. Forget it, let's not mention him. It's a rare occasion to meet Wu Yai Jr. brother today. Let's not talk about unpleasant things, let's drink. The two subordinates behind him immediately went inside to prepare fine wine and food. Si Wu Yai could only remain silent, but since the eldest senior brother had offered fine wine, it wasn't convenient for him to refuse and embarrass him. After drinking 3 cups together, Yu Zhenghai casually asked, "What brings 7th junior brother here to see me?" Si Wu Yai put down his wine cup and pointed towards the chest. This is master's chest.
Yu Zhenghai frowned upon hearing this. While waiting for new chapters, there are many good stories below, in the comments, or in the playlist. Please support so that little sister has the motivation to release new chapters quickly.
Little sister is extremely grateful.
Yu Zhenghai and Si Wu Yai each held a glass of wine. 1, 2, 3, cheers! Yu Zhenghai continued to ask.
After I came out of seclusion, I heard that Master single-handedly forced back the 10 great experts, and is now enjoying his old age in the Dark Heaven Pavilion. What's the matter with this chest? Si Wu Yai replied, "This chest is extremely mysterious.
Even celestial-grade weapons can't do anything to it. It requires 6 different weapons to open it. Now only your Jade Green Blade and 6th junior sister's amorous ring remain. Is the amorous ring currently in Master's possession?" Yu Zhenghai continued to inquire. Master already has so many treasures, and he's still in the mood to collect more. Do you know what's inside this chest?
Si Wu Yai shook his head. I have no idea, but the more precious something is, the more it should be opened. Treasures shouldn't gather dust. If eldest senior brother wants to level the divine capital, naturally he should have as many treasures as possible.
Yu Zhenghai raised his right hand. An array of light flashed around him, surrounding the jade green blade that appeared in his palm. Seeing this, Si Wu Yai said,
"Placing the weapon into the pattern on the chest will activate it." Si Wu Yai pointed to the jade green blade-shaped pattern on one side of the chest. But Yu Zhenghai didn't place the jade green blade into it. He looked at the pattern on the chest and said, "Second senior brother has made his decision, and 7th junior brother has also made his. If I don't agree to open this chest, what are you planning to do?" Si Wu Yai gave a faint smile, as if he had already anticipated that Yu Zhenghai would say such words. This chest was brought down the mountain by 4th senior brother Ming Shiyin's. In Ming Xinyan's hand is a celestial-grade weapon similar to this pattern, resembling both a hook and an opening. 4th senior brother gave me 7 days. If we still can't open it, I'm afraid Master will be angry. Yu Zhenghai blinked slightly. The old man is getting old, he gets angry easily, waving the jade green blade around.
But the jade green blade didn't land on the pattern on the chest. Instead, it flew towards a group of cultivators standing below the flying chariot.
Si Wu Yai was slightly startled, observing the Qinglong altar main stronghold with surprise.
After leaving the flying chariot, the jade green blade rotated clockwise, each strand of gang qi emitted, resembling the jade green blade itself. The blade was enveloped by a powerful gang qi, looking like a giant windmill, constantly stirring up the primordial qi. The primordial qi scattered outwards, condensing into gang, creating countless small jade green blades.
Si Wu Yai nodded and said, "Great Xuan Heaven Chapter, Xuan Heaven Star Ray. This is Yu Zhenghai's famous technique. Great Xuan Heaven Chapter, since Yu Zhenghai obtained the jade green blade, through his own efforts and extraordinary comprehension, he successfully integrated the Great Xuan Heaven Chapter and his blade techniques into one. Even experts of the same level wouldn't dare to underestimate this move, let alone the people of the Qinglong altar, who don't have any high-level cultivators." The cultivators at the Qinglong main stronghold looked up, panicking. What are those blades in the sky? They're heading towards us. Everyone, summon your dharmic bodies to defend. But by the time they realized the blade storm was about to descend, it was too late. A bloody storm ensued, filled with the screams of the cultivators. "Our death has arrived. It's too strong. We can't resist." The jade green blade, a rare and powerful celestial-grade weapon, could easily shatter the gang qi shields of ordinary cultivators. A few dharmic bodies half the size of a person appeared, but were instantly shredded by the Great Xuan Heaven Chapter's rain of blades. In an instant, the jade green blade flew back into Yu Zhenghai's palm. It was still the same blade, looking ordinary and unremarkable, just like a common blade in a forge, Yu Zhenghai said indifferently. 4 great protectors. Go collect the spoils of war. We obey the sect leader's command. The 4 great protectors jumped off the flying chariot in succession. As the 4 left the flying chariot, 4 enormous 100 tribulation illumination dharmic bodies simultaneously appeared in the sky. The lowest golden lotus beneath the dharmic body already had 6 leaves. The cultivators below cried out again, "This time we're really done for."
6-leaf dharmic bodies, 4 6-leaf dharmic bodies or higher.
Si Wu Yai knew that the Nether sect was strong, but its strength completely exceeded his expectations. Besides the 4 great protectors, there were also thousands of sect members and powerful cultivators scattered everywhere. With just his personal ability, eldest senior brother was able to attract so many strong individuals to join the Nether sect. His methods were truly admirable. Si Wu Yai tilted his head to look at Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai didn't look towards the Qinglong altar, but towards the distance. Yu Zhenghai said calmly, "Wu Yai junior brother, don't be surprised. The Qinglong society superficially submits to my sect, but behind our backs, they secretly act against us. This is the consequence they brought upon themselves."
Si Wu Yai wasn't surprised either. He had previously assessed the strength of the Nether sect. The Nether sect could become the #1 demonic sect in the world. If it didn't have the ability, how could it have reached this day?
Si Wu Yai smiled.
Eldest senior brother truly has many tricks up his sleeve. Junior brother is overly impressed. Come, let's have another cup.
He raised his hand, and the wine cup on the table flew into his hand. Reaching this level of cultivation, they could use Gang Qi to remotely control objects. Si Wu Yai felt refreshed, drinking the cup in one gulp. After a round of drinks, the 4 great protectors stepped into the air and returned to the flying chariot.
A female protector knelt down, cupping her hands and reporting, "Sect leader, the Qinglong stronghold has been cleared." Hai was extremely pleased. Very good. Yu Zhenghai put down his wine cup, and the 4 protectors respectfully retreated behind him. Si Wu Yai also placed his wine cup on the table and said, "I've finished watching the show, and I've drunk enough wine." Eldest senior brother, about the chest, Yu Zhenghai raised his hand, interrupting him.
"If it weren't 7th junior brother but someone else who came to find me, no matter who it was, I wouldn't agree to open this chest.
But since 7th junior brother has spoken, how can I not give him face? I will open this chest, but..." He paused for a moment and continued, "But not right now," Si Wu Yai asked suspiciously. "Why?" Yu Zhenghai said. "In 7 days, I will personally bring this chest to Fierce Tiger Ridge, to Little 8th, and visit 8th junior brother by the way. It's been a long time since I've seen him, so I'll take this opportunity to catch up with him." Si Wu Yai nodded. "That's very good."
Seeing Si Wu Yai nod so quickly, Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked again, "Little 7th, I'm making such an excuse, aren't you going to ask why?" Si Wu Yai replied calmly, "Eldest senior brother's actions always reassure me. There's no need to question you." Yu Zhenghai laughed loudly.
"In this world, everyone's always praising 7th bro," Si Wu Yai said with a chuckle, then stood up. "Senior brother, you're too kind." The flying chariot had already taken off, heading towards Pingdu Mountain.
Si Wu Yai glanced at the direction they were flying and said, "Eldest senior brother, I've got some business to attend to. Sorry to trouble you with the sheep, no biggie."
Yu Zhenghai nonchalantly nodded.
"If you see 2nd senior brother, tell him for me. If he has some free time, I'd love to spar with him." Si Wu Yai hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. "About that," Yu Zhenghai slowly said, "if you want your blade to always be sharp, you have to hone it all the time. I reckon 2nd senior brother's sword is the same. Eldest senior brother speaks with reason. It's hard to find an evenly matched opponent. If you're constantly dealing with low-level guys, it's hard to maintain your edge." Saying this, Si Wu Yai clasped his hands. "I'll definitely relay this to 2nd senior brother. Go on, get out."
Yu Zhenghai waved his hand. While drinking his wine, Si Wu Yai leaped off the flying chariot.
He descended through the air, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye.
4 Dharma protectors stood at the 4 corners of the flying chariot. One of the female Dharma protectors suddenly bowed and said, "Leader, this guy seems a bit of a trickster, a smooth talker. We can't let our guard down." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Zhenghai's eyes widened, and the great dark heaven palm slammed into the female Dharma protector's chest. The female Dharma protector didn't dare to resist, barely managing to take the palm strike. The female Dharma protector cried out in pain, doubling over as her chi and blood churned. But she still struggled to kneel on one knee.
"Leader, please forgive me, I misspoke."
Yu Zhenghai angrily pointed his finger. "This palm strike is just a minor punishment. 7th junior brother isn't someone you guys can judge so easily."
Yu Zhenghai clasped his hands behind his back and walked to the side of the flying chariot. The female Dharma protector lowered her head, not daring to say a word. "You guys are the trusted right-hand men of yours truly. If it weren't for 7th junior brother secretly helping from behind the scenes, do you think the underworld sect would have achieved such glory today?" The Dharma protector's eyes widened, not daring to speak. Yu Zhenghai shook his head, his voice softening.
"This palm strike of mine is not just a punishment, but also a warning." Yu Zhenghai picked up the wine jar and said as he walked, "From now on you must never underestimate anyone. The female Dharma protector clasped her hands and bowed her head. Your teachings are correct, leader. If you find this good, please give little sister a like, a comment, and a motivation registration. Love you all.
While waiting for the new chapters, there are many more good stories in the comments, or in the playlist. Please watch and support, so that little sister has the motivation to release new chapters quickly. Little sister is very grateful. At the same time, after Si Wuyai landed, a flying chariot with extremely high speed flew from the god capital. The direction and angle of the flight were extremely cunning, just to avoid the defense lines guarded by the imperial guards. The flying chariot slowly stopped beside Si Wuyai. More than a dozen cultivators left the flying chariot, came in front of Si Wuyai, bowed and said in unison, "Leader, recently the underworld sect has been madly clearing out opposing forces. The area from the god capital to Pingdu Mountain now belongs to the underworld sect. The leader and the underworld sect are quite related." Si Wuyai raised his hand to stop them. Don't worry, sometimes the bigger force isn't necessarily the winner in the battle. Sometimes a person or something can change the course of the battle. Eldest senior brother has reached the position he is today, so he naturally understands this principle. One of them continued. Then the sheep of the Demon Heaven Pavilion? Si Wuyai asked. I guessed that eldest senior brother would leave this thing behind. Also, has the Zheng Yi Dao side released any rumors yet? I've created some rumors. Very good. Just let the matter develop. No need to interfere anymore. Obey. Some things often just need a gentle push to develop in the direction you want. The more natural it is, the more real it is. Leader, there is intelligence from dark web. Wei Zhuoyan's horse team has arrived at Gengzi town. Continue to monitor. Obey. Si Wuyai glanced at the flying chariot and said, No need to use the flying chariot. I suddenly want to take a walk around God Capital. More than a dozen subordinates immediately bowed upon hearing this, and then quietly retreated. Si Wuyai clasped his hands and flew towards God Capital City. In God Capital, in a quiet courtyard in Changning Mansion, General Wei Zhuoyan was leisurely lying on a chair sunbathing. One of them ran to the side and reported, General, our people have arrived at Gengzi town. Wei Zhuoyan was being masked by a female servant, he said casually. It's just a formality. Just go with them. This team of people and cultivators is no different from going to die in the Demon Heaven Pavilion. If she likes hitting rocks with eggs, then just let her do it. The general is right. It's just that Master Mo is now the darling next to His Highness. We can't provoke her. Wei Zhuoyan snorted lightly. This general wants to see how long she can be favored. Her subordinate Chen Zhu was one of the 3 great divine archers of God Capital, and he lost his life in the witchcraft formation on the Dutian River. She tried to hide it, thinking that this general didn't know. The female servant next to her asked, Master Chen Zhu is dead. Wei Zhuoyan harumphed. Died at the right time? This general hates people like him who are arrogant and think that no one under the sky can control him if he has good archery skills. If the general says it's good, then it's a good thing. Wei Zhuoyan ordered. No one in the palace knows about this yet. You find someone to blow the wind to His Highness's ears. Yes. The female servant hesitated and asked, It's just that this subordinate is very curious. Chen Zhu is a 6-leaf divine archer. Who can kill him? Wei Zhuoyan shook his head and slapped the mask on his face into his mouth. This general has thought about this, but there are too few clues about the battle on the Dutian River. After the witchcraft formation was activated, it was no different from destroying the corpse and destroying the traces, so I naturally couldn't find out. However, the one who killed Chen Zhu must be a master. I just hope he is not my enemy, the female servant continued. The general is an important minister of the country, holding heavy troops. Who would dare to be your enemy? Wei Zhuoyan listened to her flattering, but his heart did not fluctuate in the slightest. What kind of flattery has he not encountered to get to this position? He stood up straight and smiled softly. The strength of the Demon Heaven Pavilion is very strong. You can't underestimate it. The female servant next to him continued. General, the Demon Heaven Pavilion sent a message to ask you to confess your guilt. Obviously, they don't take us seriously. The female servant said in a low voice. Among the 9 great disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, the eldest disciple Yu Zhenghai is the leader of the underworld sect, and his strength is unfathomable. How about we join forces with the underworld sect? Wei Zhuoyan was shocked. He was not angry, but said coldly, Since ancient times the righteous and the evil have not gone the same way, this matter should not be mentioned again. Yes. At the same time, in Gengzi town, Wei Zhuoyan's horse team and the cultivators in red robes have gathered. A soldier stepped forward and told the red-robed cultivators, My lords, Gengzi town is not far from Golden Court Mountain.
We can reach the mountain today. No rush. The red-robed cultivator waved his hand, slowly walked out of Gengzi town, and began to survey the surroundings. The dense forest outside obscured the silhouette of Golden Court Mountain. The flat terrain around had become fertile fields for the commoners of Gengzi town, the red-robed cultivator said. We'll head to Golden Court Mountain early tomorrow morning. Yes.
The red-robed cultivator waved to the remaining red-robed figures. There were about 30 of them, standing together in 3 horizontal rows. 3,000 cavalrymen stood behind. The 30 red-robed cultivators didn't enter the town, but walked towards the flatlands outside. The 3,000 cavalrymen were clueless. The red-robed cultivator said casually, "Move out, yes." The red-robed cultivators quickly darted away. The soldiers below were utterly astonished at this sight. What are they doing? Some kind of ritual dance? The speed of those red-robed cultivators kept increasing, their feet gradually leaving the ground as they glided like phantoms, terrifying anyone who saw them. A bizarre aura constantly emanated from their bodies, startling the beasts in the nearby forest to flee in all directions. The red-robed cultivators sometimes formed 3 rows, sometimes a single row, and sometimes a crescent shape, prancing towards Golden Court Mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The 3,000 cavalrymen exchanged glances. They vanished. What do we do? We'll stay here tonight. I'll sleep with you guys. Not knowing what to do, they had no choice but to set up camp outside Gengzi town. At midnight, muffled sounds and the crackling of burning fires continuously echoed from Golden Court Mountain throughout the night. The next morning, 3 red-robed cultivators rhythmically appeared outside the camp, as if they had been waiting all night. When the centurion of the cavalry opened his eyes, he was immediately frightened by the red-robed figure standing beside him. "My lord," the red-robed cultivator said casually. Starting at the Moshin Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked down at Muley. The progress of the Unsealing the Mysterious Treasures mission had reached 4/6, meaning there were still 2 weapons left to unseal. The yang in his hand held the amorous hoop. According to Ming Shiyin, the only one left was the jade-green saber of Yu Zhenghai, his eldest disciple. Lu Zhou slowly stood up and closed the system interface. Yanher, Zhao, Yanher. She was outside grilling milk, and hastily replied, "Did Master call me?" She immediately flew in, Lu Zhou asked. "Any news from Jiang Aijian?" Zhao Yanyer shook her head. "Not yet." She quickly arrived beside Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou clasped his hands and walked down the steps. With Zhao Yanyer, "I'm afraid he's busy figuring out how to get the Dragon Chant sword." Zhao Yanyer obediently supported Lu Zhou's arm. "Master, please watch your step." Seeing Lu Zhou arrive, the group bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "Greetings, Master." Outside the main hall, a female cultivator slowly walked in. "Pavilion Master, someone from the palace is requesting an audience with you," Lu Zhou asked indifferently. "Who is it?" At this time, Ming Shiyin offered meat, while Duan Muxing pulled out a chair for his master to sit on. Zhao Yanher also said, "If every Tom, Dick, and Harry could meet my master, wouldn't he be exhausted to death?" The female cultivator bowed and said, "It's someone from Wei Zhuoyan." Lu Zhou took a bite of the meat and asked, "What about Wei Zhuoyan?" The female cultivator quickly replied, He didn't come, but these red-robed cultivators seem to have considerable cultivation. If you guys enjoy it, please give Xiao Mei a like, comment, and subscribe for motivation. Love you all. While waiting for new chapters, there are many other great stories in the comments or in the playlists. Please support them so Xiao Mei has the motivation to release new chapters quickly. Xiao Mei is extremely grateful. Xiao Yanher, gnawing on a piece of meat, said, "Master, how about I go down and take a look?" Lu Zhou waved his hand, rejecting Xiao Yanher's suggestion. "Let them come up." "Yes." Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yue, and Duan Musheng exchanged glances upon hearing this. Taking advantage of the fact that the guests hadn't arrived yet, Duan Musheng bowed and said, "Master, this Wei Zhuoyan is really arrogant, completely disregarding the Mophacian Pavilion. This disciple requests to go to the divine capital to execute this traitor." Ming Shiyin continued to glance at third senior brother. Before Lu Zhou could speak, Hua Wudao spoke up. Third senior brother is indeed courageous, but the divine capital is heavily guarded, with experts as numerous as the clouds. It's said that Wei Zhuoyan's cultivation is at least 6 leaf. Third senior brother, cough cough of course. Third senior brother's heavenly unity art is also relatively powerful, but 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. It's best not to be reckless. Hua Wudao stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou then said, "Hua Wudao, come over here, come eat grilled meat with me." "Yes." Lu Zhou nodded, stroked his beard, and continued, "Elder Hua is right. Old Third, I heard you've been sparring with Elder Hua lately?" Hua Wudao said shyly, "Thank you, Xiao Yan here." then pointed to a spot for Elder Hua. "You sit here." Hearing his master's words, Duan Musheng bowed. Yes, holding meat in his hand, Lu Zhou continued. "This is a good thing. Elder Hua's 6 Harmonies Dao seal is unparalleled in the world. If you can break it, your strength will advance very quickly," Duan Musheng quickly replied. "This disciple will work harder." Elder Hua immediately coughed a few times. "Guiding the younger generation is what I should do, but I'm getting old. I can't spar so frequently." Duan Musheng clenched his fists and said to Elder Hua, "Then let's reduce it from 3 times a day to 2 times a day." Ahem, Hua Wudao's face flushed red. Facing an opponent like Duan Musheng, who sometimes won and sometimes lost, and who became stronger the more he was suppressed, Hua Wudao had no words. Lu Zhou clasped his hands. "It's best to spar once every 3 days. Too much pressure is useless even if you win." This disciple respectfully obeys master's orders. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Just then, outside the main hall, 3 red-robed cultivators followed the female cultivator, and slowly walked in. Their eyes were wide as they glanced around. One of them said loudly, "I am Yu Sheng, paying respects to the Pavilion Master." Their robes covered their heads as they quietly walked forward, placing their hands in front of them. Another said, "I am Yu Guan, paying respects to the Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou was still focused on eating, while Zhao Yanhe was preparing a pot of tea. Yu Sheng, Yu Guan, Ming Shiyin looked at them. "Are you descendants of the Ten Vu?" At this moment, Zhao Yanhe invited her master to drink tea. Yu Sheng bowed and said, "My brothers and I are indeed descendants of the Ten Vu." Ming Shiyin asked, "Were you the ones who sealed my junior sister's cultivation?" Yu Sheng replied, "It was a misunderstanding. My brothers and I came to Moshin Pavilion precisely to resolve this misunderstanding. Let's hear it." Ming Shiyin walked to a chair and slowly sat down. Yu Sheng said, "Although we are descendants of the Ten Vu, we are extremely loyal to the Dian dynasty. Recently, there was a slight misunderstanding with the Mokation Pavilion. My lord instructed me to come to Mokation Pavilion to apologize to the Pavilion Master. That's all." Ming Xinyin showed a look of disdain. The soldiers carrying the 2 chests followed behind Yu Sheng, pointing at them. "My lord once visited Jingming Dao." Coincidentally, the experts of Jingming Dao had captured 5th senior brother Zhao Yu at that time. My lord then took action to seal 5th senior brother's cultivation. For this matter, my lord is willing to offer 5 Shuan-grade weapons and 10,000 taels of gold to reconcile and compensate. Having said that, the 2 soldiers behind him opened the chests, revealing 5 weapons and glittering gold inside. Ming Shiyin laughed upon hearing this. "Shuan-grade weapons. You dare to bring these out? Look at what I have." He raised his right hand, and the separation hook immediately appeared, hovering in mid-air. The faint gang energy surrounding the separation hook clearly demonstrated its rank. "This is a heaven-grade weapon." And my overlord's spear. Duan Musheng lifted his hand, and the overlord's spear spun 360 degrees. Gang energy transformed into flowing light, enveloping it from tip to tail. The carved dragon pattern further enhanced its regal aura. The 2 envoys stared blankly. "Even higher ranked, this is a heaven-grade weapon." Yu Sheng and Yu Guan saw this. A flash of surprise appeared in their eyes. Then they immediately regained their composure. The Demon Heaven Pavilion truly makes one look at it in a new light. To casually produce heaven-grade weapons, Yu Sheng praised. Ming Xinyin replied, "If you already knew that, why bring a pile of scrap metal here?" "This junior is being rude," Yu Sheng said, cupping his fist. Ming Xinyin asked again, "What's your lord's name?" In fact, this information was easy to find. After several recent encounters, he already knew that this expert was Hong Ren, who served by the current second prince's side. "My lord's name is Mo Lihai, the most powerful practitioner of witchcraft in the great Yan divine capital today." When Yu Sheng spoke these words, he wore an expression of pride. Xiao Yanhe couldn't help but interject sarcastically upon hearing this. "The most powerful practitioner of witchcraft today? Keep bragging, I don't believe it anyway." Yu Sheng and Yu Guan glanced at Xiao Yanhe. "This is not important. What matters is the attitude of the Pavilion Master." Yu Sheng cupped his fist again. Ming Xinyin shook his head. "If she comes in person, maybe there's still a chance, but for the 2 of you..." Yu Sheng was slightly startled, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He quickly explained, "Lord Mo Li is always busy with many tasks, to be honest. A few days ago, Lord Chen Zhu unfortunately passed away. Lord Mo Li is too grief-stricken to leave the divine capital." Yu Guan followed up. "Lord Mo Li has been searching for the murderer day and night. After finding the murderer of Chen Zhu, Lord Mo Li will definitely visit the Demon Heaven Pavilion in person. Furthermore, the palace received news that someone was impersonating the Demon Heaven Pavilion at the Dutian River. which is extremely audacious. Lord Mo Lili, in order to resolve the conflict with the Demon Heaven Pavilion, has sent people to investigate the impostor. These words stunned Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng. Ming Shiyin recalled the witchcraft formation at the Dutian River. Chen Zhu, one of the 3 great divine archers, was personally killed by Lu Zhou. At that time, the witchcraft formation had covered the area, obstructing everyone's vision. Impersonating the Demon Heaven Pavilion had diverted the attention of the people in the palace. In other words, the palace didn't know that the Demon Heaven Pavilion had killed Chen Zhu. Lu Zhou said calmly, "I can overlook the matter of Zhao Yu."
As soon as he said this, the disciples were completely surprised. They exchanged glances, none of them able to guess what the master was thinking. Xiao Yanhair's eyes widened, never expecting the old man to be so tolerant. Duan Musheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Compared to before, it's like a world of difference."
"Thank you, Pavilion Master."
Yu Sheng and Yu Guan bowed simultaneously. Yu Sheng stood up straight and continued, "There's another matter for this visit to the Demon Heaven Pavilion."
"Speak,"
Lu Zhao said.
"The Demon Heaven Pavilion is a demonic sect, always watched closely by the 10 great righteous sects. Lord Mo Li admires the strength of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Currently, the great Yan imperial family desperately needs forces to support it. Why doesn't the Demon Heaven Pavilion repay the court and bring blessings to the common people of the world?"
Yu Sheng spoke slowly. Ming Shiyin immediately replied, "You're trying to recruit the Demon Heaven Pavilion."
"That's right, it's recruitment.
From now on, the Demon Heaven Pavilion will rise to the heavens in a single step, transforming from a demonic sect to a righteous one, revered by the world."
Duan Musheng raised his hand, slamming the overlord's spear into the ground with a clang. "Recruit my ass." The last person who dared to say these words was the second seat of the Demon Slaughter sect, Zuo Jinchen. Zuo Jinchen still knew shame, but you guys have completely lost all sense of it. Yu Sheng and Yu Guan were utterly speechless. Ming Xinyin chimed in. "If you really want to bring blessings to the common people of the world, then how do you explain your slaughter of innocent civilians in the Dutian River region?" Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and a bad feeling rose in his heart again. The eyes around them were staring at them intently, without blinking. Did the Demon Heaven Pavilion also know about the events at the Dutian River? Ming Shiyin widened his eyes, raising his eyebrows. "Chen Zhu dared to cause trouble, so I sent him to heaven." Yu Sheng and Yu Guan took a step back simultaneously, staring at Lu Zhou in horror. After a few seconds of brief shock, Yu Sheng tried to regain his composure. "The Demon Heaven Pavilion killed Lord Chen Zhu."
Ming Shiyin laughed. "Are you deaf? Since things have come to this point, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Lord Chen Zhu received news that an impostor of the Demon Heaven Pavilion had appeared at the Dutian River. Perhaps Lord Chen Zhu encountered the Pavilion Master, and a conflict arose between the two sides.
Although Lord Chen Zhu is a divine archer, he lacks prudence in his actions.
He offended the Pavilion Master, so his death is not unjust," Yu Sheng analyzed.
Ming Xinyin laughed and said,
"I wasn't wrong to say you're thick-skinned. You were just saying you wanted to tear the murderer of Chen Zhu into 100 pieces, so, come on, my master is right here, do you dare make a move?" Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shiyin, reprimanding, "Nonsense!" As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Shiyin hurriedly lowered his head, slapped his own mouth and said, "This disciple spoke too quickly. Please forgive me, master." Lu Zhou ignored Ming Shiyin. Yu Sheng said awkwardly, "It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know before that Lord Chen Zhu died at the hands of the Pavilion Master. I believe the Pavilion Master is a person who understands the greater good and won't quibble with juniors."
Ming Shiyin, still bowing his head, continued, "You're wrong." Lu Zhou waved his hand slightly.
"A mere Chen Zhu is not enough to please this seat." The two female cultivators beside him bowed and left. These words rendered Yu Sheng and Yu Guan speechless. Suddenly, someone's gaze widened in shock. Yu Sheng asked suspiciously, "This is?" Not long after, two female cultivators carried a litter into the main hall, on which lay the unconscious Ye Tiangxin. Everyone's gaze focused on Ye Tiangxin. Zhao Yue replied, "This is my master's 6th disciple, Ye Tiangxin. She comes from Yulong village, in the Dutian River." Yu Sheng frowned. Only now did he suddenly understand why the Demon Heaven Pavilion's attitude was like this. Yu Sheng cupped his fist and said, "To be honest, the massacre at Yulong village was the act of General Zhang Ning, Wei Zhuoyan, and has nothing to do with Lord Mo Li." Duan Musheng said angrily.
"Just because you say it has nothing to do with him, doesn't mean it doesn't." Yu Sheng and Yu Guan bowed and said, "Saying more is useless.
I have completed the task Lord Mo Li entrusted to me when coming to the Demon Heaven Pavilion. It's a pity that the pavilion master did not agree, which I find extremely regrettable. Since that's the case, so be it. Ming Shiyin said, "What is the relationship between your lord and Wei Zhuoyan?" He could tell from Yu Sheng's tone that the relationship between Wei Zhuoyan and Mo Li didn't seem very good.
This, Yu Sheng stammered, not daring to say more. You keep saying that the events at the Dutian River have nothing to do with your lord, but the retrieval of corpses at the dock was done with the arrangement of the witchcraft formation, and there were experts like Chen Zhu stationed there. Do you think I'm a fool? Thump. Thump.
Yu Sheng and Yu Guan knelt down decisively, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Lord Mo Li was only acting under orders. The witchcraft formation outside the dock had been set up beforehand.
The events of Yulong Village really have nothing to do with our lord.
If there's half a lie, may we die without peace.
No matter what they said,
Ming Xinyin and Duan Musheng didn't believe them. The atmosphere in the main hall grew increasingly tense. Just as the two were preparing to rush forward, Pan Zhang, who had been standing to the side without saying a word,
suddenly spoke up. Descendants of the 10 shamans, how come one of you is surnamed Mo and named Li? Under any other circumstances, Pan Zhang calling Mo Li by his full name would be a major taboo, but this is the Evil Sky Pavilion. No matter how harsh it sounds, they can only listen.
Wu Sheng and Wu Guan whipped their heads around, startled, looking towards Pan Zhang.
Everyone has the right to cultivate, Lord. Mo Li's cultivation is profound, and we are willing to follow him, Pan Zhang retorted. Since ancient times, the 10 shamans have been powerhouses revered by all, masters of healing arts and divination. White shamanism in particular was considered the absolute peak. If you guys are descendants of the 10 shamans, why have you become hunting dogs for someone else?
Hunting dogs? Wu Sheng and Wu Guan's expressions turned ugly, their eyes scrutinizing Pan Zhang. Before coming here, they had thoroughly researched the Evil Sky Pavilion, and in their impression, this person wasn't among them.
And you are?
Pan Zhang replied nonchalantly.
A true man doesn't change his name when traveling, nor his surname when sitting.
I originally came from Jingming Dao, and now I'm a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion.
The Evil Sky Pavilion's business is Pan Zhang's business. Wu Sheng cupped his hands and said, So it's Brother Pan. The reputation of being descendants of the 10 shamans isn't much to brag about. We just want to serve the imperial court and bring fortune to the common people of the world. Well said, Pan Zhang clapped.
I've asked 4th Senior about the Dutian River area. Not only is there a grand shamanistic formation, but the riverbanks for 100 miles are riddled with shamanistic traps. Even a powerhouse like 4th Senior got ambushed by shamanistic arts when he encountered them, let alone ordinary commoners who can't even trust a chicken. Back when I was still in Jingming Dao, I often heard news of commoners dying tragically along the Dutian River. How do you explain this?
Wu Sheng's expression shifted. Pan Zhang's words had rendered him speechless. Lu Zhou merely watched them with a detached air, not participating in the discussion. Wu Sheng respectfully said, The Dutian River often has cultivators approaching and disturbing the local populace. With the shamanistic grand formation, these incidents have greatly decreased. Everything has two sides. What Brother Pan said is a bit one-sided. Pan Zhang continued. Even so, within the shamanistic grand formation is a warehouse piled high with corpses, dredged from the river bottom.
You guys don't have even a sliver of respect for the deceased. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning when you step outside?
Wu Sheng and Wu Guan took a step back. Pan Zhang's statement had given them quite a shock. After this matter is over, we will definitely invite Buddhist masters to chant sutras for their salvation, praying for their passage to the Western Paradise. This statement lacked any conviction, even sounding a bit guilty. Pan Zhang laughed heartily, saying, Cultivators of shamanistic arts want to invite Buddhist masters to chant sutras?
If the 10 shamans heard this, you guys would probably anger them enough to make them claw their way out of their graves.
You don't hit a person in the face when you hit them. Pan Zhang's words were a bit harsh. For Wu Sheng and Wu Guan, the 10 shamans were figures they deeply revered. How could they endure their respected figures being insulted? Wu Guan had already lunged forward half a step, but was forcefully pulled back by Wu Sheng, who said, Brother Pan, we came here sincerely to seek peace, with absolutely no intention of creating enmity. If we have truly offended the Evil Sky Pavilion, we are willing to atone for our sins. Wu Sheng was very clever. He bowed to Lu Zhou. Setting aside whether their plea for peace was sincere or feigned, the Wu Sheng brothers, including their master Mo Li behind the scenes, never expected Chen Zhu to be killed by the Evil Sky Pavilion. Chen Zhu was Mo Li's trusted general. Could Mo Li possibly swallow this anger?
The grand hall fell completely silent. Creak. Suddenly, a creaking sound came from Ye Tianxin's direction.
Wu Sheng and Wu Guan simultaneously looked towards Yi Tianxin.
a hint of surprise in their eyes.
Yi Tiangxin was still unconscious. Leaving her here served no purpose. Ming Shiyin turned to look at his master, who was deep in thought. What is master still pondering? Then Ming Shiyin spoke. Take Tiangxin back to her room.
Yes. After the female cultivator took Ye Tiangxin away, Lu Zhou slowly said, If you wish to seek peace, it's not entirely impossible.
Wu Sheng bowed respectfully. Pavilion Master understands the greater good. This junior is immensely grateful. Lu Zhou suddenly continued. I am very curious, can the bones of the Baimin truly break the great calamity of lifespan? This, Wu Sheng was caught off guard by Lu Zhao's abrupt question, stammering. From the current situation it seems. No, they cannot, Ming Shiyin then asked. Then why continue dredging for corpses? This is related to a secret within the palace. Xiao Yanger brandished her little fist. My master has already given you a way out, and you're still not taking it. What's all this nonsense about secrets? Spit it out, Lu Zhao said indifferently. You can choose not to speak, and you can even leave the Evil Sky Pavilion unharmed. I will not force you. Hearing this, Wu Sheng awkwardly shook his head. Although this matter is confidential, 10 years have passed, and the truth still hasn't been uncovered, so be it. There was a rumor that a specific bone of the Baimin could break the great calamity of lifespan. That rumor isn't true. It took the palace 10 years to find out that the real thing that can break the limit of lifespan is the Chenghuang of the Baimin. Duan Wusheng listened, puzzled. Chenghuang? Wu Sheng continued. The Chenghuang looks like a fox, with horns on its back, and a lifespan of thousands of years. Everyone was astonished. Ming Shiyin frowned and asked, It's a strange beast? That's right. Wu Sheng sighed. Back then, during the battle at the Dutian River, Wei Zhuoyan, and the Black Knights Fan Zhuan, Can Peng, all the foreign tribes, their real purpose was to find that specific Baimin bone. But later, when the target changed to finding the Chenghuang, neither Wei Zhuoyan nor Fan Zhuan knew. The palace believed that during the battle that year, both the Chenghuang and the specific Baimin bones sank to the bottom of the river. Pan Zhang interjected again. So what you're really looking for is the Chenghuang, and you haven't found it after all these years. Wu Sheng shook his head. If we had found it, how could there be today's misunderstanding? After saying this, Wu Sheng observed Lu Zhao's calm expression and bowed. I have recounted everything. Are the pavilion master's earlier words still true?
Lu Zhao hummed a fine ormatively. I have always kept my promises. Thank you, esteemed pavilion master.
The two hurriedly bowed, ready to be seen out. Yes. Since Lu Zhao had spoken, the others naturally didn't dare to stop them, all watching as Wu Sheng and Wu Guan's figures left the Evil Sky Pavilion. Not long after, Wu Sheng and Wu Guan exited the Golden Court Mountains barrier. The moment the two stepped out of the barrier, they both let out a sigh of relief. Wu Guan said worriedly, Brother, the Evil Sky Pavilion killed Chen Zhu. How are we going to explain this to Lord Mo?
I have my own calculations. If we don't put up some serious collateral, how can we make the Evil Sky Pavilion lower its guard? The secret of the Chenghuang is a potent drug. The world knows Ji Tiandao's great lifespan calamity is approaching. When he learns this secret, let's just see what he does, shall we? Wu Sheng said.
Brilliant, big brother.
Wu Guan had a sudden realization. I will explain this matter clearly to Lord Mo. What about that Pan Zhang? To think that scoundrel joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. Just now, his insolent words insulted the 10 shamans. He truly deserves death. Pan Zhang comes from Jingming Dao. Only learned the 3 yin style. After being expelled from the Taoist sect, his frigid constitution flared up, and he sought medical treatment everywhere. White shamanism could have cured his frigid constitution, but he was refused at the door, which is why he hates shamanism so much. I just didn't expect him to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. If we don't kill this man, it will be hard to quell the hatred in my heart, little brother. Report this matter first. Pan Zhang must die. Wu Sheng looked back towards the Evil Sky Pavilion and gave an order. A dozen or so cultivators in red robes flew towards Gengzi town, with 3,000 cavalrymen following behind like headless flies. Although they were well-trained cavalry, in front of these cultivators, they were just low-grade cannon fodder. Wu Sheng also knew Wei Zhuoyan had intentionally dispatched this group, so he paid them no mind. What can they possibly do in a fight? Before they had even gone halfway, under the guidance of Wu Sheng and Wu Guan, the group of cultivators flew towards an area with flat terrain. You all wait here. The 3,000 cavalrymen had no choice but to stop and wait. The captain looked suspiciously at these red-robed cultivators. What are they planning to do? Who knows? Always acting all mysterious. Anyway, as long as they don't make us fight the Evil Sky Pavilion, I'm willing to do anything. Yeah, right. Who would dare to enter the Evil Sky Pavilion? You'd go in with your life but not come out with it. As they began to discuss, The 30-plus red-robed cultivators had already disappeared. They gathered on a patch of open ground, occasionally jumping and moving in incomprehensible curved paths. This continued for a full hour, before Wu Sheng raised his hand. "Assemble, big brother. The communication mini-formation is set up. Begin?" "Yes." At this moment, light red circles suddenly appeared beneath Wu Sheng's feet. The other red-robed cultivators all stood surrounding Wu Sheng. The shamanistic circle formed under the combined power of more than 30 cultivators. The shamanistic circle rose high, and in a flash, Wu Sheng looked up at the purple circle that was already above his head. Forming a descending hemisphere, Wu Sheng knelt on one knee on the ground. "Lord Mo." A voice transmitted from the shamanistic circle. "What's the situation?" At that moment, the group of red-robed figures was kneeling with their heads bowed respectfully. Yun Sheng immediately said, "This subordinate has 2 matters to report. First, Grandmaster Chen Zhu was killed by the very people of the Demon Sky Pavilion." "Say that again." The sorcery circle trembled, and even the voice became slightly unsteady. Ji Tiandao himself admitted it, so this news is definitely true. A low laugh echoed from within the sorcery circle. One could not tell if it was mocking others or self-deprecating, or perhaps a mix of laughter and tears. The magic circle spoke. "Continue." Yu Sheng seemed accustomed to Grandmaster Mo's unpredictable nature, and without finding it strange, he continued. "The second matter is that this subordinate used the secrets of the Cheng Huang to seek peace with the Demon Sky Pavilion." "Very good. Tell the Demon Sky Pavilion to please not reveal the secrets of the Cheng Huang. Only then can we hope to achieve peace." The sorcery circle didn't emit an angry sound, but said calmly, "You have always been cautious in your actions. Very good." Yun Sheng then continued. "Ji Tiandao's great tribulation is approaching. If he knew about the Cheng Huang, he would definitely frantically search for it. This news is of extremely high value. And Ji Tiandao will also believe in your sincerity for seeking peace. You indeed did not disappoint me." The owner of the voice behind that magic circle was a slender and rather tall girl. Yu Sheng continued to report. "We are located 5 miles north of Gangzi town, setting up the initial formation of the Grand Array. It won't be long before the Grand Array is completed. If that's the case, then continue to act according to the original plan." "Yes. Chen Zhu's vengeance must be avenged." "Yes, one last thing. This Grand One hopes Wei Zhuoyan will become the scapegoat." "Yes." Little did they expect Grandmaster Mo Li to be such a stunningly beautiful girl. Yu Sheng repeatedly said yes several times, and after the last yes, the sorcery circle also dissipated. With over 30 red-robed cultivators hovering around, Yu Sheng looked around and continued. "Continue setting up the array." "Yes." One of the cavalrymen widened his eyes. "Should we report to Wei Zhuoyan?" Wei Zhuoyan's 3,000 cavalrymen were completely unaware of the actions of this group of red-robed cultivators. Another one chimed in. "They never intended to return to the divine capital. They are just circling around Gangzi town, going back and forth non-stop." Just as the red-robed cultivators were setting up the grand array far away in the forest, Qing Bao swordmaster Yu Shengrong smiled and muttered, "Interesting." Then he slipped away and disappeared. At the same time, within the Demon Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou seemed very calm. Ming Shiyin said, "Master, these 2 people are descendants of the Ten Wu. I'm afraid they have other plans." Pan Zhong nodded in agreement. "They really have guts as big as the heavens, daring to act on Tai Sui's head." Duan Musheng interjected. "Fourth senior brother is right." Zhao Yaner saw her master lost in thought and angrily puffed out her cheeks. "Master, you must not let those 2 go. Just capture them both, and interrogate them harshly, like Fan Xuan." "I don't believe they won't reveal everything." Xiao Yanhe asked innocently. "Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Master, have I improved a lot?" Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng nodded simultaneously. Zhu Xiansheng said, "Exactly." Lu Zhou glanced at her coldly and said, "Foolish. How could I not know they have other intentions?" Chen Zhu is one of the divine capital's 3 great divine archers, a true 6-leaf nascent soul realm expert. Chen Zhu's death has seriously injured Mo Li. How could she easily give up her intentions? Furthermore, when unsealing Zhao Yu once lost control. One behind this is most likely Mo Li. Through several interactions, although we haven't officially met, I can sense from her methods that she is not a kind person who sincerely wants to seek peace. If that's the case, why did Master still let them leave? Ming Shiyin analyzed. As long as they are alive, Wei Zhuoyan won't be at peace. We originally thought they shared a master, but now it seems they are like fire and water, where the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman benefits, Duan Musheng thoughtfully said, "Master is truly wise."
Zhao Yue decided not to interrupt. After all, she had made mistakes before, and she couldn't pull off this level of bootlicking even if she tried. Lu Zhou glanced around. Hua Wudao wasn't here. Currently, the Demon Sky Pavilion needs talents like Hua Wudao to help him offer useful advice. "Where is Elder Hua?" Duan Musheng puffed out his chest and said, "Elder Hua has been tired these past 2 days, and has been resting in the West Pavilion." "Forget it." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and stood up. "Ming Xinyin. This disciple is here."
Lu Zhou calmly instructed, "Remember, you must retrieve the zither, master. The zither must be in 7th junior brother's hands. If nothing unexpected happens, 7th junior brother will go look for 1st and 2nd senior brothers," Ming Xiyin said embarrassedly. "To be honest, this disciple's strength and cultivation are no match for theirs. I'm afraid they won't be willing to open the zither," Lu Zhou said. "7th is a smart person. Smart people will open the zither." "Why?" Lu Zhou said. "Smart people have one characteristic, that is, they always think they are right."
Ming Xinyin swallowed. His head bowed low. He remembered that he had just analyzed his master's intentions, so now his master was using the stick to scare the monkey, warning him. "This situation left him speechless," Duan Musheng said. "What master says is very reasonable. This disciple also thinks so." Ming Xinyin followed suit. "What master says is very reasonable. I will definitely retrieve the zither from 8th junior brother within 7 days.
But 2 days later, on the mountain range near the fierce Tiger Ridge area, a giant flying chariot slowly appeared in the sky.
Surrounding the massive flying chariots were dozens of cultivators, and although the speed seemed slow, it reached above fierce Tiger Ridge in the blink of an eye.
On the roof of the flying chariot, a flag fluttered in the wind. On the flag were written 3 words, "Underworld Sect," and below the sect's name was a drawing of the azure jade saber.
Chuan Tianxing's flying chariot was heading towards Zhu Honggong.
Zhu Honggong, who was resting, was awakened by the panicked shouts of his subordinates. Reporting to the chieftain, a strange flying chariot has been discovered approaching. Zhu Honggong recalled what 7th senior brother had said, and exclaimed, "Could it be the Righteous Path sect coming for revenge?" Then, he abruptly stood up and rushed to a cabinet, rummaging for something. One of his subordinates offered an idea. "Chieftain, if it's really the Zheng Yi Dao, I suggest we escape right now."
"Escape?
Ridiculous! Am I, the mighty evil king, supposed to be afraid of those Zheng Yi Dao guys?" Zhu Honggong plopped back down, outwardly feigning composure, but inwardly, he was a mess of panic. The subordinates continued. "It's said that Zhang Yuanshan, the sect leader of Zheng Yi Dao, has a 7-leaf golden lotus cultivation."
Zhu Honggong retorted, "7 leaves?
I wouldn't even give it a second glance. But that suggestion you made earlier is worth considering. Which way is the fastest to run now?" Zhu Honggong, with a huge bag of stuff slung over his back, ran for his life, his subordinates scrambling after him, replying,
"The back mountain." Zhu Honggong decisively bailed, leading his lackeys toward the back mountain. A scene so comical, like a mama pig leading her piglets in a frantic escape. But just as they burst out of the mountain stronghold, 4 massive dharma bodies descended upon the fierce Tiger Ridge, engulfing the entire forest and mountain range. The colossal dharma bodies, along with the golden lotuses beneath them, shone with dazzling brilliance. Zhu Honggong's eyes rolled back in his head, his mouth agape. 2 7-leaf golden lotuses and 2 6-leaf golden lotuses stood majestically in the sky. Seeing this, his subordinates asked, "Chieftain, are you all right, chieftain? Steady now, I didn't bring extra pants." 2 subordinates hastily supported the trembling Zhu Honggong. The flying chariot continued to approach. Boom! A earth-shattering sound exploded, sending dust and smoke billowing. It seemed someone had descended from the flying chariot. Zhu Honggong stared blankly, question marks popping up in his head. From behind the smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged. Just then, a voice called out, "8th junior brother, long time no see." It was the voice of a handsome and badass-looking man. Zhu Honggong was completely bewildered. Above, the massive flying chariot came to a halt. A figure stepped out, followed closely by 4 others. The 5 nonchalantly strolled through the air, slowly descending. Had the disciples of Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold ever witnessed such a sight? Many had never even seen a 6-leaf powerhouse in their entire lives, and now 4 of them appeared at once. How could they not be terrified? Zhu Honggong hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face and cleared his throat. "Senior brother, don't support me. Look at you guys. No backbone whatsoever. Such a mere sight, and you're all scared witless." As he spoke those words, the 4 Dharma bodies vanished, and the 5 grandmasters slowly descended before Zhu Honggong.
Yu Zhenghai, with his sharply defined features and brimming with masculine aura, stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back, and said with a smile, "8th junior brother." Zhu Honggong immediately flattered. "So it's senior brother gracing my fierce Tiger Mountain stronghold. I thought it was some blind fool causing trouble. Your junior brother was about to unleash my divine might and wipe him out." Yu Zhenghai scoffed. All right, that little skill of yours is only good for scaring others. Aha! Senior brother, you're always so busy with a million things. What wind has blown you here?"
Finishing his words, Zhu Honggong glared at his subordinates. "Scram, all of you!
You have no eyes at all, can't you see? This is my senior brother." Yes, chieftain, D. Do you want to change your pants? Thud? Zhu Honggong kicked the subordinate next to him away, his face regaining its serious expression.
Yu Zhenghai didn't answer his question, but instead glanced at the 4 guardian kings and instructed,
"Leave the coffer here. You guys take the flying chariot back to the sect leader. Don't return to Pingdu Mountain. Your senior brother and I haven't seen each other in ages. I want to catch up with him. I'll be staying at Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold for the next few days." Yu Zhenghai replied casually, showing no disdain for the dilapidated stronghold. "Understood." Leaving the coffer, the 4 guardian kings bowed slightly, stepping into the void to return to the flying chariot. Before long, the flying chariot left the skies of Fierce Tiger Ridge and disappeared from sight. Yu Zhenghai sat down next to the coffer and said indifferently,
"Your 7th junior brother, Jianan, is for me." Zhu Honggong glanced at the mysterious coffer and said with a laugh, "7th junior brother really did go looking for senior brother. In my opinion, we shouldn't open this coffer. What's the point of opening it? Only to fight each other until heads roll and blood flows. It's not worth it."
"The things inside the coffer hold no allure for me. The only thing in this world that can truly attract me is this beautiful landscape." Yu Zhenghai didn't enter the stronghold, but stood on the sheer cliff, observing the surrounding scenery. He loved this feeling of observation, with all living beings beneath his gaze, as insignificant as ants. Zhu Honggong grimaced. "Senior brother, I don't have such grand dreams as you. I just want to live a good life." Yu Zhenghai asked, "8th junior brother, if inside this coffer is a heaven-grade weapon, and one that you like the most, what would you do?" "A heaven-grade weapon?" Zhu Honggong's eyes lit up. He scratched his head, reaching for the coffer to examine it. "Ah, so inside this coffer is a heaven-grade weapon. Then we have to open it." "Heaven-grade weapons shouldn't be collecting dust," Yu Zhenghai said. "You're taking after 7th junior brother again. You should be diligently practicing your tiger carvings in your spare time. Your cultivation isn't strong enough to control a heaven-grade weapon. Only those who enter the nascent divinity realm have the qualifications to control it." Zhu Honggong sighed. "Alas, I understand the reasoning behind senior brother's words. It's just that our master, bless his old heart, only taught me the 9 tribulation lightning steel up to the 7th level, missing the final 2. It's already a miracle that I've managed to cultivate to this point." Yu Zhenghai nodded. "Put aside the 9 tribulation lightning steel for now. There are many cultivation manuals from renowned sects in the world. Maybe you can find another technique to replace it."
"I'm not used to those so-called manuals from renowned sects. I've tried cultivating them, but they don't work for me. They're completely unsuitable. I only like the 9 tribulation lightning steel." Zhu Honggong's face was filled with regret. Yu Zhenghai turned to face Zhu Honggong. "That's fine, but..." Yu Zhenghai disregarded him and slowly walked into the stronghold. "Senior brother, what about this coffer?" Zhu Honggong waved his hand, sending the coffer flying into his arms. He hugged it tightly and ran after Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai acted like he was in his own home, walking to the Grandmaster's chair in the stronghold and sitting down. "8th junior brother, have you been working for 7th junior brother these past few years?" Zhu Honggong replied. "What are you saying? Senior and junior brothers are just helping each other out," Yu Zhenghai said casually. "You are, after all, a disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. This tiny stronghold is hardly worthy of the title Evil King." Zhu Honggong continued. "Senior brother, I don't want to do it either. I'm scared and anxious all day. Last time I went to the Azure Jade platform and ran into Master. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid senior brother wouldn't be seeing me now." "Master is old. Why would he appear at the Azure Jade platform?" "How would I know?" Yu Zhenghai asked with a smile. "The Azure Jade platform is Zhang Yidao's territory. You dare to go there without fearing Zhang Yuanshan would kill you." Me, scared of him, Zhu Honggong had barely finished speaking when a flustered subordinate rushed in to report. Camp leader, another flying chariot is approaching. This one's a bit smaller than the last one, seems like. It's from the Zhengyi school. Zhu Honggong couldn't help but be stunned, almost losing his balance. Yu Shangrong slowly said, 8th Junior, let senior brother see how much you've improved these past few years. I won't interfere. Zhu Honggong wanted to cry. Senior brother, I would have already run for the hills if you weren't here. What am I supposed to do now? Zhu Honggong inwardly hesitated, his face contorted in a grimace, unsure whether to go out and meet the challenge. Yu Shangrong's expression was calm, clearly wanting to watch the show. Crying won't solve anything. If you really can't win, it's not too late to run then. Zhu Honggong cleared his throat twice, and said to the subordinate, follow your king to meet the enemy. Perhaps because he hadn't had time to react, the subordinate habitually said, camp leader, your Chu, back mountain, quickly. As he spoke, Zhu Honggong kicked it. What back mountain? Meet the enemy my ass. The two of them went outside, one in front of the other. Yu Shangrong indifferently stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and followed. The camp was empty, and it was also very boring. It would be more fun to go outside and watch the excitement. In the sky outside the Fierce Tiger Mountain camp, there was indeed a flying chariot from the Zhengyi school. The brothers in the Fierce Tiger Mountain camp had just had their horizons broadened by the Yuming sect's flying chariot, so now they weren't surprised to see the Zhengyi school's flying chariot. Compared to that flying chariot, this one was completely tiny, not worth mentioning. Zhu Honggong raised his head and looked at the brothers, shouting, brothers, start practicing. Those who aren't cultivating, get out of the way. People who have entered the Tongshuan realm and the Ningxi realm, prepare traps to serve the guests. Those above the Fanhai realm, assemble immediately. The brothers in the Fierce Tiger Mountain camp acted extremely quickly. Zhu Honggong's henchmen had all assembled, their hands full of hot stuff, with murderous eyes. Yu Shangrong's eyes swept around, and he nodded slightly. For a small mountain village to have this level of emergency response, it was quite rare. Whoosh, whoosh. In the forest around the mountain village, weeds were growing everywhere. All kinds of large crossbows suddenly appeared from all directions. Seeing the city defense crossbows appear, Yu Shangrong walked to Lao Ba's side and said indifferently, Lao Ba, it turns out I underestimated you. He, senior brother, this is my lair after all. How can I not have some tricks up my sleeve, otherwise I would have been uprooted long ago. The city defense crossbows were ready. Zhu Honggong looked up at the flying chariot in the sky. These city defense crossbows are the nemesis of flying chariots. Fire. He immediately gave the order, not even giving Zhengyi school a chance to say a few words. Arrows tore through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of the large crossbows was extremely strong. To block these crossbows, the cultivators protecting the flying chariot had to have very strong kua. Otherwise, once the kua was penetrated, the flying chariot would also fall. The sound of 10 crossbows piercing the sky and shooting into the sky echoed in the forest. Sure enough, the expressions of the cultivators surrounding the flying chariot changed, and they activated their body-protecting ki. Boom! Crash! Crash! Rings of ki appeared on the cultivators' bodies, repelling the crossbows that had just been fired. Zhu Honggong frowned. They really don't hesitate to spend money. City defense crossbows are useful for dealing with ordinary flying chariots. Even if they don't kill the cultivators, they will disrupt the other party's formation and shoot down the flying chariots. But it is a bit difficult to deal with cultivators with relatively high cultivation levels. Again, Zhu Honggong ordered, exhaust their vitality. The crossbows shot out, and at the same time, the flying chariot had flown above Fierce Tiger Ridge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another group of giant crossbows flew toward the flying chariot. The cultivators protecting the flying chariot released their body-protecting ki again. The crossbows were repelled, and rings of ripples formed in the ki in the air. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded throughout the Fierce Tiger Mountain camp from the flying chariot. Zhu Honggong, so you were hiding here. Last time, I let you escape from Qingyu platform. This time, I'll see where you can run. Dozens of cultivators stepped out of the flying chariot and flew through the air. A subordinate saw this and shouted, Camp leader, the crossbows are useless. Should we retreat? Zhu Honggong angrily shouted. Shut up, senior brother is standing next to me. How can Zhu Honggong let senior brother mock me? He turned his head to look at Yu Shangrong and said with a smile, Senior brother, your junior brother is not incompetent. Then he waved his hand, his eyes shining brightly, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly. 8 trigrams formation. Echoes came from all directions, heaven and earth, wind and clouds, dragon, tiger, bird and snake, all in place. Activate. Taking Fierce Tiger Mountain as the center, a half circle of black and a half circle of white combined to form a large circle. Outside the circle, 8 formations lit up at the same time. Yu Shangrong nodded slightly in praise. It seems that my 8th junior brother is not too stupid after all.
The terrain of the Fierce Tiger Mountain camp is indeed extremely suitable for exerting the power of the 8 trigrams formation.
Senior brother, you flatter me too much. Zhu Honggong was very pleased in his heart to be praised by his senior brother. It was so rare he only got praised once in his life.
Yu Shangrong clasped his hands behind his back and said, "The 8 trigrams formation is a formation of the Dao Sect. It can disrupt the surrounding vitality and then gather it in the middle, forming a vortex. The flying chariot will definitely crash if it gets close." Mu. Zhu Honggong continued, "Senior brother is knowledgeable and well-informed. I really admire you." Whoosh! The flying chariot just happened to fly directly above Fierce Tiger Mountain. The 8 trigrams formation had taken shape, and the vitality of the 4 directions and 8 directions trembled, with raging winds and swirling clouds. Under the influence of the 8 trigrams formation, the vitality condensed into Q. A huge vortex appeared in the sky above Fierce Tiger Mountain. When the Zhengyi school elder saw this, he hurriedly ordered, "Not good, it's the 8 trigrams formation. Fly away quickly, fly away!" The cultivators protecting the flying chariot used all their strength to mobilize their vitality. Yu Shangrong nodded. "They're not too stupid either. They know to run." Senior brother, why are you speaking up for outsiders?
Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "If you don't act now, once the flying chariot flies out of the 8 trigrams formation, your formation will have wasted years of accumulating vitality." Zhu Honggong understood. He stomped hard with both feet, and his figure shot out into the middle of the 8 trigrams formation like lightning. Yu Shangrong clasped his hands and reminded, "8th junior brother, the divine court realm, the middle of the Gimai is still the divine court realm. Don't hide anything."
Under Yu Shangrong's gaze, Zhu Honggong's fingers curled into claws, as if grabbing at some majestic key. The key surrounded the huge vortex. The vitality inside the 8 trigrams formation just happened to be taken advantage of by Zhu Honggong. 9 Tribulation Thunder Chi. The key turned into the color of thunder and lightning, different from Lu Zhou's Thunder Chi.
Zhu Honggong's 9 Tribulation Thunder Chi was condensed from vitality. The key and his own key intertwined violently, so it created the illusion of thunder and lightning.
How interesting! 8th junior brother used the 8 trigrams formation to maximize the power of the 9 Tribulation Thunder Chi.
Zhu Honggong's hand gripped the energy like he was trying to catch a dragon with too big of a mouth.
Break! At this moment, the flying shuttle was struggling to escape the vortex, but unfortunately, Zhu Honggong's attack arrived. Scatter! The cultivators standing around the flying shuttle had no choice but to scatter and dodge. One strike from within the 8-direction formation. Boom! Zhu Honggong struck the flying shuttle, chaotic energy scattering everywhere like snowflakes or even like fireworks blooming. As a disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion, how could he, with only a divine tribunal realm cultivation, become a devilish figure in his own right? The answer lies here.
The thousands of fierce Tiger Mountain brothers all looked up to the sky, observing this astonishing strike, dazzling and brilliant, causing people to sigh in awe. Without energy to protect them, the cultivators, this one strike destroyed the formation patterns on the flying shuttle's body. Crack, crack. The flying shuttle cracked open, becoming unstable, with no strength left to fly. The vortex within the 8-direction formation took the opportunity to suck it in. The Divine Might Camp Master and the fierce Tiger Mountain brothers had never seen Zhu Honggong display such divine might.
This one strike boosted the morale and confidence of the fierce Tiger Mountain brothers. At the same time, with the flying shuttle unable to fly any further, the righteous cultivators immediately moved away, scattering across the sky. Zhu Honggong stood within the 8-direction formation and said in a deep voice, "It's not over yet, I told you. I'm not that easy to bully."
The primal chi gathered within the 8-direction formation was no less powerful than that of a nascent soul realm expert. In other words, although Zhu Honggong was in the divine tribunal realm, when he was within the 8-direction formation he was a nascent soul realm expert. Even his senior brother Yu Zhenghai couldn't help but be amazed. 7th Tribulation Heavenly Phenomena. Zhu Honggong shouted loudly, mobilizing the remaining primal chi in his body and channeling it into the 8-direction formation. The energy, like lightning, swept across the sky, shooting towards the scattered cultivators. Heavenly Phenomenon was the 7th Tribulation in the 9 Tribulation Lightning Strength Technique, and also Zhu Honggong's strongest move at the moment. The righteous cultivators had activated their protective energy, while the weaker ones continued to fall. The 8-meridian ocean of Brahma realm cultivators summoned their avatars. Several 6-lobed separation and union, and 7-star soul-chasing avatars descending.
The effect of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Strength manifested. The 8-direction formation condensing primal chi into energy, striking everyone, damn it. The righteous cultivators were doing their best to resist. 100 Tribulation Insightful Ming. Finally, among the cultivators scattered in the sky, 100 Tribulation Insightful Ming 4-leaf golden lotus avatars suddenly appeared, shining brightly, blocking the heavenly phenomenon.
Zhu Honggong said in shock. This is fing unfair. How much effort did I put in to accumulate so much primal qi, to create the 8-direction formation and unleash my strongest move, only to be blocked by 100 Tribulation Insightful Ming? Zhu Honggong was not convinced. Again, the 100 Tribulation Insightful Ming avatar suddenly disappeared. A figure broke through the air, rushing forward. It was a righteous elder, Zhang Chunlai, not sect leader Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Chunlai looked very angry, his eyes blazing. Pay with your life. Zhang Chunlai flew straight forward, palms striking out continuously, heading straight for Zhu Honggong.
Thunder Honggong once again borrowed the primal qi of the 8-direction formation, condensing it into energy, and coordinated with lightning to counterattack Zhang Chunlai. Boom boom boom, Zhang Chunlai's palm strikes, and the vortex of energy collided, ripples appearing, and trees all over Fierce Tiger Mountain snapped in half.
Zhang Chunlai said in surprise. To have such ability in the Divine Tribunal realm? No wonder you're a disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion. Zhu Honggong pointed at Zhang Chunlai and shouted loudly. Don't waste words! Zhang Chunlai, I couldn't find you at the Green Jade Altar last time, but I didn't expect you to come to my door yourself now. Unfortunately, the Divine Tribunal realm is still the Divine Tribunal realm. You want to defeat me just by relying on the 8-direction formation, old fart? The chubby young Zhu Honggong replied. Then let's try. While speaking, the range of the halo expanded, half black and half white intertwined, and the light in the 8-direction formation became increasingly intense. Zhang Chunlai frowned. How can such a powerful formation be set up by a small and weak mountain camp like Fierce Tiger Mountain? He hurriedly looked around, scrutinizing stronger targets, but found nothing. Yu Zhenghai stood in the 8-direction formation, calmly watching this scene, secretly nodding. That old righteous head isn't stupid. 8th junior brother's strength and cultivation are weak. Relying on his identity as a Demon Sky Pavilion disciple, many people have targeted him over the years. But those who wanted to take his life haven't succeeded. If he didn't have some self-defense skills, how could 8th junior brother have survived until now? Moreover, he has Siwu Yai helping him behind the scenes. Yu Zhenghai maintained a spectator's attitude, retracting all his aura. At the same time, Zhu Honggong had successfully converged his energy, and with the cooperation of the even more powerful 8-direction formation, his aura and energy had reached the nascent soul realm. The righteous cultivators scattered in the sky all felt incredulous. It seemed they had underestimated the Demon Sky Pavilion's 8th disciple. Lightning energy blotted out the sky. Hold on. After the flying shuttle was damaged, the consciousness condensation realm cultivators could hardly protect themselves. Most of them were Ocean of Brahma realm cultivators, and they were still struggling painfully, descending while doing everything possible to resist the pressure brought by the 8-direction formation. Zhang Chunlai shouted loudly. I said, the Divine Tribunal realm is ultimately just the Divine Tribunal realm. The 100 Tribulation Insightful Ming avatar appeared again, the difference from before being that this time it was a 5-leaf golden lotus. Zhu Honggong broke out in a cold sweat. At the sight of this, Zhu Honggong looked at his golden lotus, his scalp tingling. Did I offend anyone? They're even hiding their cultivation. Yu Zhenghai watched the fun with great interest, still not intending to intervene. Yu Zhenghai praised. Seems like he has some skills, knowing how to use the difference in realm to break the vortex with strength. The main effects of the formation on the avatar are to increase cultivation and defensive capabilities, while also suppressing the target. But usually, cultivators only focus on increasing cultivation and suppression. Once the avatar is broken, it will no longer be effective. However, if one knows how to exploit the difference in cultivation realms, and use their avatar to suppress the opponent, everything will be smooth sailing. Zhang Chunlai's move was swift and accurate. Zhang Chunlai, wielding his 5-leaf 100 Tribulation Insightful avatar, charged into the 8 directions formation, hiding inside his glittering golden avatar, which was equivalent to hiding inside the formation itself. The avatar withstood all the 8 directions formation's powerful qi, Zhang Chunlai's figure flickering about. Take this old man's palm strike. He abandoned his avatar, instantly closing the distance to Zhu Honggong, now only 10 meters away. Unleashing a palm strike, a Taoist palm imprint, Zhu Honggong raised an eyebrow, mobilizing his primal qi to block the attack. Boom! However, a 5-leaf golden lotus nascent soul realm cultivator was far superior to one in the divine court realm. The primal qi within the 8 directions formation seemed clamped down by the avatar, unable to gather. This palm strike truly landed on Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong looked up to the sky and flew backward. Chief! Chief! The gang all roared, heads tilted back. The 8 directions formation was gone, primal chi gradually dissipating in all directions. Zhu Honggong spun in the air, stepping on nothingness to stabilize himself, his chest surging with blood and chi. His hands were numb, almost wanting to vomit blood. Was I wrong, or what? Astonishment filled Zhang Chunlai's face. He's not dead? Under circumstances of being at a disadvantage of an entire realm, this palm, even if it didn't kill him, should have at least severely injured him, yet he's completely unscathed? Zhu Honggong grinned. Old man? Didn't expect that, Ha ha! A Baoshan vest. Zhang Chunlai noticed a corner of clothing peeking out from Zhu Honggong's attire, his expression instantly souring. This Baoshan vest is rumored to be the treasure guarding the Tiangshuan Temple, one of the 4 great Buddhist sects. How is it? On a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Now, ordinary people wearing the Baoshan vest are immune to blades and spears, but for cultivators, it can also block damage from powerful chi. Zhang Chunlai arrogantly waved his hand. Since this old man has come, I'm taking your dog life. The cultivators scattering in the sky suddenly gathered together. Without a formation to protect them, even if all of them share the Baoshan vest, they'll just be punching bags. How can they contend with me? Never mind those insignificant lackeys. I hear the 8th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion is skilled in escape arts. Quickly surround him. I want to see how long that Baoshan vest can hold out. Whoosh whoosh. 2 Divine Court Realm cultivators and several Ocean Spirit Realm cultivators swiftly flew over. Zhu Honggong immediately landed, a dejected expression on his face. Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. Yu Zhenghai smiled faintly. Not bad. You even know to use a formation to compete with a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Not bad. Then, Yu Zhenghai stomped on the ground, leaping into the air. Seeing Zhu Honggong bowing his head before Yu Zhenghai, Zhang Chunlai was confused and startled. Huh? Zhang Chunlai sensed something was wrong. How could a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion bow down before a middle-aged man? Senior brother, quick, quick, quick! If this continues, my little fortress will be destroyed by this old guy. Without the formation buff, even if Zhu Honggong had the Baoshan vest, he'd still just be a punching bag. How could he possibly contend with Zhang Chunlai? Junior brother, don't be afraid. Yu Zhenghai cupped his hands and stepped forward, looking up. Zhang Chunlai glanced at Yu Zhenghai and said, Bluffing. How could this old man be tricked by you again? Capture them. Yes. Yu Zhenghai noticed he said tricked by you again, so he turned to look at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong hurriedly lowered his head, like a kid caught doing something wrong. Several cultivators surrounded the 2 mid-air. Zhang Chunlai didn't waste any more words, immediately unleashing a palm strike straight down. Dozens of powerful palm imprints crashing down like mountains collapsing and seas overturning. Yu Zhenghai stood still, his hands behind his back, almost motionless, unhurried and unfazed. When the palm imprint arrived before him, Yu Zhenghai's right hand flicked slightly, rotating his palm and unleashing a seemingly ordinary stream of qi. The qi shot out from Yu Zhenghai's palm. When the qi collided with the palm imprint, boom! Taking the point of impact as the center, a circle of qi ripples formed horizontally. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding trees, already trampled beyond recognition by primal qi, were once again sliced apart by the horizontal ripples, the cuts clean and uniform. The force generated when the qi collided didn't dissipate. The ripples were suddenly lifted high by a strange force. One palm strike sent several people flying back, primal qi spraying out like a hail of bullets. The onlookers closed their eyes and covered their ears in pain. Zhu Honggong's face was filled with longing and worship. This is Senior Brother's Great Xuan Heavenly Palm, fused with palm techniques to become the Great Xuan Heavenly Palm. A tremor ran through Zhang Chunlai's heart. He instantly realized this middle-aged man was an unparalleled expert. He hurriedly gave the order. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, he bolted. Zhu Honggong pointed from behind. Senior brother, he's planning to use the Great Divine Power technique to escape. Yu Zhenghai flashed forward, blocking Zhang Chunlai's path. Too late. Sound waves combined with rolling ripples crashed down. Ocean Spirit Realm cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow. Falling in an instant, Divine Court Realm cultivators barely managed to fly for a bit before also falling. The scene no less tragic. Only the nascent Soul Realm Zhang Chunlai remained, eyes wide, retreating non-stop. 100 Tribulation Insight. Zhang Chunlai unleashed his ultimate move again. Yu Zhenghai smiled faintly. I've been waiting for your avatar. He flicked his right hand slightly, and the jade green staff spun out. Heaven-grade weapons are practically the nightmare of all kinds of avatars. They can easily break through an avatar's defenses. The 100 Tribulation Insightful avatar was a high-consumption ultimate move. If it was destroyed, the user would be severely injured. Both Zhang Chunlai and his avatar flashed in an instant,
teleporting 1,000 meters away. In just a few seconds, he had escaped the area of the Tiger Mountain Fortress. Just when he had breathed a sigh of relief, Yu Zhenghai suddenly appeared in front of his 100 Tribulation insightful avatar, his hands behind his back. Yu Zhenghai was clad in a black robe, paired with his sharp features. He looked incredibly powerful under the dazzling sunlight. Zhang Chunlai heard a sound above him. He looked up. The jade-green staff, surrounded by powerful qi, was spinning non-stop. A Xuan heavenly star beam strike was even larger than a millstone. Yu Zhenghai asked, "Only 5 leaves?" 5 leaves meant a 5-leaf nascent soul realm cultivator, yet he could only run this far, and he's so fragile. Yu Zhenghai was very displeased with such an opponent. Zhang Chunlai, "Your 5 leaves is not even as good as my 4 guardians." Zhang Chunlai was about to use a great divine power technique again. "Relying on trash like the Zheng Yi Dao sect, you dare to talk big about leveling my junior brother's Tiger Mountain, the Evil Sky Pavilion's eldest disciple." Just then, the profound heaven stellar palm slammed into Zhang Chunlai's 100 Tribulations moving light dharmic body. Boom! Zhang Chunlai's dharmic body got chopped in half like tofu. The dharmic body was like tofu being minced by the jade-green blade. The ki went wild instantly, and a raging gale swept through. The fierce beasts within a meter's radius were all diced by this chaotic kill, and the trees snapped like twigs. Only Yu Zhenghai was completely unaffected, calmly watching the ki tearing things up in the sky. Zhang Chunlai looked utterly defeated. Escape? Nah, using great divine power techniques would only get him killed faster. He raised both hands, unleashing all the Yuan Qi in his body, pretty much his entire strength. Countless palm prints filled the sky, trying to hold back the heaven-grade weapon, but the difference in cultivation level was just too massive, and the jade-green blade was top tier even among heaven-grade weapons. Boom! As the jade-green blade flashed past, Yu Zhenghai didn't even bother looking at him anymore, strolling casually back through the air. His mission done, the jade-green blade vanished without a trace. Before long, the sky returned to silence, and the wild kinch slowly subsided. Yu Zhenghai returned to Tiger Mountain and landed in front of Zhu Honggong. He patted the 8th junior brother on the shoulder. "Lucky for you, he was only at the 5 leaves level. If he had 1 more leaf, you'd have been toast." Zhu Honggong was still in shock, his face blank. The brothers on Tiger Mountain were gaping, eyes wide. Just 1 palm and 1 blade strike, and that's it? Everyone stood there dumbfounded, staring at the chaotic ground and broken trees. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that this was caused by the grand disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion? They'd been following Zhu Honggong for years, and got to share some of the Demon Sky Pavilion's reputation. The fact that the 8th had displayed any power at all was already beyond their expectations. But who knew the grand disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion was so damn strong? A completely clean, swift victory, effortlessly dealing with a 5 leaves expert. How could they not be shocked? Yu Zhenghai's pat on the shoulder finally snapped him out of it. He swallowed hard. "Senior brother!" He suddenly became obedient, meekly trailing behind Yu Zhenghai. "You've gotten so awesome after coming out of seclusion. Using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Not worth mentioning." Yu Zhenghai said, "Worth it, totally worth it. I've never seen Senior Brother's profound heaven palm before in my life, so damn powerful. My admiration for you is endless like a river, like—" "Well, never mind." Yu Zhenghai walked into the camp and sat down. "Who did you learn to be such a brown noser hanging around with 7th junior brother for so long?" Hee. "Thanks for your help, senior brother. I'd be screwed if you weren't here today," Zhu Honggong said. Yu Zhenghai didn't scold him, but said, "Did 7th junior brother set up your 8-directional formation?" "Ahem. Senior brother has sharp eyes. Nothing gets past you," Yu Zhenghai continued to ask. "Did 7th junior brother get you the treasure meditation vest too?" Zhu Honggong hurriedly covered his chest. "Senior brother, please. This is the only treasure I have." Yu Zhenghai sighed, shaking his head. Zhu Honggong laughed again. "Senior brother, you're a top-tier character. How could you be interested in my treasure meditation vest? Your protective king alone is way better than this treasure." His voice grew softer, finally admitting honestly, "7th senior brother did get it from the Heaven Selection Temple for me." Yu Zhenghai said, "Don't waste 7th's good intentions. You would have died long ago if not for this treasure meditation vest." "Senior brother is right," Yu Zhenghai slowly said. "The righteous path suffered losses this time, so Zhang Yuanshan probably won't dare to offend us again with his temper. But we can't let our guard down. What senior brother said is very true." Yu Zhenghai glanced at the coffin next to him. "Did 4th junior brother say when he'd come to retrieve Bao Yang?" Zhu Honggong counted on his fingers and replied, "He's scheduled to come get it in 3 days. In that case, I'll stay here for 3 days.
Senior brother can stay for as long as you want, Yu Zhenghai smiled, shaking his head.
It's so boring to chat with you. It would be great if 7th were here. After speaking, he stood up, his right hand gently waved, and the mysterious coffin instantly flew in front of him. The jade green blade also appeared. Senior brother, are you going to open the coffin?
Zhu Honggong saw the jade green blade, his face full of envy. It would be so great if there were a heaven-grade weapon in the coffin.
The jade green blade slowly descended, and a crisp sound rang out on the pattern on the coffin's surface, indicating that the jade green blade had successfully unlocked it. But one last weapon was needed to fully open it. Zhu Honggong saw the coffin in front of him, his eyes wide and greedy. Zhu Honggong's eyes lit up, pondering.
It would be great if there was a heaven-grade weapon inside the coffin.
Seeing Yu Zhenghai constantly using the jade green blade to chop at the coffin, Zhu Honggong clapped from the outside. Cheer! Well done, senior brother. Well done, master. Oh, master. How many treasures are you hiding after all? With your skill, senior brother, why don't you think of a way to open this coffin? What if there are unimaginable treasures inside? Yu Zhenghai shook his head. What kind of treasure could be in this coffin that would attract him? Yu Zhenghai continued. Ever since the Demon Sky Pavilion began accepting disciples, Master has always given each person a set of suitable techniques and weapons. From then on, the Demon Sky Pavilion became famous throughout the world. Even if this coffin contains some kind of treasure, I wouldn't be surprised, Zhu Honggong exclaimed. That's right. Senior brother has relied on the jade green blade and the great profound heavenly palm to defeat many experts. Later, establishing the Nether Sect also made him the current #1 demonic sect of Great Yan. Second senior brother's returning origin sword technique is so divine and unpredictable, he was unmatched in the battle at Upper Origin City, and he destroyed tens of thousands of valuable items. Yu Zhenghai turned his head and silently looked at Zhu Honggong.
Zhu Honggong's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he hurriedly added, Ahem. Second senior brother's returning origin sword technique is powerful, but it's still slightly inferior to senior brother's great profound heavenly palm, Yu Zhenghai said. Second junior brother's methods have always conflicted with mine, but oh well, who told me to be the senior brother?
That's right. Senior brother is generous and tolerant. How could ordinary people compare to you? Zhu Honggong also knew that Yu Shangrong had killed Chen Wenji. After all, Chen Wenji was from senior brother, and also one of the 3 great sword maniacs.
His swordsmanship was superb, so he was also a powerful henchman.
To lose someone like that, and senior brother doesn't even hold it against him. If this isn't generous and tolerant, then what is it? Yu Zhenghai had heard a lot of brown-nosing words, so he didn't react.
Tell your people to clean up. Zhu Honggong hurriedly waved to his subordinates outside to take the time to tidy up the room.
My senior brother wants to rest. He's Yu Zhenghai, the grand disciple of the Demon Sky Pavilion, who single-handedly forced back the righteous path, and also the leader of the unfathomable Nether Sect. Who would dare be rude to him? The subordinates immediately nodded and hurriedly ran to clean up the rooms.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the early morning sunlight shone on Tiger Mountain Fortress. After being cleaned and repaired, the fortress looked quite tidy. Only the surrounding trees, which had been cut down miserably, couldn't stand up, and the fortress lacked a bit of scenery, giving off a barren feeling.
1,000 meters away from the fortress, Ming Shiyin appeared on schedule. He had originally planned to descend directly into Tiger Mountain Fortress, but felt that the scene here looked too strange, so he landed outside and investigated. There are traces of a high-level battle. Ming Shiyin wasn't stupid. Only a battle between great cultivators could make the surrounding scenery like this. He looked at Tiger Mountain Fortress suspiciously. Idiot 8th? Did something happen? He was a little worried.
He tapped his feet lightly, and his whole body darted towards Tiger Mountain Fortress as fast as lightning. The scenery around Tiger Mountain also surprised him. The trees were all cut down. A flying chariot of the righteous path smashed on the ground attracted Ming Xiyin's attention. The title Righteous Path was engraved on the flying chariot. Just as he was feeling strange, a Tiger Mountain brother appeared nearby, bowing and said, "Fourth, mister. Our campmaster has been waiting for you for a long time." Ming Xiyin was stunned. Waiting for me for a long time. Moreover, this low-level cultivator recognized him. Ming Xiyin landed and thought, it must be because my reputation is too great, so only 2 visits have made them deeply impressed. But how did 8th know that he had come to Tiger Mountain? The man continued. Yes, great senior brother asked us to greet you, great senior brother. Ming Xiyin frowned upon hearing this. Don't tell me that the leader of the Nether Sect, Yu Zhenghai, is on this mountain. Yes, it is, great senior brother. Ming Xiyin was silent for a moment. Then Ming Xiyin panicked, and there was no pretense left. He scratched his hair and waved his hands.
I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I will come to get the sheep later. Oh, fourth mister, don't see me off, I have to go. Ming Shiyin waved his hand and hurried away. Just as he was about to use his method to leave, a voice came from Tiger Mountain. Since fourth has come, why are you in such a hurry to leave, Tani? It's been a long time since our brothers last met. Come into eighth's camp, so that our three brothers can catch up. I've prepared meat and wine. If you leave, it will make your senior brother sad. Yu Zhenghai sent a voice transmission, his words crystal clear. Ming Shiyin was utterly embarrassed. Ugh, talk about bad luck. With the invitation from the fourth senior brother, Ming Shiyin had no choice but to follow that guy into the mountain stronghold. Sure enough, a feast of meat and wine was already prepared inside, with senior brother Yu Zhenghai sitting there properly. When Ming Shiyin saw his senior brother, he felt a bit uneasy, but in the end he mustered all his courage and walked over. Nothing to be scared of. I can survive by master's side. Why should I be afraid of senior brother? Ming Shiyin cupped his fist in greeting. Senior brother, old 8, was also very proper, quickly standing up. Fourth senior brother, Yu Zhenghai, laughed heartily. Fourth junior brother, come, sit down quickly, let's pour some wine and drink until we drop. Ming Shiyin waved his hands repeatedly. Senior brother, your tolerance for alcohol is immense, how can I compare? Besides, I'm here to retrieve the yang, and I need to hurry back to report. Old 8, where's the yang that belongs to master? Yu Zhenghai said, no need to rush, the yang is right behind me. Come, sit down. How could Ming Shiyin refuse? So he walked over and sat down. He couldn't possibly fall out with senior brother and end up getting beaten. The cup in front of him was filled to the brim with wine. Yu Zhenghai suddenly asked, Old 4, I heard you often stand in front of master and criticize me, is that right? Ming Shiyin immediately replied, how could that be? Who dares to talk nonsense and slander senior brother? Yu Zhenghai's voice then became gentler, deeper, and kinder. Don't be nervous. If I can't even tolerate these small things from you junior brothers, how can I be worthy of being your senior brother? Zhu Honggong kept munching away and chimed in. That's right, senior brother isn't the petty kind to hold grudges. Yu Zhenghai then asked, Old 4, how's things on the mountain lately? Ming Shiyin said frankly. A bit better than before. Master is getting old, and those eyeing the Evil Sky Pavilion are always looking for an opportunity to take a bite. Yu Zhenghai sighed. How's master's health? Is his temper any better? Hearing this question, Zhu Honggong stopped eating and looked towards Ming Shiyin. His health is still okay, he can beat people without a problem. Ming Shiyin spoke very carefully. And his temper has indeed changed. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai picked up his wine cup, drained it in one gulp, and laughed, saying, Master rewarded you with a heaven-tier weapon called the separation hook. Ming Shiyin was startled and replied, Senior brother's information is really well informed. Although I've left the Evil Sky Pavilion for a long time, I still always think about it. Not lying to senior brother, I also want to ask you a question. We're brothers. Just chat freely, don't be so formal. Ming Shiyin asked seriously. When senior brother was still at the Evil Sky Pavilion, what was its reputation like? Who dared to humiliate it back then? I'm very curious. Why did senior brother choose to leave the Evil Sky Pavilion? He had asked old 7, Si Wu Yai, this question before, but unfortunately his answer was too vague. This time he was asking senior brother. Hoping to get a satisfactory answer, Yu Zhenghai drank 3 cups of wine in a row, and the little brother Meng Hushan kept refilling them. If I didn't leave the Evil Sky Pavilion, there would only be one path left for me. Death. Ming Shiyin and Zhu Honggong were both slightly startled upon hearing this. That serious, Yu Zhenghai nodded indifferently and said, Let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink. Ming Shiyin blankly drank his cup, then another. Ugh! Everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion knew senior brother's tolerance for alcohol was high. He wouldn't fuss over other things, but when it came to drinking, he wanted to enjoy himself. Swallowing a few cups of hot wine, Ming Shinyin's whole body was burning. Senior brother had reminisced about the past and they'd drunk some wine, now about that yang. Yu Zhenghai put down his wine cup, looking at Ming Xinyin seriously. Old 4, if I want to keep this yang, what are you going to do? Ming Xinyin immediately replied, a master's order is hard to disobey. Senior brother should understand master's temper. I'm just acting on orders. If I can't bring the yang back, I'll naturally be punished by master. Yu Zhenghai chuckled. You weren't like this before. In Wu Yai junior brother's letter, he mentioned your changes, saying that you've become much more obedient. I didn't believe it. Now it seems Wu Yai junior brother was right. Ming Shiyin grumbled with dissatisfaction. Old 7 always likes to talk behind people's backs. He's praising you, not bad-mouthing you. Don't mind it too much. Well, that's okay then. Say what you want. Old 8, Zhu Baji, was just shoving food into his mouth. Seeing a guest and eating so much, Yu Zhanghai glanced at Old 8 and then turned to look at Ming Shiyin. Master is getting old. The glory days of the Evil Sky Pavilion are over. He can withstand it this year, but what about next year, the year after that, or 10 years from now?
Zhu Honggong chewed as he said, Senior brother, I understand your meaning. I know Master is old, and he can't avoid the great tribulation of lifespan. I'm tired of hearing this, Ming Xinyin replied. Master is still healthy now, so there's no need to talk about things that haven't happened yet. We can talk about the future later.
Well said. Yu Zhanghai couldn't help but clap and praise Ming Xiyin's words. Zhu Honggong also said, Fourth senior brother is right. Ming Xiyin glared at him, scolding, Eat your food.
Zhu Honggong picked up his chopsticks and occasionally glanced at the two of them. The two big shots were chatting. Why would I be so nosy and interrupt?
After praising him, Yu Zhanghai said sincerely, Old 4, if you have nowhere to go in the future, remember that your senior brother's nether sect always has a place for you. Ming Xinyin cupped his fist. Thank you for senior brother's kindness. I heard that the 4 great protectors of the nether sect have at least 6-leaf cultivation. If I rely on connections to get in, I'm afraid I'll be envied by many people.
Yu Zhanghai said confidently, I make the decisions in the nether sect. Seeing that Ming Xinyin was about to say something more, Yu Zhanghai continued, Don't be in a hurry to refuse. No one can be sure about the future. It's better to have a way out than a dead end, don't you think? Ming Xinyin fell silent, saying nothing.
Zhu Honggong shamelessly said,
Senior brother, do you want my Tiger Mountain to join the nether sect as well?
Ming Xiyin frowned when he heard Zhu Honggong say that. Yu Zhanghai waved his hand and said, Just protect your Tiger Mountain stronghold well. Zhu Honggong felt that senior brother was looking at him with disgust, and fell silent for a moment. Ming Xinyin finished his wine and slowly stood up, then cupped his fist, and said to Yu Zhanghai, Master ordered me to bring the yang back. Please hand it over, senior brother. Clang. The chopsticks in Zhu Honggong's hand fell onto the table. Fourth senior brother is really bold, daring to speak to senior brother in such a tone. It's over. It's over. If senior brother gets angry, my broken stronghold won't be able to withstand it. Zhu Honggong secretly glanced at Yu Zhanghai. Yu Zhanghai wasn't angry at all, but on the contrary, he seemed very calm, gently nodding his head and saying, You can take the yang. Say hello to Master for me. Tell him that Yu Zhanghai is in the 9 provinces and 4 seas, but his heart is still with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Xinyin replied, Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely pass on your words. Old 8. I have to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion to report. If I have time, I'll visit you often, Zhu Honggong said. No need to be so polite. I'm extremely welcome. Yu Zhanghai waved his hand, causing the mysterious yang coffin lying in the corner of the house to float gently towards Ming Xiyin. Ming Xiyin caught it with one hand. It was as light as nothing inside. Ming Xiyin nodded and turned to walk out of the mountain stronghold. Zhu Honggong said after him, Farewell, fourth senior brother. In the blink of an eye, Ming Xinyin's figure had disappeared without a trace. Zhu Honggong wiped the sweat from his face. Senior brother, fourth senior brother is really something. How could he dare to speak to you in such a tone?
If it weren't because he looks too skinny, I would have beaten him up. Yu Zhanghai snorted after hearing Zhu Honggong's words.
Not stopping there, Zhu Honggong continued. Ugh, of course senior brother wouldn't care about such small things. It's just a pity about that yang. That yang was made from a special material. Even the 4 great protectors working together couldn't make it budge. And the final key is in Master's hands. So even if I kept that yang, it would be useless.
Zhu Honggong said casually. That magical? If that coffin is so sturdy, might as well use it as a weapon. Yu Zhanghai looked at Zhu Honggong again. Zhu Honggong became even more flustered. Senior brother, I misspoke again.
No, you actually make a good point this time. Even top-tier heaven-grade weapons can't do anything to this box. So the box itself might just be some indestructible treasure.
Zhu Honggong was clutching his head, regretting it so bad he wanted to die. Too bad everyone was too busy staring at the stuff in the box to notice the obvious. Meanwhile, Ming Xiyin returned to the Dark Heaven Pavilion. He stepped into the main hall. Ming Xiyin, carrying the box, walked up and asked, Little Shimei, where's Shifu? Xiao Yan'er, standing in front of the hall, said, Fourth senior brother, you're back. Bad timing. Shifu thought you wouldn't be back until tonight, so he went into seclusion.
Ming Xiyin nodded, his eyes wide. Talk about bad timing. I ran into senior brother, but luckily I was super firm and gave him a good scolding, so he backed down. He knew he was in the wrong and couldn't argue with me, so he had to return the box. Xiao Yan'er clapped her hands and said, As expected, fourth senior brother handles things the best. Ming Xinyin nodded again. then went around the hall and headed toward the secret chamber.
Soon, he arrived outside the chamber. Ming Xinyin cleared his throat and said, "Shifu, this disciple was fortunate enough not to fail the mission and retrieved the box." Inside the secret chamber, Lu Zhou was snug as a bug in a rug, fast asleep. Hearing Ming Xinyin's voice, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and sat up. "What's the situation with the box?" Lu Zhou asked via telepathy. Ming Xinyin, hugging the box, grinned. "The senior brothers didn't make it too difficult for this disciple. They all used weapons to try and open it. Now all it needs is the Daqing ring."
The door to the secret chamber slowly opened. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back.
He slowly walked out, his eyes fixed on the box in Ming Xinyin's hands. In his heart, Ming Xinyin was secretly pleased. He did so well this time. Will Shifu be happy and reward him? Ming Xinyin bowed and presented the box. "The box is here, Shifu."
Lu Zhou ignored Ming Xinyin and just examined the box. The patterns on the 5 sides had all been activated. Only the Daqing ring pattern was missing. Just hoping that what's inside the mysterious treasure box isn't a pile of trash. He muttered, "You need a lucky hand to open this." Ming Xinyin, hearing Shifu, asked, confused, "A lucky hand?"
Ming Xiyin didn't understand. He only knew to watch as Shifu pondered, holding the box as he walked away.
Lu Zhou nodded occasionally and shook his head at other times. He thought for a moment and said, "Leave." Ming Xiyin and Zhao Yunhe said in unison, "Disciple obeys." Lu Zhou didn't have time to guess what they were thinking. He took the box and returned to the secret chamber. He didn't know what was inside the treasure box, and it wouldn't be good if the 2 disciples saw him opening some great treasures. Once inside the chamber, Lu Zhou casually waved, and the box fell. He opened the system interface. The Daqing ring. Ye Tianxin's Daqing ring weapon was floating in front of him, emitting a faint light. The weapon, after being claimed and activated, shows its extraordinary nature even without the urging of primal energy. "I hope the treasure hidden inside this box isn't just a bunch of horns." Lu Zhou wrapped the Daqing ring in astral energy and pressed it into the pattern on the box. Here goes nothing. A soft click was heard, as if the internal mechanism had been activated, and a powerful golden glow emanated. Lu Zhou stared wide-eyed as the mysterious treasure box split into 2 halves, left and right. Ding! Successfully opened the mysterious treasure box, gained 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou looked at the box with its dazzling light, not seeing anything, and wondered, "What the heck?" Gained items: 1 Ji Tiandao Peak State Card, Brahma Lasso, 3 Refining Talismans, 6 Harmony's Separation. Am I really lucky right now? He'd been transmigrated for so long. His emotions had gradually become numb, but this time he was truly shaken. The Ji Tiandao Peak State Card, even though it was only a 30-minute state, was an extremely powerful trump card. He had been unlucky for so long, and finally had a lucky moment. This feeling was even more stimulating than when he was playing Warcraft in his previous life and opened a twin blade equipment. Maybe it was because he had fully integrated into this new identity. Lu Zhou was much calmer and steadier than he was in his previous life. He looked at the Ji Tiandao Peak State card for a long time. After his emotions had completely calmed down, Lu Zhou murmured to himself, "Having learned from previous mistakes, I will not use this card unless it is absolutely necessary." Brahma Lasso, unactivated weapon. Brahma Lasso, recommended target for claiming Zhao Yanhe. He had never seen such a weapon before, so he didn't know how powerful the Brahma Lasso was. But if it was something for a disciple, he didn't need to keep it. The Brahma Lasso looked like a piece of cloth, and it would look ugly for a man to use it. He should still use a powerful weapon. This is fine. I won't have to worry about becoming rich because of finding weapons for Yantir in the future. Refining Talisman can refine 4th order heaven-earth mysterious yellow weapons that have been claimed. Refining weapons has always been a difficult problem for cultivators. Many people, after killing people and stealing treasures, find that the weapons they seize that have already been claimed are the biggest headaches for them. Weapons that have already been claimed usually have a very high degree of compatibility with their original owners, and in order to break this compatibility and get them to cooperate with the new owner, they must be refined again. The conditions for refining weapons are very harsh, not only requiring cultivators to use their primal energy to burn and refine them, but also requiring special energy stones for refining. Energy stones can increase the quality of weapons, making them extremely valuable. Not bad. Lu Zhou suddenly remembered that when Ming Xiyin killed Zhang Quazi, he had obtained a heaven-grade weapon called the Life-Reaping Saber. Without a refining talisman, that Life-Reaping Saber could only be refined into a mysterious grade weapon at best. Life-Reaping Saber. The Life-Reaping Saber immediately appeared, floating in front of Lu Zhou. A refining talisman appeared in the palm of his hand, and with a thought, within a radius of half a meter, The refining talisman gradually dissipated into a faint red light, like flames burning, covering the life-reaping saber. This special flame energy burned the life-reaping saber, causing it to turn red and emit a vibrating sound. Lu Zhou was startled. He had obtained Ji Tiandao's memories, with a vast amount of knowledge, but he couldn't find a refining method in his memory that was similar to this flame.
Swish, swish, swish. The life-reaping saber seemed to be heated and melted, becoming soft, but the flames emanating from the refining talisman helped the life-reaping saber maintain its original shape. Just as Lu Zhou was thinking about how long this refining method would take, ding! Refining complete, gained weapon. Life-reaping saber unactivated. That's it. The speed of refinement was completely beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. Normally, refining a heaven-grade weapon would take at least half a year, and up to 3 to 5 years. It would also take time to prepare the necessary raw materials. But this refining talisman refined a heaven-grade weapon in the blink of an eye? Lu Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. The life-reaping saber was still floating in the air, its whole body glowing with a fiery red color. But then it slowly cooled down, without even needing to be dipped in water. I'll keep it for now. Lu Zhou already had the nameless sword, which could be transformed into any shape, so he didn't have much affection for other weapons. He waved his sleeve and took back the life-reaping saber. 1 refining talisman was used up, leaving 2 more, 6 harmonies separation. Lu Zhou noticed the last reward for opening the treasure box. This Dharma body was sold in the mall for 12,000 merit points. He only spent 2,000 points to buy the treasure box. A huge profit. Lu Zhou unhesitatingly used the 6 harmonies separation. The 6 harmonies separation is an extremely important Dharma body used by cultivators in the Voyager realm to consolidate their cultivation. It means to use the 8 extraordinary meridians to mobilize primal energy skillfully. Lu Zhao's 8 meridians had been opened long ago, so when the power of the 6 harmonies separation poured into his body, it directly increased his cultivation. Previously, he could barely be considered a Voyager Realm 8 Meridian cultivator, but now he was a true Voyager Realm 8 Meridian cultivator in name and in fact. At the same time, as Lu Zhao's cultivation improved, there was a commotion around the Dark Heaven Pavilion. A beam of light shot straight into the sky like a laser. Zhao Yanhe and Ming Xiyin, who were sitting outside the main hall eating cakes, felt the primal energy coming from the secret chamber, each holding a cake in their hands, just about to put it in their mouths, when Ming Xiyin had a hunch. Having fallen once before, he had become wiser. Ming Xiyin smiled and said to little Shimei, "There is no need to go and see. It must be that Shifu, the old man, is trying out the magic of another sect again." Xiao Yanche blinked her big eyes. "Magic from another sect?" Ming Xiyin nodded. "The last time someone opened 8 meridians on Dark Heaven Pavilion, I thought an enemy was invading. Fortunately, Shifu only punished me and Dong Nianbi for repenting. Obviously, Shifu is cultivating the techniques of another sect. This kind of primal energy fluctuation is at most a Voyager Realm cultivator." Xiao Yanhe shoved a piece of pastry into her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh!" Ming Xiyin glanced over and praised, "Don't forget, the evil heart meditation was sent back to the Western Paradise by Master with his great fearless seal of Buddhism." Hearing, Xiao Yanhe hurriedly ran off. Ming Xiyin didn't bother consoling his junior sister, but quickly grabbed the bag of pastries from her hand. Xiao Yanhe's voice echoed, "Fourth senior brother's analysis is very reasonable. I should go cultivate." Sometimes Xiao Yanhe felt she was too lazy. Master was so old yet still diligently cultivated, while she, on the other hand, just lazed around all day doing nothing. Ming Xiyin teased, "Little junior sister, the path of cultivation should be taken slowly. You mustn't rush. Your innate talent is truly rare. Later on, the senior brothers and sisters might even have to rely on you to protect them." Hee hee. Xiao Yanhe was flattered, her eyes crinkling with joy as she ran off in spurts. Xiao Yanhe suddenly thought of something, and she became serious again, huffing, "I wouldn't bother protecting the senior brothers and sisters." With that, she continued to run away. Ming Xiyin scratched his head, wondering, "I usually treat little junior sister very well. Did I offend her somehow? Why is she acting like this?" Just then, Zhao Yue suddenly hurried over from behind. "Fourth senior brother! There's an anomaly at Gengzi Zhen. It seems someone is targeting the Evil Sky Pavilion." Ming Xiyin's face was full of doubt. "Someone's targeting the Evil Sky Pavilion? How do you know?" Gengzi Zhen isn't far from the Evil Sky Pavilion, but it's still a distance. Normally, people from the Evil Sky Pavilion wouldn't leave Golden Court Mountain unless something special happened. Previously, Master wanted to gather external information, so he sent Zhao Yanhe to the post station in Gengzi Zhen to eavesdrop. But recently, Zhao Yanhe hasn't been going out anymore. As for Zhao Yu, she's been solely focused on healing in her room to restore her cultivation. Zhao Yu said, "Someone sent a secret report." Ming Shiyin asked, "Who?" Zhao Yu looked a bit worried.
The informant is an ordinary person, but it's likely a powerful expert guided him.
We sent some disguised female cultivators to Gengzizhen to investigate, and confirmed there is indeed an anomaly there. Ming Shiyin comforted his junior sister with the bag of pastries he just snatched from Zhao Yanhe. Zhao Yu paused, quickly ate a piece of pastry, and continued. There are 3,000 cavalrymen stationed in Gengzizhen, which isn't scary, but there are also more than a dozen cultivators in red robes, appearing and disappearing, often wandering around the vicinity of Gengzizhen. Ming Shiyin was speechless. You describe them like wandering ghosts.
Ugh. Fourth senior brother, that's not the point, Ming Shiyin said. Keep talking.
Zhao Yue voiced her thoughts.
These cultivators in red robes are probably descendants of the Tenvu. They came to visit the Evil Sky Pavilion a few days ago, so I suspect they're up to something. Ming Shiyin showed disdain. Master didn't even bother with them. How dare they still be dissatisfied?
Zhao Yu said.
After all, they come from the palace. The person behind the scenes may outwardly fear the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength, but they could very well be doing something earth-shattering behind our backs. Ming Shiyin nodded, looking at Zhao Yu with a probing gaze. Leave this matter to me.
Zhao Yu glanced at Ming Shiyin. Sorry for troubling fourth senior brother.
Ming Shiyin asked. How's your cultivation recovery going? Zhao Yu replied. About 50% of my power. The Jade Purity Art has a natural advantage, and with Master's improvements, it's even more beneficial to my cultivation. Ming Shiyin nodded.
That's good. From the direction of the Lost Hall came the sound of moving mechanisms. Followed by footsteps, Lu Zhou slowly walked out, hands clasped behind his back, gradually exiting the hall. Zhao Yu and Ming Shiyin, who were sitting, were a bit startled, and said loudly in unison, "Disciple greets master." Lu Zhou continued to walk calmly, his gaze falling upon Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yu. During this trip to obtain treasures, Ming Xiyin's loyalty never wavered. Si Wuyai and Yu Zhenghai are both skilled in winning people's hearts, but Ming Xiyin wasn't swayed by them, indicating Lu Zhao's previous actions had a significant impact.
Zhao Yu's loyalty has increased quite a bit. Though it hasn't reached 70% yet, it is continuously increasing. Lu Zhao opened his mouth and said, I heard what you were saying. Ming Xiyin bowed. Master? This disciple finds that these people don't know what's good for them. They outwardly seek peace, but secretly covet the Evil Sky Pavilion. This disciple is willing to go down the mountain. Lu Zhao stepped forward, reached into his pocket, took out a piece of pastry, and said, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. While enjoying the crispy pastry, Lu Zhao said, if Mo Li knew the Evil Sky Pavilion's strength, would he only prepare these few tricks? Hearing this, Ming Xiyin immediately asked, what does master mean? Lu Zhao replied, the Tenvu are skilled in formations. Wu Sheng and Wu Guan are still trying their best to hide their cultivation. But it's no lower than 4 leaves. Ming Xiyin and Zhao Yue were startled when they heard this. In the cultivation world, low-level cultivators are numerous. Entering the vanquishing sea realm, being able to fly is only considered entry-level. Entering the divine court realm is considered to have achieved some success. Only entering the primal spirit realm deserves to be called a true powerhouse. Wandering in the cultivation world, from 1 leaf to 3 leaves, the cultivation difference isn't significant, but from 4 leaves onwards, each time a leaf is opened, there is a qualitative leap. Wu Sheng and Wu Guan may look ordinary, but they actually have 4 leaves cultivation.
Ming Xiyin eagerly asked, Master, are we just going to stand by and watch them act recklessly in front of us? Lu Zhou shook his head. If the peak trial card wasn't so precious, he could have crushed them all by himself. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and asked, where's the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot?
Ming Xiyin replied, the cloud-piercing flying chariot has been in the North Pavilion for a long time, unused. He thought for a moment and added, Master, don't you already have a mount? Using the flying chariot wouldn't suit your status. Lu Zhao, with a slightly cold gaze, said, a mount can't carry many people. If they like to cause trouble, then I'll bring people along to play with them.
Ming Xiyin and Zhao Yu's eyes widened with excitement upon hearing this. In his heart, Ming Xiyin thought, Old man master, you're planning to take your disciples out to wreak havoc. It's been a long time since we've done this. Just thinking about it is so exciting.
Ming Xiyin immediately jumped up. Master, this disciple will immediately have people clean the flying chariot. It will be ready for your use very soon, Lu Zhou ordered. Go! Ming Xiyin excitedly ran off. This is going to be great. Time to stretch my muscles.
Lu Zhao looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu entered the sect not long ago, but her cultivation is quite a bit lower than Ye Tiangxin. She is currently only at the peak of the divine court realm. The flaws in the jade purity art have greatly affected her cultivation, and the fact that she doesn't have a good weapon to use is like losing an arm. All things considered, Zhao Yue and Zhao Yanhe both need a suitable weapon. Zhao Yanhe already has the heaven-sundering ribbon, so what will Zhao Yu use? The life-severing saber. At this moment, Zhao Yu's head was full of the idea of butchering people in all directions. Lu Zhou recalled the appearance of the life-severing saber. That weapon was big and heavy. Would a delicate woman like Zhao Yu be uncomfortable using this kind of weapon? Lu Zhou asked. How far have you cultivated the jade purity art? Hearing Master's question, Zhao Yu replied. Reporting to Master, it has improved a lot. Since the jade purity art was supplemented and corrected, my cultivation has also been continuously increasing, Zhao Yu earnestly said with a determined voice. Disciple will definitely not fail Master's expectations. Lu Zhou nodded. Unfortunately, you cultivate the jade purity art, and there is currently no weapon suitable for you. Zhao Yu hurriedly knelt down, prostrating herself. Zhao Yu is already extremely satisfied with how things are now. I dare not ask Master to bestow a weapon upon me. Lu Zhou noticed that her loyalty increased by another 2%. He was just saying something casually, and her loyalty increased. Truly unexpected. It can be seen that in the past, Ji Tiandao always treated his disciples with harsh scoldings. Lu Zhou waved his hand. You may leave. Disciple takes her leave. Zhao Yu stood up and left the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou was still thinking about finding a weapon, treasure box. Lu Zhao's eyes lit up. He returned to the secret chamber, looking at the two halves of the bare treasure box. He walked back and forth muttering, the box is left in two halves, might as well throw it away. But after a moment, Lu Zhou mused, this box can withstand that famous sword. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Si Wu Yai, Yu Shangrong, and Yu Zhenghai all wanted to know what was inside the box when they saw it, but they couldn't open it. Lu Zhou noticed that all 6 sides of the box had patterns, 3 on the left half and 3 on the right half. He waved his hand, and with a click-clack sound, the 3 patterns on the left half of the box automatically rotated, combining to form a bizarre object. He waved his hand again, and the 3 patterns on the right half of the box also rotated and combined in the same way, forming a shape exactly like the left half. His eyes widened. This is... Lu Zhou didn't recognize this thing. Of the 18 types of martial arts, none seem to look like this. It's neither round nor square, somewhat like an irregular block. Acquired weapon, Li Hen Twin, usage form. Gauntlets. Easier to understand, it's a type of glove. This coffin is totally a weapon. Looking at it now, these 2 weird blocks really look like gauntlets. It can handle most attacks from other heaven-grade weapons, so this gauntlet itself must be heaven-grade too. From start to finish, this coffin has been a forgotten treasure. But Lu Zhou didn't see any system prompt about target recognition. The previous weapons all had suggestions for target recognition, but not this coffin. Shouldn't it suggest Zhao Yue as the owner? Lu Zhou suddenly imagined Zhao Yue wearing the gauntlets, her hands as steady as iron claws. Kinda gives me the creeps. Either way, it's a treasure, at least on par with the truncating fate saber. Lu Zhou retrieved the weapon and stepped out of the secret chamber into the main hall. He saw Zhao Yanhe and Zhao Yue standing there. Zhao Yue hadn't returned to her cultivation room. Seeing her master appear, Zhao Yue bowed and said, Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou then asked, What's up? Junior Brother 7th sent a letter saying that the Ma Sha sect leader, Ren Buping, has also arrived in Gangzi town and, spit it out, Zhao Yu continued. Moreover, the descendants of the Tenvu are setting up a formation, plotting to devour the Golden Court Mountain's barrier. Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm on the surface. Is 7th's information reliable? Xiao Yanhe angrily said. It's not just Senior Brother 7th, Jiang Aijian also sent a letter. Master, look at this. They're pretending to make peace, but behind our backs they're plotting something big. I should have chopped them into 8 pieces that day, she scolded as she handed over Jiang Aijian's letter. Si Wu Yai and Jiang Aijian sent the same message. 2 identical messages. Lu Jiju stroked his beard thoughtfully. Everyone knows how strong the Golden Court Mountain barrier is. Even when the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain, they couldn't do anything to the barrier for a while. If they use a powerful formation to devour the barrier, using a formation to counter a formation might not work. And this involves the descendants of the 10 Vu, and the Vu sorcery expert, Mo Li. With their Vu sorcery skills, who knows how they'll sneakily steal the barrier without anyone noticing. We need to be careful dealing with these guys. But what excuse do we use? We can't just wait until they steal the barrier and then reason with them. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou shook his head. That's not right.
Why does my Evil Sky Pavilion need an excuse? Lu Zhou opened his mouth and said, Su Yueming, Shiyin, hurry up. Also, bring Fan Xuan and the Black Knights here. Since that's the case, I'll strike first. Disciple obeys. At the same time, in the North Pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shiyin led nearly a dozen female cultivators in quickly cleaning the flying chariot. The female cultivators wiped and gossiped. This is the largest flying chariot in the Evil Sky Pavilion, the cloud-piercing flying chariot. It's long and narrow and oval-shaped. The entire body is made of rare materials. It's over 10 zang long and over 3 zang wide. The body of the flying chariot is engraved with formation patterns and intricate, ornate carvings. The color of the flying chariot is slightly dark, making it look ordinary, but if you carefully appreciate it, you'll see that the formation patterns and carvings are very regular. When primordial qi is poured into it, it creates stunning effects. When flying at night, it looks like a shooting star with a long tail. Some female cultivators were standing and wiping, some were kneeling and wiping, and some were lying face down and wiping. The female cultivators kept gossiping. Small flying chariots only need one fierce beast to pull them, but they can only carry 1 or 2 people, so their effectiveness is limited. A giant flying chariot like the Cloudpiercer is like a mobile home. Ming Xinyin stood next to the flying chariot, hands behind his back, pacing and thinking. We're short on manpower, how are we going to fly the chariot? Ming Shiyin sometimes stroked his chin, and sometimes scratched his head. Such a large flying chariot needs at least 38 Meridian Sea of Qi cultivators, and 5 Divine Court cultivators, and also 28 Meridian Sea of Qi cultivators, as backup to take turns resting. For small sects, it's already very difficult to have 1 Divine Court cultivator. The 8 Meridian Sea of Qi realm is considered the main force of small sects. Previously, when the Yuntian Luo 3 sects cooperated, they selected 10 Divine Court cultivators from more than 10,000 disciples to cooperate with Ye Tiangxin to besiege Lu Zhou. But he killed them all with one string technique, driving the 3 sects crazy. They lost so many elites, how could they not hate the Evil Sky Pavilion? Ming Xinyin pointed to a female cultivator. You, come here. What are Fourth Master's orders? Ming Xinyin then asked the female cultivator. How many people does your moon-reflecting palace have in total? And what is the highest cultivation level? The female cultivator quickly replied. Reporting to Fourth Master, there are 10 Profound Connection Realm cultivators, 10 Focus Realm cultivators, and 2 8 Meridian Sea of Qi Realm cultivators. Ming Shiyin continued to ask, No Divine Court Realm cultivators? The female cultivator shook her head. There were originally 3 Divine Court Realm cultivators, but one betrayed us, and the other 2 were killed by the Ma Sha sect after the Palace Master's accident. Ming Shiyin awkwardly said, Even Tiangxin's senior sister's moon-reflecting palace has traitors? Looks like their management isn't anything special. That's why the Palace Master set a rule that anyone who joins the moon-reflecting palace must never have any personal relationships with the opposite sex for the rest of their lives. Ming Shiyin looked at the group of female cultivators with a complicated expression. That's cruel. The female cultivator bowed and continued to work. Ming Shiyin scratched his head again. Only 2 8 Meridian Sea of Qi Realm cultivators? That's still not enough. This is difficult. Some flying chariots require cultivators to stand outside the chariot and pour primordial qi into it, which requires cultivators capable of flying. The cloud-piercing flying chariot can pour primordial qi from the inside, but the problem is that there aren't enough people. Fourth Master, do you need us for something? Not far away, Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng were bowing in greeting. Ming Shiyin, you've come at the right time. Take a look at what this flying chariot looks like. The 2 of them stared at the cloud-piercing flying chariot. Its reputation precedes it. Back then, the pavilion master sat on this chariot and swept across Great Yan and Rongbei, shaking the world. That's right. Do you want to sit on it? I can tell you want to sit on it. Ming Shiyin arrogantly said, It's okay. Help me control the flying chariot later. It would be a waste not to use such a good flying chariot. Ming Shiyin glanced at them. What, do you have any objections? Zhu Jifeng and Pan Zhong hurriedly nodded. No, we're completely willing. One is the former chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhu Jifeng, a Divine Court Realm cultivator. The other is a member of the Pure Clarity Dao Sect, Pan Zhong. Although these 2 are slightly stronger than ordinary Divine Court Realm cultivators, it's still not enough. Ming Shiyin continued to lie down and think. Junior sister. Forget it. Junior sister seems to still be angry these past few days. Hua Wudao? He's a Evil Sky Pavilion elder now anyway, and he's also a 6-leaf cultivator. It's a disservice to his status to have a dignified 6-leaf cultivator drive a flying chariot. Fourth senior brother. Zhao Yu quickly stepped forward. What's wrong? Zhao Yu said. Master is urging us again. Ming Shiyin frowned. Fifth junior sister, I just happen to be short on manpower. With you, that's 3 divine court realm cultivators. It seems like it's still a little short. Just as they were discussing, Lu Zhou appeared outside the North Pavilion. Besides Lu Zhou, there were also Fan Xuan and 2 black knights, Yue Zhong and Duan Yanhong, whose cultivation levels were extremely tightly sealed. Xiao Yancher, Duan Musheng, and Hua Wudao were also beside him, walking slowly alongside Lu Zhou. Everyone bowed. Master, pavilion master. Lu Zhou looked at the cloud-piercing flying chariot with satisfaction, and nodded, saying, "Get on the chariot," Ming Shiyin said loudly. Master, Gangzi Town isn't far from Golden Court Mountain, how about we walk? Using the flying chariot requires too many people, and seems a bit too ostentatious. Fourth senior brother, you're letting Master walk? Hua Wudao cupped his hands and said, "The cloud-piercing giant chariot has a very fast burst speed. I heard that the descendants of the Tenvu are in Gangzi Town. They are skilled in Great Vu sorcery formations. This flying chariot can avoid the influence of the formations, and can also be used to pursue enemies. Using great divine power techniques is too wasteful of primordial chi. If we have a flying chariot, of course we should use it well. Ugh, everyone hop on the flying chariot." The female cultivators tossed Fan Xuan's group up. Fan Xuan's face was super ugly. "It's useless even if you capture me. She won't be threatened by you. Although I'm the Black Knight leader, I've long seen through life and death." Xiao Yanher said fiercely, "Shut your trap. What prisoner blabs as much as you?" Soon enough, everyone was settled in the flying chariot. "Why aren't we going yet? Hurry, hurry, hurry. I've never even ridden the transverse cloud-flying chariot before, ya know?" Xiao Yanher urged. Ming Xinyin shook his head helplessly, having to bow and say, "We still need 2 divine court experts for the chariot to take off." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Ming Xinyin, with your disciple at the helm, 1 nascent soul expert is worth 10 divine court experts, Lu Zhou said. Ugh, Ming Xinyin cursed inwardly. You gotta be kidding me, why'd it end up being me? He hastily said, Master, your disciple is, for better or worse, a key member of the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Isn't driving the chariot a bit? Lu Zhao's gaze landed on Ming Shiyin. Yu Zhanghai drove for 5 years and never uttered a single complaint. Are you more precious than him? Lu Zhao said plainly. Disciple wouldn't dare. I was just saying, I'll drive, I'm a skilled driver, I swear. Ming Shiyin immediately changed his tune. He jumped onto the flying chariot and obediently ran to the controls. Duan Musheng also jumped up and patted Ming Shiyin's shoulder. Hey, don't look at me. Master ordered me to keep a close eye on those 3 Fan Xuan guys. Can't let anything go wrong. Drive carefully, Ming Shiyin. And here I thought 3rd senior brother was all honest on the outside, but you're so scheming on the inside. Ming Shiyin braced himself, placing his hands on the transverse cloud-flying chariot's steering wheel. Everyone settled in. In an instant, as primordial chi poured in, the long dormant flying chariot resonated with a melodious sound of primordial chi. The powerful energy activated the array patterns and carvings on the chariot's body. The transverse cloud-flying chariot lit up brilliantly, emitting a dazzling light. The array patterns on the body emitted primordial chi, which, upon condensing and colliding with the external astral winds, instantly generated propulsion. The entire void of the northern pavilion trembled. The flying chariot slowly ascended. The transverse cloud-flying chariot lingered in the sky above the Demon Heaven Pavilion for a moment. The female cultivators who didn't get a chance to ride the chariot all looked up at the sky. From below, the chariot looked like a small, glowing boat. Ming Xinyin suddenly felt that standing at the bow of the ship and steering wasn't so bad. The entire Golden Court Mountain was in view. Let's go! Ming Xinyin announced. The flying chariot gradually moved forward in the sky. Slowest speed over Gangzi Town, which isn't far from here, Lu Zhao instructed. Your disciple obeys. The speed slowed down. Everyone stood by the side of the flying chariot, observing the landscape below. Some unique flying-type fierce beasts flew in the clouds, and sunlight filtered through, creating a stunning scene inside the chariot. Lu Zhao said, Elder Hua, please. Hua Wudao was flattered, and immediately made a gesture of invitation, letting Lu Zhao take the lead, and the two walked side by side to the front of the chariot. Standing in the best position to enjoy the scenery, Ming Xinyin arduously pushed qi into the drums to operate the flying chariot. Hua Wudao stood there, looking at the sky and earth. He even recited a few lines. Overlooking the earth, mountains, rivers, trees, forests, and streams, the sunlight shines through the clouds, a captivating scene. Such beautiful scenery compels me to compose a poem. Suddenly a loud shout, Elder Hua is falling!
From afar, an old codger was seen falling off the flying chariot. After Hua Wudao fell, the flying chariot had no choice but to swoop down to pick him up. Duan Musheng then asked, "Elder Hua, are you all right?" The old man lowered his head, embarrassed. "Ah, I'm fine," Hua Wudao continued. The Cloud Sect has 2 flying chariots, one used by the sect leader and one used by the sect leader's daughter. But compared to the transverse cloud flying chariot, even both of them combined can't match it. Hua Wudao praised from the bottom of his heart. Lu Zhou slowly replied, "It's just a tool to replace walking. Not worth mentioning." Hua Wudao nodded. A tool to replace walking. This saying from the pavilion master is truly refreshing. The transverse cloud-flying chariot continued to fly leisurely. Hua Wudao thought for a moment and said, "Fan Xuan is a prisoner, and his cultivation has been sealed. If we're going to seek justice from the descendants of Shi Wu, why bring them along?" Lu Zhou explained, "Fan Xuan is the leader of the Black Knights, with profound cultivation, but he was willing to kneel and beg this seat for Mo Li's sake." Hua Wudao then asked, "Is the pavilion master saying that Mo Li might yield for Fan Xuan's sake?" "Not necessarily." Lu Zhou stroked his beard, saying, "With Fan Xuan's knowledge and temperament, what kind of woman hasn't he seen? How could there be someone who would make him willingly bow his head? Even unafraid of life and death, Fan Xuan doesn't seem like the infatuated type at all." Hua Wudao shook his head helplessly. "Witchcraft. It must be." "Indeed it is." Hua Wudao revealed a look of astonishment. "I thought this kind of despicable, evil method had long been lost, but I didn't expect it to still exist today." Lu Zhou continued, "The world is vast, and there is no shortage of strange things." The flying chariot soared across the horizon, and as it approached Gengzi town, some cultivators flying at low altitudes saw this scene. "Flying chariot! It's a flying chariot! Which great sect's flying chariot is that? Can't see it clearly, and there's no sect insignia." The young cultivators naturally didn't recognize the transverse cloud flying chariot. Some veteran cultivators widened their eyes, excitedly saying, "This is Ji Tiandao's transverse cloud flying chariot, Demon Heaven Pavilion. The Demon Heaven Pavilion's flying chariot." The cultivators immediately lowered themselves, fearfully watching the transverse cloud flying chariot slowly flying in the sky. Some with weaker nerves had already fled. Back then, when Ji Tiandao dominated the world, he sat on this flying chariot. Didn't everyone say that Ji Tiandao's great tribulation was approaching, and he's now enjoying his old age on Golden Court Mountain? A skinny camel is still bigger than a fat horse. Don't forget how the 10 great experts besieged Golden Court Mountain last time, ending in a miserable defeat. The cultivators in the vicinity of Gengzi town all looked up, and when they mentioned the name of the Demon Heaven Pavilion's founder, everyone's expression changed. Before long, the transverse cloud-flying chariot glided over the landscape and arrived at Gengzi town. Pan Zhang observed the land and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Pavilion master, please look below. There's a misty haze of witchcraft rising up. It's a bit strange," Zhu Jifeng suspiciously said. "That's right, isn't it? It's a beautiful sunny day, so why is there a misty haze of witchcraft?" Zhao Yanher asked. "Is it a great witchcraft formation? I'm so smart I once went to the Fairy Heaven River with my master. This kind of phenomenon of witchcraft filling the ground, other than it not being light purple, looks exactly like the great witchcraft formation at the Fairy Heaven River. This formation doesn't look like it was just set up 7 days ago." Quickly channeled primordial qi into it, Ming Xinyin turned his head and looked at him. "It's very simple. This means they arranged this great formation long before coming to the Demon Heaven Pavilion." Everyone was shocked. Hua Wudao looked towards Lu Zhou, who was standing beside him. Lu Zhao's expression remained calm. Without a trace of fluctuation, Hua Wudao said, "It seems that the one in the palace never intended to seek peace from the beginning to the end." Lu Zhou was not surprised at all, having anticipated it. Seeing the density of that misty haze of witchcraft, this great formation is no ordinary thing. It's been prepared for a very long time. "It was right to bring the transverse cloud-flying chariot here, Ming Xiyin. Let your disciple take a lap around Golden Court Mountain on patrol." Ming Xinyin straightened his back, his whole body revealing an energetic and excited spirit. Hua Wudao nodded. "Pavilion master, you are truly insightful," Lu Zhou replied. "Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can win every battle." The transverse cloud-flying chariot's speed suddenly increased, almost several times faster than before. The scenery and architecture on the ground passed by in a blur. Pan Zhang carefully observed every anomaly below. The 4 of them continuously channeled their power to boost the chariots. The Demon Heaven Pavilion has always been feared and respected by the world, so within a radius of dozens of miles around here, except for Gengzi Town, no one dares to live, and there are very few cultivators. The flying chariot soared past many places, and below, a misty haze of witchcraft rose up. Moreover, these hazes were slowly moving towards Golden Court Mountain, and a portion of them had already come into contact with the barrier. People who don't understand formations would think this is just a very normal, natural phenomenon. The transverse cloud-flying chariot's speed increased again. Ming Shiyin steered, Zhao Yu, Pan Zhong, and Zhu Jifeng assisted in pouring primordial qi into it, and the flashing long-tail effect of the flying chariot appeared. Golden Court Mountain was very large, and the time it took to go around it was not short, but for the transverse cloud-flying chariot, it was nothing. A moment later, Ming Shiyin said loudly, "We're about to reach Gengzi Town again!" He deliberately added the word again to the sentence, meaning the transverse cloud-flying chariot had completed a full circle. "Pavilion Master, I've checked carefully. Only the area 3 miles south of Golden Court Mountain has a formation set up. There's nothing in other places." Lu Zhou nodded. The descendants of Shiwu, after all, are not Shiwu. They can't possibly possess all of Shiwu's methods. Hua Wudao agreed. Shiwu was someone who had achieved great success in witchcraft, but for the descendants of Shiwu to be able to set up a 3-mile great formation is already no simple feat. The transverse cloud-flying chariot's speed gradually slowed down. The flashing comet tail effect also gradually disappeared. At the same time, the cultivators in red robes who were setting up a great formation in the vicinity of Gengzi Town all stopped their actions and looked up at the sky. The huge transverse cloud-flying chariot had attracted their attention. The 3 cultivators in red robes quickly gathered together, forming 3 rows. Wu Sheng and Wu Guan looked at each other. "It's the Demon Heaven Pavilion's flying chariot." They still haven't figured it out yet. Yu Guan's normally calm face twisted into a sinister smirk. "The Mao Sha sect already agreed to join forces with us. I wonder when they'll arrive." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of the skyship chariot echoed from the horizon. The skyship chariot began to decelerate, slowly descending. As the concentrated true essence was poured in, the light around the skyship chariot faded. Without the light enveloping it, the chariot looked even more like a small boat floating in the sky. The chariot stopped. Hovering motionless at treetop level, Yu Sheng and Yu Guan's eyelids twitched a few times. Above the skyship chariot, Lu Zhou and Hua Wudao stood at the very edge, looking down at the red-robed cultivators. Not leaving for a second, the red-robed cultivators flew towards the skyship chariot. Reaching the same altitude as the skyship chariot, they simultaneously bowed. Yu Sheng pays respects to Senior Ji. The other red-robed cultivators also bowed. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the 3 red-robed cultivators. "How far along is the formation?" "Straight to the point, no dilly-dallying." Yu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, the Evil Sky Pavilion knew about their formation setup. "Who dared to leak such a secret?" Yu Sheng said. "Pavilion Master, we're just following orders. Happened to be staying in Gengzi Town for a few days." This kind of talk was a waste of time, completely meaningless. Lu Zhou asked again. "Where's Mo Li?" Yu Sheng replied. "Lord Mo is far away in the divine capital. I don't know what business the Pavilion Master has with him, but I can relay a message." Lu Zhao's cold gaze swept over the red-robed cultivators before him. Not only were they unafraid, but they even dared to secretly covet the Evil Sky Pavilion's things, wanting to steal the barrier's power and pretending they knew nothing. "What a bunch of fraudsters," Lu Zhou said coldly. "Bold, aren't we?" The group of red-robed cultivators was slightly startled, not quite understanding Lu Zhou's words. Ming Shiyin shouted coldly, "Daring to have malicious intentions towards Golden Court Mountain. Are you tired of living? Hurry up and destroy this formation, obediently kneel down, and surrender. If my master is in a good mood, he might spare your lives." Hearing this, Yu Sheng turned around and saw that Ming Shiyin was the one who spoke. Formation. This junior really doesn't understand him. He maintained his innocent facade. Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. "Duan Musheng, if they don't understand, then you go and teach them a lesson." Duan Musheng was overjoyed, brandishing his overlord's spear. "This disciple obeys." With that, Duan Musheng leaped down, leaving the skyship chariot. Lu Zhou, seeing a female cultivator bringing a chair, signaled Hua Wudao to join him. Inviting Hua Wudao quickly responded, "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." The two sat in front of the skyship chariot, watching the battle from above. Yu Sheng didn't expect the Evil Sky Pavilion to attack so suddenly. At this point, he was certain that the Tenvu's plan had been exposed. The 3 red-robed cultivators retreated, backing away into the air, their formation scattering. This junior treated the Evil Sky Pavilion with sincerity. But the Evil Sky Pavilion is being so aggressive, This junior has no choice but to defend himself, you shameless thing. Zhao Yanhe stood on the skyship chariot, pointing at Yu Sheng and scolding him. Duanmu Sheng held the overlord spear in his hand, standing in front of Yu Sheng and Yu Guan, the spear casting 1,000 shadows.
Everyone, please give this little sis a like, comment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to motivate me to release more videos. Little sis will reveal that there are many super awesome long stories under the comments or in the playlist. Bros and sisters, please watch and support Little Sis. Little Sis is extremely grateful.
Yu Sheng and Yu Guan formed a hand seal. 2 faint purple halos appeared, merging into one, blocking in front of Duanmu Sheng. Bang! Both sides retreated. But Duanmu Sheng didn't stop, Duanmu Sheng exclaimed. As expected, Vu Art cultivator of the nascent divinity tribulation realm, they continued to fight fiercely. None of the low-level cultivators around Gangzi town dared to approach. Hua Wudao, watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but praise, Duanmu Sheng has a heaven-grade weapon. Fighting 2 opponents alone, he can be said to be unparalleled in bravery. Lu Zhou shook his head, not satisfied. Duanmu Sheng's cultivation was only at the opening realm. How long would it take if he continued to fight like this? However, this battle could temper him, helping him grow quickly. After a brief but intense battle, a muffled sound came from Gangzi town. Everyone on the skyship chariot turned to look. In the rear of Gangzi town was a black dragon chariot, slightly smaller than the skyship chariot, slowly flying over, passing through the weapon screen, crossing Gangzi town, its speed neither fast nor slow, and not flying high. What made people wary was that around the dragon chariot were about 400 limitless sea realm cultivators guarding it. Soaring through the air, someone standing nearby asked, "How can you tell there are 400 cultivators?" Seeing the flag banner, the people shouted, "The Ma Sha Sect!" The commoners of Gangzi town were all panicked, hiding in their houses and closing their doors, not daring to come out. These were all devils, guilty of heinous crimes, who would dare to show their faces. Lu Zhou remained calm. The Ma Sha Sect's Black Dragon Chariot is not as good as the skyship, but it has 400 limitless sea realm cultivators around it, plus a few divine tribunal realm cultivators. On top of that, the cultivators channeling true essences to create the resonant sound from earlier makes people feel pressured. The reactions of the unrelated people in Gangzi town were the best proof. The low-level cultivators all scattered far away. As the Black Dragon Chariot came into view, Duanmu Sheng retreated under his control. The Overlord Spear pushed back Yu Sheng and Yu Guan. Neither side was injured. The Black Dragon Chariot steadily stopped in the air, and a deep voice came from inside. "Senior Ji, long time no see." Ren Buping, wearing a black robe, with a haggard face, slightly disheveled hair, and deep eyes, slowly walked out. This was the leader of the Mao Sha sect, and also the grand seat of the Mao Sha sect. Their eyes met, and Lu Zhao's mind flashed back to Ren Buping's former appearance. "You've gotten old," Ren Buping bowed and replied, "Still far from Senior Ji. Even if I live for a few hundred more years, it wouldn't be a problem. I bet you won't live past today." In Lu Zhao's eyes, he was already a dead man. Ever since the Ma Sha sect repeatedly provoked the Evil Sky Pavilion, his end was sealed. Ren Buping laughed loudly and said, "Senior Ji, you really have gotten old. Don't you feel like this place is very strange?" Lu Zhao replied unhurriedly, "Tell me." Yu Sheng flew into the air, level with Lu Zhao. Yu Sheng said, "This junior initially came to visit the Evil Sky Pavilion, and indeed wanted to treat you with sincerity. But the Evil Sky Pavilion was too aggressive, so this junior had to resort to this, luring you here." Duanmu Sheng brandished the Overlord Spear, pointing it at Yu Sheng's face. "You mean you did this on purpose?" Yu Sheng nodded. "That's right." His gaze shifted from Duanmu Sheng to Lu Zhao. "Old senior, this junior originally wanted to seek peace but changed his mind halfway. This junior only has one request." Lu Zhao let out a Yu Sheng continued, "I hope the senior will hand over the Evil Sky Pavilion's traitor, Ye Tiangxin, to the people in the palace." "For Ye Tiangxin, you deliberately lured the Evil Sky Pavilion here." Everyone on the skyship chariot exchanged glances. Zhao Yue, hearing this, quickly lowered her head and said, "This disciple didn't know this was a trap. I beg master for forgiveness." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "It's all right. Even if Zhao Yu didn't say anything, this would still happen. The Evil Sky Pavilion couldn't possibly sit idly by and watch the descendants of the Ten Vu erode the Golden Court Mountains barrier." Ming Xiyin sneered. "I spit on that." Who gave you the confidence? Just based on you and Ren Buping, you think you can call this a trap?" Yu Sheng smiled, turning to look at Ren Buping. "Confidence?" He stretched out his hands towards the earth. "Here, I have confidence." Among the people in front of them who could be considered opponents, there were only Ren Buping, Yu Sheng, and Yu Guan. On the Evil Sky Pavilion side, there was Hua Wudao,
Duanmu Sheng, Ming Shiyin, and the old ancestor, who had unfathomable cultivation, and personally came to the battlefield. Ren Buping saw more than 2 of the red-robed cultivators simultaneously clasping their hands together, their bodies emitting faint, true essence energy. This was the same for Yu Sheng and Yu Guan. Within a radius of 3 miles, the misty weapon suddenly disappeared. Taking the red-robed cultivators as the center, half a semicircle in front of them added 10 faint purple halos. The grand formation that we set up isn't for eroding the Golden Court Mountains barrier. That's just the news they wanted you to hear, man, Yu Sheng continued. This grand formation is called the Immortal Sage Formation. Immortal Sage Formation. Hua Wudao jumped up, eyes wide. Lu Zhou remained totally chill. Xiao Yanfei scoffed. Immortal Sage, Schmimmortal Sage, who cares, I'll knock their teeth out. Hua Wudao shook his head. The Tenvu are the Immortal Sages. This formation lets their power possess them. In other words, we're facing the Tenvu themselves, Ming Shiyin gasped, his hand trembling slightly. Master, should we, avoid this mess? Lu Zhou casually shook his head. Nah, as the founder of the Evil Sky Pavilion, do I look like I run away from stuff? He slowly stood up, clasping his hands behind his back. Alright, let's see just how much power these Tenvu have. Yu Sheng cupped his fist in salute. Pavilion Master needn't bother. Once the Tenvu make a move, they surpass even the 10 great experts of the orthodox sects. Senior, without a barrier, how can you withstand them? Ren Buping waved his hand, asking a subordinate behind him. Where's the 3-headed seat? The 3-headed seat and Sword Saint Luo Shisan will arrive soon, the subordinate replied obsequiously. Hua Wudao frowned. The thing he wanted to avoid the most had finally happened. He used to be from the Yun sect, but now he's with the Evil Sky Pavilion. The people he really didn't want to see were his old sect bros. Ming Shiyin asked, Elder Hua, Sword Saint Luo Shisan only cares about cultivating, so why is he working with the Devil Slaughter sect? Isn't the Yun sect supposed to be all righteous and stuff? Hua Wudao's face turned red, unable to explain. Heck, he even joined the Devil Sky Pavilion, so who was he to judge? Pan Zhong said. Sword Saint Luo Shisan is the younger brother of Luo Chengqing, one of the 3 great sword maniacs. Both of their sword skills are insane. They're devoted to the Tao and rarely get involved in conflicts. I never thought Luo Shisan would become someone else's pawn. Yu Sheng shook his head. I disagree, Brother Pan. You're wrong. You came from the Pure Bright Tao, another righteous sect. But now you've joined the Devil Sky Pavilion. Aren't you just the Devil Sky Pavilion's pawn? The wind blew, ruffling Yu Sheng and Yu Guan's red robes, their attitudes now turning hard. Pan Zong coldly snorted. Even though I joined the Devil Sky Pavilion, I still have a conscience. You guys are descendants of the Tenvu, now turned into Moli's hunting dogs. Aren't you ashamed of the Immortal Sages? Yu Sheng clasped his hands. Arguing with words is useless. My loyalty to the court is witnessed by the sun and moon. Pan Zhong couldn't take it anymore. Tui, who is Mosli? Before Pan Zhong said that, Yu Sheng was super confident, his tone strong. But when he heard that, Yu Sheng immediately frowned. You, what do you know? Just a coincidence, Pan Zhong replied. Back then, I was seeking medical treatment, and I went to see not only Wu Yi but also an imperial physician once. I accidentally found out a little something. Duanmu Sheng, Xiao Yanhe, Ming Shiyin, and Ye Tiangxin were watching from behind, chattering. Spill the tea, who is Mo Li? Pan Zhong added another bomb. Mo Li is from the second prince Liu Huang. He followed up with another sentence. He's a man. Ming Shiyin, Duanmu Sheng, Ren Buping, and Hua Wudao were all just. The atmosphere froze. The expressions on Yu Sheng and Yu Guan's faces were a little unnatural. Even Lu Zhou hadn't expected this. Ming Xinjin, Duanmu Sheng, and Tian Xin all stopped snacking, Duanmu Sheng exclaimed. After all this back and forth, Mo Li is a guy, Ming Xinyin chimed in. This news is seriously too shocking, hard to believe. If that's the case, Lu Zhou thought, then second prince Liu Huang likes guys. That's pretty weird. No, it's Mo Li who likes guys, right? Lu Zhou thought it over and over, and the image of second prince being gay suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu Zhou turned to look at Fan Xuan, who was in the flying chariot. Fan Xuan's face was incredibly ferocious, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out, and his lips kept trembling. I wonder what Fan Xuan's mood is at this moment. Lu Zhou shook his head, shaking off the miscellaneous thoughts, and looked back at Yu Sheng. Clearly, Yu Sheng looked angry, pointing at Pan Zhong and saying, You previously humiliated the Tenvu Immortal Sages in the Devil Sky Pavilion, but I spared you out of respect for the Pavilion Master. Now you're humiliating Lord Molai. Today, if you don't die, I'll have no face to meet the Tenvu Immortal Sages. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand. 30 cultivators in red robes instantly gathered together. The faint original Q on their bodies suddenly burst out extremely powerfully, and at the same time, 10 faint purple circles underneath also emitted a dazzling light. It's the power of the 10 Vu. Ren Buping laughed loudly. Ji Tiandao, looks like you can only run away. The 10 Vu are not the same as the 10 great masters. The bright circle was gradually supplemented with faint purple power, and the circle formed very quickly. Lu Zhou looked towards the circles of light. This is the power of the 10 Vu. Yu Sheng's eyes began to look weird. One side black, one side white. What this junior wants is just one thing. Hand over Ye Tiangxin, and I'll spare the Evil Sky Pavilion. His robes fluttered with the surging original ki. In a blink, 10 red-robed cultivators' eyes turned crimson. You want Ye Tiangxin? Lu Zhou finally opened his mouth. The momentum on Yu Sheng's body increased again. Ye Tiangxin is, Bai Dan, Senior, you don't have to deceive yourself. A look of surprise flashed in Ren Buping's eyes, and he deliberately said loudly, Ji Tiandao, you have lived for so long in vain. Don't you know that the heir of Bai Dan can live to be 2,000 years old? Yu Sheng suddenly turned to look at Ren Buping. Ren Buping shut his mouth. He increasingly felt that Yu Sheng's demeanor, eyes, and aura had completely changed. Ren Buping determined that the person standing in front of him was no longer Yu Sheng. At this moment, a faint purple circle of original ki quickly merged with Yu Sheng. The cultivators behind him, who had not changed, all bowed. Greetings, Lord Yuhan. An elder pointed, his mouth agape. There is a mountain called Vip Feng in the mouth of the Great Flame, Ziyu Men, the entrance of the Sun and Moon Tenvu, including Yuhan, Yu Shi, Yu Shan, Yu Peng, Yu Ji Yu, Yu Zhen, Yu Li, Yu Di, Yu Shi, Yu Luo. It is said that they have boundless power and can do anything. Ren Buping lowered his posture and clasped his hands. Welcome, Lord Yuhan. This is the leader of the Tenvu. Yuhan officially descended into Yu Sheng. Hua Wudao said in a deep voice. Pavilion Master, what are your plans? Lu Zhou was slightly surprised in his heart, but remained silent on the surface. Originally, he thought this great formation was used to improve the barrier. But he didn't expect it to be a great formation of the power of the Tenvu. This means that his opponent has become the Tenvu. With such a powerful opponent, how could his disciples possibly deal with it? So the peak state card has to be used up again. Lu Zhou held the card in his hand before it could even warm up, and a voice rang out. Greetings, Lord Yu Shi. Purple circles of light hovered around. Greetings, Lord Yu Shan. Every time a red-eyed cultivator appeared, someone would salute. Suspended in the sky, the shocking momentum made even the brave and good fighter Duanmu Sheng show an unbelievable expression. Yu Peng, Yu Ji Yu, Yu Zhen, Yu Li, Yu Di, Yu Xie, and Yu Luo. The remaining 6 Vu successively descended into the bodies of 6 cultivators. The powerful purple energy of Hongbao looked like flames burning their bodies. The opponents, who were not worth paying attention to, became strong enemies, with a total of 10 people floating in front of the Chuan Yun flying chariot. Yu Sheng, or rather Yu Han, glanced at Lu Zhou, then said indifferently, Turns out it's just a junior about to face a great calamity. 1,000 years, these shocking words could only be uttered by Yu Han, I bet. Ren Buping shuddered upon hearing this. That tone was unmistakably from the Tenvu, Senior Vu. Ren Buping hurriedly said. It's highly likely that the celestial jade is on Ye Tiangxin. Please take action to quell the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Tenvu lined up, their bodies radiating increasingly intense purple flames, their aura rising compared to before. Even without mobilizing their primal chi, the fluctuations in the surrounding primal chi were comparable to those of powerful cultivators. The 10 Sages formation is indeed well-deserved. Hua Wudao praised wholeheartedly. Pavilion Master, I feel we should consider Ming Shi Yin's suggestion. To put it nicely, it's avoiding the sharp edge. To put it bluntly, it's just running. The 10 purple halos were still emitting strange primal chi, and soon they would all descend. According to the previous calculations, Duanmu Sheng and Ming Shi Yin could deal with Yu Sheng and Yu Guan. Ren Buping only needed to use one card, a fatal blow, to finish off the rest. Splitting up the enemies wasn't scary. As for Duan Xing and Luo Shisan, Hua Wudao could hold them off. Luo Shisan and Duan Xing were very observant people. With his personality, he probably wouldn't join the battle. But if he really wanted to participate, it would only cost one more card at most. At the current price, it's still a profit. The purple flames radiating from the Tenvu grew even more intense. Lu Zhou glanced at them, then sighed. But it's hard to say now. The Tenvu were relying on a temporary formation to descend, no different from 10 top experts.
How could his disciples be a match for them?
While Lu Zhou was worried, the disciples were discussing, Zhao Yannier kept asking, What does Mo Li as a man mean? Tell me in detail. Observing the situation, Lu Zhou continued to think. The Tenvu are originally dead, ancient sages. What if using a fatal strike card doesn't grant merit points and wastes a use? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? This situation is a bit difficult.
Yu Han looked indifferently at the cloud-piercing flying chariot and said in a deep voice, "Ignorant celestial jade." These words baffled everyone. Lu Zhou looked at the Tenvu, then at Yu Han, and said coldly, "You are the leader of the Tenvu, Yu Han."
Yu Han also looked directly at Lu Zhou. "You are the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ji Tiandao."
Their attitudes and tones were very similar.
Lu Zhou didn't bother to care. Being ancient sages of the Tenvu, why are you willing to be Molai's lapdogs? HMPH. He immediately emitted sound waves. Yu Han's expression darkened. The affairs of the Tenvu are none of your business. He raised both palms, one on top of the other, facing each other. A pale purple halo with a diameter of about 30 meters converged, and shot straight towards the cloud-piercing flying chariot.
Lu Zhou stood motionless as a mountain, because he had sensed the primal chi fluctuating on Hua Wudao's body. The 6-harmony Dao seal lit up, and 6 large seal characters emitted golden light, flying around.
A Bagua diagram appeared under Hua Wudao's feet, 1 yin and 1 yang. Boom! The 6-harmony Dao seal only appeared for a moment but blocked the pale purple halo. "This is the legendary turtle shell grand art," Ming Yin shouted.
Stabilized the cloud-piercing flying chariot. Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng took turns stabilizing the cloud-piercing flying chariot.
Yu Han's eyes looked at Hua Wudao. Daoist Hua Wudao.
Hua Wudao cupped his hands. The Tenvu are ancient sages. The 10 sages formation can only use 8% of its power, and the time is limited. Being ancient sages, how can you not distinguish between right and wrong? Yu Han waved his hand. 8% is enough.
Hua Wudao said, "Unfortunately, Vu techniques are not good at close combat, and the casting time is too long. The cloud-piercing flying chariot can definitely leave here. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability." Yun Shi, who was at the rear, suddenly stepped forward.
Yu Ji Yu, Yu Zhen, Yu Li, and Yu Di also stepped forward, forming 2 rows, 5 people in front and 5 people in the back.
The cultivators below exclaimed,
"The Tenvu have finally made their move." Everyone's pupils contracted, looking at them. Yu Ji suddenly made an incomprehensible move. He didn't kneel down but pointed both hands toward the sky, raising his head to pray.
The purple flames on his body began to spread,
and the 10 halos below suddenly filled with a special kind of primal chi. Yun Di emitted a strange sound from his mouth, cooperating with the surrounding primal chi, exalting each sound wave that swept and shot forward.
Ming Yin wanted to turn around and run, but the problem was, if he ran, who would pilot the cloud-piercing flying chariot? Master, that old man, was still standing motionless, with no intention of ordering a retreat.
Hua Wudao said in a deep voice, "The 10 of them are proficient in 10 different fields, but when combined, they create an extremely terrifying power."
Lu Zhou calmly crossed his arms and said,
"I've roamed the world my whole life, but I've never witnessed the methods of the Tenvu with my own eyes. Now I have the opportunity. I must carefully observe the Vu techniques of the ancient sages.
The worst-case scenario is using up all my merit points and killing them all. Even if I don't get merit points, I can't let this old life be ruined."
Wu Zhen's hands blazed with fire as he stepped to Wu Ji's left, speaking with utmost reverence. "Offer together." Unfortunately, shamanistic cultivators don't manifest dharma bodies, so there's no guessing how strong they are.
Duan Musheng roared,
"Enough of this flashy mumbo-jumbo. Let me have a taste." All these fancy tricks are nothing compared to him trying it out firsthand. At the same time, the sky and earth dimmed. Or more accurately, the area enveloped by the 10 rings of light formed a sealed space, and purple meteorites rained down from the sky. Heavenly balance breaker. Duan Musheng's spear shadows attacked the 10 shamans, who were in the middle of their ritual, at this very moment.
Shamanistic arts have always been like this, using a series of slow movements. How could they not use protective measures? Wu Han said nonchalantly. With a wave of his sleeve, a purple ring of light expanded from small to large, blocking Duan Musheng's spear shadows. Myriad spear shadows were completely blocked, as if by a shield.
Clang, clang, clang. The astral energy hammering against the shamanistic shield created rippling waves. Hua Wudao muttered, "Duan Musheng has just opened his leaves. His cultivation and strength are equivalent to an ordinary 3-leaf nascent soul realm expert. For his ultimate move to be so easily blocked by the leader of the 10 shamans, the 10 shamans are truly formidable." The group of female cultivators became extremely worried upon seeing this. Although Hua Wudao was strong, he only specialized in defense. If he wanted to stop the opponent from continuing their shamanistic arts,
His power was even less than Duan Musheng's. At least at the level of 6 leaves, Hua Wudao exclaimed in admiration. Hua Wudao often sparred with Duan Musheng, so he clearly knew the intensity of this move. Even for him to block it so easily would require his full strength. It was clear that 80% of Wuhan's power was already incredibly strong.
Duan Musheng paused mid-air, his hands trembling. Wu Di's voice continued to resonate within the cloud-piercing flying chariot. The female cultivators with slightly lower strength felt dizzy and uncomfortable. This sound wave seemed similar to the Buddhist sect's Sanskrit dream entrancement, but its offensive power was lower. Ren Buping watched this scene with high spirits, an eager look on his face as he enjoyed the commotion. Prayers, praises, and sacrifices converged. The remaining members of the 10 shamans all emitted origin energy like a tidal wave. The power of shamanistic arts could help them gather origin energy. Everyone was shocked. In the space filled with dancing purple origin energy, it suddenly condensed into an astral barrier, transforming into a torrential downpour. From the outside it looked like a purple meteor shower. They intend to wipe us all out with a single move. Hua Wudao moved in front of Lu Zhou. It just so happens I haven't had a chance to use my strongest move at the Evil Sky Pavilion yet. Now let this old man give it a try. Hua Wudao stepped on empty air, leaving the flying chariot. The 100 Tribulations' insightful golden lotus dharma body beneath him radiated a brilliant golden light. 6 leaves unfurled. Heaven and earth, life and death, water and fire, existence and non-existence. 8 large seal characters rapidly revolved around Hua Wudao. He stepped on the 8 trigrams, merging yin and yang. Duan Musheng looked at the 6 harmonies Dao seal in astonishment. Elder Hua sparred with me but always held back his full strength, Wu Han said indifferently. A pointless struggle. Almost immediately after, the 6 harmonies Dao seal bloomed, enveloping the entire cloud-piercing flying chariot. Rumble. The entire rain of purple astral energy slammed into the 6 harmonies Dao seal, like raindrops falling on a golden glass surface, radiating light. The astral energy reverberated in all directions, creating waves that filled the sky. Hua Wudao's expression was grave as he continuously mobilized the 6 harmonies Dao seal. This old man is afraid I can't hold out for much longer. The opponents are the formidable 10 shamans. Pavilion Master, quickly try to find a chance to retreat. Cloud Sect Traitor, today I will clean up the sect. Outside the sealed space, a massive arm wielding a long sword shimmering with silvery light shot forth, piercing through the purple space and stabbing directly at the 6 harmonies Dao seal. Sword Saint Luo Shisan. Mo Sha Sect's Ren Buping exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. Luo Shisan can cut through the 10 shamans barrier. Just as he was doubting, the 3rd seat of the Mo Sha sect appeared beside him, as if out of nowhere. Sect leader Duan Xing, you're back just in time. Ren Buping was overjoyed. Duan Xing said, my subordinate and senior sword saint rode our mounts here. Luckily, we made it in time. I spoke with Wu Sheng earlier. This barrier doesn't bind people from the Mo Sha sect. Very good. Ren Buping's mood lightened as he watched Sword Saint Luo Shisan's earth-shattering sword strike without blinking. One of the 3 great sword fanatics, Luo Changqing, is Sword Saint Luo Shisan's elder brother. It's just that back when Luo Shisan became famous, he earned the title of Sword Saint. But in recent years, he has focused on cultivation, so his fame was gradually eclipsed by Luo Changqing. But his strength is undoubtedly formidable. This sudden change made everyone's heart tremble slightly. Ming Shiyin, who was steering the cloud-piercing flying chariot, couldn't evade. If he tried to flee, the flying chariot would definitely fall. Xiao Yanher was only at the divine court realm, and couldn't possibly withstand an attack from a nascent soul realm expert. Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng were the same, and the female cultivators even more so. Duan Musheng was attacking the 10 shamans, and couldn't turn back to help in time. Duan Musheng shouted loudly, Elder Hua. Only one person could save Hua Wudao, and that was Master Ming Shiyin. Although he wasn't too fond of this old geezer Hua Wudao, he was still a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If something happened to Hua Wudao, it would be like the Evil Sky Pavilion getting a vicious slap in the face. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back. A faint light appeared in his aged palm, and a prop card materialized. Just as he was about to make a move, Hua Wudao suddenly spoke. Pavilion Master, please step back. Lu Zhou pondered. He could still hold on. The 8 large seal characters suddenly doubled in size. Almost at the same instant, boom! The long sword pierced into the 6 harmonies Dao seal. Old man Hua Wudao glared angrily. Luo 13, Luo Shisan. Luo Shisan looked towards Hua Wudao and roared, Traitor! Luo Shisan's eyes were also blazing with fire. Both Hua Wudao and Luo Shisan glared at each other with bloodshot eyes, as if meeting a sworn enemy. Everyone was shocked. Hua Wudao raised his voice. Luo Shisan, I left the position of elder long ago. How have I become a traitor in your mouth? Luo Shisan retorted. You left with your front foot and entered the Evil Sky Pavilion with your back foot. Hua Wudao. How is that any different from being a traitor?
Luo Shisan looked at the Six Harmonies Dao seal protecting the cloud-piercing flying chariot, his heart filled with even more anger, and said in a low voice, Enough talk. I am here under the sect leader's orders to clean up the sect.
Rumble, rumble, rumble! The sword's body vibrated, astral energy swirling around it.
Ming Shiyin, seeing this, muttered, The Six Harmonies Dao seal is truly powerful. It's resisting the continuous corrosive origin energy of the 10 shamans, while also blocking a sudden strike from the Sword Saint.
Just how strong is Hua Wudao?
Luo Shisan is already old. His silver hair whipped wildly in the gale, completely blocked outside the Six Harmony Dao seal. The item card in Lu Zhou's hand vanished, and he calmly looked towards Luo Shisan. Lu Zhou wasn't in a rush to attack. He was waiting for the perfect moment. A fatal strike card could definitely take Luo Shisan's life instantly, but he had to use it cautiously and sparingly.
The peak trial card needed even more careful consideration.
Shi Wu, Ren Buping, Luo Shisan, Duan Jing, and the lurking Mo Li with his crew of experts. The numbers were overwhelming.
Relying solely on item cards would put him in a completely passive position. Luckily, Hua Wudao was strong enough.
Yu Han, the leader of the 10 shamans, had also seen Luo Shisan earlier. Yu Sheng had prepared everything carefully, and the information relayed to Yu Han was clear. This person was a friend, not an enemy. Yu Han looked at the 10 circles of light on the ground. The absorption of power was basically complete. The 10 shamans' strength was ready, and now was the time for the decisive battle.
Yu Han raised his hand, his crimson robes billowed, and his hair scattered in the fierce wind.
Oath. A violent gust swept in, carrying a purple torrent of primal chi that slammed into the Six Harmony Dao seal. Prayer, praise, sacrifice, and now the oath. The sealed space turned even darker, as if the entire world was turning black.
Everyone, fall back. Hua Wudao felt the pressure suddenly surge. Lu Zhou didn't make a move. It was precisely at times like these that he couldn't afford to panic. Luo Shisan roared.
Want to leave? Not before you can handle my skill, Luo Shisan's voice echoed.
13. The long sword in his hand multiplied from 1 to 13. This was his signature move, capable of unleashing 13 sword keys simultaneously. Sword Saint Luo Shisan earned his title thanks to this very technique. The 13 sword keys condensed and instantly shot towards Hua Wudao. The Six Harmony Dao seal was indeed powerful, but ultimately, it was just a defensive technique, forever destined to be a punching bag. Bang! The 8 large seal characters slowly shattered, starting with the character Fire. Hua Wudao's expression changed. The corrosive power of the 10 shamans was terrifying. Fortunately, they weren't skilled in close combat like Duan Musheng, and needed half their numbers as support for their incantations.
Otherwise, Hua Wudao would have absolutely no chance of resisting. At this moment, seeing a sword chi about to pierce him, Hua Wudao was at his wit's end. Luo Shisan suddenly woke up to reality. He had just charged forward, relying on the 10 shamans' assistance, so he only had eyes for Hua Wudao, completely overlooking the old man, with the weak aura standing beside him. The gray-haired old man beside Hua Wudao was none other than Patriarch Ji Tiandao of the Evil Sky Pavilion. A dark blue beam of light pierced through the defensive layers and shot towards him. A surge of dark blue light erupted from his hand, and that lightning chi suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning. Just like lightning striking from the heavens, bang! It hit Luo Shisan squarely. The 13 sword keys instantly dissipated, and Luo Shisan flew backward. Everyone's attention was drawn to Lu Zhou's action, the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion making a move. How could they not pay attention? Someone exclaimed. Lightning chi. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and said in a deep voice, Bullying the weak with numbers. Truly laughable.
Seeing this scene, Ren Buping exclaimed in surprise. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong, is skilled in the 9 tribulation lightning chi, but why is Ji Tiandao's lightning chi so eerie? Duan Xing raised his eyebrows. He had indeed impersonated a great Buddhist master. After the incident at Qingyu altar, the Righteous Unity sect had repeatedly complained about the evil fiend sect. Later they had a falling out and separated, and the Righteous Unity sect no longer had any contact with the evil fiend sect. From the beginning, Duan Xing couldn't believe it,
but seeing it with his own eyes now, he couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as Lu Zhou made his move, Hua Wudao let out a sigh of relief, his heart also calming down.
Many thanks, Pavilion Master. It's nothing. Lu Zhou shook his head.
This time was truly unlucky. He only triggered the probability of repelling the target, not even achieving the probability of injuring the target. 100 million merit points went down the drain just like that. How many more cards would he have to use?
Duan Musheng couldn't hold back any longer.
The gangshi surrounding the Overlord spear crackled and clashed as he thrust it towards the 10 shamans. His arm spun 1,880 degrees, and spear shadows appeared like a rapidly beating fan. Yuhan said coldly, "Absorb!" A strange, deathly aura simultaneously erupted from the 10 shamans. The deathly aura enveloped the condensed primal chi, forming a gangchi barrier that blocked the Overlord spear. Bang! Duan Musheng tilted his head back and flew backward, completely no match for the 10 shamans. The 10 shamans were so powerful they induced despair. The 10 circles of light beneath the ground continuously supplied power to the 10 shamans, and this power was clearly still growing. Seeing this, Ren Buping couldn't stop praising them, and hurriedly reminded Yuhan, "My lord, strike with full force. Time is running out. Don't give them any more chances." The 10 shamans also clearly understood that the immortal sage grand formation could only be maintained for half an hour, but the problem was that casting their spell took a very long time. Prayer, praise, and sacrifice had to be performed in the correct order and required time to complete. The 6 Harmony Dao seal was already teetering on the brink of collapse under the assault and corrosion of the purple primal chi rain. The 10 shamans' shamanic arts were getting stronger and stronger, and the 6 Harmony Dao seal could no longer withstand it.
Xiao Yanhe hurriedly went to Ming Xinyan's side. "Fourth senior brother, let me take the wheel, you go up."
"All right."
Ming Xinyan jumped out. Xiao Yanhe wasn't just any ordinary divine court realm cultivator either.
As soon as Ming Xinyan left, she channeled her primal chi, making the flying chariot hover in mid-air. When necessary, she could also control the flying chariot to leave the grand formation. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of the purple rain falling on the 6 Harmony Dao seal had also begun to change. The shamanic art was about to take form.
After being knocked back, Luo Shisan looked with a shocked expression at Lu Zhou standing on the flying chariot.
He turned his head and said to Yuhan, "Lord Yuhan, lend me a hand." Yuhan's expression remained unchanged. With a slight wave of his hand, the rain in the sky instantly converged into one spot, striking heavily against the 6 Harmony Dagyo seal.
"Danger, I'll help you." Ming Xiyan's figure flashed like lightning. "Ming Xiyan, you."
Hua Wudao didn't turn his head. In the blink of an eye, Ming Xiyan appeared right beside Hua Wudao.
Given the current situation, Hua Wudao was even more hopeful that Ming Xiyan could continue piloting. With the cloud-piercing flying chariot's special characteristics, when combined with the 6 Harmony Dao seal, as long as the pilot's strength was sufficient, leaving this grand formation wouldn't be a problem. By then, no matter how high the 10 shamans' cultivation was, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them once they escaped the sealed space.
"Don't say anything, Elder Hua. You should feel honored that I'm doing this for you," Ming Xiyan said excitedly. Ming Xiyan placed a palm on Hua Wudao's back, and a majestic flow of primal chi surged into Hua Wudao's body. Under Ming Xiyan's amplified energy, the seal character fire reappeared, filling its original position.
At the same time, the 8 seal characters shone even more brilliantly than before, and the 6 Harmony Dao seal had become much stronger.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. The purple rain was blocked by the 6 Harmony Dao seal, Luo Shisan said in a deep voice, "Just prolonging your demise." Lu Zhou's gaze shifted from Wuhan to Luo Shisan as he finally spoke. "You looking for death?" Luo Shisan abruptly halted. Hovering just outside the 6 Harmonies Dao seal, he could clearly see Lu Zhou's figure standing on the flying chariot, protected by the Dao seal. That thunderous astral strike just moments ago had caught him completely off guard, sending him reeling back, but he didn't feel that the attack had much power, Luo Shisan said arrogantly. "So you're the dignified patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and that's all the tricks you've got? You want to scare me? Not enough." Whoosh! The long sword in his hand vibrated incessantly, emitting a buzzing sound like a swarm of bees flapping their wings. But at this very moment,
Shi Wu suddenly changed their positions, forming a formation in a 5-3-2 arrangement, with Wu Sheng and Wu Guan, aka Wu Han and Wu Shi, at the front. The 10 purple light circles under the ground vanished, and the power of Shi Wu was fully unleashed. "The power of Lord Shi Wu is complete. The end is near for the Evil Sky Pavilion." Ren Buping was already mouthing off before doing anything. What a chatty guy. In the dim sky, a surge of witchcraft power slowly appeared like an inverted tide hanging in the night sky. Then it poured down like snowflakes, a look of resignation appearing on everyone's faces. With witchcraft power at this level, even Hua Wudao, enhanced by Ming Xinyan's power, couldn't stop it. Luo Shisan originally intended to act, but he stopped as well.
With such power, even an 8-leaf expert couldn't withstand it. The people of the Demon Slaughter sect stared intently at this scene, Luo Shisan's eyes gleaming, while the cultivators in red robes remained indifferent. seemingly unsurprised by this scene. In Gengzi Town, the low-level cultivators looked up at the huge closed space circle in the distance. Aside from seeing some light emitting from the 6 Harmony Dabio seal, they couldn't see anything else.
The cloud-piercing flying chariot started shaking violently, and sweat was now beading all over Zhao Yanhe's face. Even with her divine court realm cultivation, plus Fan Zhong, Zhu Jifeng, and Xiao Yu, who had recovered some of her southern city cultivation, helping her control the chariot, it still felt incredibly difficult. Master, I can't hold on much longer. Lu Zhou reluctantly shook his head. Guess he couldn't save those cards. He stepped forward. To the outermost edge of the 6 Harmony Dao seal, light appeared in his palm when suddenly Wu Han's deep voice rang out. To catch bandits, capture their leader first. Finally, I've been waiting for you. In an instant, thousands of purple key drills appeared from all directions, flying towards Lu Zhou.
Lu Zhou frowned. Do I have to waste another damage immunity card? This is the power of the oath, being able to predict the opponent's next move. So annoying.
Almost at the same time, a clear cry came from the sky, and everyone looked up at the purple tide above. Above everyone they saw Bai Zi appear, its whole body enveloped in auspicious energy. Bai Zi seemed to sense that its master was in danger. It appeared in the sky, stepping on nothing with its 4 hooves, circling in the air. The auspicious energy fell like white snowflakes covering the sky and earth. The purple tide was forced back by the auspicious energy, quickly weakening, and those purple kill drills were also dissolved by the magical auspicious energy. There's always a bigger fish. Or, in this case, auspicious beast. Everyone standing in the transverse cloud-flying chariot was deeply shaken by Bai Zin's appearance. Hua Wudao looked up and said, "A precious legendary mount. They all possess a kind of extraordinary power. When their master needs them, they will actively release that power." Talk about loyalty, am I right? Wu Han, the leader of Shiwu, looked up and narrowed his eyes at Bai Zi. Although he was an immortal sage, shock still flashed in his eyes when he saw Bai Zi. Bai Zi's clear cry completely drowned out the praise of Shiwu. This wasn't just a bigger fish, this was complete suppression. Wu Han's voice trembled. Bai Zi? Wu Shi, how is this possible? Shiwu are immortal sages, how could they cause Bai Zi to resist? Bai Zi represents auspiciousness. Everything it considers the opposite is evil. Shiwu was stunned. They had never thought that what they were doing was evil. They felt that everyone standing in the transverse cloud-flying chariot was truly evil. They deserved to die. They shouldn't be protected by Bai Zi. Why? What's the problem? Bai Zina's appearance surprised Ren Buping. The power of Shiwu had been weakened a lot. Simultaneously bathed in the auspicious bronze light, the cloud-piercing flying chariot radiated an even more dazzling brilliance. The 8 large seal characters of the 6 Harmony Dao seal unexpectedly gained a 9th character, Hun. Even Hua Wudao couldn't believe it. The 9th character of the 6 Harmony Dao seal, which he had studied for decades, had never appeared before. But now, after being cleansed by Bai Zi, it appeared. Talk about a blessing in disguise. The 9 seal characters of the 6 Harmony Dago seal kept spinning, comfortably blocking the purple rain. And Bai Zen's voice boosted everyone's morale. Unbelievable. The prop card in Lu Zhao's palm disappeared. Didn't think I'd save a card. Great, can't let them go to waste. Duan Musheng suddenly unleashed overwhelming primal Qian Qi. Duan Musheng used the Qian to vent his anger, condensing it into sharp blades and firing them in all directions. Third senior brother is at it again. The people on the transverse cloud-flying chariot were utterly convinced. The rage of being suppressed by Shi Wu finally erupted completely. The golden lotus of the 2-leaf 100 tribulation illumination body appeared in the sky. Duan Musheng pointed his spear straight at Shi Wu. Ren Buping's figure flickered. If you want to hurt Lord Wu Han, you'll have to see if I agree. Duan Xing loudly responded, acting tough. Yes. Sect leader, Duan Xing, saw Ren Buping take several steps, covering dozens of meters, sneakily attacking Duan Musheng. But Duan Xing didn't advance towards the transverse cloud-flying chariot. Instead, he slipped away and disappeared. After giving the order, Ren Buping's attention was all on Duan Musheng, not paying any attention to Duan Xing. Evil Sky Pavilion, Duan Musheng, die for me. Ren Buping's 7-leaf avatar appeared, and he launched a sudden attack. The cultivators below shouted with their eyes wide open. 7-leaf golden lotus. It's already separated a path. With a slight tendency to become 8 leaves, Duan Musheng immediately turned his head to look back. Lu Zhou decisively waved his sleeve, a card appearing in his palm shining brightly. I said, you won't live past today. Lu Zhou hated sneak attackers the most. Ren Buping had been causing trouble from the open to the dark. If he didn't eliminate him now, when would he? A small vortex appeared in Lu Zhao's right palm. And Shi Wu also saw this scene. Ren Buping instinctively turned his head back. Old geezer.
I've been in seclusion for many years. You can't do anything to me. The seven-leaf avatar appeared, with a very strong Kia shield. Ren Buping intended to resist this move from Lu Zhou. His whole body still rushed forward, intending to use one move to kill Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng's two-leaf avatar immediately felt danger approaching, but he was attacking forward. At the same time, the energy in Lu Zhao's hand gradually bloomed, and hand seals appeared one after another. About 9 hand seals appearing in a straight line, each hand seal with a different gesture.
Taoist's 9-syllable true word hand seals. Ren Buping was stunned. First, the legendary Bai Zi, and now the 9-syllable true word. For a moment Ren Buping didn't know what to do. The 9-syllable true word Grand Hand Seal is the supreme secret technique of Taoism, you know?
Lu Zhou didn't expect that unleashing a fatal blow would have such an effect. Maybe because he had been thinking about the 6 Harmony Dao seal, that's why he struck out such a move. The 9-syllable true word Grand Hand Seal. Each word in it has immense power, formed from 9 unique seals. Total Void Protection Seal, Grand Chongshu Treasure Seal, Outer Circle Profound Seal, Inner 8 Character Seal, No Foot Binding Seal, Myriad God Seal, 8 Trigram Seal, Treasure Gourd Seal, Sun and Moon Seal. Each type of seal is in the shape of a seal character respectively. Lin, Bing, Dao, Zhe, Ji, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. 9 seal characters form a straight line. As Ren Buping's 7-leaf Dharma body glanced towards Lu Zhou, his heart immediately sank to the bottom. From a distance, it looked like a huge beam of light piercing through Ren Buping and his 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination 7-leaf Golden Lotus Dharma body. This was a 7-leaf expert, a major sect with tens of thousands of disciples. Takes hundreds of years to cultivate a 7-leaf expert, just like that, pierced through by Lu Zhao's one move.
That huge Dharma body was like a piece of glass slowly cracking. Bai Zi's auspicious aura had driven away most of the darkness.
The vision of everyone was much clearer than before. The 7-leaf Dharma body was shattered into small pieces. The primordial ki dissipated into the heavens and earth, devastating the surrounding scenery. The figure of the Moshe sect leader Ren Buping froze in midair, his eyes filled with fear. But everyone around was focused on Ren Buping's figure being struck by Lu Zhao's blows. As the primordial ki in Ren Buping's body surged out, he suddenly understood why Zuo Xinchen had died. With such heaven-defying means, why would the Evil Sky Pavilion even bother with the Moshe sect? Ren Buping was like a balloon of air, the primordial ki in his Danshin Ki Si constantly dissipating. Until it was completely dried up, his whole person fell to the ground. Sect leader! Sect leader! The Moshe sect's dragon carriage shook violently, falling apart. With the sect leader dead, how could the rest remain calm? Astonishment, fear, unease, not knowing what to do.
It was said that Ren Buping had been in seclusion for many years, his cultivation advancing rapidly. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion killed the Moshe sect's second seat, Zuo Xinchen, Ren Buping had been constantly looking for an opportunity to take revenge, even joining forces with Zhang Yuanshan of the Zhengyi Dao at Qingyu altar. But he had never found a suitable opportunity. From beginning to end, he had underestimated this seemingly weak old demon ancestor, who could defeat him with a mere wave of his hand.
Lu Zhou stood on the flying chariot, his eyes looking towards Duan Xing in the distance. Duan Xing suddenly appeared on the flying chariot, proudly standing upright, waving his hand and saying, "Don't panic, retreat quickly." Seeing that the sect leader was dead, Duan Xing knew that the Moshe sect's plan had failed, even before he could expand their glorious enterprise. Duan Xing's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly bowed.
"Senior, this action was all the Moshe sect leader's own will. This junior would never dare to be an enemy of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I swear on my status as the third seat.
From now on, the Moshe sect will never dare to offend the Evil Sky Pavilion. If I break my oath, may I end up like this person." Someone immediately offered an idea. "What nonsense are you talking about? Get lost."
Duan Xing glanced at him. Duan Xing's figure flashed, turning into a black shadow that swept past the group of Moshe sect experts. That group of Moshe sect experts immediately died on the spot. The Moshe sect crowd stared in disbelief, their whole bodies trembling. Lu Zhou looked towards the Moshe sect's flying chariot where Duan Xing was sending the group of Moshe sect experts to meet King Yama. The methods were extremely ruthless, even killing his own people. Ming Shiyin thought to himself, "In the empty forest, the monkey becomes king. Duan Xing is now the strongest in the Moshe sect. Who would dare to disobey him?" He wasn't just saying things randomly. This action was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, showing his intention to the Evil Sky Pavilion, establishing his authority, and also killing Ren Buping's confidants. Those who just died were Ren Buping's confidants. Lu Zhou glanced at the Moshe sect's dragon carriage. He's quite sensible, interesting. Lu Zhou didn't pay attention to Duan Xing anymore, but turned to look at Duan Musheng.
Duansheng decisively ordered a retreat. The Moshe sect crowd hadn't even had time to react. Facing the Tenvu and the Evil Sky Pavilion, they were now like snakes without heads, without their own ideas, only knowing to hurriedly bow. Yes, the Moshe sect's dragon carriage turned around and left. Even the sword saint Luo Shisan was shaken by Lu Zhou's earth-shattering move. The 9-syllable true word grand hand seal. Unbelievable. He retreated again and again, not recovering for a long time. The Tenvu were suppressed by Baizi's auspicious aura, not having the strength to care about these things. Under Duanmusheng's storm of spear images, Wu Han was enraged. Wu Shi frowned and said, "Why is it like this?" Wu Han raised his right hand, his left hand drew a line. Fresh blood shot out. A faint purple aura emanated from his fingertip. His blood-stained finger swept from his left eye to his right eye. Wu Han's eyes had now changed from red to dark blue.
Light spirit technique. The light spirit technique is a common method in witchcraft. It doesn't have offensive power, only the effect of seeing clearly the truth of things before the eyes. Wu Han didn't believe that the beast, stomping continuously in the sky, was the legendary Bai Zi, and even less did he believe that the Tenvu were considered the evil side. His gaze looked towards Bai Zi in the sky. He really wanted to see clearly, was that the real Bai Zi or a fake? However, the light on Bai Zi's body was extremely pure. When the light spirit technique looked at that light, it even emitted a 7-colored light. The purple shield also began to weaken. Of course, this weakening was mainly thanks to Bai Zi. Hua Wudao opened his mouth and praised. Bai Zi not only weakens witchcraft, but also enhances our combat power. Everyone, don't panic. Bai Zi let out a clear cry. The praising sounds of the Tenvu immediately stopped. The world became clear again. The light around Bai Zhen's body dissipated. It flashed and disappeared.
Bai Zhe Zhaoyanze was a little reluctant, unwilling to part. Bai Zhe was strong, but its abilities weren't endless. It also needed to rest. Hua Wudao nodded. Lu Zhou opened the system panel to see. Sure enough, below Bai Zhe's image card there was an additional note. Resting. No specified rest time. Sword Saint Luo Shisan went to the side of the Tenvu, Lord Wu Han. The remaining 2 red-robed cultivators also simultaneously activated their primordial Qian. Supporting them, Lu Zhou murmured. Oh well, Bai Zhe being able to exert auspicious power is already beyond expectations. If so, then Bian can also go on a rampage. In Wu Han's eyes, images of Lu Zhou and someone else appeared, while Lu Zhou glanced at him, wondering, this person is clearly very weak. Why does a dangerous spirit always lurk around? Wu Han is the leader of the Tenvu, and also the strongest. If even he can sense that the opponent is extremely dangerous, then that person is truly very dangerous. Unbelievable, unbelievable, clang, 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 clang. Duanmusheng seemed tireless. The spear images constantly stabbing forward. The purple shield also began to weaken. Of course, this weakening was mainly thanks to Bai Zhen. Hua Wudao opened his mouth and praised. Bai Zhen not only weakens witchcraft, but also enhances our combat power. Everyone, don't panic. The praising sounds of the Tenvu immediately stopped. The world became clear again. In the moment when the sounds stopped, Wu Jie, Wu Di, Wu Li, Wu Zhen, Wu Luo staggered backward. At the same time, Duanmusheng's spear images also broke through their defenses, then retreated back. Standing in front of the flying chariot, Wu Han raised his hand. The purple flames on his body grew out like tentacles, wrapping around the 5 witch practitioners. Then he shouted, "Return quickly!" The remaining 2 red-robed cultivators also simultaneously activated their primordial Qia, supporting them. Sword Saint Luo Shisan walked to Shi Wu's side. The power of the shamanic arts was weakened, so he didn't dare attack recklessly. Hua Wudao snorted. Luo Shisan, you want my old life, right? I'll give you a chance. Sword Saint Luo Shisan was very wary of Lu Zhou, so he loudly said, Hua Wudao, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Hua Wudao immediately replied. As you wish. Hua Wudao turned around and cupped his fist towards Lu Zhou. Pavilion Master, please don't interfere. If I die, it's because my skills are inferior. Lu Zhou agreed and replied, Go. Lu Zhou knew that the beef between Hua Wudao and the Yun sect had to be completely resolved. Otherwise, this would become his second mental block. With the 9th seal unlocked, his strength had greatly increased. The power of the shamanic arts had been weakened by Bai Zhe, and wasn't much anymore, not enough to pose a threat. Hua Wudao rushed towards Luo Shisan. I'm coming. Luo Shisan quickly responded, You seek death. Sword Saint Luo Shisan jumped up, and Hua Wudao's toes lightly tapped off the flying chariot. As he left, the 6 Harmony Dao seal completely dissipated. Luo Shisan and Hua Wudao fought incessantly.
fighting and flying away, soon disappearing without a trace.
Lu Zhou stood up straight, his eyes shining brightly. Shi Wu, immortal sage. Their eyes met. In Wu Han's eyes he only saw Lu Zhou.
He got information from Wu Sheng's mind. You are the former master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. He used to look down on everything, but not now. He was once again examining the person before him. Lu Zhou suddenly said,
I'm very disappointed, Wu Han snorted. Lu Zhou continued. Shi Wu, immortal sage, reduced to being someone else's lapdog. Hearing this, Wu Han said in a deep voice, if it weren't for Bai Zi's sake, you would have deserved to die 1,000 times for insulting Shi Wu like that. Here we go again with the bickering.
Ming Shiyin coldly spoke up. Stop with the BS. The power of the shamanic arts has vanished. At most, you guys are only at 4 or 5 leaves now. You're the leader of Shi Wu, right? Now you're only at 7 leaves. Can you withstand 1 palm from my master?
Wu Han was originally a dead man.
Now he's using the power of the shamanic arts to descend upon a descendant.
At this point, who cares about good or evil anymore? Audacious! Wu Han flew up,
his whole body bursting with purple energy, like tentacles spreading in all directions. Mortals are just mortals. Ants are just ants. How can you imagine the power of Shi Wu? The 5 people, Wu Shi, Wu Di, Wu Zhen, Wu Luo, and Wu Li, simultaneously unleash their energy. Seeing this, Pan Zhong hurriedly reminded everyone, be careful. This shamanic art is equivalent to a peak 7 leaves. Without 8 leaves, it's very difficult to restrain him. Ming Shiyin was a little surprised, his eyes wide. Peak 7 leaves, Lu Zhou slapped his palm, and Fan Xuan was pulled over by him. A vast ocean realm doing this was effortless.
Lu Zhou looked at Fan Xuan.
Fan Xuan, have you seen clearly? Fan Xuan's expression was grim, and he remained silent. The dignified leader of the Black Knights,
the former top dog on the Black Roll. Now, I'll let you see clearly. Lu Zhou slapped Fan Xuan's back. Pan Zhong shouted in fear.
Pavilion Master, you can't. As the primal chi poured in, Lu Zhou could clearly feel the extraordinary power transmitted by the heavenly writing. A cool sensation, his mind extremely clear, the powerful and brilliant primal chi rushing straight into Fan Xuan's 8 extraordinary meridians. The power sealing Fan Xuan's whole body dissipated in an instant. Ah!
Fan Xuan's eyes turned dark red, his face ferocious, and he roared, it's you again.
The amorous sentiment curse has been broken. Get out! Lu Zhou clapped his hands. Boom! Fan Xuan was sent flying by Lu Zhou. At this moment he had also regained consciousness. His mind was suddenly blank. Who am I? Where am I? I remember now. Memories rushed in like a tide. Shi Wu, Mo Li. Fan Xuan's eyes blazed with fire. Boom! The 100 Tribulations Insight 8 Leaves Golden Lotus immediately bloomed.
Yu Zhong and Duan Yanhong's faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at their leader. Leader! Boss! Yu Zhong cried out. You, what exactly did you do? Pan Zhong looked for a moment before suddenly realizing what was going on. He immediately scolded. Shut up! Fan Xuan was controlled by someone using the amorous sentiment curse. The pavilion master helped him break the shamanic arts. Don't be ungrateful.
Yu Zhong was surprised. The amorous sentiment curse? Pan Zhong continued. See for yourselves. Pan Zhong had studied shamanic arts for quite some time. People who knew nothing about shamanic arts wouldn't see any clues. Of course, he was also very embarrassed that the method for sealing cultivation from the pure clarity Dao was blown away by Lu Zhou with a single palm. This was beyond his expectations.
His brain went blank for a moment. And then Fan Xuan returned to normal. He was immediately filled with boundless anger. The one who harmed Leng Luo, you must die. Fan Xuan flipped his hand and produced the Great Abolition Dao Seal. Blessed by the 100 Tribulations Insight 8 Leaves Dharmic Body. The entire sky was filled with Fan Xuan's afterimages. The former top dog on the Black Roll had returned.
Fan Xuan rushed in and attacked fiercely. Yu Chu and Duan Yanhong's minds were greatly shaken by what they were seeing. Wu Han's shamanic arts were spreading, and the remaining 9 shamans were startled by this suddenly appearing 8 Leaves expert. Boom, boom, boom. The afterimages filling the sky simultaneously attacked Wu Han, the gang Kui intent like a storm of bullets.
Pan Zhong was endlessly surprised. Perhaps this is Leng Luo's true strength. After all, he's an 8 Leaves who has been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years. Who exactly is that Moai Li who could continuously control 8 Leaves Fan Xuan for so long? Fan Xuan's offensive was all-encompassing, looking extremely powerful. Even the leader of Shi Wu, Wu Han, suffered losses. Seeing this, the remaining people shouted, Lord Wu Han! Suddenly, Duan Musheng's voice rang out. Your opponent is me! Duan Musheng swung the Overlord's spear, attacking the remaining people.
Before Duan Musheng finished speaking, Ming Shiyin's voice came. And me, Ming Shiyin, stepped through the air, the departure hook in his hand like a shadow.
Watching from afar, Lu Zhou saw his 2 disciples rush up with weapons and muttered, "They both have heavenly weapons. When facing the 9 shamans 3 and 4 leaves, they can barely hold them off for a while. The problem is that there are 9 of them." Even though they are cultivators, shamanic arts require time to cast spells. With only Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng, how can they cope with the 9 shamans?
Lu Zhou was calculating the right moment to strike. Leader Yue Chung and Duan Yanhong's eyes blazed with fire. They and Fan Xuan shared life and death together and understood each other very well. Seeing their leader fight to the death with a powerful enemy, how could they stand by and watch? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said,
"Have you seen clearly?" Pan Zhang immediately explained.
Lang Luo was controlled by someone. The 4 of you brothers are also pieces being used. Now the one controlling you is right in front of you. Those Shi Wu, Yue Chong, and Duan Yanhong, like Fan Xuan, had clearly seen everything on the flying chariot. How could they not be furious?
Pan Zhang stepped forward and gently placed his hands on their backs. Boom! Boom! Unlocking the restraints on their cultivation, primal chi like a cool spring poured into their whole bodies. The power that had been sealed for so long finally returned to their bodies. Lu Zhou calmly looked at them. Faced with the powerful master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, how could they have any other intentions? The 9 Words of Truth Grand Hand Seal had just killed Ren Buping, a 7 Leaves expert. They still haven't recovered, and such a situation has already happened, so how can you blame the Evil Sky Pavilion? If there's anyone to blame, it's the one who was controlling things behind the scenes.
The flying chariot leader was slipping away, and below Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin were still doing their best to hold back the shamanic art squad. Seeing their leader in a life-and-death battle, Yue Chong and Duan Yanhong shouted, "We're coming too!" Yue Chong and Duan Yanhong looked at each other and jumped down. The addition of the 2 immediately increased the pressure on the 9 shamans exponentially. Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng could each take on 2 opponents. Yue Chong and Duan Yanhong each dealt with 1, so that leaves 3. Lu Zhao's gaze immediately swept towards Yu Shi, Yu Peng, and Yu Zhen, the 3 strongest of the remaining 9. Yu Han had flown up high, hovering level with the cloud-piercing flying chariot. He and Fan Xuan were locked in a fierce battle. Impossible to tell who would win. Yu Han still arrogantly shouted, "Another one? No matter what, you can't defeat the Tenvu sages?"
Yu Han's voice was full of anger. Lu Zhou didn't want to waste any more words. 3 lightning gang cards appeared in his palm. He waved his hand, and they shot out. The targets were Yu Shi, Yu Peng, and Yu Zhen. Lu Zhou suddenly spoke. "You've underestimated this old man." 3 powerful lightning gangs, like bolts of thunder, shot off in 3 directions, shocking the crowd. After launching the 3 cards, Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, calm and collected, continuing to observe the battle. Thunder and lightning, mixed with gang qi, surged like heavenly thunder, striking at them.
The 3, Yungji, immediately activated their defensive shields, unable to escape.
That lightning gang had a diameter of several meters, completely exceeding everyone's comprehension. This is lightning gang, more like heavenly lightning.
When Yu Ji activated his defensive shield, despair appeared in his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Tenbu sages were wrong? Otherwise, why would heavenly lightning strike down?
Rumble. The 3 giant lightning gangs struck the 3 individuals, sending them flying backwards simultaneously. Puffed, Yunxi spewed out immortal blood, and suddenly, a purple light escaped from his body and dissipated into the air. Lu Zhao's heart fluttered. The system notification sounded in his ear. Eliminated a target, gaining 100 merit points, a 1-hit kill probability of only 1%. And he actually encountered it. Just your bad luck. Lu Zhou shook his head. Luckily, he didn't intend to use too many lightning gang cards in exchange for the 1-hit kill probability. Or he'd be dirt poor by now. Whoever the 10 incantations possess, only the living gain merit points after eliminating them. Of the remaining 2 lightning gang cards, 1 injured, and the other critically injured someone nearby. He was indeed quite lucky.
From opening the mysterious treasure chest, to the sudden appearance of the Baizi Enlightenment, including the 1% 1-hit kill just now, everything surprised Lu Zhou. Just as Lu Zhou was pondering, Yu Han's voice echoed again. "Time is running out. Gather together." Yu Han was so enraged by Fan Xuan's torment that he couldn't bear it any longer. As Yu Han made this decision, with a ferocious face, a voice seemingly protesting in his mind, "Lord Yu Han, don't self-destruct."
Yu Han, while blocking Fan Xuan's relentless attacks, said,
The reputation of the 10 Vu sages has been ruined by you all. I only hope this will serve as a warning to our Vu clan descendants. We vow to follow Lord Yuhan to the death. The remaining 8 Vu said in unison. It was an extremely intense battle, Lu Zhou decisively ordered.
Fly up, disciple obeys. Xiao Yanhe and Zhao Yue immediately mobilized their primal Q to control the cloud-piercing flying chariot. Taking advantage of Yuhan still being entangled by Fan Xuan and the formation no longer being effective, the cloud-piercing flying chariot could leave at any time. The entire flying chariot glowed, flying towards the outside of the formation. Zhao Yanhe shouted, "Third senior brother! Fourth senior brother!"
Hearing Zhao Yanhe's shout, Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng seemed to understand the current situation. Ming Shiyin retracted the separation hook, laughing. "This old man can't beat you two. No wonder you are the 10 Vu sages." His figure flashed, flying quickly behind a great divine power technique. Duan Musheng did the same, retracting the Overlord's spear. A true man knows when to yield and when to strike. We'll fight again next time. Tendrils appeared from Yuhan's fingertips, and he roared. "You think you can escape?" Fan Xuan rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch to Yuhan, a concentrated golden light striking Yuhan. Fan Xuan's avatar erupted. Fan Xuan was too close to Yuhan, and his avatar was tightly entangled by Yuhan's tendrils. Fan Xuan is too huge, Mo Liling Luo. Even if I die, I won't let you live in peace. Yu Chong and Duan Yanhong were stunned. Leader Fan Xuan shouted, "Yu Chong, Duan Yanhong, if you're afraid of death, hurry up and leave. I, Ling Luo, will hold them back." At the same time, the flying chariot was already flying away very quickly. Lu Zhou hugged the flying chariot tightly, looking quite comical. Lu Zhou thought to himself, "You're both evenly matched? Let's see who can hold out until the end." Anyway, Yuhan is limited by time, and he's not as good as Fan Xuan in a head-on clash.
So using Vu magic to self-destruct is the best choice in a short amount of time, unleashing all his power to perish together with the opponent. After all, they're already dead. They don't fear death.
The cultivators in red robes heard this and quickly fled, desperately flying away. Nascent soul realm cultivators with great divine power techniques could keep up, but they were too slow. They continuously screamed, "Run, I don't want to die." Yue Chong and Duan Yanhong didn't leave but flew towards Yuhan. "Though we weren't born on the same day, we're willing to die on the same day, leader. We're here." The avatar of the law stood tall for a moment as the cloud-piercing flying chariot flew out of the formation. The entire formation area seemed to shatter. With Yuhan as the center, the energy of the 8 Vu gathered and exploded outward with a deafening roar.
The exploding energy stirred up dust and sand, forming a sandstorm that quickly swept in all directions. In the instant the cloud-piercing flying chariot flew out of the formation, the entire formation area seemed to shatter. With Yuhan as the center, the energy of the 8 Vu gathered and exploded outward with a deafening roar. The exploding energy stirred up dust and sand, forming a sandstorm that quickly swept in all directions. At the same time, some purple ripples, burned black by the flames, bared their fangs and claws, chasing after everyone indiscriminately.
The 3 avatars only managed to resist for a moment before being shattered into pieces. The cultivators in red robes with the lowest cultivation levels, even flying with all their might, couldn't compare to the speed of the flying chariot. In an instant they were swallowed by that merciless energy. "Master, 3rd senior brother, 4th senior brother," Xiao Yanhe pointed towards Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin, who were rapidly flying towards them. The flying chariot stopped.
Lu Zhou raised his hand. With their cultivation levels, they had been fighting for too long. Even if they used great divine power techniques, it would be difficult to escape the range of the Vu magic's influence. The flying chariot had to stop and wait for them to climb on. On the surface, Lu Zhou seemed very calm, but in his heart, he was filled with regret. In his eyes, those cultivators in red robes were all targets providing merit points. The 10 Vu were already dead people.
The only one worth anything was Yu Sheng. But unfortunately he had no way to survive in that wave of exploding energy. Even Fan Xuan and the 2 great black knights would have brought a lot of merit points. Not earning them now made him feel very anemic. While he was pondering, Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin jumped onto the flying chariot. Lu Zhou shouted, "Go!" The flying chariot started up, stopped, and then started up again. This process naturally slowed the flying chariot down. In this very breath, the powerful black-purple energy that was chasing after Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin struck. The overwhelming energy surged like a tidal wave. Lu Zhou frowned, looking at the wave. He already felt extremely anemic. Did he really have to use another damage immunity card now? But a damage immunity card was probably like the one-hit kill card, only applicable to one person. Suddenly, within that overwhelming wave,
An 8-leaf golden lotus avatar flickered with light. It suddenly bloomed, blocking all the powerful gangwinds rushing towards them. Fan Zhuan, covered in blood, appeared inside the avatar. Fan Zhuan was still not dead. Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng cautiously stepped forward. Wary of Fan Zhuan, Lu Zhou nonchalantly said, "An ant trying to topple a tree. You want to bite me before you die?" In his palm, a one-hit kill card appeared, but Fan Zhuan's powerful gale actually blasted in the opposite direction. Huh. Is he helping us? Ming Xiyin exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhou was also puzzled. Fan Zhuan should be mortal enemies with the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, shouldn't he be letting the energy explosion destroy the cloud-piercing flying chariot? Why is he helping the Evil Sky Pavilion? What's the meaning of this? Wait a minute. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Fan Zhuan having an 8-leaf cultivation and being this strong is reasonable, but what's truly shocking is that he could survive until now, amid such a powerful energy surge. Ming Xinyin sighed and shook his head. Sacrificing his Dantian Sea of Qi to cast this spell, I'm afraid Fan Zhuan is doomed. Fan Zhuan had exerted all his strength, and the raging, purplish-black wave was pushed back a bit after being blocked by Fan Zhuan's avatar. Fan Zhuan's hoarse and tragic scream reached everyone's ears. Fan Zhuan has never begged anyone. But I risked my life to block the Tenvu. I only ask that Senior agrees to one thing. Kill Mo Li. Before Lu Zhou could respond, the purplish-black explosion surged toward his avatar again, the avatar dissipated, and the 8-leaf golden lotus spun a few times in the air, before gradually disappearing. A foolish choice. The great wave transformed into the shape of a skull. Uttering these words, those on the flying chariot sighed softly. Who would have thought that Fan Zhuan would make such a choice, all just to beg Lu Zhou to do one thing for him? The surging wave gradually dissipated. Ming Xiyin and Duan Musheng entered the flying chariot, channeling their primal qi. Even though the power of the Vu technique had disappeared, the area was still filled with dust. The two controlled the flying chariot to fly higher, the cloud-piercing flying chariot glowing as it flew out of the dusty area. Trailing a long, meteor-like tail behind it, it completely exited the area affected by the Vu technique in a flash. At the same time, the low-level cultivators who had been observing the battle in Gengzi Town were all looking up. The Evil Sky Pavilion won! Those red-robed cultivators were so strong. But they were still defeated by the Evil Sky Pavilion. Just how strong is the Evil Sky Pavilion anyway? Who knows? The visibility was blocked earlier. Besides some flashes of light and crackling sounds, what else could we see? Just look at the results. The facts have proven that, even without the Evil Sky Pavilion's first and second disciples, no one can shake them. A sigh. A lament. Phew. Well, at the beginning, there weren't many cultivators observing. Later, more and more people gathered, watching from afar. They exclaimed, "Too strong!" Having witnessed this battle, I can brag about it for 8 generations when I go back to the village. My dear old dad, you can finally rest in peace in heaven. After seeing this battle, my wife definitely won't run away with another man anymore. I'm not even dead yet. In the crowd, a cyan-robed swordsman stood with his arms crossed, calmly looking at the cloud-piercing flying chariot flying in the sky, shaking his head slightly. "Greetings, brother. It's dangerous over there. Don't go that way." "Thank you." The cyan-robed swordsman shifted slightly to the side, watching the remaining dust from the battle gradually settle. "Brother, you're late. You missed the spectacular battle. What a pity. See that flying chariot over there? It's the Evil Sky Pavilions." A guy next to him chimed in. That's right! That's right! I'm a witness!" I didn't even blink once. Then, another guy butted in. "The master of the Evil Sky Pavilion just used the 18 subduing dragon palms to split the heavens and earth, followed by a maiden sunrise. You're talking nonsense. He clearly summoned myriad gods to descend. Thousands upon thousands of lightning bolts shattered those demons into pieces." A cultivator standing nearby gave him a patronizing look. The cyan-robed swordsman stared at the flying chariot, ignoring him. Phew. I didn't expect the Evil Sky Pavilion to be this strong. Back in the day, when the first and second disciples hadn't left, how glorious was the Evil Sky Pavilion. Their style is still the same as ever. The cyan-robed swordsman noticed the words he just used. The style is still the same as ever. Sometimes, the demonic path is not necessarily an object of hatred for everyone. There are also many people who respect and admire the demonic path. This person must be one of them. Thank you for the compliment. The cyan-robed swordsman politely nodded. Thank you. Is he crazy? Just when that person was feeling strange, the crowd suddenly exclaimed, The cloud-piercing flying chariot is back. It's not leaving.
The low-level cultivators all retreated, afraid that a demonic devil from the Evil Sky Pavilion would suddenly appear and chase them all down. But the thing that they were worrying about did not happen at all. The cloud-piercing flying chariot flew back to the area of the Immortal Sage Grand Formation, the speed gradually slowing down. At the same time, Lu Zhou stood on the flying chariot observing the surrounding situation. The field of vision had completely recovered. Find Elder Hua. Yes. Ming Xinyin and Duan Musheng jumped out of the flying chariot. The two of them descended. The moment the two of them jumped out, the low-level cultivators observing the battle in Gengzi town immediately turned around and ran, running as far as their legs could carry them. Ming Xinyin looked down from above at this scene. They're all cowards who are afraid of trouble. It would be strange if they weren't afraid. Duan Musheng glanced at him.
Third senior brother is insightful. The ground was extremely devastated after the battle,
and the places where the Vuk technique was deployed were even more charred. Duan Musheng searched everywhere, turning over every stone, calling out, "Elder Hua." Ming Xinyin looked around. Elder Hua shouldn't have gone too far. Luo Shisan isn't an ordinary person. I'm afraid Elder Hua isn't his match. Elder Hua's 6 Harmony Dao seal has already manifested the 9th seal script. Luo Shisan's 13 sword cues probably can't do anything to him. When Ming Xinyin said these words, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in Duan Musheng's voice.
He's just enduring it. If I were Luo Shisan, I would slowly exhaust him.
Ming Xinyin coughed, pretending not to understand.
Third senior brother has a point. Creak, creak, what's that sound?
Ming Xinyin turned around. In the charred mud behind him, a hand suddenly emerged.
Ming Xinyin was startled and rushed over, jumping up to hug Duan Musheng tightly, saying, "A reanimated corpse." While waiting for new chapters under the comments, or in the playlist there are many good things. Everyone supports Little Moo to have the motivation to release new chapters quickly. Little Moo was extremely grateful. Seeing Ming Xinyin jumping and hugging him tightly,
Duan Musheng was annoyed, and kicked the youth in the butt. "You're so noisy, stay away from me."
Ming Xinyin stroked his chin, thinking.
But thinking about it carefully, who could survive such a powerful energy explosion? Ming Xinyin was smart, and a name immediately appeared in his head. "No way, it's Fan Xuan."
Ming Xinyin's first reaction was that this person was Fan Xuan.
The energy explosion just now swept away everyone, and other than Fan Xuan, no one else could have survived until now.
His two subordinates, Yue Cheng and Duan Yanhong, didn't have that kind of skill either. Lu Zhou, standing on the flying chariot, observed the scorched earth below. He also saw that hand. "Master, this is very likely Fan Xuan."
Talk about having a tough life. No need for Master to make a move, let me kill him, Ming Xinyin smirked, the separation hook floating in his hand, emitting a faint glow. Such a strong enemy, we have to be careful. Duan Musheng was speechless. Fourth bro, what you're best at is bullying the weak." Just as Ming Xinyin arrived next to that charred hand, Lu Zhao's voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back. Ming Xinyin was dumbfounded. "Huh," Duan Musheng said. "Master told you to pull him back." Ming Xinyin was a little dazed, and sheathed the separation hook. What a pity, if he could kill such a strong opponent, who would dare to underestimate Ming Xinyin's name in the future? Ming Xinyin waved his hand. The barren soil was lifted by his astral energy, revealing a body that had been burned as black as coal.
Ming Xinyin clicked his tongue in wonder. Master really is Fan Xuan.
It was a miracle that he could survive under that burst of energy. Lu Zhou said, "In the Tao there is a move called blood escape technique, which consumes decades of lifespan and essence blood, squeezing all the power in the Dantian and Qi to form a protective layer to protect the body."
The people in the flying chariot secretly clicked their tongues when they heard this.
Pan Zhong nodded and said, "But after using the blood escape technique, the consequences are very serious. If the Dantian and Qi are damaged, I am afraid that the cultivation will have to be abandoned. Why bother? For cultivators, using the blood escape to protect their lives, but if their cultivation is all abandoned, what is the meaning of living in this world? Life is worse than death." Fan Xuan's choice made it difficult for people to understand.
Ming Xinyin checked it a bit, first surprised, then his eyes rolled around.
"Master, he's still alive, but he's very weak. Now is a good time to kill him. Without spending much effort, I am the best at taking advantage of people's difficulties." Duan Musheng was speechless when he heard these words, and saw Ming Xinyin's actions. Duan Musheng expressed contempt for him, very contemptuous of taking advantage of others' difficulties to strike.
Ming Xinyin took out the separation hook again. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, calmly looking at Fan Xuan.
Fan Xuan has done evil deeds all his life. Unexpectedly he has fallen into this end. His choice is probably because he doesn't want to die, not to give up.
After all, he's the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. He's still very upright, Pan Zhong said. Fan Xuan probably wants to see Mo Li die with his own eyes. His hatred has kept him alive. Ming Shiyin was a little anxious, raising the separation hook ready to stab down. Pui. He wants to see Mo Li die, so we have to fulfill him. He's really thinking too much. Does he think of our Evil Sky Pavilion as a charity house? No way, I have to stab him before he dies, and send him on his way. Duan Musheng couldn't bear it anymore, pulling Ming Xinyin back. Fourth bro, the urgent matter now is to find Elder Hua. Ming Xinyin nodded. Third senior brother is right. The two looked around. Except for a few people who boldly stayed in Can Death Town to observe, there was no trace of anyone else. Some cultivators in Can Death Town turned around and ran away, while the rest knelt down on the ground and kowtowed, with a very excited look on their faces. It's a pity that these people are too weak, otherwise they would be brought into the Evil Sky Pavilion to do some chores. Lu Zhou ordered, "Bring him back to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Hearing Master say this, Ming Shiyin was very surprised. Huh? Bring him back to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou continued. Fan Xuan is, after all, an 8-leaf expert. Since he hates Mo Lin so much, I will keep his life. Disciple obeys. Although Ming Xinyin didn't like Fan Xuan, he couldn't disobey his master's order. With a slight lift of his hand, a stream of astral energy wrapped around Fan Xuan, and a part of the original energy seeped in and protected his heart meridians. The characteristics of the Azure Wood Heart method appeared, and Fan Xuan's aura gradually stabilized. Ming Shiyin, carrying Fan Xuan, walked through the air, returning to the flying chariot. Elder Hua could see far from a high place. Zhu Jifeng pointed in the direction of the east. Hua Wudao limped over, carrying a tired body, tattered clothes, and a face full of wounds. Ming Shiyin raised his eyebrows and looked around. Ming Shiyin stepped in front of Hua Wudao. Where is Luo Shisan? Hua Wudao sighed, shook his head, glanced at Ming Shiyin, and turned to Lu Zhou, who was standing in the flying chariot. His swordsmanship is extremely high. I can't do anything to him. Lu Zhao's eyes looked at Hua Wudao. But he also can't do anything to you. The 9 seals of the Great Unison has opened the 9th seal? If you want to use the fighting method of consumption, you must also see if Luo Shisan is durable enough. Hua Wudao nodded and waved his hand. Ming Shiyin asked, "Then where is Luo Shisan?" Hua Wudao replied, "He left." "You," Ming Shiyin waved his sleeves, a little angry. "How can we let someone that the Evil Sky Pavilion wants to kill leave?" Everyone's eyes turned to Hua Wudao. After all, Hua Wudao came from the Cloud Sect. Maybe it wasn't a tie, but Hua Wudao remembered the friendship between fellow disciples, and deliberately let him go. No one saw it with their own eyes, and no one knew what the real situation was. At this time, Hua Wudao clasped his hands and said, "Every word I say is the truth. If the pavilion master doesn't believe me, I am willing to be punished, and I will not say anything else." Ming Xinyin glanced and said, "Don't play the trick of a suffering. My master has seen a lot of it." Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand to stop him, and said calmly, "This seat believes you." Hua Wuzhao was surprised, and raised his head, and immediately bowed and knelt down. "Thank you." At the same time, Lu Zhao saw his loyalty increase by 5%. Lu Zhao ordered, "Return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Everyone quickly replied, "Yes." The flying chariot quickly flew towards the Evil Sky Pavilion. At the same time, in a place about 3 miles away from the blast area, Luo Shisan held a long sword in one hand and propped himself on the ground with the other, trying to stabilize his body, occasionally swallowing saliva. Unexpectedly, the old man is so strong, there was no more original energy in his body to provide him to continue fighting. He panted repeatedly. Who would have thought that the sword saint who used to command wind and rain would have such an embarrassing moment? Oh well, everyone has their own ambitions. Luo Shisan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to leave the place, a cyan-robed swordmaster appeared silently, 50 meters in front of him, his back straight, with a long sword behind his back. "Hello?" The cyan-robed swordmaster opened his mouth and said, "What kind of character was Luo Shisan?" Although he no longer had original energy, he was not to the point where he had no ability to defend himself. But the appearance of the cyan-robed swordmaster made him jump. Luo Shisan stepped back and raised his sword to defend himself. "You are the cyan-robed swordmaster?" Folding his arms, the cyan-robed swordmaster said, "This humble one is Yu Shengrong." Luo Shisan's eyes widened, his hand gripped his longsword tightly, his whole body trembling. At this moment, how could he be a match for Yu Shengrong, the sword devil Yu Shengrong? Yu Shengrong slowly turned around, his gaze looking into the distance, as he spoke while surveying. "Just an empty title, not worth mentioning." Luo Shisan took a step back. "I'm under the sect leader's orders to clean up the sect.
I have no intention of being hostile to the Evil Sky Pavilion.
Yu Shangrong took a step, and then said again. Are you scared? Luo Shisan stammered.
I'm not scared. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, No, you are. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' difficulties. Luo Shisan didn't believe this.
Yu Shangrong gently turned his head, a faint smile on his face. You're too weak, so weak that it's uninteresting. The chickens haven't even crowed yet, and little sister is already working diligently on new chapters. Please give little sister a like, a comment, and a subscribe for motivation. Little sister is extremely grateful. There are many great long stories in the comments or in the playlist. Please support little sister.
The Cloud Sect's sword Saint Luo Shisan had never been mocked like this before, Luo Shisan said. So the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples also want to take advantage of others' difficulties. Yu Shangrong shook his head. You misunderstand me.
Oh,
is that so? Yu Shangrong crossed his arms and continued. You're too weak now, so weak that it's uninteresting, so I'll come and kill you in a month.
Hearing Yu Shangrong say this, Luo Shisan was silent for a moment. Luo Shisan looked at Yu Shangrong with a complicated expression. What kind of routine is this? Is this guy's brain malfunctioning? Luo Shisan said, The world says the devils of the Evil Sky Pavilion kill without batting an eye. It's indeed true. So, I have a month to live? Yu Shangrong said gently. In my hometown there's a kind of plant called the Huangshun grass. Its lifespan is very short, growing in the early morning and withering at night.
You are much luckier than the Huangshun grass, you. Luo Shisan was angry when he heard this, but he didn't dare to show it.
Yu Shangrong invited him to make a hand seal of reconciliation, allowing him to leave freely. Luo Shisan asked distrustfully, You won't ambush me from behind, will you? Yu Shangrong said nothing, only looked at Luo Shisan indifferently. Luo Shisan took a deep breath. Just as he took a step, suddenly his feet faltered, and he fell forward. Yu Shangrong shook his head and said, Don't worry, I only attack head-on. I don't have the habit of ambushing. Luo Shisan turned his head back. I'm not afraid of you, damn it. Since I started cultivating, I've never feared anyone. I was just so tired from fighting Huawudao for so long. Yu Shangrong stood with his eyes closed, smiling, and said nothing more. Luo Shisan took a few steps and glanced back at Yu Shangrong. Seeing the other party smiling modestly and politely, he felt a lot more relieved. Adjusting his mood, he strode away. Standing from behind, Yu Shangrong reminded, Please don't forget the agreement between us. Luo Shisan was startled and immediately asked, What agreement? Yu Shangrong calmly said, I'll come and kill you in a month. Yu Shangrong slowly turned around, unhurriedly walking into the distance.
Luo Shisan's face was unsightly. As he watched the sword devil's figure gradually disappear, he muttered unwillingly, I haven't even agreed to any agreement. To be honest, Luo Shisan claimed that his swordsmanship was at its peak, and in recent years he had built up a great reputation. If only considering pure swordsmanship, the person he least wanted to face was his elder brother, Luo Changqing.
He had once asked Luo Changqing who he least wanted to face.
Luo Changqing replied,
The sword devil. He didn't remember if Luo Changqing had ever fought with the sword devil Yu Shangrong, but he always valued his elder brother's words. An opponent that could make Luo Changqing wary. Naturally, their cultivation wouldn't be inferior to Luo Changqing, so Luo Shisan didn't want to face the sword devil.
But me wanting to kill you has nothing to do with whether you agree or not.
After saying these words, Yu Shangrong's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he was dozens of zang away and disappeared.
Luo Shisan glared in the direction where Yu Shangrong had just disappeared, his heart filled with 1,000 thoughts.
Scene changed to the Great Yan Imperial Palace. It was quiet in the palace, but the objects in the room were extremely messy. Behind a screen, a charming woman trembled all over, her face unsightly. In front of her was a bronze mirror. In the bronze mirror was her pale face. Calm down, Your Majesty. The second prince said not to continue to clash with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Outside the screen, a female cultivator bowed and said. The woman then asked, What else did the second prince say? The female cultivator hurriedly replied. The second prince said that he won't pursue the death of Grandmaster Chen Zhu, hoping you can calm down. The charming woman said nothing, but the expression on her face was very unnatural. Suddenly, she clenched her fist and punched the bronze mirror. Crash! The fist looked weak, but it was as heavy as a 1,000-pound iron hammer, shattering the bronze mirror. After throwing a punch, the anger on her face gradually disappeared, and her mood also calmed down. She then asked, Is there any news from Jingming Dao? The female cultivator was in a kneeling position, with her face bowed, not daring to look up, and reported, Your Majesty, Pan Lishan's whereabouts are still unknown. We still haven't found him. The woman slowly said, If we can't find him,
Then find a way to make him appear. Spread the story of Pan Zhong's departure. Pan Zhong has been expelled from his sect for many years, and now he has entered the Evil Sky Pavilion. Will Pan Lishan really go to find him? Just do as I say. Although she spoke in a very calm tone, the female outside the screen hurriedly bowed, not daring to say anything more. Yes. At the same time, the cloud-chasing chariot returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou glanced at Fan Xuan, who was charred black, and said, "Take him down! Don't let him die!" Yes. Ming Shiyin carried Fan Xuan away. Lu Zhou instructed, "Elder Hua, this trip was tiring. Go back and rest early. Thank you." Hua Wudao clasped his hands, and then turned and left.
In his current state, being able to stand and talk to everyone was already very difficult. Xiao Yanhe hurried to Lu Zhao's side.
"Master, you're also tired. Let me help you back to rest." "No need." Lu Zhao waved his hand.
He remembered when he was fighting Shi Wu Ren, Bi Yuping had said that the emperor's due was on Ye Tiangxin. Can this statement be trusted? Wu Sheng set up the immortal sage grand formation in the palace for Ye Tiangxin, and for wanting to retrieve Bai Dan's bones, he had been retrieving corpses for several years. Can the emperor's due really break through the shackles?
Lu Zhao pondered, then shook his head again. If that were the case, then with Jian Tiandao's knowledge and temperament, how could he not have made a move first? But he still let Yi Tiangxin, his disciple, live comfortably and peacefully. Lu Zhao said, "Go and see Yi Tiangxin." Zhao Yaner next to him, her eyes brightened. "Yes, disciple will help you."
The two walked towards the southern pavilion. The group of female cultivators followed behind as soon as they heard that he was looking for Ye Tiangxin. These female cultivators had always cared for Ye Tiangxin. Although Dinyu Palace was no more, they were still subordinates of Ye Tiangxin after all. Before long, everyone arrived in front of Ye Tiangxin's room in the southern pavilion. Lu Zhao asked the two female cultivators guarding the door, "Did anything happen to Ye Tiangxin today?" Reporting, "Pavilion master, nothing happened. Open the door." "Yes." Lu Zhao entered the room. Ye Tiangxin was still lying unconscious on the bed, looking exactly the same. He walked to her bedside and observed her entire body. A Cheng Huang is a type of mythical beast. How could it appear on Ye Tiangxin? Lu Zhao gently looked again. Suddenly, Lu Zhao noticed. There's breathing. Ye Tiangxin was still lying there quietly. He reached out to check her breath. It was very weak, almost unbelievably faint. Lu Zhao's expression remained calm as he sent a palm strike. Using his primal qi to probe Ye Tiangxin's 8 extraordinary meridians, Lu Zhao shook his head slightly. There's no trace of a Cheng Huang. He waved his hand, and Ye Tiangxin lay back down. Lu Zhao shook his head and left the room. To think she still has a breath under these circumstances, it's just that she hasn't woken up yet. Otherwise, I could ask about the Cheng Huang situation.
Xiao Yaner asked, "Master, how is she?" Lu Zhao replied, "She's got a tough life." Xiao Yaner widened her eyes. She really came back to life? As soon as she said that, the female cultivators of Yanyu Palace standing by the door all showed excited expressions. Just as Lu Zhao was about to leave, Ming Xinyin suddenly ran quickly from the north pavilion to stand before him, bowing and saying,
"Master, I've arranged Fan Xuan's matter properly. He won't die for now. This disciple can't guarantee whether he will die later or not," Lu Zhou then replied. "I know," Ming Xinyin continued. "Also, Master, a flying letter arrived near the Mosian Pavilion, probably sent by an outsider. This disciple took the liberty of intercepting it," Lu Zhou then asked. "Who sent the letter?" Reporting to Master, "It's Wei Zhuoyan, please have a look."
"Yes." "Here, Master."
Lu Zhao took Wei Zhuoyan's flying letter, glanced at it, and casually threw it away.
Ming Shiyin hurriedly caught it, read it once, and said with a smile,
"The fact that we had a great battle with the Shimu must have reached Wei Zhuoyan's ears." "He's scared," Zhao Yanhe curiously asked. "Senior brother, what does the letter say?"
Ming Shiyin continued. "Wei Zhuoyan wants to come and apologize. He will atone for the matter of Yulong village back then, and will personally come to the Monchenyan Pavilion in 2 days to resolve the conflict between the two sides." Duan Musheng raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and said, "Does he really have such a high level of awareness? If an ordinary person encountered such great pressure, they would very likely collapse and proactively come to admit their guilt. But Wei Zhuoyan is the commander of the 3 armies. With his status, how could he easily bow his head to others?"
Ming Xinyin hurriedly said, "It's senior sister Tiangxin's lifelong wish to personally stab her enemy to death. Don't talk nonsense." Duan Musheng hurriedly nudged Ming Xinyin, and Ming Xinyin immediately shut his mouth. Lu Zhao didn't mind, and just said disdainfully,
It's already lucky that she can survive.
After saying these words, Lu Zhou returned to the motion pavilion and conveniently opened the system panel. Name, Lu Zhou race, human cultivation, Fan Ocean Realm, 8 extraordinary meridians, points of merit, 112 Dharma body, 6 harmony separation remaining lifespan, N 92 days props,
damage immunity quantity 2, fatal blow resistance quantity 7, passive binding cage quantity 4, refinement talisman quantity 2, peak heavenly Tao foundation card quantity 1, Bai Z is resting, beyond weapon, unnamed infatuated host Ye Tiangxin, needs to be refined again before it can be used, soul severing saber, Brahma silk cultivation methods, 3 books of heaven, the battle with the Shiwu, he earned very few points of merit, if not to say he suffered a big loss, with 8 points.
Fortunately, Lu Zhou thought, and then casually drew 3 times. Great, all 3 times were, thank you for participating in the game. Lu Zhou felt that for this kind of lottery thing, if you're in the mood, draw once. If you're not happy, then don't draw. If you're lucky, you make a profit. If you're not lucky, it's not too heartbreaking. Just accumulate the remaining points of merit and buy more of whatever kind of prop card you're missing. As long as you have enough points, buy them immediately.
7-star Soul Transference Dharma body costs 15,000 points of merit.
Lu Zhou looked at the price list in the shop, and he thought of Yu Chong, Duanyan Hong, and even Yu Sheng, and the cultivators in red robes. If I killed them all, I would have enough points. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly, rejecting this kind of thinking. What's the point of thinking about it if it's already past? Heavenly Book. Lu Zhou entered a state of comprehension again. When he was on the cloud-piercing flying chariot, the extraordinary power of the Heavenly Book had been partially consumed to remove the witchery on Fan Xuan. Lu Zhou felt that the extraordinary power must have the effect of restraining all kinds of mind-bewitching techniques, like the Brahma sound or the infatuation technique, and it was also very easy to use.
Before his strength returned to its peak state, the extraordinary power was one of his solid supports. 2 days later, Lu Zhou woke up from his state of comprehension. He no longer remembered how many times he had comprehended the Heavenly Book. He still hadn't fully understood the meaning of this book, but he didn't mind. As long as he could harvest the extraordinary power, then no matter how boring the comprehension was, he could do it. Xiao Yunhe ran in from outside the main hall, reporting with an unbelievable expression, "Master, Wei Zhuoyan, he really came." Upon hearing Xiao Yunhe say that Wei Zhuoyan had arrived, Lu Zhou immediately tumbled out of the tower from inside. Knowing the times is considered a smart person. Xiao Yunhe, holding a weapon, stared blankly and wondered, isn't he afraid that Master will kill him? Lu Zhou didn't say anything, just stroked his beard and pondered. Although Xiao Yunhe was quite naive, she wasn't stupid. Wei Zhuoyan coming to the Motation Pavilion at this time was no different from going to his death, going to receive death. How many people could do it? He's going first, Lu Zhuoyan said. Xiao Yunhe trotted after him. No matter what Wei Zhuoyan's purpose was, they would know when they met him in a moment. Guessing now was meaningless. Let's go. Hearing Lu Zhou say that, Xiao Yunhe immediately blurted out, Master is very smart.
Before long, Ming Shiyin and Duan Musheng led a group of people into the main hall. 2 rows of soldiers in gray armor followed closely behind. The soldiers were well trained. Their footsteps were synchronized, and their momentum was not small. Wei Zhuoyan appeared, carrying a saber in one hand, with a burly figure, wearing dark armor, a red cloak draped over his shoulders, his eyes gleaming as he looked straight ahead.
There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes, neither arrogant nor humble, not fast nor slow. His steps were steady, even, and powerful. Seeing this scene, the people of the Monation Pavilion were all astonished. In the past, no matter who came to the Monation Pavilion, it was difficult to avoid a worried mood, looking around in all directions. Some people even hunched over, sweat dripping from their foreheads. Even the Black Knight leader, Fan Xuan, had his momentum reduced by 3 points when he came here. But this Wei Zhuoyan was not at all affected by the surrounding environment. How strong must his psychological quality be? Truly not simple. Ming Shiyin, with both hands on his hips, spoke up. General Wei, your move is really good. To be honest, the Monishan Pavilion has never seen an opponent who proactively came to admit their guilt like you before. It's indeed a good method. It's better than being killed to his doorstep by my master anyway. Wei Zhuoyan's expression remained calm. A great man dares to do what he dares to take responsibility for. This is this general's fault. This general will bear it himself. Ming Xinyin led the way while saying, responsible. This sentence of yours has the demeanor of a reputable sect. Which sect were you in before? Wei Zhuoyan then replied, this general is without sect or faction. Don't be so proper here. If you've come to ask for forgiveness, then don't call yourself this general. Every other sentence, thank you for fourth mister's good intentions.
At this time, the group had entered the main hall, and Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng separated and stood to both sides.
Lu Zhou's gaze turned to Wei Zhuoyan, and then he stroked his beard, nodding slightly.
Wei Zhuoyan clasped his fists, put his hands together, and knelt down. Criminal Wei Zhuoyan has come here to beg for punishment. After that, he kowtowed to Lu Zhou with utmost sincerity, his forehead hitting the ground. The two soldiers behind him also knelt down in unison. This greatly surprised Ming Xiyin and Duanmu Sheng.
Seeing this scene, Ming Xiyin thought for a moment. Without any psychological obstacles, he decisively knelt down, his movements as neat as if he had practiced for a long time.
A real man can bend and stretch, but to be able to do it to this extent is truly amazing.
Ming Xiyin felt ashamed. He admitted he couldn't do it. He could run away if he couldn't win, but except for his master, he had no chance of kowtowing to the enemy. No one expected Wei Zhuoyan to be so enlightened. A character like that, no wonder he could be the commander of the three armies. It's just a pity he offended master, using Tiangxin Jr. sister's clan to frame the Evil Sky Pavilion. This is a big mistake, unforgivable. Wei Zhuoyan, Lu Zhou, uttered these three words softly.
Wei Zhuoyan raised his head, looking directly at Lu Zhou, clasped his hands, and said, "Sinner Wei Zhuoyan has come to answer for his crimes as agreed." He repeated it again, very decisively and very directly.
Except for Lu Zhou, everyone else exchanged glances. This person came to admit his mistakes a little too resolutely. There wasn't even a hint of wanting to beg for forgiveness. This is unreasonable.
Could it be that this Wei Zhuoyan is deliberately enduring, using himself as a trap, to imitate Shi Wu, playing a game of mutual destruction with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Just then, Lu Zhou slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and stepped down the stairs.
Ming Xiyin hurriedly said, "Master, wait!" Lu Zhou hummed. Ming Xiyin smiled and said, "This disciple feels there's something wrong with him. I also feel there's something wrong with him." Xiaoyan He's face was full of disbelief. Lu Zhou stopped, not continuing forward but asked back, "Why do you think so?" Ming Xiyin bowed to Lu Zhou, then walked towards Wei Zhuoyan. Ming Xiyin loudly said, "Wei Zhuoyan, you're so audacious." Wei Zhuoyan asked suspiciously, "What is fourth senior brother saying? I don't understand." Ming Xiyin shook his head. "Come on, stop pretending. I'm already tired of playing with tricks like yours." "No, I'm too tired of playing with tricks like yours.
I really don't understand what fourth senior brother means." Wei Zhuoyan's attitude had clearly changed. Compared to when he entered the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall with him, Ming Xiyin continued with a smile. "A dignified commander of the three armies, wielding great power. Why would you be willing to come here to answer for your crimes?"
Wei Zhuoyan shook his head, sighing.
"These past few days, I haven't been able to eat or sleep well, thinking over and over, tossing and turning without a peaceful sleep. I can't continue to act against my conscience anymore. The matter of Yulong Village was all my doing alone. Whoever does it bears the consequences. The Evil Sky Pavilion can chop, kill, skin, or bone me as they please." Ming Xiyin was slightly startled. "Still acting? Looking down on me for not being educated, right? This person is so enlightened that it is not reasonable you're not begging for forgiveness?" Wei Zhuoyan lowered his head. "I'm not in the mood to beg. Since I've come here, I don't think I can leave alive. But if possible, before I die, I only have one request." Ming Xiyin immediately asked, "What request?" Wei Zhuoyan then drew his blade. "I want to end it myself." He put the knife to his neck, like a pig being beheaded. The main hall was completely silent. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Xiyin, and Xiaoyan He could only silently stand and watch. Such a request was truly the first time everyone had heard of it. Since Lu Zhou forced back the 10 great experts, people who came to the Evil Sky Pavilion, whether it was the demonic disaster sects Zuo Jinchan or the Black Knight Fan Xuan, even Hua Wudao who came to untangle his heart knot, were all on the opposite side of the Evil Sky Pavilion. But Wei Zhuoyan's actions made it impossible for everyone to understand. Wei Zhuoyan's actions are really confusing.
The more he is like this, the more Ming Xiyin disbelieves him. Ming Xiyin came to Wei Zhuoyan's side and said in a low voice, "You're a 7-leaf expert, aren't you? Fourth senior brother doesn't need to question me like that." Immediately afterwards, the soldier also handed Wei Zhuoyan a roll of rope. He even planned to hang himself. While doing it, Wei Zhuoyan said, "If the Evil Sky Pavilion wants me to confess my crimes, then I'll confess. Did you want me to call some people back and have a fight with you?" Wei Zhuoyan couldn't understand what Ming Xiyin wanted to do either. "You don't like it when I come to cause trouble. You question me when I come to confess my sins. What do I have to do to satisfy you?"
Wei Zhuoyan's expression while saying this sounded reasonable. Ming Xinyan scratched his head, for a moment not recognizing where the problem lay. He looked left and right. Duan Musheng and Xiao Yannier couldn't figure it out either. Can't rely on them. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of person. Xiao Yannier said. Fourth senior brother. Maybe he was suddenly bitten by his conscience, then regretted it for a long time, and decided to come to the Evil Sky Pavilion to repent? Ming Xinyan wasn't easily fooled like that. The young man continued. Little junior sister is still too naive. I wouldn't believe a single word from this kind of person. Xiao Yannier immediately replied. But he's willing to die now. That's right, he's willing to die, without a single complaint. What fault can you find? Something's not right. No way, I don't accept it, Ming Xinyan said, unconvinced. Maybe he's hiding some kind of terrifying trap on his body, like witchcraft. Waiting for Master to get close, he'll self-destruct like Wuhan did. These kinds of tricks and schemes are too clumsy. That's right, there's a high possibility of that. Everyone, step back a little. Don't let his conspiracy succeed. Wei Zhuoyan stood there dumbfounded, not saying anything. Ming Xinyan's guess seemed a bit crazy, but it couldn't be denied that it was a bit reasonable. From the moment he entered the main hall, Wei Zhuoyan directly knelt down to admit his crimes, which made everyone feel strange. This person is too enlightened. Not like how a commander of the three armies should be at all. And also, not long ago, the Evil Sky Pavilion had Jiang Aijian send a message to Wei Zhuoyan. Jiang Aijian had written that Wei Zhuoyan didn't take this matter seriously at all. How long has it been now? Suddenly he's thought it all through. Everyone looked at Wei Zhuoyan. Wei Zhuoyan wasn't afraid at all, but showed a shaky appearance. Needing a soldier to support him, he said. Even if there's a conspiracy, you're already on guard now. Just treat me as being brazenly rebellious. Please grant me death. How awkward. Ming Xinyan claimed to be clever, but he couldn't find the problem. Duan Musheng sighed and shook his head. Maybe little junior sister is right. He has completely awakened. Who knows? Wei Zhuoyan roared, appearing sincere. That's right, I have completely awakened. The more he said, the more uncomfortable everyone felt. It's okay if someone else said it, but saying it himself sounds extremely unreasonable. Alright, Lu Zhou opened his mouth. The main hall became quiet again. Ming Xinyan awkwardly returned to his original position, not saying anything more. Lu Zhou slowly walked up to Wei Zhuoyan. Wei Zhuoyan was still kneeling there. Seeing Lu Zhou walking over, he immediately raised his head and looked into Lu Zhao's eyes. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. From Wei Zhuoyan's eyes, Lu Zhou could see that he was not afraid at all. Even his courage was very big. Lu Zhou observed Wei Zhuoyan and said indifferently, Are you really not afraid? Wei Zhuoyan widened his eyes and replied, I'm not even afraid of death. What else is there to fear? Lu Zhou coldly said, What if this old master wants to kill more than just you alone? Wei Zhuoyan suddenly froze. At this moment, the entire main hall was extremely quiet. One could even hear a needle drop. Ming Xinyan, Duan Musheng, and Xiao Yannier all looked at each other. Master is still fierce, has a way to deal with this kind of person. Wei Zhuoyan heard Lu Zhao's question. What if this old master wants to kill more than just you alone? Then he jumped in fright and replied, Sect master, why make things difficult for me? Lu Zhou coldly replied. Because you're not being honest. Wei Zhuoyan was startled again, his face covered in sweat. He felt as if he had been seen through. His heart was extremely uneasy, but he still said, This is not important. Everything is not important. Doesn't the Evil Sky Pavilion want me dead? Calculating other things is meaningless. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Meaningless? The disciples don't understand at all. Lu Zhou looked at Wei Zhuoyan without blinking, and sighed softly. Since you want to die, this old master will fulfill you myself. Wei Zhuoyan lowered his head, and replied, Okay. This okay from Wei Zhuoyan was clearly weaker than before. Suddenly, Lu Zhou struck out with a palm. The power of the 8 Meridian Sea of Tibet realm was condensed into a essence, hitting Wei Zhuoyan's chest. Bang! Wei Zhuoyan went flying. General! General! The soldiers cried out in alarm. After Wei Zhuoyan crashed to the ground, he slid back even further, right into the middle of his troops. Everyone stared in shock at what just happened. Wei Zhuoyan gritted his teeth in pain. Old Mister's methods are always so terrifying. No messing around. Even a top dog like Ren Buping got one-shotted with that devastating 9-words mantra Grand Palm Seals. So how come this only sent Wei Zhuoyan flying without any visible injuries? Ming Xinyan chewed on his hand, pondering. Was that palm a bit weak, maybe? The disciples were confused, staring at Wei Zhuoyan, who was sitting up with a pained expression, clutching his chest. Lu Zhou spoke up. That's Wei Zhuoyan's fake 7-leaf avatar. Wei Zhuoyan forced down the pain and said, I've confessed. If you want to kill me, please, let the Fiend Temple give me a quick death. Lu Zhou cursed. Idiot. Huh. Wei Zhuoyan was stunned. Lu Zhou's voice turned serious. Bring the real person here, and I won't punish you for impersonation.
Impersonation? Ming Xinyin finally caught the key point of his master's words. He was so shocked his jaw dropped. Duan Musheng and Zhao Yange just had question marks floating over their heads. Wei Zhuoyan could handle all sorts of accusations, but this one made his whole body tremble. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Zhou, his face filled with disbelief. Senior, I don't know what you're talking about,
Lu Zhou said. The Wei Zhuoyan who made a name for himself on the battlefield years ago, the one who commanded the 3 armies to fight the Rongbei, he fought a fierce battle against foreign cultivators. In that battle, his golden lotus bloomed to 7 leaves. Wei Zhuoyan still didn't understand what Lu Zhou was talking about, and neither did the other disciples. But since their master said so, there must be a reason. They folded their arms respectfully, standing to the side, and listening obediently.
Lu Zhou continued. His cultivation was profound. He was a man above men, a true general who rose from the mountains of corpses on the battlefield. Wei Zhuoyan collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face as white as a sheet. Xiao Yanhe and Duan Musheng were still clueless, but the clever Ming Xiyin had an epiphany. He pointed at Wei Zhuoyan and shouted, I get it, you're a fake, no wonder. The words stunned everyone. Wei Zhuoyan's mind went blank. Ming Xiyin stepped forward and continued to yell, I finally understand what Master was saying. So you've been putting on an act the whole time. No wonder I felt something was off. You wanted to be a scapegoat, a noble sacrifice. But your cultivation is wrong. Your delivery of the, I'm gonna die lines, your gestures, all too stiff. You tried to show a fearless attitude, but you lacked the decisiveness and killing intent a soldier should have. Am I right? Duan Musheng and Xiao Yanshi looked at Ming Xinyin like he was a mental patient. Figured it out now and trying to act like Zhuge Liang. Is this the right time for showing off? Ming Xinyin went on. Besides, I heard Wei Zhuoyan's lieutenants are all powerful. Even if they're not 7-leaf, they're at least 3 or 4. But look at the bunch of weaklings you brought.
Tell me, what's your real name? Are you Wei Zhuoyan's twin brother or something? Although Ming Xinyin's show-off was a bit much, his questions were also what Lu Zhou was thinking. In fact, from the moment Wei Zhuoyan entered the hall, Lu Zhou knew he wasn't the real Wei Zhuoyan. The eye of truth had allowed him to see through the person's true cultivation.
Ming Xinyin glanced at his master. Understanding dawning in his heart, he looked back at Wei Zhuoyan and said in a deep voice, Let me tell you something. We know you're a fake now.
I don't care why you're taking the blame for Wei Zhuoyan, but even after you die, the Fiend Temple won't let him off the hook. You'll just die in vain. Speak. What's your name? Wei Zhuoyan froze, stiff as a board for 3 seconds.
Then, Wei Zhuoyan swallowed hard, sweat streaming down his face. He was silent for a moment. Then his expression changed, becoming increasingly ugly. It was clear that pretending any longer was pointless. He knew the Fiend Temple wouldn't give up. In other words, even if he died, they'd still go after Wei Zhuoyan, so he'd die for nothing.
Wei Zhuoran's mental defenses finally crumbled. Hearing the name Wei Zhuoran, Ming Xiyin's eyes widened in surprise. Then he pressed. A twin brother, Wei Zhuoran replied.
Wei Zhuoyan is my cousin, Ming Xiyin sneered. So basically a brother. How ruthless, telling you to come here to take the fall for him. What a clumsy trick.
Wei Zhuoran shook his head, his expression relaxing a bit. If I don't die, my entire family of over 100 people will die. Ming Xiyin folded his arms. Such cruel methods. Wei Zhuoyan must be something special to become the commander of 3 armies.
No wonder he's a ruthless character. Wei Zhuoran replied. I had no choice. No choice? I bet you got a lot of coaching before you came here, didn't you? When I first saw you, I really thought you were the real deal. After all, the Fiend Temple has never met Wei Zhuoyan.
You're not bad at acting. It's a pity you couldn't escape my master's all-seeing eyes, Ming Xiyin said.
Fourth brother's bootlicking skills have reached unparalleled heights. Duan Musheng clasped his hands together. Master, whether he's real or fake, let me take care of them all first. Then I'll send word to Wei Zhuoyan and tell him to come and atone for his crimes. Lu Zhou didn't respond to Duan Musheng. He looked at Wei Zhuoran, scrutinizing him, then looked at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers had long since reached their limit, their bodies weak, their faces pale with fear. Lu Zhou shook his head and looked back at Wei Zhuoran. I'll give you a chance to live, including your family. Wei Zhuoran was stunned. He didn't understand what Lu Zhou meant.
Lu Zhou tapped Wei Zhuoran's forehead and continued. From now on, you are the real Wei Zhuoyan. The disciples were completely dumbfounded. Wei Zhuoran asked, What does that mean? I don't understand any of this.
Ming Shiyin laughed. Master is brilliant. Wei Zhuoyan commands 3 armies. After all, if he dies, it will cause chaos. It just so happens these 2 can replace him and continue to be Wei Zhuoyan. It's a trick to turn the situation to our advantage. Everyone was taken aback.
Wei Zhuoran swallowed hard. Looking at the surrounding devils in disbelief, Ming Shiyin asked, "What? You don't want to?" Then, Ming Shiyin made a death gesture and gave a devilish grin. "Then you only have one way out. Death. Your family and your cousin Wei Zhuoyan will die too. My master's words are law, you have no other choice." This group of demons, Wei Zhuoran, was terrified, stammering, Well. To be honest, his performance wasn't convincing enough to fool any discerning eye, but so what? Even if the people in the imperial court knew he was a fake, would they dare expose him? Throughout the history of Great Yan, those in power have always known how to preserve the bigger picture. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, "Take them down first. When Wei Zhuoyan dies, don't let them leave."
"Yes, master."
Just as Duanmu Sheng was about to take Wei Zhuoran away, Zhao Yu hurried into the main hall,
accompanied by a female cultivator from the moon-gazing sect. "Turns out, our Shifu Tiangxin Shimei is undergoing some changes."
Ming Shiyin, Zhao Yanhe, and Duanmu Sheng all looked astonished. Lu Zhao, however, remained calm as ever. Zhao Yu continued, "Your disciple really doesn't understand. Her Dantian Qi Si was clearly destroyed, but she's still absorbing primal Qi. I felt it was too weird, so I'm reporting it for Shifu to decide."
Lu Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, "To the South Pavilion." With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Zhao walked out of the main hall. Xiao Yanyer and Ming Shiyin quickly followed. Duanmu Sheng's overlord spear hummed in his hand, and he yelled at Wei Zhuoran, "Future Grand General Wei, let's go!" Not long after, Lu Zhao and the others arrived outside Ye Tiangxin's room in the south wing. Even before they arrived, everyone could feel the fluctuations of primal qi in the room. Although it wasn't very strong, it was something that a cultivator with a destroyed Dantian Qi Si couldn't possibly do. Lu Zhao waved his hand, the door opened, and he walked straight inside.
A scene that shocked everyone greeted their eyes. Ye Tiangxin was floating in the air on the bed, her entire body radiating a faint, jade-like light. The surrounding primal qi slowly merged into her body. Her skin and complexion were gradually recovering, and her white hair was slowly turning black. Unbelievable, Lu Zhao maintained his calm facade, casually observing Ye Tiangxin's transformation.
Ming Shiyin and Zhao Yanhe stood to the side, staring in astonishment at the scene. The transparent primal qi enveloped Ye Tiangxin, constantly absorbing the surrounding qi and drawing it in. Her hair became darker and darker, and her skin returned to a rosy white, almost like a normal person. The distinctive features of the Bai people were slowly disappearing. Xiao Yanhe reminded, "Shifu, the primal qi is still gathering." Lu Zhao said nothing. With his current cultivation, he could naturally feel it. Golden Court Mountain was one of the 72 blessed lands in the world, with geographical advantages and abundant primal qi. Moreover, it was protected by barriers, so almost no accumulated primal qi was lost. This made Golden Court Mountain a very suitable place for cultivation. Lu Zhao could feel the primal qi constantly gathering in one place, and the speed was getting faster and faster. "Creak, creak!" Zhao Yan'er anxiously asked. "Shifu, what's happening?" Ming Shiyin wondered. "It must be some kind of characteristic of the Bai people." Will Tiangxin Shiji die? Zhao Yan'er didn't have much life experience. After the recent events, her animosity towards Ye Tiangxin had lessened a lot. Lu Zhao replied, "Probably not, Creak." The gathered primal qi transformed into a special energy that enveloped Ye Tiangxin. Ming Shiyin gaped and asked, "Shifu, did you already know that the Bai people had this characteristic?" Lu Zhao stroked his beard and nodded. "If she weren't a Bai, how could her cultivation talent surpass yours?" Ming Shiyin understood immediately. Ming Shiyin had joined the sect much earlier than Ye Tiangxin, and he worked extremely hard in his cultivation. But after Zhao Yu and Ye Tiangxin joined the sect, it wasn't long before Ye Tiangxin's cultivation far surpassed Ming Shiyin's. Shifu was happy and gifted Ye Tiangxin the weapon, Amorous Hoop. With a heaven-grade weapon, Ye Tiangxin became stronger and stronger. Ming Shiyin, who had always called himself a genius, was severely demoralized, and he completely despaired at the talent of the little Shimei who joined the sect later. Just then, Ye Tiangxin's body slowly descended, and she groaned softly, her eyes slowly opening, taking in the scene in the room. When she saw Lu Zhao standing next to her, she suddenly became agitated, and the energy around her shattered into small pieces. She crawled forward and said, "Disciple knows the real mastermind behind the scenes.
I beg Shifu to give me a chance to personally kill him. After I fulfill my wish, I will take my own life to atone for my sins."
Xiao Yanhe asked in surprise. "Take her own life to atone?" Ming Xiyin hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This Wei Zhuoyan is a fake, don't be confused." Ye Tiangxin was stunned, and Ming Xiyin recounted the whole story. After hearing it, Ye Tiangxin became listless, her expression gloomy, her face clouded with worry. If it weren't for the hatred awakening her, she might still be unconscious. "Your Dantian Qi Si has just been restored, don't do anything rash," Ming Xiyin advised. "Just restored?" Ye Tiangxin was dazed, then hurriedly lowered her head to look at the skin on her hands, and then touched her hair. In an instant she was stunned. Ming Xiyin said, "You're a bai." Ye Tiangxin repeated the two words "bai people." Humans are the most advanced species, and they are also divided into many different races. Some are tall, some are short, some are fat, some are thin, some are smart, some are stupid. When entering the path of cultivation, some have high talent, some have poor aptitude. Ming Xiyin tried his best to explain.
Ye Tiangxin was stunned. Ming Xiyin was about to slowly explain it to her when Lu Zhou raised his hand to interrupt him. Ye Tiangxin trembled immediately, the surprise on her face turning into respect. "Do you know Cheng Huang?" "Cheng Huang?" Ye Tiangxin asked blankly. Lu Zhou frowned. Think carefully before answering. Ye Tiangxin fell into thought, but no matter how hard she racked her brains, there was no information about Cheng Huang in her mind. Ye Tiangxin shook her head and said, "Disciple really doesn't know what Cheng Huang is." Lu Zhou looked at Ye Tiangxin carefully again. The system provided information about her: name, Ye Tiangxin; race, bai, human; cultivation, nascent soul realm; recovering. Lu Zhou noticed that behind her race, there were two extra words: human, as if to confirm that she wasn't a foreign race. Similarly, the cultivation section also showed that she was gradually recovering, but her loyalty remained the same, not progressing at all. Lu Zhou thought to himself, the hatred value has returned to zero. This is completely true. So I need to accept her as a disciple again for loyalty to appear? Breaking out of the cocoon or tying my own hands, Lu Zhou wasn't in a hurry. Forget it. Lu Zhou turned and left. "Respectfully send off Shifu. Respectfully send off Shifu." Zhao Yanhe also followed him out. Even the Bai people didn't know Cheng Huang, so perhaps this thing didn't exist at all. Moreover, Cheng Huang didn't have any appeal to Lu Zhou at all. Now he could reverse time, and if he didn't seek death, he could be immortal. What was the point of finding Cheng Huang? Lu Zhao's purpose wasn't to find Cheng Huang, but because he vaguely felt that finding Cheng Huang might lead to finding his missing memories. Ming Xiyin stayed behind to patiently explain the matter of the Bai people and Cheng Huang to Ye Tiangxin, from the fact that he was caught in the witchcraft trap to the fact that he was driving the cloud-piercing flying chariot. It was like this at first, then like this. Ming Xiyin slowly recounted everything, leaving Ye Tiangxin stunned. Ye Tiangxin sincerely said, "The great kindness of fourth senior brother is etched in my heart." "Don't thank me. You should thank Shifu, that old man." Ye Tiangxin lowered her head. "I've made such a big mistake. I'm afraid Shifu won't let me return to the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Don't worry about such nonsense. If it was before, it would be really difficult. But during this time, Shifu's style of work and personality have changed a lot. As long as you perform better, returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion is just a matter of time," Ming Xiyin said. Moreover, the Evil Sky Pavilion is also short of manpower. Just thinking about the scene where someone of his level has to drive the cloud-piercing flying chariot. Ming Xiyin felt ashamed. Ye Tiangxin doubted, and asked cautiously, "Fourth senior brother, are you telling the truth?" Ming Xiyin smiled brightly and said, "Of course it's true. People change, don't they? Shifu rewarded me with the parting hook. Based on this alone, I can't say he's wrong." "Hey, don't look at me with that look. I'm not sick." Ye Tiangxin listened to Ming Xiyin's rambling and sighed softly. At the same time, after Lu Zhou left the South Pavilion, he didn't return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Instead, he conveniently checked the system's task list. Aside from the disciple taming quests, there was also the Wei Zhuoyan repays his debt task, all of which were in the in-progress state. Wei Zhuoyan pretending to confess didn't count as completing the task, obviously. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Zhuo headed to the North Pavilion. Zhao Yanhe asked, "Master, what are you doing at the North Pavilion?" Lu Zhao glanced at Xiao Yanhe and saw that she seemed preoccupied, so he casually asked, "Is something the matter?" Xiao Yanhe honestly replied, "Recently, while practicing the Grand Clarity Jade Token, this disciple always feels like there's a slight problem." Xiao Yanhe knew to ask for guidance. "That's a good thing." Lu Zhao nodded and said,
After I interrogate Fan Xuan, I'll take a look for you.
Thank you, master.
The two arrived at the North Pavilion. Fan Xuan, charred and smoking, was lying unconscious on the ground. He only had a faint breath left. Feeling like he could kick the bucket any second, Lu Zhou shook his head and coldly said, "You wanted to see Mo Li dead that badly, huh?" Fan Xuan's entire body was immobilized on the ground. Only his fist was clenched, making a crisp sound. "I can help you kill Mo Li," Lu Zhou slowly said. Fan Xuan desperately opened his eyes. Lu Zhou continued,
"But with one condition." Lu Zhou could see Fan Xuan's body trembling. Lu Zhou said calmly, "The condition is simple. From now on, you will be loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion." The room fell silent. Fan Xuan was burned so black he looked like charcoal, no different from a monster. Moreover, he was seriously injured, and his cultivation was almost completely ruined. He was utterly worthless. The Evil Sky Pavilion might be big, but why would it need to take in such a useless wretch? Fan Xuan's body stopped trembling and became still. Fan Xuan couldn't open his mouth to speak, but his blackened face was full of self-deprecating expressions, as if to say, "Does someone like me still have any value?" He knew his place very well. He was in no position to negotiate with the Evil Sky Pavilion. What Black Knight's leader? What #1 on the black ranking? All gone.
Xiao Yanhair watched from a distance. Not daring to look at his condition, Xiao Yanhair couldn't understand why her master was doing this, but she didn't dare to question him. There must be a reason for what master was doing. Lu Zhou looked at Fan Xuan and said, "If you agree, I have a way to save you."
As soon as these words were spoken, Fan Xuan's eyes widened. Fan Xuan's whole body trembled again. He used all his strength to try to raise his head to look at Lu Zhou, but his injuries were too severe, causing him to fall back down. A small sound came from his throat. At this moment, the system announced, "Obtained an 8-leaf nascent soul realm subordinate, acquired 2,000 merit points." Special suggestion: controlling this subordinate will be relatively difficult. Host, please increase his loyalty. Hearing the reminder, Lu Zhou carefully examined Fan Xuan. Name, Fan Xuan. Race, human. Cultivation, nascent soul realm. Loyalty, 2%. A loyalty of only 2% showed the difficulty of controlling this person. However, Fan Xuan was, after all, once at the top of the black ranking. His reputation was immense, and he was the leader of the mighty Black Knights. It was only natural for him to be arrogant and conceited. Even a commander of the 3 armies like Wei Zhuoyan might not have the qualifications to be as arrogant as him. Very good.
Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction.
Having joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, you must not have ulterior motives.
Fan Xuan's throat made difficult, gurgling sounds. It wasn't clear what he was trying to say. Lu Zhou slowly raised his hand.
A faint green light appeared in his palm. He flicked it, and the emerald green light landed on Fan Xuan.
Fan Xuan widened his eyes, watching the aqua green light fall upon him.
This was the desperate healing card, costing 300 merit points to exchange for. A powerful subordinate was absolutely worth it. Besides, the system had just rewarded him with an extra 2,000 points.
Of course, Lu Zhou was also thinking about ways to control him. It would be a bit difficult to command a subordinate like Fan Xuan, but he would gradually manage it. Fan Xuan was seriously injured, and the desperate healing card could only restore 30% of his injuries. In his current state, Fan Xuan couldn't cause any trouble.
The aqua green light enveloped Fan Xuan's entire charred body, penetrating it little by little, threading through his meridians. A gentle source of energy instantly spread throughout his body.
Lu Zhou's expression was calm, assessing the changes in Fan Xuan.
This desperate healing card had an effect similar to the Buddhist art of universal salvation. Universal salvation could only be used by nascent soul realm experts, but it consumed a lot of energy, essentially pouring the caster's entire body of energy into the meridians of the person being saved, allowing energy to grow again in the meridians, and then healing the injury.
Fan Xuan's loyalty plus 2%.
How could Fan Xuan not be surprised by Lu Zhou's selfless act of saving him? But really, it was all thanks to the desperate healing card. Lu Zhou saw Fan Xuan's loyalty increase by 2%. But his expression remained calm. This kind of person was difficult to increase loyalty from the start, and it would likely become even more difficult later, and 2 of his subordinates had died at the Evil Sky Pavilion. This made strengthening his loyalty even more difficult.
Reaching 70%, or even 80%, was definitely not something that could be done overnight. The effect of universal salvation lasted for more than half an hour.
During this time, Lu Zhou stood calmly, watching him without worrying about the effectiveness of the desperate healing card. After half an hour, the aqua green light began to disappear. Xiao Yannier was astonished, only daring to obediently stand by and watch. not daring to interrupt her master. Finally, the healing effect of the light completely ended. Swish. The blood clots on Fan Xuan's body fell off. He struggled to sit up, supporting himself on the ground with his hands, slowly retreating backward. His strength had recovered somewhat, but it was still difficult to move. Fan Xuan trembled all over, his vision gradually becoming clear. Fan Xuan gasped for breath, his voice hoarse. From now on, there is no Fan Xuan in this world, only Leng Luo. After speaking, he coughed violently. His injuries had only recovered about 30%, Lu Zhou thought to himself. Was the 30% recovery of the healing skill in an emergency situation all used on his face? Lu Zhou nodded slightly, stroking his beard, and said, Leng Luo, I won't say much about the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Leng Luo nodded. Perhaps because he hadn't had time to adapt to this new relationship, there was a slight unnaturalness on his face, and the nod looked extremely stiff. Pavmive. Pavilion Master, Lu Zhou immediately said, Up to you. Leng is a person who keeps promises, but I still want to ask one question. Why? Leng Luo still didn't understand. His current cultivation and state were no different from being crippled. Even if the Evil Sky Pavilion took action to kill him, he wouldn't find it strange. Lu Zhou said calmly, Because you're Leng Luo. A Leng Luo with an 8-leaf avatar has got to be worth something, right? Leng Luo nodded slightly. Lu Zhou asked, You really want to kill Mo Li? Yes. When did you meet Mo Li? Leng Luo replied, I don't remember exactly. I only remember that she has a pretty good relationship with the people from the Jingming Dao. Jingming Dao, Lu Zhou continued. Mo Li is from Jingming Dao? That's right. Fan Zong also used to research witchcraft. Fan Zong mentioned that there were many seniors and elders in Jingming Dao who didn't say a word about witchcraft. Mo Li, Mo Qi, Lu Zhou muttered these two names, clasping his hands behind his back. The mere mention of those names made Leng Lu Zhao's face turn sour, like he was super allergic to them. Lu Zhou looked at him and asked, You've been the leader of the Black Knights for so many years. Do you know her cultivation level? Leng Luo shook his head. I've never seen her make a move before. But she shouldn't be weaker than Yu Han in the Immortal Sage formation. Yu Han in the Immortal Sage formation only received 7 or 8 parts of his true power. Comparing them, Mo Li's cultivation is equivalent to a 7 or 8-leaf avatar. Looks like the Jingming Dao is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Compared to them, the Zheng Yi Dao seems much weaker. Both sects belong to the same lineage, but their strength is so far apart. Just then, Duan Musheng's voice came from outside. Master, Wei Zhuoyan has been taken care of. His true cultivation is only at the Divine Court realm. He couldn't escape even if he grew wings. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Duan Musheng continued to report. Also, there's a letter from 7th senior brother. What's up with that? It's a pretty important matter. Si Wuyai sent a flying letter. Zhang Chunlai of the Zhengyi Dao led people to besiege 8th senior brother and failed miserably. Lu Zhou asked suspiciously. With 8th senior brother's abilities, how could he do this, master? 7th senior brother didn't say the reason in the letter. He also said that Zhang Yuanshan has gone to the Jingming Dao. The two sects are originally from the same lineage, and the Jingming Dao vowed to wash the Fierce Tiger Mountain in blood, to avenge Zhang Chunlai. Lu Zhou remained calm, his voice hinting at mockery. You reap what you sow. You can't blame others. Duan Musheng said nothing more. He couldn't guess his master's mood, nor did he know how his master would treat 8th senior brother. His job was to report the details of 7th senior brother's letter. In Zhao Yanhere's mind, she was picturing the fat pig Zhu Honggong being hung up and roasted over a fire. Zhao Yanhere said, Master, 8th senior brother's cultivation is similar to mine. If the Jingming Dao makes a move, he should be chopped to death. Zhao Yanhere's wording made Lu Zhou speechless. At the same time, on the Fierce Tiger Mountain, the young man Zhu Honggong was roasting a pig over a fire, preparing to have a good meal. Zhu Honggong didn't know that danger was about to befall him. Hearing Zhao Yanhere say that Zhu Honggong would be butchered, Duan Musheng said, He's not that easy to kill. At the same time, on Fierce Tiger Mountain, Zhu Honggong and his gang were feasting on meat and wine. Haha, chieftain, this is the pig's head for you. Zhu Honggong kept sneezing, because Zhao Yanhere and Duan Musheng were constantly mentioning his name. He got annoyed and said, Who keeps thinking about me? You're the pig's head. Your whole family are pig's heads. Zhu Honggong is a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. With his crappy cultivation, he should have died a long time ago, but he's still alive to this day. Si Wuyai's flying letter intended to use someone else's knife to kill, no matter what his purpose was. Lu Zhou stubbornly ignored it, and he had no way to deal with it.
Seeing Lu Zhou's attitude, Duan Musheng and Xiao Yanhe also wisely stopped talking about this topic, and stood respectfully aside.
Lu Zhao's gaze once again turned to Fan Xuan, leaning against the wall. Leng Luo, Mo Li is cunning and treacherous, and only knows how to hide in the deep palace. If you hate her so much, then kill her yourself.
After saying these words, Lu Zhou turned and left the North Pavilion.
On the way back, Duan Musheng asked, Master, Leng Luo used to be Mo Li's man, and we even killed his 2 brothers. You're raising a tiger in the house, it's really dangerous. After all, he's an 8-leaf powerhouse. One day he recovers his strength, he might rebel and cause chaos. Lu Zhou stopped, shook his head, and said,
Leng Luo is seriously injured and hasn't recovered yet, so he can't cause any trouble. Moreover, if he really recovers his 8-leaf cultivation, the first person he looks for will definitely not be the Evil Sky Pavilion.
Duan Musheng heard this and suddenly understood, slapping his head and saying, Disciple understands. The person Leng Luo hates the most is that Mo Li hiding deep in the palace. Mo Li controlled Leng Luo for so many years.
It can be said that Mo Li is the one who made Leng Luo as miserable as he is today. Lu Zhou ordered, Fan Zong, keep an eye on him. Disciple obeys.
After a while, on the way back to the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall, Lu Zhou looked at the system interface and saw that he had 12,112 merit points. Perhaps because he had just acquired a new subordinate, Lu Zhou suddenly wanted to draw a lottery. According to the logic from previous draws, the results of the winning draws would make up for the merit points lost due to the draws.
In general, it was still a big profit.
But this time, he kept getting, thank you for participating, which increased his luck points to 14.
Lu Zhou shook his head and closed the system interface. No, I don't dare to draw any more.
He looked at Xiao Yanhe, who was standing obediently behind him.
Lu Zhou was itching to kick something, so he kicked the chicken next to him, and then said, Xiao Yanhe, come here.
Yes, Xiao Yanhe nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, running to his side.
Do you have any problems with your cultivation?
Xiao Yanhe nodded and said, Recently, when I cultivate the Taishuan Jade Scroll, I always feel that my cultivation can't improve.
It's always been stagnant, Lu Zhou asked again. Stagnant? Lu Zhou felt a little strange. He had corrected and supplemented the Taishuan Jade Scroll's technique, so there couldn't be any problems. Plus, with talent that surpassed everyone, Xiao Yanzhe's cultivation couldn't be stagnant.
Give me your hand, yes.
Lu Zhou took her pulse and poured primal qi into Xiao Yanzhe's 8 extraordinary meridians.
The primal qi circulated around her body and entered her Dantian qi si. Lu Zhou suddenly raised his eyebrows. Only a Dantian. Cultivators step from the body tempering realm into the mysterious connection realm, and then from the core condensation realm into the ocean of qi realm.
Only by opening the 8 meridians in the ocean of qi realm can one open the qi si in the Dantian, and only then can one be called the ocean of qi realm.
The Dantian qi si is the initial form of the golden lotus avatar. The Dantian is the golden lotus, and the qi si is the lotus leaf that blooms in all directions.
Without the qi si, cultivation is difficult to improve and will be limited by the Dantian, Xiao Yanhe asked anxiously.
Master, how is it? Lu Zhou lifted his hand, secretly shocked. Xiao Yanzhe was able to cultivate to the divine court realm without a qi si. Her talent is truly extremely high. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. Otherwise, if she continued to cultivate like this, her Dantian would not be able to withstand the power of the primal qi, leading to her body exploding and dying.
Temporarily put aside the Taishuan Jade Scroll.
Yes, your qi si hasn't been opened. If you force yourself to cultivate, it will backfire, Xiao Yanhe asked in surprise. The qi si hasn't been opened.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said,
It's a small matter, don't worry. Although it was said to be a small matter, it couldn't be solved in one go. What Lu Zhou found strange was that Xiao Yanhe's qi si was still in a closed state.
With Ji Tiandao's abilities, how could he not have discovered it?
So it was very likely that Ji Tiandao had done something to it himself. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Master has a letter. Xiao Yanhe pointed at the carrier pigeon circling outside.
She zoomed out like a shot and snagged the pigeon. After returning and opening the letter, Xiao Yanhe scrunched up her nose and said, Ugh, it's that thick-skinned Jiang Aijian, or should I say, Third Prince Liu Chen. Xiao Yanhe read the letter.
Many thanks to Senior Ji for the sword. Truly worthy of being called a peerless good sword, I am extremely pleased. To express my respect and gratitude to you, I shall reveal some inside information for you.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded.
With Jiang Aijian's status and brains, breaking into the armory to get a treasure sword was a piece of cake.
Continuing, first, be careful to guard against your 7th disciple.
What a troublemaker. Does he want to stir up the whole world or what?
Second, the Wei Zhuoyan who went to the Dark Heaven Pavilion is a fake. The real Wei Zhuoyan has gone to Qingyang Lake. He plans to hide there. 8 years. It's been rumored outside that Senior Ji's 10-year tribulation is approaching. This Wei Zhuoyan is really cunning. Also, shouldn't our cooperation have a time limit? I exchanged my entire life for a good sword. I think it's a bit of a loss. 10-year tribulation. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head. Everyone's waiting for Master to die. Xiao Yanhe hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Master, this disciple would never dare to have such thoughts, Lu Zhou ordered. Send a message to Jiang Aijian. Tell him, since it's a 10-year tribulation, then after I die, this cooperation will end? Yes, this disciple will send a message to Jiang Aijian right away. Xiao Yanhe quickly delivered the message as Lu Zhou instructed, only she didn't expect that Jiang Aijian immediately sent a reply the next morning. Senior Ji is joking. Not only 10 years, even if it's 15 years I can bear it. I think it's worth using 15 years to exchange for a peerless good sword. After reading the letter, Xiao Yanhe couldn't help but curse. You shameless bastard. Lu Zhou calmly stroked his beard and said, Tell him, I have always valued promises, and I hate those who break them the most. This disciple obeys. After Xiao Yanhe sent the message, Lu Zhou noticed the content on Jiang Aijian's letter. Tell your 4th and 3rd senior brothers, bring Wei Zhuoyan here, Xiao Yanhe asked with interest. Master, what are we going to do this time? Lu Zhou sipped his honeydew and said, Some people are in a hurry to reincarnate. How can I not fulfill their wish? Although Xiao Yanhe didn't understand, she still nodded and ran out. At the same time, in a villa in the middle of Qingyang Lake, the entire villa exuded a fresh and elegant atmosphere. Except for a wooden bridge connecting to the shore, all sides were surrounded by lake water. An elegant woman standing beside it suddenly said, General, can Wei Zhuoyan deceive the old devil? Wei Zhuoyan said calmly, Wei Zhuoyan wants to die wholeheartedly and you have trained him a lot. I don't think there will be any problems. Even if Wei Zhuoyan can't deceive the old devil, I won't lose anything, the woman said. With the old devil's temperament, he will definitely kill. Wei Zhuoyan without hesitation. But we should still prevent any bad situations from happening. Wei Zhuoyan smiled indifferently. Don't worry, this general is the commander of the 3 armies. If this general has to die, I will make all the people in the world be buried with me. This sentence meant that he would rather betray the people in the world than let the people in the world betray him. Wei Zhuoyan turned his head to look at the woman standing next to him. Jin Yi, you have followed me for many years. I know you are a careful person, but sometimes you worry too much, the female cultivator replied. The general is right. Wei Zhuoyan showed an unfathomable smile. Don't forget the lesson from last time. The second prince's attitude towards Mo Li is not just a normal relationship between men and women. The woman agreed when she heard Mo Li say this. It's just that this subordinate is overthinking. Wei Zhuoyan stood up and looked at the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers in front of him and said, How many more years can the old devil of the Dark Heaven Pavilion live? I will retreat in the middle of Qingyang Lake for these few years. Just 10 years. It's as fast as a blink of an eye. Maybe not even 10 years. The old devil will not be able to take care of himself. How can he have the energy to entangle with me? Although it is said that he can live for more than 10 years, the cultivation of cultivators will drop sharply as they get older. The cultivation world has always wanted to plunder the treasures of the Dark Heaven Pavilion, so naturally someone will take the lead. And by that time there will be no more Dark Heaven Pavilion in this world. Wei Zhuoyan spread his arms heroically, and couldn't help but raise his voice. This general can wait for 10 years. He can afford to wait. No one in this world can do anything to this general. Mixed with the original gas, the sound spread all around on the lake, causing the calm lake to suddenly rise up with waves. Li Jinyi bowed slightly. The general's opinion is great. Wei Zhuoyan glanced at Li Jinyi with satisfaction. Is there any news from the second prince's side? Li Jinyi replied. His Highness heard that the general wanted to go to the Dark Heaven Pavilion to plead guilty, so he was very sad, and he wanted to personally lead troops to conquer the Dark Heaven Pavilion. But Mo Li stopped him. Playing the villain and the hero, acting is not bad. Wei Zhuoyan smiled and said, Has the general's whereabouts been revealed? This is what he was most worried about. Li Jinyi continued to reply, Please rest assured, General, except for the 4 deputy generals and subordinates, no one else knows that the general is in Qingyang Lake for closed-door training. Very good, Wei Zhuoyan nodded. Even if someone comes to Qingyang Lake to cause trouble, this general will take it as usual. After all, he is also a 7-leaf Dharma body expert. Even if someone comes, they may not be able to do anything to him. The general is right. Wei Zhuoyan couldn't help but feel happy about his tight plan. Jin Yi, don't you think the scenery here is extremely beautiful? In the sky,
A shooting star is slowly approaching. He pointed to the distant blue sky. Look, even the shooting stars are appearing for this general.
Li Jinyi looked up. Shooting stars, if there are shooting stars, will wishes come true? She was originally a woman, and in her heart she had the thoughts of a girl, and she wanted to see how beautiful the shooting stars really were.
Wei Zhuoyan didn't worry about anything, and looked at the sky and clouds comfortably. But as her gaze landed on the meteor in the sky, she couldn't help but frown. That meteor had a really long tail, and as it got closer, it looked bigger and bigger and kinda eerie. Its speed was totally different from a normal shooting star that flashes and then disappears. Li Jinyi frowned and said, "General, something's not right." Wei Zhuoyan was startled and asked, "Huh?" Li Jinyi immediately said, "It looks like a flying chariot." "A flying chariot?" Wei Zhuoyan's eyes widened as he looked up. As the meteor approached, he finally saw its true form clearly. Just as Jinyi had said, it wasn't a meteor at all, but a huge-ass flying chariot. Who in this world dared to use such a flying chariot? A lieutenant quickly stepped forward, bowing and saying,
"General, it's the flying chariot of the Motation Pavilion. Please, General, take cover." Wei Zhuoyan shook his head and said, "It's fine." Li Jinyi anxiously asked again, "General, are you sure you don't want to take cover?" Wei Zhuoyan nonchalantly said, "How could the Motion Pavilion know that this general is here? They're probably just passing by Qingyang on their way to Chengdu." Li Jinyi bowed, her eyes filled with worry, and said, "This subordinate feels that Motion Pavilion's actions are unusual, General. It's better to take cover if they see you." Li Jinyi hadn't dared to finish her sentence, but Wei Zhuoyan still proudly spread his arms wide and loudly proclaimed, "A measly Motion Pavilion. Do you really think this general is afraid of them?" From where they were standing to the flying chariot in the sky was an extremely long distance. Even with the best eyesight, it was impossible to clearly see who was on board. Moreover, Wei Zhuoyan was a 7-leaf Dharma body expert. He'd be laughed out of the 3 armies if he ran away just because he saw their flying chariot, let alone the old devil. So Wei Zhuoyan still stood tall, proudly looking up at the passing, cloud-piercing flying chariot. The speed of the cloud-piercing flying chariot didn't decrease at all. Wei Zhuoyan pointed at the flying chariot and said, "Just as this general expected." Li Jinyi and the lieutenant simultaneously bowed and exclaimed in unison, "General is wise." The cloud-piercing flying chariot really had no intention of landing. Its speed was as fast as before, not slowing down even a little. Just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, a golden light suddenly shot out from the cloud-piercing flying chariot. A sharp-eyed lieutenant asked, "What's that?" The golden light was like a leaf, flying towards Xingyang Lake. At the same time, another golden light fell down as well. "Not good! It's a Dao seal!"
The first golden light had already descended to the height of the treetops. Everyone could clearly see its shape. It was the character Lin in seal script, emitting golden light. From the one-word imprisonment seal technique, its target was precisely Wei Zhuoyan. Wei Zhuoyan's mind trembled violently. This meant that his plan had completely failed. Wei Zhuoyan looked at the one-word imprisonment seal rushing towards him, and his hand suddenly pushed out. Boom! The one-word imprisonment seal sent him flying backwards. Crash! Wei Zhuoyan shattered all the buildings on the surface of the lake, sending debris flying everywhere. His energy blew away 2 of his subordinates. At the same time, the character Bing, in seal script, shining with golden light in the grand void protecting seal technique, also pounced over. Boom! Wei Zhuoyan continued to fly backward, his expression extremely ferocious. His energy gathered in front of him, and his 100 tribulations knowing destiny Dharma body appeared, immediately gathering energy. General! General!
The 4 lieutenants and Li Jinyi were all terrified as they watched the Dao seal send Wei Zhuoyan flying. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. More and more Dao seals fell down from different directions like falling leaves in autumn.
The scene looked like a flock of geese lining up to fly south, forming a perfect curve. One Davio seal after another. Adding to the previous 2, there were a total of 9 Davio seals falling toward the lake: the outer circle mysterious seal, the inner 8 character seal, the unbinding seal, the myriad god seal, the 8 trigram seal, the treasure gourd seal, the sun moon seal. The 7 hand seals seemed to have eyes, completely ignoring the 4 lieutenants and Li Jinyi, passing over their heads, and attacking Wei Zhuoyan, who had already been sent flying far away. Boom! Boom! The sound of collisions with each hand seal rang out. 1 seal, 1 palm strike. The 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal is a grandmaster of Taoism. The 4 lieutenants' mouths hung open. Even though they were top-notch experts, when they saw the 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal, they had no will to live.
Who could unleash this kind of supreme secret technique? Chase after the general, he can't die. Li Jinyi was the first to react. After speaking, she darted towards the direction the 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal had struck. The surroundings of Qingyang Lake were densely forested. Only the direction in which Wei Zhuoyan had been sent flying had nothing to block him. His entire body flew straight through, like a tunnel that had been dug in advance. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? The 4 lieutenants and Li Jinyi kept rushing forward. The surface of the lake was so wide that they felt like they had been flying for a long time before they entered the tunnel. The path created by the 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal through the dense forest. They knew that Great General Wei Zhuoyan was likely more unlucky than lucky, but they didn't dare to rush in immediately. After entering the forest, their speed was very slow. Everyone was afraid that several demonic cultivators would suddenly jump down from the cloud-piercing flying chariot and wipe them all out. The motion pavilion was very strong, so strong that it made people's blood boil. What, 6th leaf, 7th leaf, 8th leaf experts? They could all be wiped out with a flick of a finger.
Li Jinyi tightly frowned, looking ahead. Shh! She signaled everyone to be quiet, her ears twitching slightly. It seemed she could hear movement ahead, movement coming from deep within the forest. This made her heart stir. Perhaps Wei Zhuoyan had not died. The 4 lieutenants stood behind Li Jinyi. They chose to trust her.
Whatever Li Jinyi told them to do, they would do.
The further they went, the darker and gloomier the forest became. Just taking one more step deeper would make it impossible to see anything. The extremely dense leaves blocked everyone's view.
Whoosh! Above the trees, there was suddenly a deep sound created by flight. Li Jinyi and the 4 lieutenants simultaneously looked up. Due to the limited visibility, they could only see a streak of light fly past. It was the flying chariot from just now, the motion pavilion's flying chariot. The sound and light were the same. They're gone? Li Jinyi's eyebrows furrowed.
She felt very strange, and turned her head to look back for a moment.
Was the motion pavilion's flying chariot really just passing by? Of course not.
Another voice came from deep within the forest. Someone's there! Li Jinyi and the 4 lieutenants prepared their formations. They all drew their swords to defend against an enemy attack.
Rustle! Rustle! Thump!
A figure finally appeared. The opponent was only one person, but it made the 5 of them feel uneasy. Some even unconsciously took a step back. The figure was very burly.
Finally, the person approached, entering their range of vision. They could clearly see the person's face. Everyone was stunned. General? Li Jinyi's gaze as she looked at Wei Zhuoyan standing in front of her was extremely complex.
The Taoist's 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal was a heaven-defying technique. How could General Wei only be slightly injured? There was still a trace of blood at the corner of Wei Zhuoyan's mouth. His expression was very calm, and his hair was a little disheveled. He didn't speak immediately, but slowly observed the 5 people in front of him. After a moment of silence, Wei Zhuoyan spoke.
This general is tired.
General. The lieutenants simultaneously knelt down.
Li Jinyi still stood upright,
unable to hide the worry in her voice. General, this place is no longer safe. A lieutenant then looked up and said, General, please leave immediately. We cannot let anything happen to you, even if we die. Please leave this place and return to Chengdu. Please return to Chengdu. The others echoed.
Wei Zhuoyan glanced at the 4 people, then turned to Li Jinyi and said, Return to Chengdu. A strange light flashed in Li Jinyi's eyes.
She originally wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She just clasped her hands and said,
Understood. Wei Zhuoyan walked straight ahead.
Li Jinyi looked at Wei Zhuoyan's back with a complex expression. Wei Zhuoyan instructed, Remember, consider what happened today as if it never happened. Li Jinyi lowered her head, and the lieutenants replied in unison, This subordinate obeys. At the same time, the cloud-piercing flying chariot passed over Qingyang Mountain, passed over Qingyang Town, and flew towards Motion Pavilion. Lu Zhou stood on the flying chariot with his hands behind his back. Ming Xiyin bowed and praised.
Master's divine might is unparalleled. This disciple's eyes have been opened. The 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal had left Ming Xiyin in shock. When he was fighting against Shi Wu, he could understand the 9-syllable true incantation Great Hand Seal being so powerful. But now, Maester was standing on the flying chariot, and from such a long distance, he could eliminate Wei Zhuoyan. It had truly moved Ming Xiyin, Lu Zhou calmly said. It's just a trick of fate. It was truly his unlucky fate. If he had hidden in Chengdu and hadn't shown his face,
then he could have lived a little longer. Ming Xinyin only said half a sentence before he realized he had said something wrong, and hurriedly corrected himself. Even if he had stayed in Chengdu, Master would still be able to capture him as easily as always. Duanmu Sheng, who was controlling the cloud-piercing flying chariot, chimed in. Master? We just let Wei Zhuoran go like that? What if those guys kill him? Lu Zhuoran gazed into the distance and replied. They won't. Even if they discover that Wei Zhuoran is a fake, no one would dare expose it. They'd even play along to keep up the charade. If Wei Zhuoran dies, the army will be like a snake without a head, and so many people will want a piece of that snake. Before, Wei Zhuoran's merits overshadowed his lord. His life was already in danger. Now that it's Wei Zhuoran, he'll definitely be much more subdued. The great Yan imperial family is probably hoping he ascends to the throne ASAP. From now on, Wei Zhuoran will truly become Wei Zhuoyan. Xiao Yanhair, sitting on the edge of the flying chariot with her legs dangling, turned her head and said, Jiang Aijian said that everyone in the palace is at odds with each other, and now hearing fourth senior brother say that, it really sounds super boring there. Ming Xinyin shook his head and sighed. Some people are just power hungry, what can you do? It's a pity that such a dignified 7-leaf expert just died like that, Lu Zhou interjected. 5 leaves, not 7 leaves, 5 leaves. Ming Shiyin, Duanmu Sheng, and Xiao Yanhair were all startled. Ming Shiyin exclaimed, 5 leaves. No matter what outsiders say about how many leaves he cultivated to, Lu Zhou only believed what he saw. And also, he just used up a prop card. A fatal blow only rewarded him with 1,000 merit points, which meant he only profited 400 points. The points awarded for killing a 7-leaf would definitely not be so low. Ming Xinyin raised his eyebrows, ready to get angry. What a crafty old fox. Are you saying the guy we just killed was a fake too? The distance was too great just now, so Ming Xinyin and Duanmu Sheng didn't see clearly. Ming Xinyin thought maybe his master's old and his eyesight is failing. He probably mistook the person, but how could he dare say that out loud? He had to say it was a fake. Lu Zhou affirmed. He really was Wei Zhuoyan. I get it now, master. Turns out he was just a show-off. But if he was only 5 leaves, how could he have become the commander of the 3 armies? Ming Xinyin still didn't understand. Or maybe he had a powerful helper? Duanmu Sheng said. Whoever he is, as long as he doesn't provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion, we're too lazy to bother. Ming Xinyin nodded in agreement. Ming Xinyin continued. The matter at Yulong village is finally over. Senior sister Tiangxin can rest assured now. Looking outside, seeing the cloud-piercing flying chariot flying over the mountains, Ming Xinyin suddenly had an idea. Master! Now that we've left the Evil Sky Pavilion, why don't we take this opportunity to catch Old Eighth too? With the cloud-piercing flying chariot, it won't take long to fly to Tiger Wolf Mountain. Lu Zhou said nothing, stroking his beard as he pondered. Originally, he didn't plan on touching Old Eighth, but glancing at the system interface, he saw that the disciple teaching mission was still at the tops. Disciples Ming Shiyin, Duanmu Sheng, and Xiao Yanhair could be considered properly taught, and the merit points he could earn from them had clearly dwindled. It's just that Old Seventh definitely had the ability to save Old Eighth, so what was his purpose in informing the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou recalled Jiang Aijian's flying message. Old Seventh really wanted to stir up a storm. Lu Zhou hesitated about whether to catch Old Eighth or not. With Old Eighth's worth, at most he'd provide a few merit points, and then the teaching would be complete. And Old Eighth hadn't committed any major mistakes either. It was mostly Old Seventh pulling the strings behind the scenes. Everyone said Old Seventh's dark web was at Mount Crouching Dragon, but no one had ever found it. They only knew that the dark web was scattered in every corner of Great Yan, an extremely vast intelligence network. How difficult would it be to catch Old Seventh? Moreover, what Lu Zhou needed right now was to improve his strength. Everyone was waiting to see him die. The rumors outside said he only had 10 years left to live. Not even waiting for 10 years, perhaps within 5, 7, or 8 years, someone would be eyeing the Evil Sky Pavilion. The rumors outside also said that Lu Zhao's cultivation would continuously decline during this time, therefore if he didn't have enough strength, when the time came, countless cultivators would raise their heads, and he wouldn't be able to cope with that swarm of cultivators with just prop cards. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou looked at Ming Xinyin and said, He escaped at Qingyu altar. Old Seventh sending that letter must have other motives. Go investigate. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin's eyes lit up and he said, Disciple accepts the order. Disciple will definitely do this well. Duanmu Sheng then said, Fourth, do you need me to go with you? Don't look at Old Eighth as if he's always an idiot. He's actually very cunning. Ming Xiyin replied, Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I'll go scout out Old Seventh's tactics first, and when the time is right, I'll catch them both. A look of regret appeared on Duanmu Sheng's face.
If you leave, there won't be anyone to spar with me. Elder Hua is still recovering from his injuries and doesn't have time to spar with him. Little senior sister hasn't entered the nascent soul realm yet and doesn't have a heavenly weapon, so she's no match for Duan Musheng. Pan Zhong and Zhu Jifeng are only in the divine court realm, and the only other option is the newly joined Black Knight leader Lu Zhou. But unfortunately he's also seriously injured.
Ming Yin glanced over and said, "How could anyone be as abnormal as you, only knowing how to train and train? You have to use your brain too." A moment later, the cloud-piercing flying chariot returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ming Yin received his master's orders, left Golden Court Mountain, and headed towards Tiger Wolf Mountain. At Tiger Wolf Mountain, Zhu Honggong was lying asleep on a master's chair. Ming Yin casually appeared outside the mountain stronghold. "Old Eighth, I'm here." The shout echoed through the mountains, startling Zhu Honggong awake from his deep sleep, almost causing him to fall off the chair. Who is it? Is Master here?" Zhu Honggong hurriedly looked around, and a subordinate saw this and called out, "Chieftain, outside the stronghold." The subordinates rushed into action. Chieftain, run." The low-level lackeys in Tiger Wolf Mountain all had low cultivation levels. How could they resist Ming Yin?
The lackeys with good eyesight recognized Ming Yin and didn't dare provoke him. Ming Yin swooshed and appeared in front of everyone. "Get out of the way!" The lackeys hurriedly dodged.
Fourth senior brother, Zhu Honggong, rubbed his eyes, first stunned, then putting on a fawning expression. He tripped over a chair and ran over, saying, "Which gust of wind blew senior brother here?" Ming Yin swaggered in. Ming Yin said, "Didn't you say last time that you'd welcome me to come here as a guest?"
Zhu Honggong hurriedly placed a chair down and invited Ming Yin to sit down. Zhu Honggong laughed obsequiously. "I was just saying that casually." "Oh no, of course I welcome senior brother's esteemed presence. Fourth senior brother, please sit."
Ming Yin didn't rush. He surveyed his surroundings for a moment and said, "It was almost flattened last time. How long has it been, and you've already fixed it up?" Zhu Honggong said, "Of course my brothers are best at this kind of thing. Old Seventh sent a flying message to Master, saying that the Jingming Dao wants to cause trouble for me."
"Aren't you afraid at all?"
Zhu Honggong jumped in surprise. "No way, why would that happen?" Ming Yin frowned, glanced at him pointedly, and said, "Nonsense. You killed the Zhengyi Dao elder Zheng Chunlai. How could they let you off the hook? Didn't you also kill the Zhengyi Dao elder Zheng Quanqi, Acho?" "Too much talk." Ming Yin kicked him. "Ow, ow, ow." Zhu Honggong didn't dare resist or dodge. He obediently knelt down.
At the Evil Sky Pavilion, the system announced, "Teaching 8th disciple Zhu Honggong, gaining 100 merit points." Lu Zhou in the Evil Sky Pavilion heard the system notification and nodded in satisfaction. Back at Tiger Wolf Mountain, Ming Yin continued, "Even if I killed the entire Zhengyi Dao, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. As for you, who are you relying on to protect you? First senior brother? Second senior brother? Or old Seventh, who's always hiding?"
Zhu Honggong's expression was full of grievance. Thinking about this, he felt sad. He also wanted to find a backer, but the problem was that everyone disliked him. Ming Yin shook his head and said, "Old Eighth, tell me honestly, what kind of game are you and old Seventh playing?" Zhu Honggong hurriedly replied, "Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear, to heaven and earth." Why does this scene feel so familiar? It seems like he swore the same way last time. Ming Yin continued, "8th junior brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Your current situation is extremely dangerous. If it's some ordinary cat or dog causing trouble, old Seventh can help you. But this time, the people taking action are from the Jingming Dao. Except for the Evil Sky Pavilion, no one can help you. Listen to your senior brother's advice. Hurry up and disband this dilapidated stronghold, and obediently come back to the Evil Sky Pavilion with me to beg for forgiveness." Beg for forgiveness? Zhu Honggong's whole body trembled, his face full of anxiety. With Master's temper, he'll probably tear out my tendons and skin me alive. Ming Yin clapped his hands and said, "That's also possible. Who knows what kind of trick Master will pull? It depends on luck. If you catch him when he's in a bad mood, you're doomed." Ming Yin recalled Zuo Xinchan, one of the 3 great archers, and Li Qing, a sword hand from the 4 knights. Both of them were turned to ashes with a wave of Master's hand. "And you're still telling me to go back to the Evil Sky Pavilion and beg for forgiveness? There's no other way," Ming Yin said with a smile. "Don't wait until Master has to take action himself." The sect leader of the Fiend Slaughter sect, Ren Buping, was also killed with 1 slap from Master. How vicious! Zhu Honggong became even more frightened. If he went back, wouldn't he be beaten into a pulp like a meat bun? Ming Yin paced back and forth, probing. Zhu Honggong, I didn't expect old 8th to be so stubborn. It seems like old 7th usually whispers a lot of nonsense in his ear. It's fine if you don't want to go back. Then tell me, where is the Crouching Dragon dark web? Zhu Honggong replied. Yi Province. Be more specific, you idiot. Why don't you just say it's in Great Yan? Ming Xiyin kicked him again. Zhu Honggong said with grievance. How would I know? 7th senior brother is like a divine dragon. You only see its head, not its tail. If I could find him, would I still be afraid of the Jingming Dao? Give me a break, in your mouth. You think old 7th can cover the sky with one hand? That he can do anything?
Just as he finished speaking, a person slowly walked in from outside the stronghold. The lackeys in the stronghold all retreated, not daring to stop him, and the whole stronghold suddenly became quiet. Ming Xiyin and Zhu Honggong turned their heads to look. Old 7th? 7th senior brother Si Wuyai was dressed very formally, wearing a long robe and a brocade hat, with a smile on his face. He clasped his hands and said to Ming Xiyin, "Greetings, 4th senior brother."
Ming Xiyin didn't really like this person.
He looked away, his attitude somewhat indifferent, and said,
You still dare to show your face? If it was Master coming, I definitely wouldn't be here, but since it's senior brother, here I am.
Ming Xiyin, lounging in his chair, drawled, "You sly dog." Zhu Honggong bowed his head and gestured to Si Wuyai, 7th senior brother. "Please have a seat. I've built quite the throne for you to show off your power, borrowing the fox's prestige, thanks to the tiger." Si Wuyai slowly walked forward, sat down on the chair next to Ming Xiyin, and said with a smile, "I heard Wei Zhuoyan came to the Dark Hall." Ming Xiyin quickly replied, "Old 7, drop that idea. You won't dig up any information from me."
4th senior brother. We're all fellow disciples, no need to be so formal. I'm asking this for the good of the Dark Hall, Pa, Ming Xiyin retorted sharply. If you really care about the Dark Hall, go back and accept your punishment right now. Whether you live or die depends on fate. Zhu Honggong was even more terrified at the thought of such a life-or-death situation.
"If I go back, I definitely won't get any good treatment. Right?" Si Wuyai smiled faintly and said, "Why are you always so angry when you see me, 4th senior brother? These words of yours are meaningless. I have so many unfinished tasks, how can I return to the Dark Hall?"
Reaching out with both hands, he took a pastry from the table, then asked, So, why did you send a letter to the Dark Hall? Ming Xiyin immediately replied, Simple. Si Wuyai popped the pastry into his mouth and said, The Pure Nether Sect wants to attack the fierce tiger stronghold. If old 8th isn't protected by the Dark Hall, he'll surely face a calamity. Ming Xiyin also took a pastry, but with a skeptical attitude he asked, No other purpose. Si Wuyai shook his head.
Don't think of me as such a dark and dirty person, 4th senior brother. That's all there is to it. So why didn't you go to 2nd senior brother, or 1st senior brother? Comparing the three, it's clearly hardest to ask Master for help. 1st and 2nd senior brothers both have the full capacity to deal with the Pure Nether Sect. 1st senior brother is busy with 100 things a day. He has no time to pay attention to old 8th. 2nd senior brother travels everywhere, his whereabouts are uncertain, and he doesn't have a home to return to. Only the Dark Hall is the most suitable.
According to what you're saying, I don't want to bring old 8th back anymore.
Ming Xiyin still liked to go against Si Wuyai. While Si Wuyai and Ming Xiyin were exchanging words, Zhu Honggong, with his gluttonous nature, kept stuffing pastries into his mouth.
With a cold gaze, Si Wuyai replied,
Old 8th will die. Ming Xiyin, also with a sharp look in his eyes, retorted, Then let him die.
Zhu Honggong, who was eating, immediately questioned after hearing this. Damn it. When did I ever provoke anyone? I can endure, but I can't tolerate humiliation. Zhu Honggong stood up and loudly said, Senior brothers, I'm not going anywhere. Besides, what I do has nothing to do with you guys. Si Wuyai and Ming Xiyin shouted in unison. Shut up. Zhu Honggong awkwardly sat back down, grumbling, Geez, fine, you guys continue. Si Wuyai calmly looked at Ming Xiyin, 4th senior brother. Are you really gonna watch old 8th die? Zhu Honggong didn't want to say anything else. This talk of death left him speechless. He shut his mouth and ate.
Ming Xiyin replied, Old 8th betrayed the sect. Even if he dies, it's a fitting punishment.
Si Wuyai's expression didn't change, he simply continued. In that case, let him die. At this moment, Zhu Honggong silently ate with his head down, even though he felt very wrong. Continuing to argue with Ming Xiyin was meaningless. Si Wuyai stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out. Seeing that Si Wuyai wanted to leave, Ming Xiyin's tone also softened. Old 7, take your senior brother's advice for once, stop this. Si Wuyai stopped, and casually said, Master only has, at most, another 15 years to live. 10 years, 8 years, or even less. The Dark Hall will inevitably suffer a calamity. How could Ming Xiyin not understand this? He remained silent. Si Wuyai continued,
Fourth senior brother, what do you plan to do then? Ming Shiyin still calmly replied, we'll deal with future matters later, then consider that I never came here. Si Wuyai's figure flashed, and he left the fierce tiger stronghold. Zhu Honggong's subordinates, seeing Si Wuyai's strength, stood below, wide-eyed, and waved goodbye. Ming Shiyin didn't stop him. With his current strength and cultivation, it would be very difficult to capture Si Wuyai. Ming Shiyin was silent for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth and said, disband the stronghold, follow me. The pig-headed Zhu Honggong let out a sound of surprise.
Ming Shiyin lowered his head, his eyes cold as he said, what's with the ah? Master ordered that you be brought back to the Dark Hall. Zhu Honggong whimpered. Remembering Master's various methods of punishment, he was terrified, and immediately shook his head repeatedly.
Let's just forget about it. Fourth senior brother, we're all family. Why make things difficult for each other?
As he spoke, Zhu Honggong sweated profusely and took 2 steps back. Ming Shiyin continued to glare at him and ask, Old Eighth, what do you want to do? Sorry, senior brother, I still don't want to go back. Goodbye. Zhu Honggong turned around and ran for his life, his speed so fast that it made people's blood boil.
The corners of Ming Shiyin's lips curved into a smile, and he immediately chased after him.
Let's see where you can run to. His figure flashed, chasing after Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong was, after all, a god-tier cultivator. But in terms of speed, he was naturally inferior to Ming Shiyin, a nascent soul cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Ming Shiyin had arrived right behind Zhu Honggong. He reached out and struck out with a palm. Boom! This palm struck Zhu Honggong's back, causing him to be thrown forward.
Ming Shiyin felt that the force of his palm seemed to have been blocked by something. Zhu Honggong fell to the ground and then got back up. Running out of the stronghold, he ordered his subordinates. Stop him for me, quick, quick! 2 subordinates stammered. Stronghold lord, this, run!
Ming Shiyin was left speechless at the sight, not knowing what to say. Although his own fighting style was also very cautious, running away if things didn't look good, he was definitely not this cowardly, not even daring to turn his head. To think that a dignified disciple of the Dark Hall would turn into this appearance, he really lost all the face of the Dark Hall.
There's nowhere left for you to run! Ming Shinyin's voice resounded throughout the entire fierce tiger stronghold. Zhu Honggong and his subordinates hurriedly ran behind the mountain.
The whole group running in a line looked very comical. While running, Zhu Honggong shouted,
Fourth senior brother, don't force me.
Zhu Honggong's expression changed as he said, 8 directions formation, but, Ming Shinyin's figure flickered, appearing before everyone once again. At the same time, the vines around him began to grow wildly, instantly blocking the path behind the mountain. Zhu Honggong staggered backward.
We're really screwed this time. Stop trying to scare me with that broken formation of yours. Don't blame senior brother for being heartless. I already messed with it last time I was here. Ming Xinyin smiled faintly, stepping forward. Zhu Honggong really wanted to cry at this point, and the brothers behind him were scared, stiff.
Boss, how about you just go back with senior brother? Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhu Honggong was just confused. Ming Xinyin nodded, saying, You're the only one of your subordinates who's sensible and reasonable. Creak, creak. The path behind Zhu Honggong was completely blocked by vines. Ming Xinyin's Qingmu Heart Sutra had been refined to perfection, and the primal qi energy on his body was constantly spreading out like a tide, causing the vines to grow continuously wherever it touched. This move, myriad woods greet the spring, was enough to fight even a nascent soul realm expert with 3 or 4 leaves, let alone Zhu Honggong, who was only at the divine court realm. Zhu Honggong's treasure silk armor could only protect him from harm, but it couldn't increase his combat power. He could only watch helplessly, as Ming Xinyin walked up to him. Without the 8-direction formation, the difference in strength between them was too great, like heaven and earth.
Zhu Honggong stammered. All escape routes are gone. Senior brother. Ming Xiyin patted him on the shoulder
and sighed softly. Listen to what I have to say. Ming Xinyin raised his voice, speaking to the brothers on Menghu Mountain. You guys should find a new way to make a living. The subordinates all knelt down at once. Then they started wailing like their boss. Boss! Boss!
After that, all of Zhu Honggong's subordinates gathered densely, kneeling down and shouting in unison, Boss! Boss! To Ming Xinyin's surprise, those brothers who looked weak and timid had actually all gathered together, kneeling down before Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong glared at them and said, Take all the valuables in the stronghold and divide them up. Then get lost. Zhu Honggong's words were righteous and awe-inspiring, full of the aura of a stronghold boss. The brothers kneeling on the ground exchanged glances and then quickly ran back to Menghu Mountain. Thank you, boss. Seeing them change their attitudes so quickly for the sake of money, Zhu Honggong was confused. Shouldn't the routine be filled with tears and snot, saying goodbye with determination and refusing to leave?
Boss, don't worry. We will definitely live up to your expectations. Get lost, you bunch of ungrateful bastards. The brothers quickly stood up and scattered immediately. Goodbye, boss. The subordinates quickly rode away on their pig-drawn carts.
Ming Xiyin raised his hands slightly, and the vines blocking the path slowly disappeared.
He didn't need to argue with these small fries, especially since they were Zhu Honggong's subordinates. It was good to let them leave. Seeing Zhu Honggong's distressed appearance, Ming Xiyin said annoyedly,
"Stop being so sentimental about this broken mountain stronghold. Is the Evil Sky Pavilion not good enough for you? Senior brother, Menghu Mountain Stronghold is my life's work. I have feelings for every tree and blade of grass here. Get lost." Ming Xiyin glared at him. "You're still saying so much at this point," Zhu Honggong quickly said. "Let's go." The two flew out of Menghu Mountain. Ming Xiyin recalled the time when he delivered that palm strike. He strangled Zhu Honggong and asked, "Eighth, what kind of treasure are you wearing?" Zhu Honggong hurriedly clutched his clothes. "Senior brother, don't you have any designs on me?" Ming Xiyin shook his head slightly. "Come on, stop hiding it. Don't think I don't know. I just didn't expect Seventh to help you get the treasure silk armor." Ming Xiyin gave him a thumbs up. "It's great that you didn't get beaten to death by that group of swindlers, hee. It's nothing, it's nothing." The two flew away.
At the same time, at the Evil Sky Pavilion, the system notified Lu Zhou.
Ding! Captured the unfilial disciple Zhu Honggong. Rewarded 1,000 merit points. This notification completely surprised Lu Zhou. He had originally only intended for Ming Xiyin to check on 7th bro, but now it seemed Ming Xiyin had conveniently snatched 8th bro and brought him back as well. Oh well, capturing him was for the best, preventing him from causing trouble everywhere. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened the system interface. Name: Lu Zhou. Race: Human Cultivation. Void Refinement Realm. 8 Meridians Merit Points. 13,312 Dharma Body. 6 Harmonies Separation Lifespan remaining. 5,988 Days Items. 1 Fatal Strike. 2 Damage Immunities. 7 Fatal Block. 4 Passive Binding Cages. 2 Refining Talismans. 1 Ji Tiandao's Peak State Card by Zhe. Resting Beyond. Unnamed Weapon Duo's Master Ye Tiangxin needs to be refined again before use. Tragic Life, the Vatican, and the Liyin Wall. Skills: 3 volumes of Heavenly Book. It has been 2 days since Bai Ze has been resting.
Lu Zhou shook his head. The battle with Xingwu consumed too much energy. I don't know when it will finish resting. Lu Zhou looked at them all again. There are no treasures to buy. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, and then decided to draw a round. After 5 consecutive failures, his luck value had increased to 19 points, and his merit points were still enough for him to play the daily draw. But of course he couldn't draw too many times. A shout came from outside. Elder Hua requests an audience. Hua Wudao, with a tired face, entered the main hall.
The battle with Sword Saint Luo Shisan had almost exhausted all of his strength.
Hua Wudao entered, and respectfully bowed to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked with suspicion, "Elder Hua, what's the matter?" Hua Wudao clasped his hands and said, "Pavilion Master, I do have something to ask." Lu Zhou calmly replied, "Just speak, don't hesitate. I've been thinking about it these past few days, and I feel like I still can't ignore this matter." Hua Wudao continued, "This old bone wants to ask for something related to Ding Fan Qi." "Oh?" Hua Wudao said, "Ding Fan Qi came from Yun's sect, and to be honest, he only caused such trouble because he was instigated by me. In fact, this matter has nothing to do with him." Without waiting for Lu Zhou to answer,
Duan Musheng's loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. "Elder Hua, forgive me for not being able to agree." Hua Wudao turned his head to look at Duan Musheng, whose righteous face was filled with anger, holding the Overlord's spear and entering the main hall with a majestic aura. Duan Musheng angrily said, "Ding Fan Qi impersonated the Evil Sky Pavilion, and according to our rules he should be chopped into 8 pieces and fed to the dogs. You're a member of the Evil Sky Pavilion, yet you only think of outsiders." Hua Wudao's face turned red. Duan Musheng continued, "I don't care who won or lost in your fight with Luo Shisan, but Ding Fan Qi absolutely cannot leave." Duan Musheng slammed the Overlord's spear into the ground. Hua Wudao said with shame, "I have already left Yun's sect, and I want to sever all ties with that place, and Ding Fan Qi is the last tie."
Duan Musheng said, "Good, Elder Hua. Then kill him to show your attitude." Hua Wudao felt extremely suffocated in his heart. Duan Musheng was his nemesis in life. Every time he saw Duan Musheng, Hua Wudao felt like he was suffocating. There was no need to talk about sparring, since he had been Duan Musheng's opponent in training. The frequency was high, and he won and lost.
Sometimes Hua Wudao even thought,
could it be that Duanmu Sheng lost too much so he didn't like him?
Therefore, Hua Wudao stood to the side, clasped his hands, and said to Lu Zhou, I am willing to be punished.
However, Lu Zhou slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and stepped down the steps. He looked directly at Hua Wudao and said slowly, this seat can release Ding Fanqi. As soon as these words were spoken, Duanmu Sheng's eyes widened, and Hua Wudao was startled.
Pavilion Master, Lu Zhou said, but there is one condition.
Hua Wudao immediately spoke up.
Please speak, Pavilion Master. Even though I have left Yun Sect, my words still carry some weight, and some elders in Yun Sect owe me some favors.
Hua Wudao felt that Yun Sect would have to spend a lot this time. This old man only needs the Black Lotus wood.
Hua Wudao was silent for a moment. He was stunned, and so was Duanmu Sheng. Hua Wudao widened his eyes and said, Sect leader, the Black Lotus wood is such a precious item. How could Yun Sect agree to use it to exchange for Ding Fanqi?
Lu Zhou waved his hand.
No need to rush to refuse. Go back and think carefully.
Even Hua Wudao, with his thick skin, didn't dare say more. He cupped his hands respectfully and left the main hall.
Duanmu Sheng cupped his hands and said, Master, does this old man have ulterior motives, or is he useless? Lu Zhou waved his hand. Give him a little more time.
Duanmu Sheng didn't dare to object, and only asked, what does Master need the Black Lotus wood for? Your little junior sister hasn't opened her Qi-Si yet, and the Black Lotus wood is the most suitable heaven and earth treasure for opening her Qi-Si. Master's cultivation is so profound. Why do you need to use the Black Lotus wood? Lu Zhou replied, forcibly opening the Qi-Si won't be as effective as using the Black Lotus wood. Duanmu Sheng finally understood the problem and said, this disciple understands. At the same time, Xiao Yanhe ran into the main hall from outside.
Master, fourth senior brother is back, Zhao Yanche reported with a giggling smile.
Outside the main hall, Ming Xinyin and old eighth, Zhu Honggong, were slowly ascending the mountain. Zhu Honggong's steps were even smaller, and more hesitant than a new bride returning to her husband's home. Ming Xinyin glared at him. You've already arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. What are you dawdling for? Do you believe I'll break your legs and carry you?
Don't. I just need to pee. Zhu Honggong looked at the familiar scenery and architectural structures around him. This was the place he feared the most, the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhu Honggong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked up at the three big characters hanging above the main hall's entrance. Evil Sky Pavilion. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion that everyone dreaded, everyone feared, and everyone dreamed of. He couldn't remember how many times he had dreamt of this place, and now he was returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion once again, his heart filled with all sorts of emotions.
Upon entering the main hall, Zhu Honggong's speed immediately increased. He knew that his master hated dawdling the most. Ming Xiyin followed closely behind, stepping past two large pillars to the center of the main hall.
He looked up at an old man who looked very energetic, without even a trace of the old age he remembered, sitting properly in the main hall, his eyes deep and full of spirit.
Thump! Zhu Honggong was so frightened by this gaze that he knelt down on the spot, his hands raised, his forehead touching the ground, and he shouted loudly, this disciple greets Master. May Master live 10,000 years. For some reason, Ming Xinyin's eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed like he had met a worthy opponent. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, you wicked disciple, Master. Please listen to my explanation. I didn't betray the sect. I left the Evil Sky Pavilion only out of necessity. I beg Master to forgive me. Zhu Honggong didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Duanmu Sheng, Ming Xiyin, Xiao Yanke, and Zhao Yue, who had just arrived, all stared at him.
Lu Zhou asked again with 3 words. Out of necessity? Zhu Honggong immediately said, this disciple was bewitched by 7th senior brother. Lu Zhou continued to press. Why were you the only one bewitched? These words were clearly also directed at the other disciples in the main hall. Since when he first transmigrated, it wasn't only Zhu Honggong who was a traitor. With the exception of Xiao Yanghe, all the other disciples had wavered. Hearing Master say this, the disciples, especially Ming Xiyin, all had sullen expressions on their faces, and they glared at Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong said loudly, this disciple's sincere heart can be witnessed by the sun and moon. I beg Master to see clearly.
Lu Zhou put his hands behind his back, stood up, walked down the steps, and came in front of Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong's entire body trembled non-stop. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Zhou's face. Old eighth, do you want this old man to die sooner? Hearing this, Zhu Honggong trembled even more, and hurriedly kowtowed, saying, this disciple wouldn't dare.
Lu Zhou shook his head. I don't know what Ji Tiandao was thinking when he accepted so many disciples, but only this old eighth is as timid as a mouse, Lu Zhou said calmly. In recent years, you've gained some fame with the help of Old Seventh, and all the evil deeds you've committed, whether big or small, have all been blamed on the Evil Sky Pavilion. The truth was indeed like this. The things the 9 disciples caused, the entire cultivation world, pointed their spears at the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the Evil Sky Pavilion's bad reputation was caused by this. Ji Tiandao's position as number 1 on the blacklist was also due to this.
This disciple knows his mistakes. Zhu Honggong obediently admitted his guilt. Affectionate slap. Zhu Honggong gained 100 merit points.
Lu Zhou asked, "What has Old Seventh been plotting in recent years? What is Si Wuyai's goal in becoming the leader of the dark web and causing such chaos?" Old Eighth and Si Wuyai were so close. Perhaps he would know something? Zhu Honggong recounted, "Seventh senior brother has never told me about these things. I really don't know. He seems to be quite close to first senior brother and second senior brother, and often discusses the situation of the world with them."
I hear it and feel like I'm lost in the fog.
Lu Zhou asked again, "Why did you appear at Qingyu altar that day?" Seventh senior brother said that the Devil Slaughter sect wanted to unite with the Righteous Unity Dao, planning to take this opportunity to isolate the dark web and the underworld sect, and seventh senior brother couldn't let them succeed. Lu Zhou looked at Old Eighth without blinking. He understood each of his disciples very well. Zhu Honggong's cultivation also didn't escape his eyes. He was at the peak of the divine court realm.
Of course, this was because his cultivation technique wasn't complete. What was different from the other disciples was that Lu Zhou remembered Zhu Honggong's cultivation technique was called the 9 Tribulation Thunder Body, but it was missing the last 2 tribulations, which were also the most important 2 tribulations. This meant that Old Eighth wouldn't be able to step into the nascent divinity realm. He thought Old Eighth's cultivation was low, but no one noticed that his cultivation technique was so severely deficient. From this, it could be seen that the talents of the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9 disciples were all 1 in 1,000. Moreover, what surprised him was that Old Eighth had 5% loyalty. This was completely different from Ye Tiangxin. Ye Tiangxin only developed hatred after betraying the sect. Although her hatred had dissipated, she still wasn't considered a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, Old Eighth had always had 5% loyalty, which meant that Old Eighth had always cared about the Evil Sky Pavilion from beginning to end. Lu Zhou waved his hand.
"Since you know your mistakes. First, you're sentenced to face the wall in the cave to repent."
Zhu Honggong was startled, suddenly remembering the few moves that 4th senior brother had taught him on the way here. At this time, Ming Xiyin put his arm around Zhu Honggong's shoulder and said, "It's like this, just like this, understand?" Zhu Honggong didn't know if he understood anything, but he nodded. Yes, yes. Zhu Honggong didn't dare to be careless, and kowtowed again, saying, "Master, this disciple knows that he has committed a grave sin. I beg Master to punish me severely." Everyone who heard this was dumbfounded. Was there even someone who complained that the punishment was too light? Facing the wall to repent in the cave wasn't pleasant at all.
The inside of the cave was extremely cold, so cold that it pierced the bones. Even if one had cultivation, one had to constantly circulate their primordial qi to resist the invasion of the cold. Continuously circulating one's primordial qi for a long period of time was a form of torture. Except for Ye Tiangxin, Lu Zhou had never severely punished his disciples. Unexpectedly, Ming Xiyin shouted loudly, "Master, Old Eighth has committed a great mistake. He should be severely punished." Zhu Honggong also immediately acted along with Ming Xiyin. "That's right. Master should punish me severely." Xiao Yaner grabbed her stick and glared, opening her mouth wide and shouting, "Eighth senior brother getting away with just a light slap on the wrist and facing the wall in the cave to repent is too advantageous for him already. Master, why don't you break his leg so he won't dare to run around anymore?" Xiao Yaner suggested. Zhu Honggong felt dizzy when he heard Xiao Yaner shout. Zhu Honggong was on the verge of tears and choked up. Everyone said that little junior sister was innocent and pure, but why did he feel that it wasn't like that at all? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Sentenced to 50 strikes, repair Golden Court Mountain, then seal his cultivation and face the wall in the cave to repent for 3 years.
Zhu Honggong suddenly felt a little regretful. The first 2 tasks were a piece of cake for him, but sealing his cultivation and repenting in the cave for 3 years might freeze him into an ice sculpture. Lu Zhou asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?"
"This disciple accepts the punishment." Zhu Honggong hurriedly bowed. "Take him down." This disciple obeys. Ming Xiyin came to Zhu Honggong's side, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "Let's go." Zhu Honggong couldn't move. Ming Xiyin grabbed his leg and dragged him away. "Idiot, you're so scared that you can't even walk." Ming Xiyin struck out a palm, and the pure energy enveloped Zhu Honggong, lifting him up and flying him out of the Evil Sky Pavilion's main hall,
straight to the back mountain. Only then did Zhu Honggong breathe a sigh of relief. Master didn't hit me. Master actually didn't hit me. Senior brother, am I dreaming? Pinch me. Ming Yin glared at him. Are you that afraid of getting hit? Of course I'm afraid. Master's temper isn't right. It seems like Master's temper is completely different from before. Consider yourself lucky. I told you to just follow the routine of begging for forgiveness that I taught you. Master won't punish you severely. Ming Yin felt a little sense of accomplishment. The mistakes you made shouldn't have just resulted in being sealed his cultivation and locked up to face the wall in the cave and repent. At the same time, Panzhong was straining himself in his cultivation. Watch me resist this. Watch me penetrate this. Seeing the two people cultivating, a female cultivator then said, Hey, can you guys cultivate somewhere else? I'm trying to sweep up here, huh? Fourth senior brother is always right. Thanks a bunch, fourth senior brother, for saving me from a heavy punishment. Your kindness is etched in my heart. Old eighth here won't forget it. Zhu Honggong blurted out. While those two were discussing the results of confessing, Panzhong, holding the 6 yang art, slowly walked over. Seeing Zhu Honggong, he didn't show an ounce of friendliness and asked, Fourth mister? Got a new guy? Ming Yin casually nodded. Maybe because it's too boring up on Golden Court Mountain, and they aren't allowed to go down the mountain casually. The moment he saw a newbie, Panzhong felt curious. Panzhong chuckled as he walked over to Zhu Honggong, sizing him up. This guy was a little chubby, not too tall, and looked kind of dim-witted. He must be the innocent, honest type, the kind of guy who's easy to bully. Panzhong introduced himself. This humble one is Panzhong. What should I call you, brother? Zhu Honggong glared at him, just about to blow up, but he suddenly heard Ming Yin cough, so he swallowed his anger. Panzhong wasn't dumb, he thought to himself. Fourth mister's cough made this newbie listen obediently. He poked Zhu Honggong with his elbow. Hey, newbie. Actually, fourth mister is very gentle and easy to talk to, so don't worry. From now on, we're brothers. Zhu Honggong couldn't help but sneer. Who wants to be brothers with you? Where did this weirdo crawl out from? Panzhong replied, You can't say that. It's lucky it's fourth mister. If it was third mister or ninth mister, you'd be getting beat for sure. Zhu Honggong was speechless. In Zhu Honggong's mind, he was thinking, acting like a big shot, lecturing his subordinates. Ming Yin raised his hand. Get to work. Zhu Honggong obediently replied, Yes. Seeing a female cultivator from Moon Reflection Palace nearby repairing the stairs, Zhu Honggong felt a little better and immediately ran over. Seeing this, Panzhong whispered, Fourth mister, this newbie is really interesting. He even knows how to work. More than just working, from today onwards. Unless something else comes up. He's stuck in the facing the wall cave to repent. Zhu Honggong was enthusiastically helping the female cultivators. Let me do it! Hearing this, Panzhong's heart tightened. The facing the wall cave to repent. After finally seeing the Evil Sky Pavilion recruit a new person, isn't the pavilion master afraid of cooling his heart? Don't worry, he won't cool down. He'll even be very grateful. Ming Yin turned and left. Meanwhile, Zhu Honggong was diligently breaking rocks and transporting them. Brother Pan, I'm going to cultivate. Want to come along? I'll wait a bit. Panzhong didn't understand what Ming Yin had said earlier. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate the 6 yang art, but seemed curious to stay and observe Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong was very diligent, doing whatever he was told, not afraid of hardship, resolving everything. After working for half a day, Zhu Honggong didn't utter a single complaint. When the sun began to set, Zhu Honggong finally sat down to rest. Panzhong walked over and gave him a thumbs up. You did great, brother. What's the meaning of this? A newbie has to know his place. I really admire you. Zhu Honggong was very pleased with himself. It's nothing, Panzhong sighed. Back when I first came up the mountain, I didn't know my place like you do, so I got beaten quite a few times. Zhu Honggong asked back. Beaten. That's right. Panzhong looked around, then whispered, Brother, the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion are all very eccentric. If you're not careful, you'll invite trouble. Zhu Honggong raised an eyebrow. He looked closely at Panzhong. Eccentric? Zhu Honggong asked doubtfully. The person you met earlier is the 4th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, named Ming Yin. He looks very gentle on the surface, but he's actually a very cold person. Third Mr. Duan Musheng is better. He's straightforward, consistent, but he doesn't tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes. And then there's the youngest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Xiao Yanter. You absolutely mustn't be fooled by her cute and beautiful appearance. This little girl's emotions are volatile. You have to stay away from this hothead. Panzhong earnestly advised. Speaking of Xiao Yanher, Zhu Honggong was slightly startled. He remembered that just now in the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Xiao Yanher was indeed extremely fierce. Zhu Honggong looked at Pan Zhang's gossipy expression and asked curiously, "Have you ever heard of the Evil King?"
The Evil King, Pan Zhang, revealed a look of disdain. The Evil Sky Pavilion doesn't take him seriously at all. The Evil King is just a title to scare people. His cultivation is only in the divine court realm.
I'm not even sure I can beat him. Hey, why do you look so uncomfortable? Zhu Honggong was not just uncomfortable, even his eyes were spitting fire.
Cough cough. Ming Xinyin had unknowingly been nearby for some time. His cough immediately extinguished the anger in Zhu Honggong's heart.
Seeing this, Pan Zhang secretly nodded. A newbie has to know his place, Ming Xinyin called out to Pan Zhang. Fourth Mister has something to instruct. Ming Xinyin said, "Seal his cultivation, lead him into the facing the wall cave to repent." Hearing this, Pan Zhang's heart trembled slightly. He asked back in disbelief, "Fourth Mister, he's just a newcomer, isn't this too harsh?"
Ming Xinyin growled, "Just do it." Yes. Immediately after, Pan Zhang dragged Zhu Honggong away.
Pan Zhang had no choice but to go to Zhu Honggong's side and whisper, "Brother, I'm really sorry, just bear with it for a while." Zhu Honggong remained calm. Without any objections, Pan Zhang secretly nodded. This newbie is really too sensible. Before long, Zhu Honggong's cultivation was completely sealed. Zhu Honggong turned around and patted Pan Zhang's shoulder. "When I get out, Zhu Honggong hadn't finished speaking when Pan Zhang interrupted. "Don't be polite, we're all family here."
Just at this moment, a figure in green robes flew over, calling down from above, "Eighth senior brother, eighth senior brother."
Pan Zhang turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhao Yan'er. With her hands on her hips, observing Zhu Honggong from the air. He stopped and turned to smile. "Little junior sister," Zhao Yan'er said. "Master has ordered me to supervise the spanking. Fourth senior brother, don't forget that." If he still didn't understand the relationship between them after hearing this, Pan Zhang would have lived his life in vain. Pan Zhang felt his throat was a little dry. It felt a little bitter.
His eyelids twitched a few times.
Ming Xinyin had no choice but to punch and kick, shaking his head as he said, "Old eighth, don't blame senior brother, but rest assured, I will be as gentle as possible."
A miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the Evil Sky Pavilion. After screaming from exhaustion, Zhu Honggong looked tearfully towards little junior sister. Pan Zhang trembled and almost fell, his heart trembling along. Is this what he calls as gentle as possible? He is hitting with all his power. The spanking ended. In the Evil Sky Pavilion's secret chamber, a system notification rang out.
Spanked the 8th disciple Zhu Honggong with the disciplinary rod, gained 100 merit points. After giving Zhu Honggong a good beating, Ming Xinyin was very satisfied. He waved his hand, dragging old 8th towards the facing the wall cave to repent. Zhao Yan'er ordered, "Hurry and sweep up." Zhu Jifeng, sword strapped to his back, came rushing over from afar, calling out, Pan bro, what's wrong with you? You look like you're about to kick the bucket. Are you sick or something?" Zhu Jifeng arrived in front of Pan Zhang. Pan Zhang's eyes were wide as saucers as he muttered, I think I'm in deep doo-doo." Meanwhile, inside a secret chamber within the Fiend Zen Pavilion, Lu Zhou had been comprehending the Book of Heaven for a while. Feeling his spirit refreshed, he opened his eyes, just as a system notification chimed, informing him of merit points awarded for punishing Zhu Honggong. He opened the system interface, realizing he was only a little over 10,000 merit points short of buying a Dharma body. "Master, Hua Wu Dao is requesting an audience." Zhao Yan'er's voice came from outside. Understood. Lu Zhou slowly stood up, opened the secret chamber door, and entered the Fiend Zen Pavilion's main hall. Hua Wu Dao was respectfully waiting in the main hall. Seeing Lu Zhou slowly approach, Hua Wu Dao bowed deeply. "Hua Wu Dao greets Pavilion Master," Lu Zhou asked. "Have you made up your mind?" Hua Wu Dao nodded slightly. "I have." "Very good," Hua Wu Dao asked with some hesitation. "I'm just curious. With all the treasures the Fiend Zen Pavilion possesses, why do you need the black wooden lotus?" Lu Zhou replied frankly. "To open up the Qi Si." Hua Wu Dao was taken aback before sighing softly and shaking his head. To be honest, the Cloud Sect only has one piece of black wooden lotus. To open the Qi Si, you need at least 2 pieces, and the black wooden lotus is extremely precious. There aren't more than 5 pieces in the entire Great Yan. Getting 1 piece might not be enough. Anyone wanting to open the Qi Si needs at least 2 black wooden lotus pieces. Lu Zhou remained calm. That is why this seat needs 2 pieces. Straight to the point, no beating around the bush. This was super important. "I've already sent a flying message to the Cloud Sect elders. They'll be discussing this matter quickly." Lu Zhou nodded. "Inform the Cloud Sect that this seat's patience is limited. This seat must have the black wooden lotus." Hearing this, Hua Wu Dao bowed deeply. "I will urge them with all my might. We will have a positive result within a month." A month was nothing to Lu Zhou, although his strength and cultivation were still lacking. If it weren't for wanting to farm those sweet merit points, he wouldn't have bothered stepping out of Golden Court Mountain. The most important thing was still recovering his own cultivation. If this were the original Ji Tiandao, he wouldn't wait a day, let alone a month. But Lu Zhou was different. The one thing he didn't lack right now was time. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. In this month, aside from teaching his disciples, Lu Zhou only comprehended the Book of Heaven. He had finally accumulated 15,000 merit points. In the main hall of the Fiend Zen Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at the merit points on the interface with some hesitation. Buy a Dharma body or try the lottery? The lottery was a total crapshoot. Buying the Dharma body would wipe out all the merit points he had painstakingly accumulated, and without merit points to fall back on, he always felt insecure. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and then shook his head inwardly. I should wait until I have more merit points before deciding. I can buy a Dharma body any time. He didn't have any cultivation bottlenecks like other people. Just then, Hua Wudao and Ming Yin entered the Fiend Zen Pavilion's main hall from outside. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Disciple greets Master. Lu Zhao's gaze fell on Ming Yin and Hua Wudao. Congratulations, Elder Hua, on sprouting a leaf. Hua Wudao's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened as he looked at Lu Zhou, sitting calmly on the throne in the main hall, with disbelief. For the past month, he had to heal every day after his battle with Shi Wu, then fought a match with the sword saint Luo Shisan. Under the auspicious aura of Bai Zi, the pressure on the mind knot weighed on him for 20 years finally vanished. The fact that he had sprouted a leaf was unknown to anyone. He was even concealing his cultivation at the 6-leaf stage. He never expected that Lu Zhou would see through everything with a single glance. How could he not be shocked? Ming Yin, Duan Musheng, and Zhao Yanhe were all surprised when they heard their master say that, "Congratulations, Elder Hua, congratulations, Elder Hua." Although Duan Musheng hadn't accepted Hua Wudao in his heart, he still respected strong people. "Congratulations, Elder Hua." Hua Wudao waved his hand and scratched his head, looking embarrassed. If it weren't for Bai Zi's appearance, I'm afraid the knot in my heart wouldn't have been completely untied. In the end, I still have to thank the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master, please accept my bow. With that, Hua Wudao respectfully knelt on the ground. No one spoke to stop him. Within the Fiend Zen Pavilion, Lu Zhou was fully entitled to receive this bow. Perhaps he had been transmigrated for quite a while, and Lu Zhou now had the mindset of the Fiend Zen Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Therefore, he didn't feel any discomfort towards Hua Wudao's bow. Instead, he felt quite calm. "Rise," Lu Zhou said casually, and Hua Wudao stood up. He knew, of course, that Hua Wudao truly had a 7-leaf Dharma body. He just wanted to see it with his own eyes. The Eye of Truth only displayed realm. As for how many leaves, one could only judge based on aura, Lu Zhou asked. 7 leaves, Hua Wudao nodded, his eyes shining, and then channeled his energy. 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination. A towering 7 zang tall 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination Dharma body appeared. The golden lotus beneath the Dharma body had bloomed 7 petals, constantly rotating. 6 harmonies Dao seal. Hua Wudao lifted his foot and took a step, and the yin-yang taiji diagram appeared beneath his feet, 1 white and 1 black. The taiji bagua diagram shone brightly. Immediately afterward, the 9 characters Qian, Kun, Sheng, Si, Shui, Huo, Yu, Wu, Li, written in seal script, slowly floated up and rotated around Hua Wudao. 9 characters, 6 harmonies Dao seal. Zhao Yantier giggled and teased. "Third senior brother, you've been left far behind." Ming Yin and Zhao Yanhe watched the scene with admiration. Duan Musheng's reaction was more intense. His eyes were filled with the desire to jump out and spar, and his hand gripping the Overlord's spear tightened. Duan Musheng reluctantly said, "Although Elder Hua has opened 7 leaves, there will be a day when I break this 6 harmonies Dao seal for you to see." Ming Yin spoke up. "Don't forget, you have the Overlord's spear now, while Elder Hua doesn't even have a decent weapon. You really can't win against him." Duan Musheng thought to himself, "You just had to say it." Duan Musheng widened his eyes. "If the gap between Elder Hua and me is so large, then in the next month, I'll trouble 4th junior brother to spar with me to practice spear techniques." Ugh. Originally just intending to tease a few words, he didn't expect trouble to come from his mouth. Ming Yin was completely speechless. Hua Wudao flew over and shook his head. "Duan Musheng, although he's only opened 2 leaves, he can fight against 4-leaf, even 5-leaf cultivators. His talent far surpasses this old man. Being young gives you capital. I was able to sprout leaves because of the pressure of 20 years of stagnant cultivation. I'm afraid that in a few years, Duan Musheng will far surpass me, that's for sure." Undoubtedly, this was a blatant attempt to butter him up, but it was delivered so smoothly and convincingly that Duan Musheng couldn't help but appear arrogant. Lu Zhou was indeed surprised.
Did Elder Hua value Duanmu Sheng so much? From Lu Zhou's point of view, among the disciples of the Fiend Zen Pavilion, Duanmu Sheng's talent was the lowest, and his comprehension was also worse than the others.
The reason he progressed so much was because he joined the sect early, and his cultivation was suppressed for too long. Even Ming Shi Yin entered the nascent soul realm earlier than him. Lu Zhou even suspected that this wicked disciple Ming Shi Yin was deliberately hiding it. Maybe he had already opened 2 leaves. 3 leaves, Hua Wudao nodded.
I often spar with Duanmu Sheng. His fighting style is tough and durable, his strength is fierce, and his attacks are resolute.
I've never encountered such an opponent. Duanmu Sheng was so flattered that he felt embarrassed, and scratched his head. Elder Hua, you praise me too much.
Seeing everyone's cultivation improving non-stop, Zhao Yanker pouted, unconvinced. Sadly, her Qi hadn't been opened yet, so she couldn't enter the nascent soul realm. To a nascent soul realm powerhouse, anyone below the divine court realm was just an ant. No matter how perfect the divine court realm was, it couldn't defeat the nascent soul realm. In other words, only reaching the nascent soul realm was considered stepping onto the path